away from any hospital.
Yeah.
Horror movie.
Yep.
You live in a horror movie right there.
Real easy.
How did you find yourself an hour away from a hospital? That's no.
What are the chances your car doesn't start one time or another? That could happen literally any day of the week.
In this weather.
And oh yeah, you're relying on these phones, and your fucking color jams up the signal.
Yep. That color's a bitch.
It is. It really doesn't like anything electrical. Which, okay, the first thing that I think, and it's not just this movie, and it's not even like just movies that have to do with aliens of some kind. I don't know if you would call this an alien movie. I would.
I mean, it's sort of an alien movie.
It's a being from outer space with some kind of sentience that comes down and like fucks shit up.
I mean, yeah, it's from space.
Anytime in movies where somebody's on the phone or listening to the radio and the shit gets all fucked up, or like cars' headlights suddenly start flashing and shit, my first thought is aliens every time, and I have no idea why that is. What about those things happening? Because like a couple of weeks ago, I lost power in my apartment.
Oh shit! And
I'm pretty sure I heard a transformer explode just down the street. Anyway, it was out for like an hour and a half or something. I don't know. London Hydro's fucked. That's a much more reasonable explanation than it's aliens. But I think aliens right away.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like, oh, is that the world ending?
Yeah.
A darkness all of a sudden? Like, look out the window, look up. What? I don't...
I fucking like a storm rolls in and it's loud. It's aliens.
Oh, yeah. Well, aliens they're in the cloud, right?
Yeah, they're in the cloud. They control the weather.
Yeah.
That's what, it's no Mother Nature. It's alien. Mama.
Alien comma. Is that what you said? I
said mama.
Oh, alien mama.
Yeah. Alien mom's coming to say hi. And she's bringing lightning.
Comma, she's bringing lightning. Boom. Period sentence.
That's a good sentence.
I know. I just wrote it. So at the beginning of the movie, opens up on the daughter. She's doing like some ritual.
Mm-hmm.
And like this is going to be disrespectful a little bit. And I think we're going to lose a couple people who watched it and went like, I know what that is. That's what I do.
Interested. Yeah.
Wiccan or pagan.
Yeah. One of those.
I always find it a little funny when they're like, they give like whatever spirit, like somebody's full ass name.
Yeah.
Like they're
Michael.
Michael Scott, and then they like the dude's gonna flip through yellow pages like, oh yeah, here we go, address, phone number, I got it, I'll just go save that dude, whatever, I got this.
This is exactly how to contact this person.
Yeah, like here's his schedule, he's free on Wednesdays. Go get him, demon, go.
Anytime that I gotta talk about this water surveyor for a second because fucking idiot,
absolutely
an idiot.
Oof.
And now he does very well for himself, despite being a black guy who says, I'll be back right in the movie. In an insane turn in expectations, he survives. He did, like, he committed the two, like, cardinal sins of horror movies, saying I'll be back and being a black person. And he does relatively well. He
does.
Picture yourself as somebody coming to fucking do a survey for the water table. You're testing water and shit. Mm-hmm. You don't really know where you are. You've spoken to the city already, the powers that be in the whatever county township, and you stumble across a woman in the woods doing a ritual. Don't go up and say hi.
Yeah, no, you're in Witch Town.
Yeah, you sure are. Even if she isn't a witch, assume that.
Yeah,
for your own good.
Yeah, you know what? Just for everybody, assume everybody's a witch.
Yeah, especially in the woods.
Yeah,
you see stones in a circle. Guess what?
Witches.
You turn around, walk the other way, and the first thing she says is like, "You're on private property." That's like the tamest thing that could have ever. She could have just started saying gibberish, and it would have fit with what she was doing.
Yep. Oh yeah, and waving her hands in a cursy manner.
Yeah,
that would have
pointing up at the fucking sky and the water. You got a triangle in your hair.
Yeah. You probably don't approach people who appear to be witches or some sort of ghoul.
Yeah, you go up to the house and there's like a baby with pieces of metal attached to it or something. Nah, I don't necessarily need to talk to these people. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the river and test the water and just mind my own goddamn business.
Absolutely. Go talk to the squatter. No, thank you. If you see the squatter, tell him where I am, and he can come to me. I'm not going to seek out a man who's squatting in the woods.
Especially when he's described as special by the homeowners.
Yeah, and then you get there, and it's Tommy Chong, and he's handing you something to smoke, and...
That's the... Out of all the people that I've never met who I believe would offer me a drug, I think he would be a more trustworthy face.
Probably. You know what? Probably.
That Tommy Chong, man, has not aged well.
Well, no.
I saw him maybe 6 or 7 years ago in something. I believe it was some sort of comedy interview show or something to that effect. And he looked good for his age then. Living in the woods hasn't done him any favors at all. No. Holy shit. He looked like he was melting into himself. I did not need to see him shirtless.
He's a method actor. He's a method actor.
Are you saying method actor or meth head actor? Because either.
Yeah, I feel like he probably got ripped out of his mind and they're like, go, Tommy.
Yeah.
Just get in there. It's
all good. He's telling the story on this thing, the thing that I saw with him in it, of when he was in prison. He got sentenced for possession. And this is a long time ago. Some documentary crew, like A&E or something like that, came and did a special on the prison that he was in, not knowing that he was in it. They found, in some roundabout way, he ended up being interviewed, despite the fact nobody on the crew knew who he was. So he was like, hey, I'm just going to fuck with you this whole time. So they're asking him to describe what it's like to live in this prison. And he's talking about how it feels a little bit like slavery, like you're working for the man for a very small amount of money. I think it's like they get like 20 cents a month or something like that. Like that's a current statistic. And the food's bad and stuff. So he goes on for a bit about that, really selling it. And then he goes, honestly, it made me feel like a black man. And they cut straight away from him right after that. And that's my favorite shit. Because if you're like into comedy or you understand anything about him, like that was obviously a joke.
Yeah.
But I guarantee you nobody in that room knew that was a joke at the time.
Oh my God, that's so good.
Yeah. He's a beautiful man. And really, I think I said this last week or the week before, but those Chong brothers, or Cheech and Chong, I guess.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I didn't know he was a brother, man.
I figured they were brothers for a very long time, and like only recently realized that they weren't. You can take that Cheech and Chong fame, and you can do basically one of two things with it, and that's what happened with Cheech and Chong. Tommy Chong became like this very politically minded, informative, sort of teacher type in the world of anybody willing to listen to him, a bit of like an intellectual. Cheech Marine does movies like Machete, and I'm pretty sure he's dead now. Those are your two options.
Ah, shit.
With your platform once Cheech and Chong is over.
Yeah, oh God. Yeah, there was just opposite ends of the... They got to that fork in the road and like, all right, I'm going to do this, you do that.
Yeah.
See you later.
And somehow Cheech aged better. I don't know how that happens.
Poor Chong. Poor Chong. I think they maybe dirtied him up for the movie.
That could be, yeah. He obviously embraced the role.
Yeah.
He looked like he was having a great time.
Oh, yeah.
Just being a weird hippie in the wood. Always believe those people when they have things to say that are supernatural.
Yeah, at least listen.
Yeah.
Let me hear you out. I'll keep that in mind in case I see a monster.
Yeah, I got this fucking Memorex recording of what sounds like gibberish and a high-pitched noise that 100% activated what little tinnitus I have for the whole movie.
Yeah.
It creates this like weird, and I don't know if you like, for those of you who don't have tinnitus and you see this film, if it'll do the same thing, but that noise hits and something happens in my ears where like things become muffled and oppressive.
Weird.
And I think that was probably like the goal, but like if that increases in volume, like it sounds like I'm wearing headphones. Like there's something.
That's so weird.
I don't know. Like it covers up like the natural room tone or some shit.
I did not get that effect, but I think if I rewatched it, I'd get what you're talking about.
It was super fucking weird for me. I do have a little bit of tinnitus, so that could be why. I've gone to a lot of metal shows in my life.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Stood right by the fucking speaker like an idiot.
Yeah, you know what? I do regret doing some of that. Just a little bit.
They don't tell you. They don't tell you what's gonna happen afterward.
So Nick Cage, not a believable dad. I'll throw that out there. When he came out and he was trying to be like the good dad, I'm like, what the fuck is this? He looks like he's making fun of Rick Moranis.
Why him?
Because he's got the glasses, the vest, or like the sweater or whatever, and he's like trying to be like come on now, guys, let's go. We're all family together.
Teaching lessons.
And then he just looks, he's got that weird hair now.
Yeah.
Not on purpose,
that's
but
fucking Vampire's Kiss hair. That combed back. That's Vampire's Kiss and National Treasure and that meme picture of him where he looks like a bird.
Yeah, it is. Oh, God. But he's got like that just weird hair and the glasses. It's just like, it looks like he's trying to be Rick Moranis a little bit.
You're thinking Rick Moranis.
I'm thinking, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Gosh dang it. And he's like, he is like that for like the beginning, and then he goes wild.
Yeah. It's only a matter of time before Nicolas Cage goes wild in just about every movie that he's in.
Yeah.
You're just counting down a clock in your head. How many things until the last straw?
The scene with the tomatoes, I think that was it right there. And I don't think that was in the script. I don't think the part where he starts hucking them into the trash and going slam dunk.
Coming up!
I don't think that was in. And I think there's a part where the mom tries to throw a line in there, like just get it done, and he just continues to huck these old weird looking tomatoes.
Yeah,
by
they're
the way,
bulbous tomatoes.
They look like there's too much tomato in the tomato.
Yeah, it wants out.
And he's like, oh, peaches.
Stoked on the peaches, by the way. He's so happy in that fucking garden when he's pulling these out, because one of these tomatoes are like the size of a dog's head.
Yeah, they're huge. They're like red pumpkins.
Yep.
And he's like, "Oh, this is great." He's not noticing that like the whole time the color is changing.
That mantis is right in there.
Yeah, it's the leaves are turning purple. It's changing everything to like the way it wants it to be. You know? And he's just fucking. My tomatoes are huge, and by the way, a month early. That's a little suspicious.
It is. What have you put in your fertilizer? There's no way that your alpaca milk is solving that problem.
Oh, those poor alpacas.
I'll tell you. There is nothing appetizing to me about alpaca milk. I don't care how much fennel you put in it.
You know what the most upsetting part of the alpaca milk, that whole bit, was when they're like, the kid's watching it, and he's like, "Oh, that was a good one, Dad." Nice.
He's watching,
good squirt, Dad.
These weird, large, I don't even know what else to compare them to, rugs. Getting milked.
Yeah.
And super enthusiastic about it.
Yeah. Like, nice one, Dad.
Ugh. It comes out like an ejaculation.
It does. And it seems thick, which is upsetting.
Yeah.
It's thicker than regular milk. I would not drink alpaca milk.
I think cow milk comes out a little bit more watery, in fact. So, yeah, I don't know why it was so buttery.
And like fennel, ugh.
Yeah.
Fennel is the taste of black licorice.
It is.
Why would you want that near your milk?
Don't put that in milk. Don't drink milk from a llama. Don't have a shot of this thing drinking water from the reflection in the dish of water.
Yeah,
and his wide fucking open mouth sucking water in.
I did not understand what I was looking at.
I was quite uncomfortable. I don't know why, but it just grossed me right out.
That and like for better lack of thing, like the mommy melter, the spider mom, like lapping up water. That made me really uncomfortable too, because like that's not something a human thinks to do. Like lap up water out of a bowl of milk or out of a bowl of water.
Yeah, and at that point, it still does look like a human being. It still looks like their mom.
Yeah,
and it's really slowly drinking this water with its tongue right out, like almost sensually.
Yeah, like a dirty dog.
Like a dog with cancer.
Yeah. But like, oof. Yeah, just, mommy melter.
Mommy melter.
That's the only thing I could think of. That's
what we're going to call it.
Mommy melter, spider mom. I don't know.
Spider mom's good. I understand where you get mommy melter from.
Well, yeah.
Because she did indeed begin to melt.
The youngest son, Jack, whole movie, he just gets shit on.
Well, I'll tell you.
From start to finish, he does not have a good time the entire movie.
No, but I would have thrown that kid in the garbage. Within like day 2, he's whistling at the well, and the well's speaking back. That's end of kid for me.
Well, here's the thing: like, I feel like they were trying to throw him in the garbage. The first thing you see is him like, they sent me to this well to pull up a bucket of water.
Yeah, and I don't know.
I'm like 8 pounds.
Yeah,
I'm like 8 fucking pounds.
You can't even get the rope untied. You can't even reach the rope to untie it.
So it's like, okay, send your young child to this open pit in the ground.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
We need somebody to white knuckle through this. Fucking Jack, we'll send him. Fuck you, kid.
And then, oh my God. First of all, Nicolas Cage, some of these lines that he delivers, the way he delivers them when he's like, it's your turn to do the dishes. Mm-hmm. And they're like, nah.
And he's doing that like head wobble and shit.
It's fucking Jack's turn. And nobody defends poor Jack. And they're like, yeah, I guess it's Jack's turn. Get in there.
What are you going to do? Fight us for it?
And then, there was one more thing that happens to poor Jack, and it's not.
He gets sucked back into his own mom.
Well, I mean, how about that? But there's another thing in between there. I don't remember what it is. If he he gets just like chocolatey end of the popsicle stick the whole movie. That's his deal. Just the raw deal for Jack.
Yeah, the popsicle's eaten already, and he's just got to lick the stick.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, that kid. I wouldn't be trusting that kid as far as I could throw him, which would probably be far, but I still wouldn't trust him. The second that he fucking starts talking to aliens, dude.
Yeah.
Nah.
Oh yeah. And any child that starts whistling and just to like, oh, I'm playing with my friends.
Yeah. The friends nobody else can see, and then they speak back.
That child's about to get fucking shook.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Hard.
You gotta explain more than that. You can't just be, what are you talking? By the way, that entire movie, I don't know if you've noticed, that child was drawing the color.
Yeah.
He was drawing like purple, like a purple monster, a specific purple monster over and over again. And at one point, the mom's like, no, stop that. That's enough.
Yeah. There was one drawing in particular that did look like what the mom turned out looking like.
Yeah.
But it was for a very brief second, so I'm not 100%. No, he was drawing like what looked like a human body with like globs.
Yeah, but there was 3 separate drawings.
Yeah,
and they're all like a purple glob with globs coming out of it. And then at one point,
big globular.
It was like after the mom cut her fingers off, where she was like, I don't know, hypnotized. Which, by the way, go get your mom, and clunk cuts her fingers off. Continues to chop, and he doesn't. Hey, stop, mom! Stop real quick. He's like, oh, I'll get dad.
Yeah, why?
And you can hear her vigorously just chop, 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 chop.
And then she goes, "Dinner's ready."
Ugh.
All of Jack's wanting to be a good kid, he gets a face full of his mom's blood.
Yeah,
right away.
And he look. If you haven't seen the movie, he looks like the kid from Stuart Little.
Yeah, he does.
He looks
with
like
the fucking tape on his glasses, basically.
Yeah, for real.
I will say also the middle child there, the Benny, is in a movie called The Guest, which is one of the best movies I've ever seen, and I will recommend it to anybody. It's about fucking, I can't remember his name. No, it's Dan something. Anyway, he's Legion, if you've seen that series at all.
I've heard of it.
And he's in a couple other things. But it's about, he's like a fucking weird militarized sleeper agent that comes and lives with the family of one of the people he went to war with. And shit just hits the fan. It's real good. It's not really a horror movie. It's more of a thriller, but it's quite good.
Okay. Something to check out. Is that the Legion's, that was like on FX, right?
Yeah.
That series? Okay.
Yeah. The whole trailer, he's like underwater in a pool. Mm-hmm. I don't know. They're doing like experiments on him trying to unlock his powers or something. I never actually saw it.
It's X-Men related.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn something. It's going to piss me off now, but that's fine.
So how about the whole thing when like the meteor comes down and Nicolas Cage is getting intimate with his wife?
Yeah.
And like for a second, he like, for him, it must have been like, wow, I nutted so hard. The whole family felt that.
Well,
like his son's like drooling at the computer and kids like freaking out in the hallway like, wow, that was a powerful nut.
They never actually get to banging.
They don't.
They got clothes on.
But like,
they got clothes on the whole time. And this is something I noticed because you're not at the point where you're undressing yourself or each other, but a huge purple light comes through your window. Hey man, hold up. What's that?
Well, maybe it's like, hold on, this erection's only going to be here for another 5. We gotta pop it.
He did say that it had been 6 months since they banged, and she had some kind of operation, which leads me to believe that it was a miscarriage because he calls it trying again. Either that or he busted her open. It's one of those two options.
Well, at the beginning,
which lends credence to your point that he has very powerful semen.
Yeah, that, and also the daughter was trying to like get cancer out of her mom's body with that ritual at the beginning.
Is that what that was?
That's what that was.
Okay, because I remember the Hellman mom. I didn't know it was about the cancer.
Yeah, but like when he goes to talk to the cops, he was like, he picked the worst way to introduce the cops to the situation because it started off with
fucking my wife.
Yeah, so I was plugging my wife, and there was a thing, but it had been a while since we had banged.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't even say, like, during the situation, after the comet hit, during the situation, me and my wife were doing it. It's like, nah, me and my wife, first and foremost.
Let me make it known.
I can get an erection.
I
can get an erection. Me and my wife were doing it.
Yeah.
And then there was a comet, but we were doing it.
Now listen, Sheriff and news person. I'm fully capable of satisfying my wife. Let's get that out of the way.
I know you're here, and I know what you're thinking. We both came.
And then the meteor hit, and I'm not sure which was which. And then,
God.
What is she, like, do you drink? Yeah, I like a whiskey. I love a whiskey.
Were you sober? Well, I do love a good bourbon. It's from Texas, which, by the way, I don't think is correct. I'm pretty sure bourbon's from Kentucky. Exclusively.
Kentucky, and even Jack Daniels is technically called Tennessee whiskey because I believe that Kentucky is the only place where you can make bourbon and call it that.
So we just not only that, but there was the part where they keep calling it they keep saying like a meteorite would burn up in the atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
No, a meteorite hits the earth. It's a meteor that burns up in the atmosphere.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So that's
a syntax error.
We're coming for you, Nick.
Oh, Nick, get your science right.
As well, I did when they were like, "Oh, is it kryptonite?" Nicolas Cage was like, "We better fucking mention Superman in this movie." that was something he made happen.
He's got a thing, I believe, where he likes Superman a lot, or something.
Oh,
to that
he was
effect.
supposed to be Superman in the movie they were supposed to make, but they canceled it.
Okay.
So from now on, every movie he makes, he muscles in, he thumbs fucking a Superman reference in there.
Right in your mouth like that, whether you like it or not.
Fucking Nicolas goddamn motherfucking Cage.
I do remember hearing something about him and Superman. Also, and I didn't have any way of confirming this, but I believe that Lavinia, when she's listening to music, is listening to Nick Cage's son's black metal band.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Because it sounds like, and there's a picture of them floating around at some kind of red carpet event or something.
Yeah.
Nick Cage and his son is dressed in full corpse paint.
Oh, yes, he is.
He made no illusions about it.
Yeah. Oh, God, that's a good picture to see. If you haven't seen it, it's a good picture to see.
So it sounded like black metal. I'm wondering if it was.
You know what? And I'm just gonna assume it was and live my life, and I'm gonna feel happy about that.
Yeah, because that makes it better for sure.
I enjoyed when like their son was in shock and they were like, "We got to go to the hospital." Like, nah, that's an hour away.
It's too far.
And then he like taps the son on the shoulder and he's like, Jack. I don't know. Let's have a bourbon. and it's like, I guess that's what the doctors would have done. You're right. Yeah. Why take him an hour out to the hospital?
Well, that's basically a prescription.
So I'll have a bourbon and just calm down.
His wife gets all up in his grill about it. She's like, your son's sick and this is what you're going to do? And he goes, well, under the circumstances, I don't know what else I could do. Might as well get loaded, guys. Jack's sick. I'm getting loaded.
Oh, boy. Well, I mean...
That's typical dad behavior right there.
Yeah, it's an hour away. I don't think we're going to be driving. Cracks of bourbon.
Yeah. I'm not getting behind the wheel.
Oh, my God. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, with the child and the whispering, the whistling into the... Yeah, that's concerning behavior. I wrote that down.
Yeah, fucking anything in a well. Let me tell you, there's not a single thing that's ever come out of a well that's been good.
Yeah, no, real.
First thing that comes to mind, to fuck a chick from The Ring. She comes right out of a well, and then through your television.
Little baby Jessica fell into a well.
Sure.
I mean, it was good she got out, but it's bad as she went in. Wells are bad.
They are. Don't have one.
Case closed. Clunk.
Yeah. And obviously the water's gross in that fucking thing.
Oh, it's disgusting.
You got a guy coming to look at the water table in the first place. Naturally assume that your water's bad. That's real guilty until proven innocent shit.
Yeah.
Oh, you're here? My water's bad.
Yeah.
Prove me wrong.
Bring out the filters I can't afford.
Yeah.
Bring out those tests that only you would have.
It reminded me of the fucking oil fracker people. Now, this guy is like very nice, and he was there to be helpful. Mm-hmm. But they masquerade the same way. Like, we're here to survey your groundwater. And then the next thing you know, there's goddamn oil drilling equipment in your backyard.
Yeah, for real.
And it happens almost overnight. And then, oh, whoops, there's earthquakes. And again, as with that, your water turns into methane gas. If you see somebody like this, assume your water's bad. Either it is now, or it's gonna be by the time he leaves.
Oh my god! And I mean, at this point, just get a Brita. What are you doing?
Yeah, man, they're everywhere. They're quite easy to get. You can get ones that fucking have the little interchangeable filter right in there.
Oh yeah.
And it's fine. Just make sure to change it, or else that water gets bad.
This podcast has been brought to you by Brita filters. Filter out monsters, flesh-eating bacteria, and all other nonsense.
The color magenta.
Get yourself a Brita.
It is quite a nice color. I will say that.
You know what? They did pick any color, really. They went with purple. That's a good ass color.
Oh yeah, that was
purple
a great choice.
They could have gone with either of those two, and I would have been like, "This is an all right movie with me."
Yeah, I've never read the book upon which this movie was based, but I did wonder if at any point H.P. Lovecraft described the color. Because one of his things is fear the unknown, scientific development, which makes sense because she's trying to fucking do this whole aquifer thing, and that's sort of the problem. And so I would get the sense that color was chosen afterward because of the wavelength thing. Like, we need a color that's unique and sort of anomalous to prove this point. I think H.P. Lovecraft probably wouldn't have described the color in the book because that leaves it up to your imagination.
Yeah, I feel like he would have went with obviously a color that obviously you can't perceive.
Yeah.
So it'd be like an undescribable, an imperceivable color.
As I was looking this up, I read a thing about mantis shrimp.
Oh yeah.
Like I said before, human beings can only see in red, green, and blue, and combinations of that. Mantis shrimp have like 11 colors on their visual spectrum. Imagine just being inundated with shades constantly.
That'd be wild.
Fucking weirdly overwhelming, I imagine.
Imagine things that exist that are these colors.
Yeah.
That we can't see.
Yeah.
But those shrimp would see them.
They would.
Because they'd be able to see the colors.
So fucking look through a shrimp's eyes for like an hour, and you're like, this is fucked. I didn't know plants looked like this.
I'd like to see, can we get that going? Is there a machine that can make it? I want to look through a shrimp's eyes.
Yeah.
So science.
We got crazy VR technology these days.
Let me be a shrimp.
Yeah. I want to know.
So, something else I picked up on. The daughter, she like carves herself up for a protection spell.
She sure does.
And the whole time she's like reading the Necronomicon.
I have that exact Necronomicon, number 1.
Number 2, that's a made up thing by Lovecraft for another book.
It sure is. So, additionally, a compilation book I have of his is just called that. And it's just a bunch of his stories put together.
Interesting.
Yeah, I believe he coined the term and what it sort of is, because it's just you're talking to the elder gods in that thing. Mm-hmm. And those guys, if you think a color is bad, wait until the bat-winged tentacle monster comes out of the ocean at you because you wanted to say hi. You just hit him up on the celly, and here he is. Imagine
being so afraid of the water that you come up with that stuff. She's like, oh, water. Well, tentacle monsters and bats down there. That's
the grossest thing imaginable.
Hey, don't go down there. Why not? Tentacle monsters.
Yeah.
All right. I'll bite
HP.
And then that's how he's ruined many voyages.
And then he just describes it horribly, and everybody stays on their widow's wharfs forever. And just looks at it and goes,
yeah,
I ain't going anywhere near that shit. Did you hear what that guy said? Fuck that.
I'm not even going to get near the lighthouse.
No.
To hell with that.
Too close.
Oh, my God. I also, Nick Cage, when he's like flipping out on the car and he comes back in and he's like, yeah, the car's not happening. That's about the extent to the knowledge I have of a car. And if he said that to me, I'd be like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Absolutely.
There's no like, can you please elaborate? Because I wouldn't understand it regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. Just be like, yeah, no, not today. Not today,
not
ever,
be broken.
Probably.
Yeah. No, it must be broken forever. Until you tell me otherwise, I'm going to assume that.
We got to go to the car man. Got to go to the car man.
Oh, he's an hour away. That bitch mayor, I'll tell you.
Yeah, for real.
She wants the property so bad that she's going to be horrible at her job. She's like leaving after the meteor, and he goes, hey, is there a doctor nearby? My kid's sick. And she's like, go to Arkham.
Yeah. Welcome to the sticks.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
Political figure who I'm supposed to trust.
Yeah. Thanks for the help. Thanks for like not even like a number.
No.
Not even like a let me Google that for you.
Can you find me a hospital? Yeah. Leave.
You should have sold me the house, asshole.
Yeah. Now your kid's gonna die. Good.
She probably called the color and like, look, I want this house.
Yeah. Just make sure the house is intact. And the color couldn't even do that. Yeah, I realized the only reason why that water surveyor survived was because the dust from the house crumbling turned him white at the end. He started off as black, and then, well, he had to survive somehow.
That ain't right. That's I don't know if that's an okay thing to say. I did enjoy when Tommy Chong, when they were like talking about his cat G-Spot, the water surveyor was like, hey, where's G-Spot? He's like, I don't know, he's off doing something.
Caterwauling is what he said.
Oh, I don't, that's probably making love or something. That's probably a funny way of saying cat's doing it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But then he's like, oh yeah, I'll let you know if I see him. And he's like, oh, you probably won't recognize him, but he does. He spots that fucking collar in that pile of mutated animals, and he's like, oh, there it is.
That's G-Spot.
G-Spot's mushed up with some other wildlife.
I guess he finally found it.
I don't know if they were like mutated together like the alpacas, if they were just like all burnt up, but like he was already like no hair when he ran out in front of the people. What
water table surveyor knows what radiation poisoning looks like?
You know?
That guy was educated beyond his field.
He clearly went to university.
He must have. He's talking about fucking radiation poisoning.
I didn't go, so I couldn't tell you.
Talking about geology,
water surveying, and then he's like, "Oh, this water is dirty. Don't touch it."
Yeah, like I mean, I could have told you that by looking at it, but
like the whole time he's not like, "What's everything doing being purple? Why is everything different?"
Usually, that's a sign that something's happening.
Yeah. And then like, he was, when he came out and the boy was like, I'm playing with my friends.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Why did you put him in the well? If you know so good, kill that kid.
Yeah. He wants to be in the well so bad. That's why he's there constantly.
Yeah.
Just help him out. He couldn't get the rope down to untie it.
Yeah. And for sure, like, if you ever have a well on your property that draws the attention of children, board it up.
Yeah. Board it directly up.
Save yourself some trouble.
That's a problem. I don't remember at which point they mentioned. I guess it was toward the end. It must have been after Benny and Lavinia try to leave on the horse, because Benny hears his dog Sam from that well, and what's his first thought? I better get in that shit.
Given the state of the alpacas, maybe don't go after the dog. The alpacas were not pleasant to see. What do you think the dog's going to be like?
And that dog's long gone. It's in the well? Well, guess what? Guess where all your problems have been stemming from. You must have had some kind of suspicion about that. Yeah.
If anything, you're going to pull that dog out, and it's going to be just mercy kill it.
Yeah. It's not going to be worth having gone in to get it.
Yeah. No.
Just consider it dead, and that's fine. If that dog had been missing for days and it's in the well yelling, the well full of water that it can't get out of, it's not a dog in there anymore, man.
Yeah, no, that's a spider dog. That's a fucking poochie melter. That's a fucking melty pooch down there.
At best.
Also, it's important to note that they were trying to leave on that horse, and then the color, it made the horse freak out.
Yeah.
You like see in its eyes are all purple, and it just prevented them from leaving.
Yeah.
So I think it was hungry for more people.
Yeah,
I think it wanted to try and make more people spiders.
That's a fair assessment. It really liked when the people turned into spiders because it reminded it of home.
Yeah, like, man, I love
like
tears. This is good.
Yeah, it's like putting up like doilies in your house.
Yeah,
You just want it to feel more homey.
Yeah. You put up a picture, you melt your neighbors together into a monster.
Yeah. It's all
Home
part
sweet
of
home.
it's all part of like gentrification.
Yeah. Then that's what's going on. That's what's wrong with the neighborhoods these days. The prices are going up. People are being melted together.
That's not good for your property value.
It's not. You got Nicolas Cage out there kissing his monster wife on the lips.
Really slimy kiss.
Yeah.
Really filthy,
absolutely.
dirty kiss.
Points a gun in her face.
Yeah.
And she's like, no, don't shoot me. And like, he's like, all right, well, I'm going to kiss you then. And fucking smooches her. I'm going to do my best. I'm going to do my best, baby. I'm going to do my best.
That's one of my favorite lines.
Yeah.
He goes, holy shit, we're going to take care of this.
and then is that when the daughter's like the alpacas?
Yeah. It's right after that because he decides that he's not going to shoot her anymore. And then, chronologically, either way, it's after the filthiest kiss ever recorded on film.
Slimy.
I don't want to be pulling back. It looks like that fucking soybean shit from like Korea.
Yeah, the fermented beans.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's bad.
Yeah.
It reminded me of that immediately when you pull that shit out of the container.
Yeah.
Brett fucking had a PTSD flashback.
Yeah, that was probably the worst kiss recorded. Absolutely, I agree. No,
I'm trying to think of a worse kiss.
Honestly, if there's a worse kiss, it's gonna be in one of these movies we watch.
Oh, fuck yeah,
They're gonna get bad. They're gonna get disgusting. I'm trying to see if I have anything else like jotted down here that we didn't really talk about, but like
the water surveyor shows up and they interact for the first time, him and Lavinia, and then she goes into the house and her mom's like, well, you're dressed like a slut.
I totally had that mom slut shame daughter written down too. I was like, maybe we'll gloss over that. Maybe we don't need to. No, you noticed that too? Okay.
She's like, you like him, don't you? You're practically throwing yourself at him. Look at the way you're dressed.
She's dressed like, what does she have, like fishnets and jean shorts?
Yeah, so
like,
she had some short shorts in the summertime.
She's like 17.
That's another thing worth noting. This guy is clearly an adult.
Yeah, he is.
And she's studying for school. So there's no way that she's above the age of 18.
No. Oh, as well, the middle son, Billy or Jim.
Benny.
Has some Bible verse up on his wall.
What is it? No flesh shall be spared.
That and...
Talk about foreshadowing, number one.
They live in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Middle of nowhere. And you couldn't find a better spot to smoke weed.
Right in the stables.
Took her 2 seconds to find them.
It sure did.
2 feet away from your house.
Yeah. Walk 30 minutes if you're trying to hide it.
Oh, not even. Go behind a tree.
Yeah. Just don't do it in the stables where the smell lingers.
Exactly.
And she's going to be in there to tend to the fucking animals regardless.
Exactly.
She loves that horse. She's dicking around with the horse constantly. Hey, I'm going to hide the fact that I'm smoking weed, which is something that everybody here disapproves of, in the one place they're always.
For real. Just go hang out with Tommy Chong.
Yeah.
He lives right down the path.
He does, and he's awesome.
You know,
he's got sage wisdom.
If I had a guy that looked like that lived right down the path, I'd be like, here, you hold on to my weed. I'm gonna smoke it.
I'm gonna go hang out with Ezra because I know from his face that he's got the good kush.
And you open the door and he's listening to Demons in the Ground.
Yeah, right underneath.
Yeah.
The guy tries so hard to be like, oh, it's an electromagnetic field. Read the room. Do you know who you're talking to? Look at him.
You've got Tommy Chong with what was it?
Fucking blue, like he's got his face all painted ritualistically.
Oh, he does.
Crazy dreadlocks and his shit hanging everywhere. Weird shit. Dolls.
He probably did that himself too. I could see that, like, all right, Tommy, you're just gonna be a squatter. Shows up like that.
Yeah,
I'm ready.
It wasn't even a makeup chair thing. He just showed up to shoot that day. Like, this is what we're doing.
They had like a wardrobe. It was just like tracksuit or whatever.
One of those classic, it's like there's some beads hanging off or something.
Yeah, nah. Nah.
We're doing this.
I'm a squatter. This is what I do.
Yeah. Well, what else do you do when you're a squatter?
I don't know.
You got to fill the time somehow.
Exactly. Also, it's probably worth noting the end of the movie. That's what it's like to be in the storm on Fortnite. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, when it finally comes out of the well.
Yeah, that's Fortnite right there.
That's Fortnite.
That's the storm on Fortnite. So, that's why you run. That's why you got to get to the circle. Bad stuff.
The circle. So the basement in the wine cellar, that in this case was the circle. Because that's where hydrologist went. And to be honest with you, dude, I don't care how much my ears hurt. If I think I'm going to die and I find myself in a wine cellar, we pop in bottles, man.
Yeah, at least one.
We pop in so many bottles. I will pour it all over my naked body.
Yeah, I liked your text. You're like, I'm watching it. I saw how much wine he had in the wine cellar, so I'm going to get some.
He made it look so good. He's like, it's fucking dinner time, and his wife goes, why don't you pick out a good one? And he fucking puts his finger to his lips, and he thinks real hard, and he goes, I got just the thing.
Oh, he does.
And it's fucking wine, and he's stoked. And then he can hear them talking about how bad his French stew is. Yeah. And he comes up the stairs talking about how he hears conspiracy theories.
By the way, that French stew, oh, yuck.
Now,
yuck.
It's called cassoulet, and I would try that. It looks like an amalgam of meats and sauces.
It doesn't look appealing.
No.
That's the problem.
It did look like the meat that his wife turned into.
It very much did. And she had boils and stuff, gray skin. Like, it looked
That's when the fucking sunlight hits her arm.
Yeah.
And it starts to bubble up. That's that white kidney bean.
Yeah.
In the cassoulet. There's all this. This is the second time now where you've chosen a dish that doesn't fit the atmosphere that you're in.
No, it does not.
Granted, in this one, they had it first, whereas in Cabin Fever, they watched somebody's skin fall off of their body and then ate chili.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not an appealing choice.
Yum, yum, yum. It's just been a good 2 movies so far. For
a lot of
food and things in the water. A
lot of good comparables here.
Yeah, for real.
I noticed that the producers of this movie probably saw The Thing and liked it a lot, hence the monsters. But if you go back a step even further, John Carpenter. I believe, is the creator of The Thing. Either that or Wes Craven. I get them mixed up.
Nah, yeah, it was he did The Thing.
I can almost guarantee you that motherfucker read Color Out of Space and was like, oh, monsters.
Yeah, goopy people monsters.
Yeah, we can work with this.
Oh, that's going to be a movie we do, because I feel like all these movies, I'm like, I just got to force somebody to watch them.
Yeah.
So all the movies you're going to be watching are movies that I'm finally getting to force people to watch.
Put it this way, Matt. I've seen that movie about 4 times.
Thank God.
Yes. Thank him. Kurt Russell is hardcore.
Yep.
There's a flamethrower.
Oh, yeah.
What is bad about anything I just described?
Maybe
they're trying to shoot a dog from a helicopter with a sniper in the first 30 seconds.
Like the weird practical effects, I guess. They're upsetting. That dude's chest opening up like a monster mouth and biting the dude's arm.
Yeah.
Upsetting.
Whole stomach opening. The fucking head separates. It turns into a spider. Again with the spiders.
Yeah.
Which I hate spiders.
Oh my God. Yeah, that thing crawling across the floor.
Yep. It was that fucking bird's eye view angle was a good choice because you got to see the whole shit, but it happened fast enough that you didn't get to dwell on any of it.
Yeah,
that was perfect.
It was like a house centipede scurrying.
I will mention that, what's his damn name here? Richard Stanley? Yeah. Is that what I said?
Yeah.
Also made the movie Hardware, which fans of The Office will recognize as a film about a scientist who creates a robot out of spare parts that ends up killing people.
Right.
And again, very impressive practical effects. It's just like gross wires and weird eyeballs, man.
We gotta check that one out.
That one might be worth checking out. There's 2 versions. I'm not sure which one he made, but one is more popular than the other for sure. I had something else off of what we were talking about, and it's long gone.
Well, I mean, I got a list of like
that kid Jack. You said you got Stuart Little kid.
Yeah.
I got Rivers Cuomo.
Okay. Young Rivers?
Yeah, from Weezer.
It's the glasses.
It's totally the thick rimmed glasses and the nerdiness.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. I can see that now.
That chick, Lavinia, by the way, is 24 years old. Not in the movie, but in real life.
Oh, well.
Big surprise for me. I thought they got an actual child actor.
Yeah, for real.
She looks 12.
It's probably for the best since she carves herself up and whatever, you know?
And then I have written down here, because she starts to get a little bit disheveled by the end. Chick's supposed to be like 16. Why does she look like she spent 36 years eating nails and smoking reserve cigarettes?
That's what the color does to you.
The color just turns you into a burnt skin graft.
Yeah.
Slowly over time.
I got there was other H.P. Lovecraft references in the movie. The weather lady at the very beginning, she's like talking about weather in other places, and all of the places that she mentions are places from Lovecraft stories.
Yes. Arkham itself, I think, is the town where a lot of his books take place.
The narrator.
Not to talk about how I got ripped off for Batman.
Oh yeah.
Oh my.
It totally did.
That's upsetting for me.
The dude who's narrating the movie his name's like Ward Phillips.
Yeah, that's the hydrologist for those
that's
not listening to me say his name at all up to this point.
So Ward Phillips is H.P. Lovecraft's actual name.
Nice.
And he's wearing is it Miskatonic University, which H.P. Lovecraft mentions.
Interesting as well. See, look at all this little, and this is a nice thing, and I don't know whose choice it was, but yeah, really shouting out the person who created the story that you're adapting. That's a good choice when you want your thing to be recognized by people who love that person.
Yeah. And unfortunately, this was supposed to be a trilogy with other stories, but that got canceled.
Weird.
Yeah.
Well, this is
Richard Stanley's in some heat.
Yeah, that motherfucker. What did he do? Did he show his pud to a child?
There was some accusations.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, but I mean, hey,
just keep your pud to yourself. How much?
Yeah,
is that too much to ask?
When you're making heat like this, keep your pud to yourself.
Yeah, dude.
Calling it a pud is pretty upsetting.
It is. It reminds me, there's a skateboarder named Tori Pudwill.
Yeah.
And the guy that I work with, Tim, now, because he said it every time I say pud, which is pretty often, to be honest, because that's a horrible word.
It's upsetting.
Yeah, I think of Tori Pudwill. So shout out to Tori Pudwill. I just watched a video this morning of him at the Brooklyn Banks in New York trying to do a trick, falling and breaking his arm so bad that you can hear the bone snap. So that's cool.
That.
I'm going to talk about how stupid Lavinia is for a second.
Absolutely.
I've cleaned off maybe 1,000 bloody knives and never been in danger of throwing up. I don't give a shit whose blood it is. You're doing these weird rituals in the woods. You know how to cut yourself off, so it's not the first time you've done it. Mm-hmm. How are you're on a farm with alpacas that you kill for meat eventually. How are you not well versed in what blood is and having it on you?
Yeah, there's no way those alpacas just don't stink either. Like
they must.
That's got to churn your stomach.
They must smell horrible. He's not using them for their fur, their wool, which means they probably go unshorn for a good amount of time.
Oh yeah, and they just stink like sweat and fear.
You're picking up dingleberries, pulling them out of fur like you have bison. Like once a week, probably.
A little blood. I could maybe she was a vegetarian, but she was eating that meat stew like everybody else was.
I mean, she wasn't a fan of it, but okay, she likes McDonald's.
Hell yeah.
No, man.
Hell yeah.
At what point in your life, from childhood to adulthood, was McDonald's just idly and legitimately delicious? It's accolade food when you're a kid. That's a treat that you get. Oh, fuck yeah, I'm getting McDonald's. I'm going to tell all my friends that I have McDonald's and rub it in their fucking face, but not literally because I want to eat it. And then when you're an adult, it's either drunk food or depression food. Those are the two options. Anybody who eats McDonald's over the age of 30 is either having a bad day or wasted?
I had it 3 times last week.
Yeah, you sure did.
For lunch.
And my coworker Tim opened up the passenger door of his. It's not a lunchtime food either.
It is.
It isn't. That's the middle of the day. You want to disappoint yourself already?
Yeah, I do. I'm in a hurry. That's the problem.
Oh, there's so many better options.
There is not.
McDonald's. I don't even think there's food in there, and she knows that, but she still eats it, which I hated. You and Tim, dude. So he opened the fucking passenger door to his RAV on Friday to try and get a compressor out so I could inflate my flat tire, which is still flat, by the way. And it was just bags. McDonald's bags right on the floor.
It's a healthy man. I don't know what to tell you.
It's funny because he's an extremely healthy man. I don't know how the fuck he could juggle both.
It's the McDonald's.
So when she gets nauseous from the blood that she's probably seen like 4 or 5 times that week alone, she goes and throws up in the toilet, pulls her hair back way too late.
Oh yeah,
you get to watch that hair go right into the dirty toilet.
Yeah, also vomit right in there too.
Yeah.
Or, whatever she spits up.
Likely remnants of shit. Nicolas Cage looks like he takes big shits.
I will say, however, right before she throws up, the color does do some things.
It does.
It like, I don't know what it does with the time, but the time goes by.
Time bends around it.
And that probably churns some tummies too. You know, it's never happened to me. I've never thrown up, so never thrown up ever. I would never throw up.
I find that, as a matter of fact, know that to be false, but from experience.
I threw up the other day. I threw up 3 times last week. No,
it was the McDonald's. You'll notice the numbers are the same.
There's no correlation here.
I sense one.
McDonald's, like, I think McDonald's is great, and I'm gonna continue to eat it, and I'm just gonna feel really good about myself. Thank you. Thank you for attacking my person.
No worries. To each their own. If you're going to talk about McDonald's with me, I'm going to make it known that it's gross.
It's not.
It sure is. You got like a Harvey's probably right across the street. You could just go there. You got that fucking Kong Kong Bing hot dog place right down the street at Richmond and fucking cross street that I don't know. And I would like to try it. It's Asian corn dogs. And I realize that the way that I said the name sounds racist, but it is strikingly close to what it's actually called.
Yeah, I just say the hot dog place because I don't want to even try and pronounce it.
Kong Chung corn dog. I swear to God, that's what it is.
It's very close. It's very close to that. This movie inspired me because I was high on I smoked something called blue iguana.
Nice.
And it inspired me to write 2 haikus.
No, okay. Now we're talking.
I want you to pick which one's better.
They're really haikus.
They really are. For real. Because I was high while I wrote.
Yeah. Okay. So I was making a pun.
I wanted to make sure you knew.
Yeah.
That you did that.
I did.
You did.
I did it deliberately.
Damn.
In order for you to enjoy it.
And I did.
Okay, sick.
All right. Alpacas get milked. Space stuff in the well goes wild. Nick Cage full of rage.
Nice. Haikus don't traditionally rhyme. That's sort of the point. You're telling a story, but you got there.
There's that one. In the dark of night, getting intimate with wife. Nick Cage blasts livestock.
It sounds like they were involved in the act. I think you did that on purpose.
I wrote it the way it felt.
Child actors only work well in extremely limited doses. I was happy with the small amount of Jack we had to deal with.
Yes, they found a way to keep him in the movie while not needing him at all.
Mm-hmm. The other 2 are not children, and they do a much better job. And this is also worth noting. I don't know how the fuck I'm going to forever be impressed by both of the older siblings for being able to maintain a straight face around Nicolas Cage when he's doing anything at all.
Oh, for real.
I don't know how you can have like what's supposed to be like a father-daughter argument with that, and it's doing what it's doing, and you don't fucking laugh so hard. That's 13 takes for me.
Yeah, for real. I would have to be like, just don't have me on set.
Yeah.
Don't have me on set.
We'll do a pickup shot of me talking to him later because you're going to run out of film.
Put a wig on a volleyball and put that in the shot from the back of my head. I'm going to be chuckling over here.
Yeah.
That's it.
Really the only way to get through a Nick Cage movie for me would be to laugh so much at his lines that I begin to hate him. and then funnel that.
There you go. That might have been what happened. that literally might have been what happened. Yeah, because like even when he was doing that, do me a favor and get out of my sight. No, I'll do you a favor and I'll get out of yours.
I'll get the fuck out of yours.
Yeah. That's like that was a perfect impression of what he did right there.
I tried this morning as I was rewatching the film to at least get a decent impression of that accent down, and it's weirdly difficult. It's nowhere near perfect, but it's like his OUs for some like it's got a very unique sound. So good on him for just creating a dialect out of nowhere. I don't know how the fuck. Real.
And also, he also knew what a dog smelled like after it had been lit on fire. It was, I don't know. He just, that's how he described the smell.
Yeah, of the meteorite when he's like there.
That's just a very specific thing. You had to already have known what it smelled like.
It gets worse, which is something that I remembered after you mentioned it. The cancer thing with his wife. Mm-hmm. They're in the bedroom and he's describing the smell again. Yeah, and the things that he says are, first of all, much worse than a dog on fire. The cancer smell, death, decomposition, disinfectant. And then he goes, you'd know all about that smell.
Oh, he does.
To his fucking wife.
Yeah, he does say that, doesn't he?
Who's, by all intents and purposes, recovering from cancer. Jeez Louise.
Yep.
They're a pair.
They really are.
We got slut shame mom. And we got just disrespectful dad.
Disrespectful dad. Fucking rub a little whiskey on it. It's just a rash.
Dude, if you're out here rubbing whiskey on rashes, I got some information for you that should be considered basic science. Alcohol is going to dry your skin right the fuck out.
That's the whole time I was like, how does that not sting?
Yeah. Well, he's got like open sores as well. Ugh. There's no way that he cared. Yeah. But it's gonna do the opposite. Get some aloe on that shit.
Yeah, for real, everybody. If you're here and you're just like, I'm just gonna rub a little vodka on that or whatever, like a little gin will get it in. No, you gotta use a proper disinfectant.
Something.
Don't even use like rubbing alcohol. That's not.
No, it's just gonna make the rash worse for sure. It's a skin irritant.
Ugh.
That's the point.
Yeah.
And also, I learned, and this is a bit of an offshoot, but as a disinfectant for cuts, it's not a good idea to use rubbing alcohol either, because apparently the acidity burns off the new skin cells. So it'll actually take longer to heal.
Exactly.
So your rash ain't going anywhere, Nick. Also, that's a waste of good bourbon from Texas? What did he say?
Yeah, from Texas. I do like a bourbon. From Texas all the time.
Yeah, all the time. Every 4 or 5 drinks nightly.
Oh, yeah, and then he's like, I should have grown barley. Right, Dad?
To be honest, I like barley. You make a good soup out of that, so I wouldn't have complained. Sure beats the fuck out of raising alpacas. Who chooses that as a farm animal? And he says they're the future.
Yeah.
What the fuck does that mean?
He's preparing for society to collapse.
Yeah.
So he's got milk, meat, and then like stuff to make clothes out of.
Yeah. And Lavinia actually had a good point there, which is that the Mayans were dead, and that's what the fuck he was like. The Mayans knew about these alpacas. Yeah, they also murdered each other and ripped their hearts out.
It actually wasn't the Mayans at all.
Was it not?
No.
Oh, good.
It was like the Incas.
Great.
Yeah.
So he's retarded.
Yeah, he's just being racist.
Oh, they're all the same. Old Browns? Come on.
Oh, my God.
That's why he didn't like fucking Ward when he showed up.
For real.
Why are dogs always murdered for being protective?
That's a good question. Yeah, that dog ran off and started whimpering, and then you don't see the dog ever again, which is probably for the best. I don't think I wanted to see a melty dog.
No, nobody does. But that's like, for some, I don't know what kind of weird thematic punishment that is. All the time, dogs are like, well, I just got to keep my family safe. I'm dead.
Yeah, well, that's the problem with dogs. They always be barking. So
that is true, and it does get annoying.
Say I lived in the middle of nowhere, and all I heard was a dog bark. I'd come out of my well and melt a dog or two.
I'm just trying to get some sleep. It's nighttime.
For real,
I can't be out during the day.
Got to do a lot of color shit. Yeah. Do you want to give it a rating out of 10 then?
Rating out of 10. I'm going to give this one a 7.
7? Okay.
I would consider it to be an above average movie. As much as I like the slow push in, which is like a film way of establishing dread, where they have a shot and they're like slowly advancing toward the characters in it, which is like, okay, something's coming for you. Yeah. I don't know if you noticed, but a lot of the time some shit would happen right after a shot like that. So there's like that whole like thematic shit. I did find it at times in the first 2/3 to be a little bit slow for my liking.
Okay.
I was annoyed by some of the family dynamic, but overall, quite impressed with it.
Okay.
I'm just a hard judge.
Yeah, that's fair. We got Nicolas Cage going wild.
Yeah.
Automatically gives it just a boost in points for me. You got those alpacas being melted together.
Yeah.
And then you got, of course, the mommy monster, the mommy melter. That automatically boosts, because like that's what I like. I like the monster. Like that was a person, ain't no more.
Yeah.
Reminds me a lot of oh god. What was that anime about alchemy? You know the one I'm talking about?
Well, there's a couple.
Full Metal Alchemist.
Yeah, there's that one.
Yeah, with the dog and the daughter.
I thought you were going to go Akira.
No, I've never seen that one.
Oh, well, a lot of similar things happen here.
Okay. Well, this one in particular, it's got the daughter and the dog being melded together.
I haven't seen Full Metal Alchemist because, unfortunately, I was probably about 20 when people started caring about it, and that's too old for me to care about Full Metal Alchemist.
That's fair. Just know a dude melts a dog to a daughter, and he calls it a homunculus or something like that.
A homunculus, which is, if you look that up online, you're going to find an image of a naked human being that is representative of how we perceive ourselves based on our own senses.
See, I was thinking it was you were going to see like the dude who like nutted into the egg. And you've not seen that? It's
I know about it, but no, I don't think I have.
It's like a Russian dude, and he like apparently injects a bit of his semen into like some egg, it's like a chicken egg or something, and then like it grows into a thing. But it's
I can't tell you how much I dislike that. I thought this was a real thing.
Like it looks like it's supposed to be a real thing, but then it, like he's like, next update, here's another update, and it just ends up looking like a bad CGI thing.
Yeah, that was really upsetting to hear about until that.
Yeah. The whole thing's pretty upsetting. And that's the internet for you.
Yeah, it's true.
People will be like, "What's the most upsetting thing? Let's melt fucking alpacas together and then blast them away with a shotgun. Let's do it."
I wish the cat was better.
The cat could use more cat. Yeah.
I was disappointed by the cat. I was disappointed by the praying mantis. And then there was one alpaca shot that was clearly CGI, and I was a little bit upset about it. But as I said at the beginning, the practical effects, I would argue, made up for the lack thereof in other scenes.
Yeah.
Certainly. And I said 7, but I almost want to go 8 just because of Nicolas Cage's performance near the end.
I'm telling you, man.
He does that thing where like the fucking Fortnite tornado's happening and he just gets up and starts wobbling toward Ward Phillips in the weirdest imaginable way.
See, I'm giving it 8.5. It's not
we'll do 0.5s?
Yeah, I'm doing 0.5s.
I'll go 7.5 then. 7.5? There we go.
I liked the mommy melter. I liked the part where he just like
keep calling it the fucking mommy melter, dude.
He puts the gun to like the head of the son, and it's just like, no, daddy, just blast. Though that's not my family, and then he just leaves the room.
That is what happens.
Oh my god, that just like those kinds of things. Like I really liked the thing from that. Just like the spider head and like the body parts coming apart and being other things. Love that. That's terrifying. Disgusting.
Yeah, it is.
First time I saw that, I lost my mind. When they just like pick up and flop the mommy onto the couch, and it's just like
they sure do flop her onto the couch, like, don't they?
Why are they making that sound?
Yeah. Look at it.
They're trying to breathe. I don't know. I don't have to tell you.
That's it.
So yeah, but just because of all that, like it hit a lot of spots that I really enjoyed. So I'm 8.5. It's not. Had that color been like a spooky gray alien that looked really smooth, I'd been like 10.
Yeah, right away.
No, JK, 9. But yeah, no, 8.5 for me. Love that movie.
I will say I'll appreciate, because this doesn't happen all that often, but there being that unexplained scary thing that it doesn't have like a description within the realm of reality.
Yes.
Because it like lets you sort of create a background for it, or like your own interpretation of it. So there is that, as opposed to just a gray alien, which I've seen plenty of.
Hey man, I don't see those movies. I always see like the vague, slimy monster with tentacles.
Yeah. Did I send you the fucking trailer for Jordan Peele's new movie?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I saw that there's a little fist bump in that trailer.
Yeah.
Like a weird little fist bump. I don't know if that's supposed to be a fist bump, but it looked like a fist bump.
There was that. There's a couple like weirdness things in it. But I watched it and my first thought was, Matt's going to watch this shit.
I am.
Because it's fucking aliens.
I'm going to love it.
It looks good.
Oh, I'm going to love that shit.
Yeah. Plus, they got the fucking same guy from Get Out in it, and that guy just acts well.
Mm-hmm. I'm down for movies where, like, I don't mind seeing people I know. Nicolas Cage is a familiar face. Love it. But when it's people who are, like, new that I've not seen in movies 100 times, it's always better.
Yeah. Because there's a familiarity, but it's still like you're learning what they can do, sort of.
Yeah, like, okay, the Shining, you got fucking, you got that guy, what's his name? Jack Nicholson.
Yeah.
He's running around with an axe.
Yeah.
That's cool, but I've also seen Jack Nicholson in 100 other movies.
None of which were horror movies.
Yeah.
From memory, not too many of those.
No.
About Schmidt, he's just a disheveled old man.
Yeah. I can't think of any others that aren't One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. So.
I mean, that's a good one. There's this, I'm never going to remember the name of it, but a biker movie where he joins a biker gang, and I'm not sure if it's the Hells Angels or what, but regardless, he's a car mechanic at the beginning, and he's pumping gas for someone or something, or checking their oil, and he gets into an argument with them, and he takes the dipstick, and the driver's side door is open, and he grabs the guy by the collar, and he shoves the dipstick into his face and goes, "You're down a quart." And then the guy gets out to try and fight him, and Jack Nicholson just screams in his face so hard and loud that he gets back into his car and leaves. It is like the best altercation ever.
Okay. Jesus. I thought the dipstick was going to like go in his body somehow.
No.
Or something. But
things like that happen later, but
it's much better that way.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, do you want to pick the next movie? It's your turn to pick.
I would like to. And this is something that I've been thinking about since before I showed up today. And I'm having a tough ass time this time. I'm coming up with something. So let me just go through. What the fuck? I'll just drop my phone.
Just whipped his phone at the ground.
Yeah, fuck this phone.
Just like didn't even care.
I don't give a shit about this phone. It's so slow, which is why I hate things.
You going through like a list of movies on there?
I am.
Okay.
And I think I know roughly what I'm interested in watching here. And I would like it to be something on Netflix just so that it's easier for you to actually view. You know what? See, I was going to go Cabin in the Woods, but we already did Cabin Fever. That's tough. Cabin in the Woods is an interesting one because there's a lot to unpack there.
There is. I got a lot to say about that movie too.
You know what? Fuck it. Cabin in the Woods.
Cabin in the Woods.
Chris Hemsworth.
Yeah.
And the only role where he tries ever. So we'll see.
What?
And also, the black guy is Dr. Avery from Grey's Anatomy.
Well, there you go. All right, Cabin in the Woods.
Yeah, man.
Go search it up. Go watch it. Yeah. Do you have anything you want to end the podcast with? You got any last words?
I gotta pee.
It's recording.
Okay. Matt has informed me that I'm supposed to shout out. And yeah, there's two options with this name. It's either Jelena or Jelena. I can never remember which. But on the old Patreon there. So there's your shout out. Enjoy that. That's probably so gross.
I think they probably just got a whiff of every mouth sound you've ever.
We're doing ASMR from now on.
Well, yeah. Welcome to Grindhaus Movie Club ASMR.
Mm-hmm. You're just gonna listen to me eat a wet sandwich.
And I'm gonna talk about movies like this. That was all mustache, by the way. I didn't say anything. So if you heard words,
the peppery scratches of your upper lip.
Yeah, that's all on you. That's all on you.
Mm-hmm. Hope you enjoyed it.
Were you just gonna crack a beer?
Yeah. Oh.
And spill.
All over. I can't begin to describe how all over. Good thing there's just stray paper towel on the floor here.
I mean, that's don't use that. Don't use that. I use that to clean up some bong water. I'm telling you, you don't want that.
Well, now it's got both substances on it. That's good for you.
I mean, at least I was here to witness that go down, because now I know for sure, and I can vouch for you. Like, this guy did not piss his pants just now. That's all Sapporo.
Additionally, my wiener is so far to the right, if that's the case, that I have a medical condition.
That Sapporo was a bad poro.
Yeah. It was a sub-paro.
Ooh.
See? Oh, I'm clever. Okay.
So, all right. Welcome to Grindhaus Movie Club, where we talk about movies and don't have a tagline for our podcast.
They're overrated.
They are. They really are. This week, we watched Cabin Fever.
2002. And
2002.
You'll notice that some people will say 2003, but that's because Lionsgate bought it and released it a year later.
Oh, you know what? I see. Like, a whole time I was like, I thought it was 2002.
It is on the IMDb page.
And then and then when you provided me with that digital download, it did say 2003.
See? Yep. Here we are. That completely legal digital download.
Yes. Thank you to the internet, where, to my understanding, it is not illegal to download things.
No,
but it is illegal to upload them.
It's the Wild West. I don't understand how anything works anymore. Yeah. I just do what I want until the FBI kicks my door down.
And kick they will.
I'm sure.
Kick they will.
Yeah.
Yes. 2002. I was 12. I was 12 when this movie came out. And that's like the first thing I like to think about is, like, how old was I when this horror movie came out? And was this appropriate for me to be, like, watching alone in the basement?
Well, I would have been 10, and I'm not sure I saw it until high school.
Okay, well, I'm going to say no.
Yeah, no is a good answer.
Not appropriate.
There's a lot of shit going on in that movie that, yeah.
Mainly the fingering.
The fingering?
The fingering is the only thing I remember, and the fingering will be the only thing I remember. I only know about this, obviously because I'm an adult and I can watch whatever I want, but, like, as a kid, I had that friend who, he had an older brother, and his older brother would see a movie with tits in it, and he'd be like, hey, check out these tits, and then that kid would come to school and be like, guys, everybody's convening at my place after school, I got something to show you.
Mm-hmm. And it's never anything good?
Yeah. It's always the boobs in Clockwork Orange.
Yeah, great.
Fast forward through the whole movie to see the boobs.
To see the boobs during the rape scene. During basically the rape scene.
And see, when you fast forward the movie, you don't know that's what that scene is. You just see the boobs.
Unless you're pausing directly on the boobs, you could suss out the context of that scene within 10 seconds.
He was pausing directly on the boobs. Yeah, it was like a fast forward, and then he'd be like, pause. Boobs.
That's how you circumvent the knowledge that you're showing children something horrible.
I never watched that movie, and I never will.
I'll tell you.
But I've seen every tit in that movie.
It's not a bad movie.
Somebody gets clubbed to death with a giant penis.
Yeah, that does happen.
It's not even clubbed. It, like, rocks, and he, like, pushes it, and it, like, tips over and bonks him on the head or something weird like that.
I'm not even sure that's the worst thing that happens in that movie. There are worse things that happen. But it's not a bad film. It's very artistic.
Art house.
When you look past all the horrifying things that occur.
So anyway, that kid was like, hey, fingering in this movie. Check it out.
The worst kind of fingering.
Yeah.
By far.
Oh, yeah. It's... Whew.
And I got to tell you, I don't care. These are supposed to be high school students, I assume, or like just graduated high school students.
Something like that.
So you're talking about 18 or 19, fine. And this chick is telling all these stories about all the banging that she's done and crazy drugs and shit, or whatever, drinking. But you're going to tell me that guy is not well-versed enough in fingering to tell the difference between the hole that you want and a dirty, bloody, infected hole right to the side of it?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you may not know where the vagina is, but you know it's not on the thigh.
Yeah, and you're going to know the difference in feeling as well. When he pulled his hand out, there was so much muck on there.
Yeah. That's
not even what a period looks like.
I'm beginning to think, like...
Unless you have a medical condition.
I'm wondering if this is the first, like, this should not be the first part of the movie we discuss, but like...
we got to get it out of the way. It's important.
I'm wondering if there was a hole there, or if he like Play-Doh just kind of like...
Oh, he created it?
And it was like, oh, that feels about right, sure.
Well, that's even worse.
Because it did look like just two fingers jabbed into like a pie.
I couldn't tell. There was so much blood everywhere.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. There was a lot of blood. Okay.
Also, how do you not... You're getting woken up by somebody tickling your uppers and your lowers, and you don't go, hey, there's something going on down there you might not want to be a part of.
Yeah, that's fair warning. But also, like, you should know, I think, when it feels like somebody's digging into your flesh.
Yeah, you should be like, hey,
getting all up in your literal guts.
I don't think this is the activity we should be participating in at the moment.
Ow, why is the bed so wet?
Get me a Band-Aid.
Ow. Ow, the bed. The bed's so wet. What's
I didn't know my
on?
first time was supposed to hurt like this.
Anyway, so that's there in that movie. That's the weird. And for 6 minutes we just talked about that.
Yep. I'm trying to think of what the most noteworthy part of that movie is, and that definitely is one. But I think the campfire story about the bowling alley murderer.
Yes,
which is a true story. I learned.
Oh, yeah.
I was fucking around in the trivia section on this IMDb page for this film, and I found some interesting information.
Okay.
Apparently, that guy got 4 life sentences for that crime.
Nice.
Which is the appropriate number of life sentences for what you did.
It is, but also at the same time, it's like, nobody... What are you going to, like, half electrocute him 4 times? Like, just say he's there till he's dead, you know?
Yeah. No, then you're reincarnated as, like, a screwdriver, and you go back to jail.
Yeah. There's just, like, a toolbox that's just jail for bad screwdrivers.
Yeah, it's the one in the garage at your grandparents' place that you've never seen open. Once.
Yeah, and it's got screwdrivers that have like little ends on them to like things you've never seen before.
Yeah, like 2 prongs, and it's under a stack of tires. That's screwdriver jail.
Screwdriver jail.
Yeah.
So okay, that actually happened?
Yes, that was a real thing. The head in the ball return, I think, didn't happen.
Oh, that's weird because like you go that far, why wouldn't you just put that in there?
Yeah.
Or at least use the ball polisher on it for fun.
Because his head's bald. How could you not? Right. That is Eli Roth's brother, by the way.
Yes, I did see that in the credits. Adam Roth.
Isn't that weird? Also, his other brother is one of the FBI agents at the end. Or the whatever agents that come and kill everybody.
Is he? Okay. I thought the bod at the end. So... I mean, obviously,
we warned you.
Right at the end of the movie, there's a dead body in the water, and the kids are collecting that jug.
Yeah,
that guy kind of looked like Eli Roth a little bit too.
He's one of the 3 that show up in the like suits and hats, and they all have the same uniform to the lemonade stand. That old guy, and then his 2 whatever compadres.
But the guy in the water, he just wasn't like another brother.
That's the fucking main character from the movie.
Is it?
Yeah, he gets dumped there by the deputy.
When?
Yeah.
At what part? I must have been like writing something. I looked away because like I couldn't figure out who that guy was. I'm like, that's cool, just like a dead body in the water.
They do the weird hospital scene with the hallucinatory rabbit, and then they're talking at the front desk, and he's like, "I'll take care of it." And then it cuts to the scene where the deputy's got the bandage on his head. That fucking idiot deputy, the worst police officer.
Olsen.
Oh my god!
Look,
first of all, his name's Olsen.
Is it?
Winston Olsen. And it's important to note that
W. Olsen ain't a cop. Look at him. That's what I wrote the second I saw. Like, that ain't no cop.
How come the police in the backwoods are always scum?
I didn't like how many times he used the word pussy.
That and party.
Oh yeah, big party guy. You get some pussy.
Yeah. Pussy at the party or the party pussy.
And if you're not gonna watch the movie, this kid looks like he's like 17, and he's got like a mustache.
The first mustache you grow once you realize you're able to grow one.
Oh yeah, it's and then there's like a scene where the booze party he was
with
at
underage kids.
Like he's like giving a 40 to like a 10-year-old.
Yep.
Oh my god.
And really encouraging her to drink more than she's comfortable drinking.
Yep. Yeah. Oh.
2002 is a different time.
It was.
And in the woods, it's 2002 forever, if not earlier.
Look, I'm gonna just say, there's many reasons to not go in the woods.
Yeah.
And this cop being like in charge of things is a good reason.
That's not the face you want to see when your friends are dying of flesh-eating disease. So his last name is Olsen, and that's a double joke because one of the characters, Bert, the guy that shoots squirrels because they're gay, which is my favorite line.
This movie has a lot of very good dialogue. I took a lot of note.
Most of it is from Bert.
It is. Some of it's from
that blonde guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
They have the best lines in the film.
Yes, they do.
Anyway, Bert's got a shirt on that says, what does it say? Let's look it up for a sec because I wrote it down because I knew I was going to forget the date. Ripe on 6/13/04. That is the date that the Olsen twins turned 18.
Oh.
No. And this movie came out 2 years before that.
Oh. That's dirty.
The countdown had already begun. Little did you know, Bert was well versed in 4chan, which I should not have been on 4chan at that age.
Oh my god.
Because that's where I learned about the fucking Olsen twin turn 18 countdown. And I was like, I'm like 13 at the time. And I'm like, this is shady behavior. Yeah.
I'm picturing you at like I don't know why, like a library, like a public library. Like, what's going on? You just kind of like, it reminds me of the scene from that movie. It's like you, me, and some other guy. And it's like the two kids are sitting at the computer and they're like, doing like a sexy talk, and it ends up being like some old lady, and the guy's like, I want to poop in your butt.
Yeah. And we poop back and forth forever.
Yeah, I can't remember. I picture you on 4chan like that with like an older brother or an older guy, and like it's like, look at this.
Check this out. They turn 18 in June.
And you know what that means, right? You don't? Oh.
Well, they're ready.
Well, hold on. Let me click a little further. This guy explains it.
Buh. I feel like if you went on 4chan at a public library, you get put on a watch list.
Yeah.
Right away.
Absolutely. I think you get your computer time taken away. You get put. The list you get put on is the do not allow to be on the computer list.
So yeah, the fucking guy. I don't know why Eli Roth had a weird obsession with the last name Olsen at the time.
Yeah.
But he peppered it through his movie pretty effectively.
He sure did. Can we talk about Dennis? Dennis, the fucking menace.
Oh, Pancake Man kid?
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Just taking bites out of people?
Yep. My favorite thing to do is bite hands.
And also, low-key, just know all the karate.
First of all, you go to a convenience store, which is essentially what it is. Mm-hmm. And how the fuck are you supposed to know not to sit beside him on the swing?
Oh, yeah.
His dad comes out like it's just common knowledge. We don't sit on the swing with Dennis.
Yeah, because Dennis is going to bite you.
I would avoid that kid primarily because of his haircut. I don't want to be seen near that.
Honestly, it was a bowl cut and a mullet put together.
At the same time. The two worst haircuts in human history.
It was party at the front and just stay away from that guy at the front.
A terrorist attack at the back.
Oh, my God. But as I was writing notes, I was writing like, oh man, that old cashier man. I was like, yeah. I wrote right here, I want to be the old cashier man. And then he said something that made me immediately write, do not, and with several arrows pointed upwards. And I had to go, wow.
Yeah. We got to draw the line somewhere on this podcast, so the word won't be said.
Thank you very much for not saying it.
But it starts with an N.
Yeah, and I mean, you just go watch the movie. It's within the first like 10 minutes of that movie.
One of the better comedic turns in a horror movie, though.
Yeah,
I would say,
for real.
Because then black people show up. And he's quite friendly to them.
Yeah.
And they reciprocate that friendliness.
I think there was like fist bumps or something.
There were fist bumps and complex handshakes.
But like, holy moly. I was like, what a friendly...
Yeah.
He's like, don't drop that jar of fox piss. Now you have every fox in the community. You have friends you didn't know you had.
Knock the whole darn thing over.
And then, he just...
Yeah, drops it like it's hot.
Yeah, the whole floor falls out from underneath you there in that sentence. And you go, I'm not sure what to grab onto here.
And like really happy that, because I understand that Eli Roth had some difficulty selling the script because of that line, which makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
But
absolutely.
Really happy that he stuck his foot down on that and was like, I'm not taking that out. I don't care how long it takes me to make this movie. That's got to be in there because that's so good.
It's like definitely a shock.
Absolute last thing you would expect from a kindly old convenience store owner.
Right. It's just blatant racism, but then
but it's not.
It gets weirdly turned around at the end. The end of the movie, the last 7 minutes of this movie, I wrote in the biggest capital letters, I did not see the last 7 minutes of this movie coming. Because everything you didn't expect.
Yeah.
There it is. The last thing you expected for the whole movie was right there in front of you.
And that's I enjoy every second of that movie. I forgot actually, and I remember I texted my friend this. I forgot how good it was fully, and I enjoyed every second. I still do.
You know what? Having this be my first time actually watching it,
didn't know that.
Very good.
I love it.
I only saw the fingering part, and I went, "That's not fingering. Yeah. What's this?" Mm-hmm. And immediately,
the rest of the movie makes the gross fingering all worth it. First fucking 5 minutes of that movie, I could have told you 20 feet away that dog was dead.
Yeah, you know
sure
what?
As shit don't need to go all the way up and lift his fucking arm up to see his exposed cavities.
I wrote, never seen a dead dog, but that's a dead dog.
Yeah, I know what a dead dog looks like.
Yeah. I
don't have to explore further.
That dog was liquid.
Yeah.
He was liquid in the middle.
It was goo, and then somehow it exploded all over dude's face.
Yeah. And he's just waving the meat in front of the dog like, come on now. Come on. I got meat. Dog's not moving. And he's not concerned.
If you get close enough to a dog to dangle meat in front of its face enticingly, you're going to be able to tell whether it's dead or not.
The tail's going to wag, whether or not it's like, it's trying to play it cool, like the tail moves.
Yeah, and it could be asleep, and that's still going to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, so dead dog for sure.
Yep. I have it written as idiot woods homeless.
and so that's the guy who like comes, he gets shot right by what's his name with the F? Bert. Mm-hmm. Never gonna forget that name.
Love that FU hat.
Me too.
Love that fucking Ripe On shirt.
Yeah. But so that's the guy, right? He gets sprayed in the face, and then so then Bert's like, no, stay right there. Well, no, the dude like falls into a hole and Bert runs. But before that, he's like, I'm gonna get you water. Hold up.
Yeah.
Stay there. Then it's like what?
Time passes.
It's like 8 hours later, and the guy finally is like,
time for sure passes.
Hey, I'm here. He like finally like wanders up to the house.
There's no way it took him that long to get to the cabin.
Like, he clearly, if it took him that long, he's like, did he even want the help? Was he even like? He's like, finally, all right, let's go. Where's the help?
I've been waiting on this water for what seems like a long time. I'll tell you though, somebody shoots me because that's how badly they want to be away from me. I'm not going to their cabin.
Yeah, no,
I don't care how much fucking help I need.
Yeah.
Oh, that's their cabin? I'm going to walk in the opposite direction.
That's the cabin of a dick.
Yes. A real dickhead staying there.
I'd even like write a sign like a dickhead sleeps here. So everybody in the community knows if you're sick.
Yeah.
This guy's going to put a bullet in the ground before he gets you a cup of water.
Yeah. It's the same as a no trespassing sign, except I'm doing it for your benefit.
Oh, fuck. Oh, the dude with the soul patch. I forget his name. It was like Gitter.
Grim.
Grim.
Yeah.
That's Goober. I have a cat named Grim. She's sleeping on the bed.
Well, we're keeping, the cabin fever dream alive with the cat named Grim. What was his actual name? That was Justin.
You better off with Grim.
Yeah.
If your name's Justin,
stick to
you
Grim.
are a problem child. You made the teacher's life hell, and you probably have freckles.
That's so fucking accurate. I went to school with a kid named Justin, and that's, yep.
I just described the Justin I went to school with.
He started smoking in 10th grade, and he taught himself how to play slap bass like Flea from the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
That's Justin right there.
That's all I remember. Also, he used to get way into Bloody Knuckles. For those of you who don't know what Bloody Knuckles is, you take your hand and you make a fist. You put your fist down on a table, and then somebody else fires a quarter at your knuckles.
And then the prize for the winner?
The bloodiest knuckles. You get to be like, hey, look, these are my bloody knuckles now.
Yeah. Okay.
Isn't that cool? In grade 10, in the hallway right before class.
It's good to make your knuckles bloody with one of the dirtiest things on the planet. Something that's probably fallen between a stripper's tits at some point. Yeah, you should probably make a wound on your body with that.
Yeah, and subsequently handled by teenagers.
Yes, absolutely.
Who are just learning what showers are.
Nasty.
Yep. Stick that in my body, though.
The last time I ever saw the Justin I went to school with, he was buying scratch tickets and just scratching the code to scan.
Yep.
And he was just standing there at the counter like, scan this one.
So I watched this interview with Danny Trejo where he talks about what it was like being in prison. And I don't remember what his sentence was. He got I think it was 10 years for something anyway.
For sure he did.
He was talking about how they make wine. And it's by fermenting fruit in the toilet in your cell. Mm-hmm. And it has a name, but I can't remember the name of it. But, interview, if you're drinking this shit, you're an alcoholic.
Yeah.
That's their period. There's no two ways about it. If you're buying lottery tickets and scratching the code at the counter instead of enjoying the fun of a crossword, you're a gambling addict.
Absolutely you are.
You don't have a choice. That's what you are.
And he was 18.
Oh, great. He got it in early.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he did.
Jeez.
Fucking.
At least do the jumble. What?
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. Go in your low riding hatchback and do the jumble and then come back in. You don't have to go home.
No.
But you can't stand at the counter. I'm sorry.
No, because then you're holding me up. Yeah. And I can't tell you how many times I've been stuck behind, and usually they're older than 18, for God's sakes. But behind some, and there's one downtown at this Max that I go to who's Irish. Mm-hmm. And he's in there, I would say 3 out of the 5 times that I've been in there, just buying lottery tickets and then going over to the scanner and scanning them and bringing them back.
Yeah.
10 at a time.
Yep.
What are you doing to yourself?
That's the exact same behavior.
And it's 7 a.m. Sleep in if this is your whole day.
That's a whole other set of life problems. That guy's trying to solve problems with problems.
Yeah, he's creating problems to solve other ones. That's worse.
Yeah,
he's incurring debt.
To get out of debt. It's real damned if you do, damned if you don't situation.
Remortgaging your house to pay your mortgage.
Oh my God. So the Soul Patch guy, I want to say he had maybe one of the best lines in the entire film.
Which one?
What was his name? His name was Dr.
Was Dog?
Dr. Dog or something.
Dr. Mambo.
Dr. Mambo. And then
beautiful name.
The girl's he's a doctor, like a physician or a professor, and he goes, yeah, he's a doctor, he's a professor of being a dog.
Oh, face.
Yeah. Oh my God.
What a weirdo coming out of the woods.
Right.
You could tell he wasn't what was he doing? He said he had $4,000 worth of equipment outside his tent.
Yeah.
What was he doing there?
I don't know.
With a dog and a pound of weed.
Right. That was a big bag.
It was.
And who the fuck is smoking a stranger's weed? Who in this day and age is going to smoke a stranger's weed?
I mean, chances are you got your own.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
You're right, because you don't know what he put in that.
Exactly. And he just came out of the woods.
Yeah.
Had a soul patch and he said the words, yeah, he's the professor of being a dog. Ooh, face.
As if that was the heaviest insult ever iterated.
He also looked like he was in The Offspring.
Yes, he did.
Yes, 41. You know what? I'll even go as far as maybe Blink-182.
Yeah,
like a Blink-182 cover band.
Blink-183. Definitely from that era. I like that Eli Roth puts himself into his own movies. He does it a lot.
Yeah, he does.
And I think it's pretty cool. Like, fuck it, get it in while you can.
Yeah. He's a real Stan Lee.
And like, you're living the dream. Cabin Fever was one of the highest grossing horror movies that Lionsgate had released up to that point, and it was beaten by Saw, which makes sense given the time period.
Fair enough.
But that shit was made for like $1 million.
Oh yeah, for sure. And it was like you couldn't tell.
No,
there wasn't much to do, right? Like cabin, woods.
Yeah, gore.
Yeah, I don't know how much fake blood you can buy for like $1 million, but like they did it. They did it well.
Yeah,
the effects they got, like
that's a crazy low amount of money for like a larger budget film, and it's weirdly in this limbo between, because it doesn't feel like a B movie at all, but it doesn't feel like a Hollywood blockbuster. Like there's some more authenticity there, and I think a lot of that has to do with the practical effects, which I'll always argue is better than CG. I don't give a shit.
I do appreciate them. They're a lot grosser.
Yes.
They're a lot grosser.
And they require effort and thought.
Yeah.
Whereas, it's not the same as, we'll fix that in post, and then hiring 5 Asian people to make it look good.
Yeah. Yeah, and it just it always looks shiny. I don't know.
It does.
I don't know what about CG, like why things need to be shiny to be CG. But everything looks just like
no idea.
Did they just polish that monster? He looks he looks very shiny.
They gave him the old spit shine before this take.
For real, they did.
So that's why, and CG, like heavy CGI, it looks good if you're doing a film about water.
Yep.
Because everything's already wet.
Absolutely.
Fine. Bad choice for Boba Fett, where you're on a desert planet. Because I can tell.
Yeah, absolutely.
As can everyone else. Although I guess with Star Wars, that's not the first thing I'm thinking of, is like, I want it to be realistic.
Yeah, because then you get like dudes in like big foam costumes and they're like,
yeah.
And then you're just like, this is Jim Henson's The Muppets. And
that poor man got sick and died.
Yes, he did. But I mean, he could have not died. He could have had medicine.
Yeah. He was like, That's the first anti-vaxxer ever.
Yeah. Jim Henson
anti-vaxxer
could have had medicine, and Kermit would still sound good today.
Yeah, it would. Doesn't matter. It wouldn't sound like, weird sounding Muppets. Family Guy joke.
Oh shit. I noted how they were like, fuck this guy with the soul patch until he had the weed.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh cool, let's hear him out. He's got weed.
Yeah.
And then he pulls out the
tiniest pipe,
little metal crack-esque pipe.
Yeah.
And they're like,
sure did resemble a crack pipe. Definitely
sure thing.
Did. We'll just share our saliva on this.
The most crackiest of pipes.
Thank you, woodsman.
Yeah. Thanks for bringing us this.
The main character is the weirdest guy in the world for a bunch of reasons.
Okay.
So it's very obvious from the beginning he's trying to bang this blonde chick. So she rests her head on his shoulder while they're driving to the cabin, and then Bert does the same thing, and he doesn't flinch at all. So he's got her on one shoulder and Bert on his other shoulder, and it took like what I thought was like something somewhat romantic and made it just a group activity for friends.
Yeah.
But it didn't affect him, despite the fact that he's trying to get his dick in with this chick.
Yeah, for real. He's he's a player. That's the game.
Yeah.
Man.
So if one of my guy friends rested their head on my shoulder, that's hilarious. Just fine with me. Not when I got a soft chub because I'm being touched by the love of my life.
Yeah.
That'd bring up a lot of confusing feelings for me. Also, Bert in that truck had a Game Boy Advance. I don't know if you noticed that.
I did not notice that.
It was in his lap, and it was only for like 2 seconds. You get to see it.
This Bert character, he seems like
he's the best guy.
He seems like an all right guy, but then he becomes he gets worse and worse over the movie, like how he didn't tell anybody about the dying guy in the woods.
He shot him.
Yeah, but he was also like a sick dude, and his face was melting, and He didn't mention it at all. He was just like, normal day in the woods.
Fair enough. You'd think even if you were to omit the fact that you shot the guy, hey, there's the sickest man I've ever seen over by the creek.
You guys want to see something fucked up? Go down to the creek, but don't get too close.
Yeah, please, God, don't get too close. Or like,
I saw a monster man in the woods. I saw a goopy-faced monster man.
Yeah.
Let's leave.
And then they go, oh, just you've been listening to that Supernatural podcast too much.
Oh, good Lord. Down in the woods. You just watch too many horror movies, man.
Also with the main character. Now, this is a thing about sensing tone. And I understand that people don't necessarily know how to do that all the time. And it doesn't make you autistic, but that's a group of people who can't sense tone. I get to a cabin drive with groceries, and I'm there with my girlfriend and a bunch of my friends. My girlfriend and I go directly into the bedroom. We don't fuck around with the groceries or anything. We just go straight in there. If one of my friends came in and like burst the door open without knocking and was like, "Who's up for a dip?" That's not going to be met well.
Yeah, no, probably not.
How do you not know what's happening behind that door?
Yeah, real.
They beelined for that room.
Yeah, and like they didn't say anything. They were very discreet about it. But it's like,
peace out.
Oh, they're either changing or they're doing the horizontal mommy daddy wrestling match. Mommy daddy horizontal time.
And then so awkward trying to explain to this girl that he likes her. And like nothing about this guy, this character was easy socially. It was all painful and difficult. Even talking to the fucking deputy for the first time, that was like the most casual that he was, and it was still awkward. It was like he was ignoring things that he didn't want to hear from the deputy's mouth. He didn't say fuck all about partying for the most part. I don't know what to say about that. That's just a weird guy to have around.
Yeah, this is the same guy who when they were doing it, she reversed him, right?
What?
Well, he was on top of her, and then all of a sudden, it was the other way around.
And then he got it in the.
If you catch my drift.
And then he got it in the old.
That's the same scene you're talking about, right? Same guy.
That's the who's up for a dip, but I'm talking about Paul, the kid with the brown hair.
Right. Yeah, that was a really awkward scene where like he's a cop, behind him, truck covered in blood.
Yeah, no. Hey man, you guys have really been partying.
Yeah, red flag right there that he didn't even. I don't even if he looked at the truck, if he cared about the truck.
He did eventually look at it,
yeah,
and that was like it was like the most casual response ever to a truck mangled and covered in blood.
Yeah, you got you got a dinger there, little fender bender, huh?
Now, there is a chance that because they're out in the country, he would have assumed it was just like animal blood or something. Like they're hunters and they hit an animal.
Not like that, though.
Yeah, it would be
and it's on the inside, too.
It would be a stretch, for sure.
Yeah, that sick dude, just like... Bleh.
Mm-hmm. Just throw out blood everywhere.
Yeah, that's...
burn that truck. That truck gets burnt.
Absolutely.
I'm not going in that truck. I don't care how much you spray it down.
Yeah.
You could hit it with Lysol for 3 hours. Oh, what's that little speck right there? You ever seen crime scene footage? They run that black light over top of something. You could have washed the sheets 15 times.
Oh,
dude.
yeah.
There's still semen there.
They're gonna find a fiber or they're gonna find a sperm cell or something.
Yeah. Fingerprints.
Oh my God. God help you if it's a spermy fingerprint too.
I wish they had luminol.
But they didn't need luminol here. The crime scene was very much in play.
It was still an active crime scene.
Yeah. There was still crime to be had still. Like, the cops got brought in early, and frankly, I think the crime could have commenced further had the cop not shown up. But I agree. It was that whole thing, like he just wasn't listening to what he was like.
No.
Oh yeah, that girl over there.
Yeah, he was concerned with somebody else fucking.
And like he wasn't even like, hey, don't look at her, or like, hey, that's my gal.
No mention. Yeah,
the guy's just like, oh, so you really party? There's one girl. Shit.
And you just go, yeah, I don't know. We hit the truck with a bat.
We had to scare him off with a bat. Oh, yeah, so you hit him? No, we just scared him off. The blood, though, we scared him.
We scared him good.
We scared the blood right out of him. Holy shit.
Yeah. What? Yeah. I'm just going through my notes here and trying not to be dead silent.
Well, I so like when the sick guy showed up, I thought their reaction to the sick guy was like still very 2020. Like, chasing them with the bat, like, get out of here, you sick son of a bitch.
That's what the fuck I was gonna say. Like, it's weird how you find like accurate depictions of COVID era long before COVID.
Right.
If I saw somebody who clearly had COVID, I would be pointing a rifle at them as well.
For real.
I'd have no problem with, you're coughing up a storm and I could tell it's one of those wet coughs and you go, I can't taste.
Yeah.
I might threaten you with a bat if you're trying to get into my cabin.
For real.
I just might.
Have some decency if you're sick. Just
stay away.
Social distancing, away. Man.
I don't care how much help you need. I'm going to be cold and cruel in this situation. I got grandparents.
I really enjoyed the scene where they like make their friend sleep out in the shed.
Yeah.
And they were like, Karen, I'm sorry. We just don't want to get it. Yeah. And then like the other guy's like, Karen, please. Yeah. And then they come back and she's like smoking a cigarette and she's like, close the door. I don't want to get anyone sick. Yeah. It's very relatable in 2020.
Yeah, that's a very realistic depiction. My friend Joe got COVID last week, and conversely, they still asked me if I wanted to come over on Friday, and I was like, oh, you're just getting out of quarantine? I'll give it a bit.
There you go. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, for real, though. I had, there's like some lady came into my work, and she was like, yeah, I'm quarantining tomorrow, and we all just kind of like took a big old step back and sanitized our bodies.
Yeah. Like, my coworker has a story about his wife's work where a guy came in who was sick. He had taken a test that he got from that place of work, which means, and it tested positive. But in the meantime, he was concerned about it enough to actually pick up a test from work. But before that, he came in, put his lunch in the fridge, and mingled. Because she saw him have to go to the fridge to take his lunch out when he left after it came back positive. Why wouldn't you care more right away?
People don't understand how illness works, I guess.
No.
You don't get ill when you're ready to be ill.
That's exactly, I'm not actually sick until the positive test.
Yeah, exactly.
It's fine. That's what actually taking the test is what made it positive in the first place.
It's Schindler's test. No, it's so shit. I mean,
Now, Schindler and Schrodinger are two very different people.
Yeah, they had a different set of skills, I think. It's Schrodinger's test, not a dead cat in a box, no.
You could be positive and negative at the same time until you look.
Right? Right, yeah, exactly. You're not sick until you actually enter quarantine.
Oh my god.
That's
that's where we're at.
So
I don't care all that much.
Yeah, people are brilliant. I like this whole this trucker thing that's going on. Mm-hmm. We got like slow rolling trucks rolling through.
Borders are blocked right off.
I think my favorite thing I gotta show you was I saw on Twitter. It was like people were just tearing people apart on the news. And I retweeted it because it was good. It was just good stuff
on the news.
Yeah.
Oh, you got how do magnets work right there? I see that.
Yeah, like that's like how do magnets work? That's like old school stuff. I don't think people actually understand that reference. So this guy was on the news and he says the only thing police need to worry about is God's judgment. But this man is wearing 2 sweaters with hoods on, and on top of those hoods he's got a hat. So it's like the only thing police need to worry about is God's judgment. Man who doesn't understand how hat works. But he's got a hat on top of 2 sweater hoods.
And here's my thing, right? They choose who to interview.
Oh yeah,
which means they saw him probably from across the street. And we're like, this will be good.
Oh yeah, that guy. He looks ignorant. Let's get him on TV.
Exactly.
And then there's this other quote from a guy. He's like, I'm going to jail forever if it means freedom. Oopsies. It's an oopsies.
You might want to look up the dictionary definition of freedom.
Yeah, for real.
Because it ain't jail. I like it. Well, good. I'm glad that they're getting theirs on a website that they don't even probably know how to use.
Yeah. So my point is times are changing.
Mm-hmm.
The times, they are a changing. That wasn't my point, but I just wanted to make it anyway.
That's fine. What are you, Bob Dylan now?
For real. These times, they are a changing. I noted here at about 40 minutes.
You got time codes down?
Yeah, 47 minutes into the movie, almost exactly, is the fingering.
Right at 40.
Right at 47 minutes in.
47. Okay.
Is the fingering.
So you could do 46:59.
Yep.
And then, if you don't want to be traumatized for the remainder of your existence,
go right ahead to
48:59.
Yeah, there you go. And then you'll be like, oh, well, why is she so upset? What's wrong?
Yeah, I don't understand why people talk about this movie like it's so gross.
For real.
Weird.
And NBD, you get the 47-minute cut where they just cut that minute out of the movie.
Yeah. They use a physical roadmap to find a cabin. I don't think if you put a map in my hand, I would know what the fuck to do with it.
There's a lot of things on a map.
There are tons. There's topography half the time.
Yeah, for real. There's like topography. Sometimes there's like rural routes. And those are just roads that go, who fucking knows?
Yeah, and a lot of them are mostly dirt, and you can't tell where it begins and ends.
It's like, am I on a driveway?
Yeah.
Is this a highway?
Am I driving down a hiking trail right now?
I haven't seen a car in years. It's just dust and coyotes.
I kind of wish that see, my problem is I wouldn't know where to place myself if you gave me a map. Mm-hmm. You give me a map in my area, chances are if I need a map, I don't know where the fuck I am. So giving me a map that doesn't have like a mall map that you are here, little red dot, I'm not going to have any idea.
Yeah, but the problem with that is like you would need a lot of maps.
Tons.
Yeah.
All kinds.
You need a book full of maps to like take a step, flip the page. Oh, I'm here. Okay.
When was the last time you saw like a map of a region?
The last one I can picture was being pulled down on like one of those things. Yeah,
fucking geography class in 10th grade.
Yeah, you like snap it and then it stays down, and then when you pull on it, it goes and then fucking rings around 100 times, and the teacher's like, "What? Now I gotta fix that shit."
Yeah,
you idiot kids, you broke it. I said be gentle. But yeah, I'm picturing a map like that. Other than like on my phone where I'm like, I don't know how to get here.
So I had at one point a book that was essentially the region of Ontario.
Okay.
And it was as thick as a dictionary.
How close are these pictures getting?
It depends. You turn to one page and it would be like a zoomed in version, but the roads are the same. So I don't really know how helpful they are. You have to have a starting point. You have to know where you are at the beginning. And then you have to trace yourself like the worst game of GeoGuessr ever in order to get to your destination.
Is this a coffee table book, or is this like a helpful book for getting places?
It was supposed to be a helpful book for getting places.
It sounds like a coffee table book.
I wouldn't. So it was almost like a pamphlet.
Oh.
So it was book in size, and then it folded out. And like all these individual pages. Go back to 1968. That's where you get it.
But like, how do you even get trees that size?
It's
what the fuck? How are you getting a tree to make a page that big?
Redwoods. That's why the Amazon rainforest is fucked.
That's because we had to keep printing maps of Southern Ontario.
We're still recovering from the great map production of 1980.
Boy, the guy who invented the map
is a fucking asshole.
He's probably real pissed knowing that we just got that shit on our phones now.
His carbon footprint is the size of Bigfoot's footprint.
Oh, for real. What a dick. How did you feel about the Listerine aftercare for like when he raw dogs the girl? Do you think that's good for aftercare?
If you have 99% alcohol Listerine, I bet you might as well just use isopropyl and light it on fire. Yeah. Also, that's going in your pee hole. Hence why it's so painful. It's going right in there.
You might as well just stick your dick in Tiger Balm.
Yep. Also, it's called flesh-eating bacteria because it eats the flesh, not the skin on top of that. It's already in you.
And if like Listerine could kill like this kind of bacteria, don't you think we would just be bathing in it?
Yeah. I would take a Listerine bath and deal with a little bit of stinging if it meant I wasn't going to get fucking necrotizing fasciitis for the rest of my life.
The thing is, I wasn't even considering that. I was just thinking he like raw dogged her, and he's like, well, I don't want herpes, and just like just Listerine on the dick.
About disease.
Yeah, I was thinking like STDs. I wasn't even.
I don't think for STDs Listerine is an effective.
I think it's for bad breath, actually.
Yeah.
I don't think you're supposed to pour it onto your genitals in any...
No, you use it for that.
There's no context.
And maybe to disinfect your electric razor after you shave your asshole. Maybe.
But you should be pouring it onto your razor and not dipping it in. I think that's...
Oh, no dip.
Yeah, no dip. Unless you got like a barber side thing.
Yeah, fine.
At this point, get a new razor. They come in packs of 3, or... just like wax your ass.
Wax it.
Wax your ass. I'm going to say that right now. I'm going to stand by it.
If you care about having a hairless ass, wax it.
Yeah. Especially if you got this disease, because there's a whole scene where she's shaving her legs and she flays the skin right off.
Rips her own leg wide open.
3 times.
That's worse to me than the fingering scene, and I meant to say that earlier.
You know what? I was like, oh my god, the whole time.
Yeah, that fingering, that's like a one-time oopsie. She goes back for more twice.
Yeah, how do you not notice the first time when like a strip of skin comes off?
And she must not have. I thought, because she's crying during, and so I thought that maybe she was traumatized and trying to find like some semblance of normalcy, even though she was, dying slowly and she knew it. Mm-hmm. But nah, she freaks right out the second she sees her leg.
Yeah.
So you didn't look down while you're shaving?
You didn't feel like a piece of fish come off your leg and plop into the water. Ugh.
Also, the noise it must have made when it plopped into the water.
Yeah.
That's not the sound of shaving cream.
She could just easily just like put that back on, though. That's what skin grafts are.
That's how it works? Yeah. It's just that and Gorilla Glue.
It really is. That's medical science. That's my understanding.
I think it's important to note that guy Listerined his dick off, but then he wasn't worried enough about getting sick to try and climb up a rickety-ass ladder in the reservoir just to poke a dead body in the water.
Oh, yeah.
There's no reason for him to need to poke that dead body.
That fucking scene.
And that idiot...
That scene was too much for me.
Gets halfway down a ladder and pokes a dead-ass body for just cuz.
Yeah, like there was... What's he going to do? Identify the corpse? Like,
exactly.
That's what I thought. He was like, is he going to flip it over to see if it's a guy?
I need to see who it is.
It's the guy. Look at him.
Look at his
head.
He's
a burned corpse in the water. It's the guy.
It's for sure the guy. Why are you probing? Hey, that's the guy. Oh, what? All of my friends are getting sick for seemingly no reason. I don't really know what we did. Oh, we drank the water?
Yeah.
We drank the water right in the cabin. And where am I? I'm at the water treatment facility where we get the water from.
You know what's funny? The whole time I've been watching this, like from the start of the movie, like, so how are they going to get sick? Mm-hmm. First, I'm like, oh, Dennis bit that guy. That's how they get it.
You think that's it?
Oh, he's spraying blood all over the place. That's how he gets it.
That's a good example, and yes.
But they totally were drinking that water. They were drinking the water
the whole time. You didn't notice that it was getting zoomed, like the glass is full of water getting zoomed in on?
I didn't. You know what? I did notice the one like knife. There was like a knife sitting on a counter and she picked it up and they made an effort of her going like stink as she picked it up, and I was like, okay, well, what's the knife for?
There was that. When the chick Karen gets sick, he gets her a glass of water and it's got like a lump of something floating in it.
I don't think I'm not gonna lie. I got a little high before I watched this movie. I don't think I noticed that, but that I should have noticed that. Looking back on it now.
So one of the things that, like, when the first time I watched it and I was quite young, that I was confused by was I couldn't figure out, like, what made specifically that main character sick. In hindsight, it's, well, he banged sick chick raw. That's number one. He gets all watery in that reservoir. That's number. How do you not drink that? You for sure are. Yeah, he's like half drowning.
He went in. It's up your nose and your ears.
His mouth was wide the fuck open.
Water goes everywhere you don't want it to go.
Pick a hole. Water's going in that when you're in water.
Yeah. Good luck keeping your butthole that tight.
And they drank the water at the cabin. And they made a point of like, so there were plenty of times in my age, I didn't notice. So I made a point of like really paying attention to the possibilities. And so like, yeah, she's fucking, everybody takes a shower. The only person who didn't, and let me tell you, I'm going to go off on a tangent for a second. It wouldn't take a flesh-eating disease for me to have a bet where I drink nothing but beer for an entire week at a cabin. I would do that shit in a heartbeat. He gets dismembered, and then he tries to fly away with his hideous giant bat wing. Mm-hmm. But you're going to be skeptical of the psychic over the phone.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. Go fuck yourself, psychic. Thank you very much.
10 minutes away from that horrible thing.
Yeah.
And, okay, now we're in Normal Town, so it should be fine. Stephen King hasn't even heard of this place.
Oh, yeah. Nah, yeah, we're good. Nah, no, psychic.
No, I believe you immediately after I see that shit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm very willing to hear what you have to say.
Did you see the cats yet? Guess what? I'm looking for cats all day.
Yeah, I'm gonna be avoiding cats. By the way, the scene where she hits him with the car is very real because the speedometer on the car they were driving was broken. So she hit that stuntman going way faster than she should have.
Oh my god.
And it almost was like the end of that dude's directing career.
So like because he does the thing where he is apparently from the Matrix and he's Agent Smith and jumps over the car a bunch of times while they're trying to hit him. And then he gets trucked, and I was super confused because I was like, so he can do that, and then he just chose not to suddenly. I was like, you know what? I'm going to take this one to the head.
I thought that was a little funny, but no, she like smoked him going way faster than she was supposed to be going.
So he got hit for very real.
Yeah.
Jeez. All right.
So that dude went to the hospital, and the director was like, that's the end.
We can't continue. Alec Baldwin's going to jail probably.
I hope so. I mean,
for those of you who are unaware, Alec Baldwin shot and killed a person by accident because he didn't. And you get trained with guns before you use them in scenes, especially when you're an actor for that long. You don't go, oh, thanks for the revolver. Let me look directly in it to see if there's bullets.
Yeah, even then, I would even like pull the bullets out and be like, are these blanks? These don't look like blanks.
I don't know about those.
Or I'd be like, hey, pop, shoot a bird. All right, we're gonna need some blanks.
The first rule of, and so they published this whole statement about like safety on set and the rules when you're handling firearms while shooting a film and stuff. And one of them was don't aim it at people unless it's in the scene. Yeah, that makes sense. Nobody needs to be told that. The first fucking rule of gun safety is don't point it at anything you don't intend to kill. That's right there. That is. You get a little book when you have a gun, and that's like the first page in probably huge letters.
Yeah, it is. I think it's that, and then it's like the next 3 pages are just the same thing, just in different languages.
How fucking disrespectful is Alec Baldwin? Just like, hey, whoops.
What a guy.
I didn't care about human life for 5 seconds just now. My bad.
Alec, if you're watching, please come on the podcast and just break things. No, not you, Alec. Jay's breaking things.
I'm dropping shit. Listen, 30 Rock wasn't that funny. Sorry, man.
I can't believe you'd say that.
I was. This is a huge derail, but
okay. Right.
I put out a series of tweets this week targeting actors because I've been seeing a lot of people, and it's because my friend posted a tweet saying, just a reminder that my manager at Sephora, you'll notice I used the name of the fucking store, basically told me to stop being sad because it was affecting my work 2 weeks after my dad passed away.
Oof.
And so, but she put like asterisks in the name Sephora. And I was like, and then I started seeing it more. And I assume it's because these people don't want to be tracked by whatever company or person they're talking about.
Okay.
Anyway, I was like, fuck that. And I started shitting on Chris Hemsworth and Benedict Cumberbatch and Walmart. Spanish people love Benedict Cumberbatch.
I'm really confused with where you're going here.
I got more hate for that tweet than I've gotten for rape jokes in the past. Somebody told me I was Western Cancer.
Wow.
And so I had to Google it. I had to do Google Translate on it, but damn, son. All right. It was because I said that his eyes look like they're trying to escape his nose. You really upped the ante there, Carlos. Holy fuck.
It's probably Benedict himself. Just like, I'll show this guy.
He's got sock puppet accounts just for every region.
Oh, yeah. He's got tabs upon tabs.
Also, somebody with a Bill Hader fan account told me that making fun of Benedict Cumberbatch is so 2015. So I said the only thing funny about Bill Hader is what his teeth look like when he smiles.
Oof.
If you're going to come to the defense of an actor, don't have your favorite actor be a horribly ugly actor.
That's some
Bill
spicy words.
I'm fear. Oh, if I get famous, words. if I get clout from these actors for this and it's negative, I win anyway. Love it.
This podcast is taking a turn.
Dude, I'll make fun of any actor, especially comedians, because get a sense of humor.
You know what? I wish I had an actor to crap on myself, but I can't think of one because I'm just so off guard. You caught me.
Nicolas Cage has bird hair.
Yeah, but he needs
he owns it also, so it's like
he needs it.
It's not even a roast because he'd probably be like, "Fuck yeah, I do. It's great."
Give you all.
There you go. So you did it. It went great.
So do you think that this movie was really good for like the song Jeepers Creepers? Do you think that brought that back for a little bit?
I'm curious as to whether or not they just like chose a public domain song and wrote the movie around it. Nah.
They didn't.
Well, here's the thing. There are at least 2 versions of that song in this movie.
There are. And I liked the remix, like the club. The club
like a Britney Spears song. I wondered like how hard it would be to find a song famous enough to have that many versions and make a movie about it.
Right.
So I wrote, where is it? I wrote some funnier. First of all, so many opportunities to make like shitty horror movie slasher puns. He rips a guy's heart out in the police station, and I was like, oh, looks like his heart's no longer in this fight. Ooh. Oh, man, I felt good about myself for that. I shouldn't have. It was such a dad joke. Yeah, I wrote down triple tap for that.
yeah, exactly. It's the first time we ever get to see it, and I don't think we're going to see it again until we watch Zombie Land. Yeah.
I also wrote down the names of the actors so I wouldn't forget this time.
Are you ready for the original title to this movie?
Yeah.
Here Comes the Boogeyman. Here Comes the Boogeyman was the original title. And then I bet they just heard that song and like, wait a minute. Hold up. Hear me out. What if? You know how this guy really likes sucking peepers?
Yeah. Huge fan.
What if Jeepers Creepers?
What if those peepers make you go, Jeepers? Yeah, so that song, and he's taken Justin Long's eyes out.
Yep.
That song is about eyes. Does that mean that? And so Giselle the psychic, when she's on the phone with him, is like, watch out for that fucking song, because apparently it's about you now. Does that mean that he's got a song that he likes to play for every part that he takes out?
I would be interested to hear some of the other ones.
Celine Dion's My Heart Will Go On.
There you go. And he's just fucking like squeezing it like,
yeah.
I really enjoyed like that song. Like, 'cause it's just like a jaunty tune to just, just to like suck body parts out of skulls with.
And now, you've said in the past that you enjoy juxtaposition.
Yeah.
So here we are.
That was a good example, I think.
Yeah.
It reminded me of the episode of the X-Files where there's like a dude who comes out every 40 years or whatever, or every 7 years to eat people's livers.
Just the livers.
Yeah, and
he's got a bad drinking problem.
It's got something to do with like being able to sleep. Like he like hibernates for years because whatever, like the proteins and the iron in the livers.
Okay.
But like he's also.
Then we're getting into science now, and I know nothing.
It's the dude who can like crawl through vents because he contorts his body and stuff.
Yeah. I do remember him. I remember reading a list of like the most effective monsters from the whole series, and tapeworm mouth, and then that guy was also on it.
Yeah, that guy really creeped me the fuck out.
And like the cannibal family or the incest family, the hillbillies there.
Yeah.
Really happy that there's no hillbillies in this movie.
Oh yeah, even though it was filmed in Florida, we avoided I don't know how they avoided the hillbillies so nicely, but
it was fantastic.
Something to note, I read, I think they mention it once, and they should have made it like a bigger part of the movie, but he like comes out every 23 years.
Yeah.
So 2 divided by 3 is 0.666 forever.
0.666, all right.
Repeating forever.
Because
he keeps coming back.
Yeah, he sure does, despite everybody's fucking best efforts, honestly.
which is it's also funny. The guy who owns that dude's car, like the creeper car, he like saved that, and they're like, just in case you want to do number 3, I got this.
I got bad news for you. It wasn't worth it.
No, that
fucking movie sucks so bad.
Oh, there is a number 3.
Yeah, there is. You know why you've never heard of it? Because it's fucking horrible.
Okay, all right. I figured it was just in his garage still, like, and he's like, I gotta park my car there.
It was something like they weren't gonna, and then suddenly there was some interest. So they really just slapped together a movie.
Was it called Jeepers Creepers Reborn? Because I saw that come up when I Googled this movie.
Maybe.
To get to the IMDb.
Unless that's an even newer one, in which case,
it came out last year.
It's older than that. So there is a newer one.
Oh, so there's like 4 of these.
Yeah.
That's not great. They should. I mean, they probably don't need to have hype behind them, but kind of like Cabin Fever, how it had like the number 2 and 3, and then like a remake. But
Cabin Fever 3.
Who remembers that?
Cabin Fever fucking, I can't remember if it's called Spring Fever. It's either 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Either way, like the opening scene is a kid in a high school pissing in a stall, and he rips his own dick off because he's got flesh-eating disease.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah, you should.
Speaking of pee, it's really important to note this was confirmed by Ryan Long, or not Ryan Long, Justin Long.
Ryan Long. Shout out to Ryan Long, dude. You're doing well for yourself, and I'm impressed.
This was confirmed by Justin Long. In the scene where they like pull over to pee. That's his real piss.
It's real pee, right?
That's his
there?
real piss.
Oh, fuck yeah, it is.
So real piss right there on camera.
I got news for you. If I almost get run off the road by a truck, there'd be no need to stop for piss. It would already have happened.
Oh, this is. Wait, is it before? No, it's after.
I think it's right after, but it's before they see him at the church.
I feel like I would really have to piss, so I'd be like, either pass me a jar and avert your eyes, or we're pulling over.
He goes, I gotta pee. We better stop. And I just go, I did.
I'm sorry about your classic car.
Let's wait until we're like at least an hour away from this guy that almost tried to murder us, literally.
So this dude comes out every 23 years to eat body parts to regenerate.
Yeah.
And ain't nobody's seen this giant flying bird.
No.
Nobody's seen this big flappy motherfucker zipping around.
Because he's been doing it forever. And so I wondered if it was like, he's
doing it during the day.
Yeah, he doesn't give a shit about who sees him fly
like,
at all.
It can't wait till nighttime. He's got to get these bodies down the tube.
Yeah.
During the day.
Even worse in the second one where he just straight up starts attacking a school bus full of children and it's like noon.
Right.
There's a movie called Willy's Wonderland.
Yes, there is.
That is a Nicolas Cage movie. It's essentially Five Nights at Freddy's, but it's 10 times better than that game.
I feel like it was Five Nights at Freddy's, and they're like, we're not going to call it that now.
No.
Halfway through.
I appreciate that he didn't spend the entire movie in a security room.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looking at cameras.
That would have been a rough start to a series of many, many movies to come.
But so I wondered if there was like some sort of, in that movie, they talked to the local cops about why there's a Chuck E. Cheese that people keep going into and disappearing. And it turns out that the cops have this like understanding with the supernatural force of these dead serial killers. Yeah, man. Where they trade people coming into the town for, in exchange, they don't fuck around with anybody in it. So I was wondering if like the police here, because it's generations of these cops who've had these missing posters that are filling the walls of their precinct. And they really were interested in solving this problem in-house, which was bizarre to me because half these cops are fucking 18 years old. I wondered if they had some kind of silent agreement with this guy where it's like, Fair enough. You can kill the people driving in here if you want, but like, stop fucking around with us. But then you get to the scene where he's in the precinct eating, cops. So
yeah,
my idea got shut right down.
But maybe no. Well, I mean, yeah, he's eating the cops, but I mean, he had a choice he couldn't refuse. It's like, look at that tasty heart. And
that's
stuff.
that's the tastiest heart I've ever smelled in my life.
So with the cat lady. There was that scene with that cat lady, by the way. Why is it always deranged old people living in the middle of nowhere?
Because nobody wants them anywhere else.
They're always out of their mind.
Yeah.
Looming in the darkness. Wild hair. Tons of cats.
So worried about her cats being taken away.
Yeah. And like she wasted no time. Like, what's that? A scarecrow? That ain't my scarecrow. Where's my gun?
That scarecrow its head was cat-shaped.
Was it?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't catch that.
You don't really get to see it all that well because it's obviously nighttime, but I read it on the IMDb trivia.
Yeah, she just fucking blasted that thing. Like, what is that? Get that out of here.
Let me tell you.
That's my kind of old lady right there. No nonsense.
This creeper is fucking Deadpool because he gets annihilated by that shotgun. He blows the fuck right up.
Yes, he does.
And he's like, fine.
Well, yeah, he just I got some body parts to munch.
Yeah, it might take me a second, but I'll be good. He's fucking Deadpool.
Oh yeah, he gets blasted with the gun. He gets run over a bunch.
Yeah,
and then he just like grows a leg because he eats one. Just chows that leg down.
He grows yet another dusty as fuck leg. Why is this guy so dusty all the time?
Right? You think like
he's getting new parts. There's moisture still. There's got to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like he just stands still either. Like, you know how hard it is to collect dust?
Yeah.
You really got to not move.
You got to do nothing for a while.
Yeah, you got to do nothing like those books on my shelf. You got to sit there going untouched for multiple years.
You don't even look at them because it might disturb the patina.
Yeah, I would hate to look at them and then have my eyes absorb some of the color that the sun is depleting off the pages.
Yeah. Really stops being scary for a second after he shows up at the precinct there with his no leg and hobbles like a homeless man hilariously.
Well, so here's the thing. I know like he's supposed to be a creepy guy who's scary. When I look at him, I see a Power Rangers villain. I see
you're seeing Ivan Ooze.
I'm seeing one of those dudes who hangs out with that queen evil lady.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, we'll get those Power Rangers next time. And that's the dude. I see him, and then he puts the Undertaker hat and coat on, and it's just, who is this guy? He's just seen two things in his life, and one was wrestling, and the other was just an episode of the Power Rangers.
This guy, so he's covered in bandages also, so he's basically the Mummy. So once again, you can just unravel that bitch.
Yeah, really.
Just stay away from his wide open tooth mouth.
Yeah, I thought that was badass how his head opened up.
Yeah, that was fucking sick.
Going back to the cat lady when he the dude goes into her house. He's like, what did you bring into my house? She goes in there.
Don't blame me for that bitch. He's hanging out in your cornfield.
Right? You hear a couple shotgun blams, and then she's just like loitering in the darkness again, like obviously run away from that.
Yeah, it's not going to be anything good.
She didn't come right out and go, hey, how's it going?
Yeah.
Don't worry, I got him.
She went into that house with a certain energy, and she came out with a much different one.
Yeah.
Something's amiss.
And in that scene reminded me very much of Independence Day. Remember the scene where they're all in the lab? It's like it's supposed to be Area 51 or whatever. It's underground.
Fuck.
And the aliens, like, they're all experimenting on it, and they're like, there's like a glass wall. And then
It's been so long since I've seen that shit. And
the alien's still alive, and he grabs the dude by the throat and like holds him up to the glass, and they're like, "Oh, he's okay." And then they realize, like, no, this alien's got him by the throat, and he's like using him as a voice box.
Yeah, I remember a scene like that, but I don't think it was from Independence Day. Like, there's a couple examples of that being a thing.
Mm-hmm. That was just really creepy.
I want to say it was like a Friday the 13th or Nightmare on Elm Street where there's just like a victim's head. And they're like talking behind. It's dead silence. That's what it was. That fucking old woman puppet movie.
Yes, I remember that.
Because she talks through the dolls, right?
Yeah.
So you see the dolls, but then she's like behind them. It's just fucking. I thought of that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The old man in the basement is specifically. Yeah.
Also, that scene with the old lady was the creeper had Mr. Jeepers. I don't know what to call him.
Yeah,
he's got many names.
I think by the like lore of the movie, just called the creeper. I don't know.
Sure, that was his one line in the movie, and they cut it out. But like his mouth still moves. If you look, they just cut out the audio of him using his one line.
I'll tell you, I much prefer him never to talk.
Right. But then he just like heaves that dead lady like a bag of trash. Just like a dirty tissue. He's blown his nose and he just whoof. And she goes. Just like, fuck this old bitch. She ain't got no parts I need.
That was one of the funniest fucking things I've ever. She's still kind of alive.
Yeah.
And he chucks her like a fucking bag of rice, man.
Just an old bag of hankies, just heaving it. And then that still makes me think of, oh my God, was it Cabin Fever where he just like closed? No, it's Cabin in the Woods where he clotheslines that old zombie or the young zombie. Just
also, that's not this creeper has such a track record of treating parts disrespectfully. He just chucks a cop's head onto the road.
Yeah, oh like, my God, does he ever?
I don't want that. And after he takes the guy's tongue out.
Oh yeah, first of all, I'm like, is he making it with that head?
That's what I thought at first as well.
And then it's like, well, first of all, he's gonna suck the eyes out because Jeepers Creepers, he has his eyes.
Now he wants the tongue this time.
Yeah, and then he doesn't say anything.
Little tonsil hockey.
He could have been like,
yeah, you could have.
Just come at you with some Freddy Krueger tongue.
I would have absolutely loved that.
Simmons shit.
In that scene where he's ripping out the longest tongue I've ever seen on a human being, there's, I don't know if you noticed, but there's a billboard in the background.
I haven't. No, I didn't. Don't notice that.
It's for a meat factory.
Okay.
And the slogan fucking says, "It just tastes so darn good." So you see the silhouette of him pulling a tongue out of a mouth, and then that's right behind him.
Oh my God, I did not notice that.
Yeah, I wanted to make a point of bringing that one up to you because I really wanted you to see it.
That's fucking beautiful. I'm gonna have to go back and check that out.
Yeah. That old lady, by the way, is my favorite character in this movie.
The cat lady?
Yeah, because she doesn't fuck around for a second.
No,
like
she
doesn't. Something's weird. I'm getting my gun.
Zero nonsense. Like you think she's
none.
First of all, I was like, oh, she's going back inside. Smart old lady. And then she reappears with a shotgun. I'm like, brilliant lady.
That she clearly knows how to wield. Because
she does.
She's got the butt up against her shoulder and everything. She's practicing proper gun handling technique.
She's clearly took it in her gun safety course for sure.
Van Helsing.
Van Helsing.
That's who you went Undertaker. Creeper looks like fucking Van Helsing to me. And it's mostly the hat and coat.
It's absolutely the hat and coat. I'm with you. Who else wears a hat and coat like that unless they're cosplaying as one of those two characters? Yeah. I can't think of anybody else.
We're a long way from fucking Florida Anime Con.
Oh yeah, we are. And even then, like, you don't want to go because it's Florida. If you live in Florida, you know.
I'm sorry for you.
I know I didn't offend anybody with that sentence. Everybody's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, get it.
Sure. I think it's important to note, because I really appreciated this. Mm-hmm. They were written as brother and sister, so that there would be no sexual tension. And it's just a scary monster movie.
Make that choice every time, please.
You got a good movie there. Also, their brother and sister, glad there was no sexual tension.
Yeah, that would have,
But they had a weird, like, brother-sister thing where they had, like, she was, like, making up rules all the time.
No, but they did the same, and this is the color out of space thing. The banter between them, which I learned via the trivia was mostly improv, is fucking spot on if you have a sibling that you grew up with. That whole calling each other the worst names we can think of back and forth thing, it's not the first time. Like, I've heard people do that before with their siblings. But also, like, explains they have really good on-screen chemistry pretty much the whole movie, except for the scene where they fight for seemingly no reason physically in the police station.
On the other side of the glass, he, like, grabs her arm, and then it cuts to them on the other side of the glass, and they're just not saying anything. They're just pulling on each other.
Yeah.
I felt really uneasy.
It was confusing. There was no context, because obviously it's soundproof glass, but, like, stick a line in there. Why are they arguing with each other? Yeah.
Even when we get to see what they're doing, it's still a weird, like, what's going on here? Why are you pulling on each other? There was inspiration behind the film. Did you read about that?
The inspiration, the murderer?
Yeah, who was dumping a body behind a schoolhouse, and then, like, he drove a car down a street, like, disrespectfully.
Yeah, that's the loosest inspiration for a movie like this,
right?
Let's turn that guy into a horrible human-eating monster.
It was featured on Unsolved Mysteries, so
it fucking sure was, wasn't it?
So he's probably sitting at home just scratching and like, oh, Unsolved Mysteries is on. You know what? Let's make that a film. Let's make that a film with no sexual tension.
Yeah, and really emphasize that.
And let's get that Undertaker hat. Mm-hmm. Honey, dig out the old Undertaker hat.
You just have one. It's fucking Johnny Depp's attic from Secret Window.
That fucking movie. Jesus Christ.
We can't escape Nicolas Cage.
No, can we not? Are you sure?
This movie was directed by Victor Salva. And this is something that I brought up, but didn't complete the thought when we watched Cabin Fever, I want to say. Now, I'm not 100% on that, but Francis Ford Coppola, which is the name that I used before, is Victor Salva's, or was Victor Salva's mentor. August Coppola is Francis Ford Coppola's brother, and Nicolas Cage's fucking father.
Jesus.
Again with the 6 degrees. Nicolas Cage has just infected all aspects of media at this point.
He's worse than Kevin Bacon.
Yeah, he sure is.
He's the everywhere. New Kevin Bacon, for sure.
He gets a pass because fucking The Godfather was so good.
I will never watch it. I'm sorry.
Because it insists upon itself?
It insists upon itself.
They smeared tuna on the screen of that cat lady's fucking window in order to get the cats to start jumping on it.
I mean, cats are pretty easy.
Yeah, they sure are.
Put tuna somewhere and they're all interested.
It doesn't matter. What's that, a camera? I don't care. Where's the tuna I smell?
And acting.
That's it. That's pure method acting right there. They really get into character.
I liked the ending part. So like the ending scene, obviously, Justin Long gets yanked away.
Yeah.
And then like the Jeepers Creepers, Mr. Creep flapping his bird arms, taking him away. And you see her just like looking. And then like there's another scene where she's like looking at a bird. Mm-hmm. And like, so every time you see a bird, now you're just going to remember your dead brother.
Oh, you fuck yeah.
You can't take this lady to the beach or like a Walmart parking lot.
No,
anywhere where seagulls congregate, she's going to be just depressed.
Her least favorite place is Woodstock, Ontario. I don't know if you know about Woodstock, Ontario, Matt.
Must be a dump there.
Here's the thing, right? You'd think it would have to do with the dump. They're everywhere. The city has one of the largest human to crow ratios in Ontario.
That's not good.
There was an article from like 2014 or 15.
That's a reason to move.
That it's like, we have 30,000 crows in this city.
Something needs to be done.
And they don't. So there was a guy who, in an effort to sort of disperse them constantly, would drive around in his truck and shoot a gun into the air. And it was like, it would shoot those like screaming air bombs.
Okay.
So if he saw like a bunch of crows in the sky, he's like, fuck these things. This is my job now.
I love it. He's like a crow vigilante.
Yeah. I think that's what they call him in the article.
The vigilante crowman. I guess what I liked about this movie is it didn't, like, because I like to keep track of bad lines. Every time a movie's got a bad line, I jot it down. I didn't have a bad line in this movie.
No, it's really fucking tight. And well made. There's one instance of CGI in the whole movie, and it's because they had made the animatronic wings, but they were too heavy for the guy to wear. So they were like, fuck it, we'll fix it in post. But they don't fix anything the fuck else in post at all.
No.
That movie, what you see is what you get. Apparently it was really difficult, that head scene that you like so much when his head opens up.
Yeah.
Because those little feelers kept malfunctioning robotically, so they would just go all over the place. Which I kind of hope that they left in the fucking movie.
That'd be even better.
Yeah.
I think so far, Cabin Fever has been the king of the worst lines in any movie.
100%.
Favorite one being like after they light that guy on fire for just being sick. They're like, no, hey,
quite the overreaction.
Don't worry, he deserved it. That poor man had it coming. We lit his ass on fire for coughing.
This chick that you just now kissed for the first time, despite having a crush on her for the entirety of your high school and college, depending on the age of the characters, is having a mental breakdown because she committed murder.
Nah, don't worry about it.
He was gonna die anyway.
Oh my God.
The best grievance counselor on the planet, that kid.
You should have taken it into your own hands. You put him out of his misery. He had a cough.
He was a little bloody in the woods where everybody is.
And then Yeah. I mean, the ending scene, you got this fucking guy hobbying away, making his taxidermy.
Yeah, really.
That's the most upsetting part too, is like that he's got a hobby, and his hobby is really bad taxidermy.
Some people collect stamps.
This guy, first of all, eats guts and then preserves the bodies.
It's like his favorite thing to do, like I said. So I guess apparently there's a fucking arm that he eats at some point, and then later on, because he uses it to regenerate, you get to see a tattoo that the arm had on it on him.
Yes, in the prison scene.
We couldn't see it. No, I believe it's there.
It's probably there. It was probably meant to be there.
But when the creeper has removed Justin Long's eyes and turned him into essentially a large flap of skin.
Yes.
He looks through the eye holes, and you can see the creeper's eyes, and they're Justin Long colored. Yeah. Which was a nice addition, I thought.
Well, that's funny because that's just Justin Long in the costume.
It was perfect.
That whole ending scene of him like hobbling away is that's just Justin Long in the costume.
Love it. It was like a fucking like a little, we're gonna do it this way. Also bonus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
An Easter egg.
Yeah, little Easter egg. I mean, he did basically, I turned him into a skin flap, so I assume he consumed every part of him.
Mm-hmm. He must have smelled so fucking good, dude.
Yeah, so why wouldn't it be Justin Long in a little skin suit?
I imagine 20-year-old college student underwear is very strong aromatically. Mm-hmm. So he probably got a lot off of that underwear that he smelled.
Just frumping. Just hard frumping. Well, I mean, so at a 10, what are you gonna give it?
This one, see, I thought about it, and I, as a matter of fact, wrote it down because I couldn't remember what I gave Cabin Fever.
I'm sure somebody's keeping track somewhere.
Well, I mean, there's a log of it. I gave this one an 8.
An 8?
A solid 8. Not too much to be disappointed with at all.
No, yeah. Honestly, just start to finish, didn't seem. I like to get the psychic lady.
Mm-hmm.
I could have maybe done without her, but I get why she was in there, or else you wouldn't have put together that the song is what you got to run away from.
On the topic of bad lines, trying to convince somebody that they're going to die, not the best way to do that by just singing a song at them. Mm-hmm. You might want to pick something a little bit more convincing.
Fair enough.
And she keeps singing it too. She doesn't stop. Everybody's trying to get her to, like the fucking sheriff, the corporal general of the police station is like, shut the fuck up, man.
Oh, right.
And she just keeps singing it.
Also, okay, on the topic of bad lines, yeah, she keeps singing it, but also like when they go into the police station, they're bringing in like a guy. And they're like, what are you in for? And he's like, he basically tells the sheriff that he's going to have to fuck him in the butt to figure it out. It's just like, can't you just be polite?
No, to your arresting officer?
Yeah, like, you've clearly done something.
You think you'd build up a rapport with these guys given how often you're seeing them for grand theft.
Oh my God. But no, the psychic lady, I guess I could have done without her because she didn't really come into play any other time other than to just like confirm everybody's like, oh yeah, it's Mr. Creepers.
Yeah.
And
he also the most useful thing that she did, aside from the phone call, which I would guess you could have just kept her character at that. Mm-hmm. She also illustrated that the creeper's choosy with what he eats because he smells her up and down and then goes, I don't want any of that.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's racist because she's black or if he's watching his cholesterol because she's not a small woman.
I think he was just more like, give me some of this fresher meat.
Yeah.
This meat's been sitting around for a while.
Like a few decades.
This meat has records, so that says a lot. They keep records around, and it's my theme song. Nah, I'm gonna need somebody to warn people that I'm coming in the future.
Yeah, because it gets them scared, and that helps me smell.
Yeah. Also, I mean, at the very end, look, I keep saying that there's. So this movie, it's you watch it, and the whole time you're going in one direction, and then the psychic lady lies to you in your face, and then the movie takes a U-turn.
It sure fucking does. And she had every opportunity to warn him which of the two of them was going to be taken, and she just says nothing. No,
she lies. She implies that it's going to be the lady. Looks to her, and at the end she has glasses, and it's like, oh, that's why he didn't want her. Her eyes, she had bum eyes.
She can't see worth a shit.
Right. Well, I guess with that being said, I you know what? I give this movie a 7.5.
7.5. All right.
I think 8's a little too high. It is a little older, so it didn't have the complexity of horror movies that you get these days.
So that's the exact reason I went to 8 with it.
Okay.
Because it's straightforward. You can wrap your head around everything that's happening. And there's some fucking good gore.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
The creeper eats like a pelican.
I could have used a little, like a smidge, just a smidge like backstory on this guy. So I'm wondering if in maybe number 2 or 3 we get that. Unfortunately,
so there are some scenes in that were shot for this movie that had to be cut down because there was such a low budget.
Yeah, I heard that there was like a whole ending that we kind of miss out on.
Yeah, there is in Jeepers Creepers 2. There's sort of a psychic vision scene where you see Justin Long in a cornfield, and he explains everything.
How convenient.
Exactly.
Wowee.
It's just expositional dialogue for no reason other than for people who never saw the first one or were annoyed for the same reason that you were.
Well, you know what? I'm going to bump it up to an 8 then. I only just did that just because it's like, I could have used a little more movie, to be honest with you.
Right.
I just wanted a smidge more. I appreciate
it's not a long one from what I remember either.
I don't think so.
Just a regular 90 minutes or something.
Yeah. But I could have used a smidge more movie. But you mean doing what you get? 8. Mark me down as an 8 on this one.
Marked. Promptly.
All right. So that's my movie.
Yeah.
What do you got for movies?
So I don't know if I said it on the podcast last week, but my plan here was to do ghosts.
Okay.
Now, for the purposes of this, demons are going to be counting as ghosts.
Oh, I hate you so much, but let's go.
I told Matt earlier that I kind of want to make him watch Paranormal Activity 4 because I know it's going to piss him off because it's just so bad. But changed my mind. I'll go a little lighter on you. And I believe you're going to thank me for this. If you haven't seen this movie, we're doing Drag Me to Hell next week.
Okay, all right.
I believe it's on Netflix, so it should be easy to watch. Some of these movies I've had to obtain completely legally.
We're gonna try and pick movies that are easy to find.
Yeah, so I don't have to keep redistributing pirated content.
Yeah, and at the same time, I mean, we do want to get some of those weird ones you're never gonna find.
Yeah. Well, I have an abundance of those anyway. It's not even a concern.
I think a lot of the ones I'm gonna be thinking of are gonna be a little difficult to find.
I'm gonna start going through. I have an entire cupboard of DVDs that, like your books, collect dust and nothing else. And I'm gonna just start going through them and seeing which ones I fucking got from a bargain bin.
I cannot wait to watch some really bad movies.
Eventually we are gonna watch one called Clown House. Which is also directed by the same person who did Jeepers Creepers.
Okay.
And I watched that fucking movie when I was quite young, and it's bad.
Oh, good. I cannot wait. Was it before Jeepers Creepers or after Jeepers Creepers?
What was Jeepers Creepers 2001? Yes. I think Clown House was 98.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I'm not going to spoil it for you, though. I might spoil every movie that we watch for every single person who listens to this podcast because there's no choice.
But for me.
Yeah, for you. You get the special treatment. So Drag Me to Hell next week.
I'm in. I'm going to start making a list of just movies that I think would be good to watch.
Yeah. I have one started a little bit.
I might start throwing a dart at some paper and just be like, that's the one. That's
I love
the one.
it. That's awesome.
I guess a little update. I did some Googling and I found that movie, that alien tit-sucking movie.
We found Alien Tit-Suck. The years of searching
oh my God.
for the holy fucking grail here.
The holiest of grails. Because first of all, it was all about how I worded my search.
Yeah, you put Tit-Suck in there. I bet you no synopsis has that part.
Oh my God. No. Well, that was Tit-Suck was in there. Tit-Suck was a big part of it. I cannot remember. I think I sent it to you on Twitter.
You did.
Hold on, I'm gonna get the exact wording.
But then you bombarded me with fucking TikToks. So
look, if you're not gonna get TikTok, I have to send you the good ones. That's just how it works.
You sent me some pretty horrible shit this last round. Oh my God.
That's what TikTok's all about these days, buddy. All right, here it is right here. So what I searched, guys, to find this movie was 1998 horror comedy about fetuses tit suck.
You did put tit suck in there.
Then, first of all, it came up. It looks like there aren't any great matches for your search.
No, there aren't any great matches for that search ever.
The next thing, a link to the exact thing I'm looking for. So much so that I'd previously found it and clicked on it because it's purple.
I think the problem is Google really didn't want you to look at that.
Yeah, well, guess what, Google? I beat your algorithm. The movie's called Hideous with an exclamation point at the end.
And that's the most 70s, 80s shit.
Yep.
You could go all the way back to the Blob on adding exclamation points to your movie title.
For real. And we're gonna watch that at some point.
Or you're gonna make me watch this horrible movie?
It's gotta happen at some point.
Oh my
it's
God.
been a long time coming. It's been years of searching for titty sucking fetuses movies, and like getting put on so many lists. I'm so sick of it.
I'm sure you're on them. I'm sure you're on.
People showing up to my door like, "Have you been on Google today?"
Yeah, you can never go to the airport.
Please stay here. We're going to your computer now. But yeah, okay, so we got that. I would be remiss if I didn't tell people to go to darkroastcult.com.
Yeah, God forbid.
I'm working on some new enamel pins to put out.
Yeah, we're gonna be doing drawings. It's gonna be sick.
Coffee pre-orders are gonna open up. I'm gonna start doing a pre-order every month where I just want one. If you got it, I think it's gonna be like the 15th of the month. Let's say order before then. You're gonna get some fresh coffee. You're gonna get coffee roasted for you.
Love it.
Order after that, you're going to get some coffee that I've already roasted.
Personalized. For a little bit.
Yeah. If you order it before 15th, fresh. If you order it after 15th, increasingly less fresh. Mm-hmm. That's the way we're going to do it.
Don't be scared, though. There will be no hairs in it.
There shan't be any hairs. And if there are hairs, they ain't mine because I don't touch the coffee.
Okay, well, good. There's 3 cats around here. I just wanted to indicate that there will not be hairs in the coffee, despite the abundance of hair in the house it's gonna pass through.
I do not open the coffee. I bring it up to the catatorium, and then I pass it into a. You might get some cat hair in the envelope, which is cool.
Yeah,
that's for you. It's
a
treat.
Yeah, it's an extra. It's like throwing a sticker in.
Yeah. So yeah, you could go to darkroastcult.com, click podcasts, and you got some options to choose from. Listen to Dark Roast Cult podcast. Listen to this podcast. I don't care.
Listen to them all.
Yeah, there's
binge them.
Use Dark Drip. Get 5% off whatever you're gonna order.
Woo!
Absolutely. That's all I gotta say. Do you have anything you want to say to end the podcast?
Drag Me to Hell next week. You're gonna love how much throwing up is in it.
It always feels like the first time every time.
Oh. Well, I guess that's the mentality that you want to approach intercourse with.
I was referring to making sweet podcastian love.
Yeah. Well, it's audible intercourse.
Audible.com. Not a sponsor of this, but you could probably find some books about humping on there.
We sure do use Audacity, though, which is very close to Audible.
Yeah. You're giving away all of our industry secrets here.
Oh, this I can't. I'm sorry, I violated my NDA just now.
So the problem isn't that like you're giving away our secrets. Is now people know we record on a shitty program that's free, and that we didn't shell out any big bucks for like
with microphones that are from like 2008.
And like the problem is I pay for the fucking cloud now, the Adobe Cloud. I have access to better programs, but
here we are.
I'm afraid it's gonna sound different.
Here's the thing: when you get to be a certain age, you become afraid of change.
Yeah,
that's why boomers exist.
That's why we're using the same microphones that I bought
5.5 years ago.
Yeah, the dollar store microphones from Long and McQuaid's. Shout out Ryan Long.
Awesome. Well, I don't think despite the fact that the word Long is right in that title,
no.
I don't think he has anything to do with Long and McQuaid.
It's his dad.
Is it really?
Yeah.
This is brand new news to me.
Yeah, that's
oh my God, I have so many people to tell about that.
That's another industry secret, I guess.
Yeah, my fucking friend Tim won't shut up about Long and McQuaid because he wants me to buy a drum set so bad.
Oh, dude, what you should get is a drum set. I've been I've been thinking about you having a drum set.
I know.
You need an electronic one so we can make it sound really cool.
Yeah, we'll just like program sounds of animals screaming into each pad.
Yeah, if you want to sound like you're hitting animals with a stick, sure, we can do that for you, Jay. If that's,
I think there's a niche there.
Oh, all right. Welcome to the podcast. I'm sorry about that.
Well, listen, this movie, there is at least one animal atrocity in this movie almost right away.
Grindhaus Movie Club. Hey, thanks for listening. Go to darkroastcult.com now that we have your attention and check out all the pins and coffee on there. And there should be a discount code in the show notes. Again, forgot what I put in there.
Yeah.
But
something's in there for sure.
Absolutely. There is a code, and it's only good for so long, so you should go check that out. Listen to our podcast on there. Coffee, pins, darkroastcult.com. All right, and we got that out of the way. That's
Shout out to Andrew for the theme song.
Absolutely. His link.
Shout out as well to Jelena for giving us a password to the Shudder account, despite the fact that apparently Shudder sucks.
Hey, it doesn't suck. They don't have any of the Friday the 13th movies.
Is that all they don't have? Because I thought it was like a massive conglomerate for horror movies.
I threw the word Jason in there, and I got nothing.
Nothing at all.
It was like they have like a documentary on Friday the 13th, but doesn't matter. I got all these on fucking DVD anyway. I've had them since I was like 12.
I think the only Jason movie I have on DVD is Freddy vs.
Hey, you picked one of the better ones to have.
I definitely, at the very least, had it on VHS for a very long time growing up.
VHS, wow.
So I had a television that had a built-in VHS player for a long time. It's since been thrown into the garbage because it broke.
Oh my God. Did you tell anybody about that? Is this...
well,
because that's a great shame.
Yeah, no, it was very unfortunate. I was quite happy about having it. So, because I didn't have a whole lot electronically in my bedroom when I was younger, I just had that TV, and I had a bunch of VHS tapes that I would cycle every day.
Oh, hell yeah.
One of them was Freddy vs. Jason for sure. Mm-hmm. Kelly Rowland getting trucked against a tree is forever burned into my brain. After
racism is said to her, it's... Like, first of all, racism is said to her, and then, that happens to her immediately. It's not a good night for her.
Oh, my God.
She got from being booted from, Destiny's Child or TLC?
It was Destiny's Child, for sure.
And right to just Robert Englund saying something about dark meat.
Yeah,
and then her getting...
Oh, my God. Whopped. I forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then fucking Jason just takes a baseball swing with that machete and sends her flying.
Yeah, which is wild because he must have hit her with a blunt end.
Yeah.
It didn't just glide through her.
So there was that. There was Secret Window. Shout out to Johnny Depp being a cool actor. And this old movie from 1986 called Running Scared.
Okay.
Which had Billy Crystal and this guy, I can never remember his fucking first name. Gregory Hines is his name.
Okay.
And it's like fucking if Beverly Hills Cop had if Eddie Murphy had a white sidekick in that movie. And it's fantastic. Okay. It's about them trying to get coke out of Chicago. It's an amazing film.
You know what? I had a similar thing, but mine was just all of the Friday the 13th movies and then not all of the Nightmare on Elm Streets. I didn't get them all. I might not still have them all.
So on that topic, since we watched Friday the 13th Part 8 this week, Jason Takes Manhattan.
Oh, yeah.
If you were to choose between Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street, and you could only watch one of the two for the rest of your life and not the other, which one?
Oh, that's easy. That's Friday the 13th.
Is it?
Oh, there's what? Four more movies? So you then have more movies to watch right there.
Fair
Second
enough.
of all, they're just, I don't know. I like Freddy Krueger. He's great. Sure. Mm-hmm. Makes you laugh, makes you cry. But then
does he make me cry?
There's just Jason, and he's just hacking away. He's just getting the job done.
See, so I'm on the other side of the fence on that one. I would choose Nightmare on Elm Street.
Okay.
And primarily because it's so fucking silly.
Okay. Yeah.
Freddy Krueger is he's like fucking Groucho Marx, except he's got a hand with knives on it.
Yeah. But there's just...
It's just punchline after punchline with this fucking guy.
And then he opens his shirt and there's just faces screaming at you.
Yeah. That's a horrifying dichotomy in there.
Yeah.
With that being said, out of the remakes, I would take the Friday the 13th remake over the Nightmare on Elm Street one.
Oh, for sure.
Because I was very excited for the Nightmare on Elm Street with Jackie Earle Haley in it, and I was extremely disappointed. I don't give a shit about actually watching him try to fuck kids.
Yeah, no, I didn't need to see that.
Much more comfortable with that just being a fact in the background somewhere.
Yeah.
As opposed to, Rooney Mara, get on this bed. In this boiler room. I'm going to talk about how much I miss your panties.
Yeah. You know what I could have used was more Robert Englund in that movie.
Yeah. Any at all would be nice.
He's not dead.
No.
It hasn't been a long time since he's not like super old now.
I would love to know the reason why he wasn't in it.
I think it was just like, oh, we got to make a remake. Let's remake it completely.
You know that he would have been like, yep, sign me right up for that shit. Because what have I done since then?
Well, he looks like Freddy Krueger. That's all you need.
It's your idea of Freddy Krueger. It's always going to be Robert Englund's face.
I'll tell you who doesn't look like that. That other guy.
No,
Sackface.
They fucked up the makeup. Yeah, let's just be honest about that.
He just looked like a burn victim. It's just like who's this burn victim in a hat?
For some reason, and this isn't the only example, but like the concept of going more toward realism when you're remaking a horror movie than like its predecessors it's very rarely a good choice. If you're trying to make something more realistic and it's a horror movie about a guy who comes for you when you're sleeping, think again.
Yeah. Maybe make your war movies realistic. Fine, cool. I'm cool with realistic war movies, but if he's coming for me in my sleep, I want his arms to stretch out super long and just like scrape walls.
I want his mouth like extending all the way down to his feet.
I want his tongue coming out of telephones.
Yeah. That's the fucking stupidest thing. It's my favorite though.
Speaking of Johnny Depp, I want him sucking Johnny Depp into a bed.
Yeah, why don't I feel like Johnny Depp did like one horror movie and then he was like, well, I'm done.
Where are the pirates? Bring me my mega pint.
Give me those fucking pirates.
Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun.
During that deposition, they asked him if he would be willing to do another Pirates movie if they offered him $50 million, and he said no.
Okay, that's fine with me.
That's conviction, Johnny.
Yeah. What's $50 million going to buy him that what he has isn't already going to get him?
Yeah. He already banged Amber Heard. Who cares after that point?
I feel like there's just enough pirate movies. We get it.
Definitely are, and like the most recent one sucked ass anyway. So it's not like I'm fucking scraping against the wall of a well for another fucking Pirates of the Caribbean.
Well, didn't they just go ahead and like make one without him because at that point everybody thought he was beating Amber Heard? Isn't that?
I don't know. If they made another one after the one where it's just him the whole movie, I have no idea.
I thought they made one where it was a kid. It was like him as a kid.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Because that's always a good choice.
Yeah.
Mad about that. Don't do prequels where it's the child version of the character.
I'm kind of with you on that.
Oh my God. When has it ever gone well?
I can't. I off the top of my head, never.
Two things that you should never base your prequel on. The kids being like the kid version of the character and going back in time to like the Middle Ages. They fucked up Ginger Snaps doing that.
Oh, man, yeah. They kind of did that with Evil Dead, didn't they?
Rare exception, because they're skeletons. That's fine.
Right. All right. All right, so this week we did Friday the 13th, Part 8.
We did.
This is the one
Skipped right 8 in.
Oh, yeah, we did. We went right to the most one where it's kind of like, what?
Yeah.
He's taking Manhattan?
The first one where, I'm pretty sure now, correct me if I'm wrong, because obviously you've seen him a million times. The first one where they leave Camp Crystal Lake for the majority of the movie?
Basically, yeah. Yeah, they took 7 movies to get bored of lakes.
And campsites.
Yeah.
It's weird you can make fucking 7 movies around a fire telling stories that are only marginally less scary than the actual reality you live in.
Well, I mean, they're not only just a little less scary than the reality we live in, they're just as violent. Mm-hmm. So that's the best part. You don't have to step too far from reality.
Also, I was pissed about this movie a little bit because, well, first of all, let's just dive right into this.
All right.
For a movie that takes place like for 20 minutes in New York, they really make it seem like it's entirely in New York.
They do. They tried their best. Budgets. What can you do?
Tough.
New York's an expensive place, I guess.
Most important trivia point about this movie being it was supposed to be a lot more Manhattan.
Yeah.
And New York was basically like, no.
Oof.
No.
Let me play the world's smallest violin for you. Hey, fuck you, New York City. I can't. That's as much as I got for you.
I'm walking here. This is just, you're in the fucking writer's room for the movie, and it's just three guys saying that over and over.
He's just fucking walking on bum. Hey, I'm walking here.
Hey.
Oh.
Pizza. I don't know.
We just kind of went right to Italian.
Yeah.
So this is like got a classic 80s movie intro.
It is.
Just a disembodied voice doing some fucking monologue.
Again, as well, with like the same fucking musician making every intro to every 80s horror movie.
Hey man, that's the 80s for you.
You get synth, it's just a dude on a keyboard looking like fucking Phantom of the Opera. I imagine. And then, this narrator, and this, like, I got mad right away because the narrator is trying to make New York sound like it's the worst place on earth. It's like, welcome to New York City, guys. Don't be here. It sucks.
Don't be here. Let me show you why. Cut to just punks hanging out.
Yeah.
Like sewers being just smoky, which is like classic.
First of
New
all,
York
open
City.
manholes, so chud.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, 9 years later, they still haven't fixed that fucking manhole.
No. And trying to make New York sound scary for all like the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
Like, if you think it's bad now, wait until fucking Jason shows up in 15 minutes.
I know, but like even still, like the businessman getting mugged in that creepy alley.
Yeah, that happens right away.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I think of when I think New York City is like
getting mugged in an alleyway at night
and steamy manhole covers.
It's always steamy manhole covers and dark alleyways littered with trash
and just dudes with needles.
Yeah,
like that. There's like in this opening scene, you see two guys like clearly getting ready to do heroin, and then you just see a guy just jam it in his arm, pump it in, pull it out, and go, oh, like
yeah.
That went on for far too long.
The most inefficient way to cook heroin, by the way, is by candlelight. I don't know where the fuck, first of all, you're getting candles over a Bic lighter as a homeless person.
He's also heating it up directly in the needle.
Yeah, he is. That's not how to do that. You're going to melt some things.
Somebody's got to teach these guys about heroin.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, they're not getting information from the right. Where's the mission?
It's like...
Where's the safe injection sites? I'm moving to Sweden.
It's like all they did was like, they saw an episode of like, I was like an after school special with Bill Cosby. And he's like, hey, don't do heroin. And then they showed this and they're like, well, that's how you do it. Let's go get some heroin. It's got to be hot in the needle.
Yeah.
For sure.
Not hot beforehand.
Yeah.
Definitely right before you're going to inject it. I've heard the heat. The heat is really what gets the heroin flowing.
Anyway, so yeah, and it just goes on. It's just like, wow, this is drugs. Drugs in New York City.
So they really and this is sort of the point. Every movie from the 80s that takes place in New York makes it look like a goddamn third world country.
It does.
Like
it
every time
dystopian.
I would rather be in Ethiopia than New York. Every time I see New York in a film.
But they got bodega cats.
Oh, thank God. You can get that in Toronto.
Cats on bread.
Equally bad. This is so off topic, but I wanted to bring it up. I shared an elevator today with a guy who had his cat in a backpack.
I love it.
But it was one of those like specifically made for cats travel backpacks. So it had mesh and then holes.
Okay.
And he was like, yeah, no, I'm just taking him out to get some sun. Amazing.
Well,
get me one of those.
Oh, dude, they're good. I got one that has like the space dome in it.
Yeah.
So it jams their head in it, like magnifies it, and he's got a big head.
It's the same it's the same thing. It's like the cat version of like those people that put the glass tubes in their ponds so that fish can swim up out of the water.
Yeah, it's exactly that.
It's beautiful.
So cut from this just dystopian hellhole.
Yeah. Before we do that,
okay.
I want to point out the first. Remember back when you could get away with animal cruelty for a movie?
Yeah.
They just almost drown a rat in this intro.
I must have looked away.
So after the mugging, the guy pulls the money out of the wallet and throws the wallet into a drum, and this is the same one that you end up seeing later on.
Oh, yeah.
And then a rat just crawls out of it, clearly out of breath from having been thrown into a drum of water over and over.
Oh, no.
Like they're just like, fuck this rat. We got to get the shot.
Well, I mean, good news is you got Kane Hodder in this film. Who
Best Jasons are Kane Hodder Jasons. I don't give a shit.
Absolutely. And just for example, if Kane Hodder wasn't in this movie, Jason would have kicked a dog. That was in the script. The first thing he does when he gets to Manhattan is kick a fucking dog.
Oh, and no. It's not Toby, is it? Toby the dog in this movie just gets fucked with like 3 times.
Oh, it's not Toby. It was just a dog.
You know what I bet it was is they changed it to a stereo because he kicks those punk stereo, right?
Yeah,
I bet you it was that.
Yeah, Kane Hodder put a oomph in the dog kick and he just said, no.
Yeah, we're not kicking dogs in this movie.
Just
now we'll fire a gun at a dog's face.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
But we won't kick it.
No, yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, cut to Camp Crystal Lake, which, I don't know if you guys know this, it looks an awful lot like Vancouver. It looks weirdly a lot like Vancouver.
Okay. Which part of Vancouver are you thinking about?
The part where it looks almost like Alaska. And there's mountains where there have never been mountains before.
Yeah, I don't think the topographical terrain has ever been emphasized in a Friday the 13th.
No,
Camp Crystal Lake is like this weird nebulous. You don't really know where it is because it's supposed to be in every hometown, sort of. Well,
apparently it's right next to New York City because they're picking up that radio station
with no problems whatsoever.
Zero problem, and at like
crystal clear.
Right in the middle of the song too is the perfect time for the DJ to like cut in like a weirdo and be like, hey,
just want to give a shout out to the prom kings.
It's fucking midnight and I'm thinking about teens. I just want to wish these teens good luck on their field trip when they come to our seductive city.
Are you 17? Because you're going to get laid.
This DJ's going to jail.
He wants these teens to bang so bad when they get to New York, at least by the time they've got there.
Yeah, it's such a weird like little thing that he cuts in like mid-song to be like, hey, what's up? There's a fucking high school somewhere and they're coming to New York City, just so y'all know.
I hope when the people who phoned in this shout out hear it, they're making out on a boat. That's exactly what they're doing.
It's midnight. You better be getting it in.
Why is it that every teenage male in 1989 knows how to pilot a boat?
Yeah, it's really weird how they just have access to expensive aquatic vehicles.
It sure fucking is. And no dad in sight.
Well, no, it's...
I can almost guarantee you that any father who owns a boat is going to be like, listen, don't fucking use that boat when I'm not around.
Well, maybe he gained the trust of the father by doing many chores to show that he's responsible.
Right.
As a 17-year-old who just learned how to pilot a car, he should definitely be out on the open water, fucking his girlfriend while the boat drifts aimlessly.
Yeah. No direction at all.
No, he stops mid-fornication to like, oh yeah, I gotta put the anchor down.
Yeah.
And then realizes, oh, here's that camp where all these kids died.
Here's a bunch of problems already. All right. Because, and I didn't want to spend a whole lot of time on it because the first people that you see in any Friday the 13th, you know they're dead. Yeah. Like, they're dying.
Yeah, yeah.
But this fucking asshole of a boyfriend drifts his boat aimlessly, like you said, into Camp Crystal Lake, goes outside to put the anchor down, and then comes back in the middle of being amorous with this nice young lady, and goes, oh, we're at Camp Crystal Lake. A bunch of kids fucking died here.
Yeah, what's wrong, sweetie? What's wrong? No, it's nothing. Just a bunch of kids died. Just over here. Do you want to look?
A bunch of kids our age died. Drop those drawers now. Great.
Holy shit.
And it doesn't change a fucking thing either.
No, it goes...
It's like, oh, a bunch of kids died? Wet now.
Yeah, let me think about that for a moment. Okay, I'm ready.
Yeah. Let me think about it for a minute so I can get ready.
They're doing something in the bed, which isn't sex, but it's laying on top of each other.
It's wrestling practice.
It looks very much like that.
You know how, like, you go to, like, fucking karate class and the sensei's very gentle because he knows you're untrained?
Yeah.
That's how they bang in this movie.
Well, that's what it appears to be. And then they hear some night bird. And she's like, what was that? We're out in the wilderness, and I heard a night bird.
It's weird. There's not birds literally everywhere all the time out in the woods.
Yeah, a bird noise in the wilderness.
Unheard of.
Can you go check that?
Yeah.
Go check that.
Do me a fave.
And he comes back.
I don't give a shit about the fact that we're essentially floating on the corpses of children. Birds, though?
So something you got to know about the seventh movie is that it ends with a girl using her telekinetic abilities to trap Jason at the bottom of the lake under a pile of wood and chains.
Okay.
And also on top of the only power line that runs on the sea floor. Or on the lake floor. The only power line above ground but underwater.
I'm annoyed by that. I know that they exist. The problem is they're so heavily insulated with like steel. Mm-hmm. In order to not get destroyed by anchors, which is what happens.
Yeah, by the way, anchors...
it's just a wire. It's just a thick wire down there.
It really is. By the way, here's a fun fact about anchors. I don't know if you knew this. They stop boats from moving.
They sure do.
So they don't really drag along the bottom, do they?
No, they don't. They pretty much as soon as touch the bottom, they promptly stop everything from happening.
Yeah. So it's just an interesting, weird fact. I just noticed the anchor moved and
it had no problem collecting that wire and decimating it immediately.
Yeah, oh yeah. And if these two hadn't have been fucking and paying a goddamn attention to the water, this wouldn't have happened.
This is the point of every Friday the 13th movie.
Yeah.
Teens are neglectful.
And it just takes one accident and you brought Jason back from the fucking dead Frankenstein style.
Right back, you did it.
Oh my God.
Let me tell you a couple things that piss me right off.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this about water. It's a great conductor of electricity.
Yeah.
A lot of people apparently are unaware that one of the best conductors on this planet is water.
Not rubber. No,
not rubber.
No, okay.
Rubber actually does the opposite.
Oh, so water.
Water's the problem.
Okay.
So we popped this fucking giant, what I can only assume is the only power to this entire campsite.
Yeah.
Fucking wire open. Mm-hmm. And you can see the electricity travel along to Jason and wake his ass up, which is hilarious, by the way.
And there's a good decent amount of smoke coming up out of the water. Like, you're cooking this man down there.
Yeah. Not nearly enough as is realistic. Those kids, you know that electricity is traveling up that anchor and electrocuting the entire boat.
Oh, yeah, for
sure. They're at least going to experience some electrical difficulties.
The boat should probably catch fire, if nothing else.
Yeah, and so none of that happens. This is the kind of electricity that is 80s blue, a beautiful neon 80s blue.
Oh,
Yeah, thank God, by the way, like I'm super appreciative that this is like the only CG in the whole movie is just bad lightning.
Yeah. I mean, like, lightning rarely works with you. What can you do?
That's true, yeah. You can't really just tell it what to do. And this electricity just loves Jason. Huge fan of Jason, and just, there's no fish floating, given the fact that, like, a giant electricity is just being let loose in the lake.
Yeah.
No, it's just Jason. This electricity doesn't give a shit about fish.
Well, maybe... fishless water. I don't know, man.
Fishless water.
Who knows?
What the fuck else do you do when you're camping?
You just try not to get bit by mosquitoes.
Yeah, black fly season.
So yeah, he brings Jason back to life. Jason lets out this weird evil laugh as he floats to the top.
Heard that. Don't know. That's like the only time, and I can't attribute it to Jason because the whole thing is he doesn't speak.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't know. It's some... I did read in the trivia that the director wanted him to have some supernatural powers in this movie.
Oh, well, he fucking gets them.
He's
had them the whole goddamn time. He's a walking corpse.
Well, he gets more of them.
He's an unstoppable walking corpse.
Something about this electricity in this lake really activated the same telekinesis that was used to bury him in the first place.
Oh, yeah. It really fucking amplified the evil.
Yeah. This DJ on the radio, I just want to point this out, says, "Our Lord is a great one, young friends."
Yes, he does.
I hope you fuck. Because those are two very different things. Should have been like, you better get married first.
Yeah. Oh, he also says the ominous, what does it say? Like, the city of light casts many shadows. So please come to our city of New York.
I love Jesus, but he's long gone from here.
This has been a message from the Tourism Board of New York City. So this boat.
Yeah.
It's a big old boat.
It sure is.
much bigger than I think people realize, because Jason just kind of fires up out of the water and grabs onto those rails.
Yeah, he must have like been working on his vertical leap while he was dead.
Yeah, he did
out
that.
of water.
Have you seen I forget who it was, but it's a basketball player jumping out of a pool like that?
Yeah. Do you know how fucking impossible it is?
That's what I'm saying.
To jump out of water onto land with just your legs. Oh my God, you have to be so physically fit to do that.
Yep.
Jason's just rock hard atrophied muscle. I want to point out as well, this is like the grossest that he looks in any Friday the 13th.
Oh, wait till he goes to hell.
He's so goddamn waterlogged that his skin is just falling off, basically.
He maintains moisture the whole movie.
He's just wet. At
one point, he punches through a door and leaves goo.
Yeah, he does. After having been on a boat for very long.
Yep.
There's nothing about it. That's what I'm saying. Like, his fucking skin and flesh is just soaked.
Yeah.
He's just a wet rag the whole movie.
I forgot there's a flashback. Well, so it's like they might as well have been thinking about 9/11 at that point, because they're like, oh, we're not gonna bang. This is sad. People died. Then they show this weird flashback of Jason as a child drowning, but like they went with a more traditional looking child.
Mm-hmm. They just went with a kid.
Yeah, they didn't
really do much for the kid.
They didn't go full mongoloid
until much later.
Yeah, which I thought was nice. It was nice to remember him as a boy and not a lumpy-headed monster.
Now, what about drowning turns you into the victim of a nuclear toxic waste spill?
Well, the thing is he always looked like that. I don't know why they didn't.
Yeah.
They were like, oh, look, he's just a boy. But he's not. He's not a boy.
At some point in this lore, when he fell into the lake, he also was attacked by 3 sharks.
Yeah, and then they decided after digesting half of them, they weren't interested.
Gross.
Yeah. But yeah, all these movies always start with like somebody being like, a couple years ago, a bunch of people died out here.
Right where we're sitting.
Yeah, and we don't know who done did it, but let's bring them back to life by accident. Yeah. All right?
While we're getting our dicks wet.
On 3. 1, 2, 3, sex hump. And
1, 2, 3, sex hump ritual.
But yeah, so yeah, for some reason this legend was just regular boy Jason, which was cool because like, I mean,
you do see regular boy Jason a couple of times as well.
Yeah, for some reason, but yeah, during the movie he becomes, for lack of a better word, lumpy. Yeah, lumpy Magoo.
Lumpy McGoo.
Yeah,
because he's gooey. So these 2 individuals are named Jim and Susie. And it's kind of weird because once Jason shows up, she calls Jim Jason once.
Oops.
Yeah, little oopsie that I assume they just left in the movie because she's looking at Jason when she says it. But she had no idea about Jason's existence until this asshole told her about it.
Yeah.
So how would she fucking know his name or what he looks like? Jim is a dickhead.
Yes, he is.
What is it with movies that we've been watching and boyfriends just being shit?
It's the 80s. It was a different time.
You can get away with essentially abuse.
Yo, you and I are woke.
Let me tell you, the abuser vibes in this movie are so strong that it's insane.
That's very woke of you.
A lot of fucking characters in this movie do things that they would never get away with without going to jail now or being canceled on Twitter. Right fucking stoked and smoked and woke.
Yeah, there's a lot of like the I don't know what the dynamic is. We learn later what it is, but like the teacher student weird like I'm driving you here, and then also the principal's your daddy.
Both teachers and the student. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dear God with Charles, I hate him.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Jim, in a typical terrible boyfriend fashion, after telling this woman, "Oh hey, a bunch of us were murdered right where we are right now," leaves in order to check on the Nightbird, and then comes back in a Jason mask and goes booga booga, like he fuck you.
He immediately stabs her with a fake knife.
Yeah, without any preamble or like, there's no way she was prepared for that at all.
No, nope.
Great, and then goes ha ha ha. I don't know why you didn't like that joke.
Let's go back to the bed.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, sex hump.
You're clearly weirdly interested in the story about these murders, and then you try to make me believe that you're going to murder me on a boat where we're alone. I'm ready.
Yeah, I am. Well, what's that from like Always Sunny? The when he brings the women out on the boat.
Oh, the implication.
The implication.
Now,
there you go.
This becomes much more important later in the movie. The implication.
The implication.
Yeah, the fucking.
So then you get Jason showing up, and he's got like a harpoon gun.
Yeah,
which he misses.
He does.
Hilariously, he misses his first shot.
They're just sitting in the bed.
Yep.
No movement whatsoever.
Nope.
Later on in the movie, he's much better at catching people who are moving a lot. What? But this, he just woke up, man.
Yeah, exactly. He's
get him a coffee.
He's getting the rust out.
Get him a dark roast. Cult.com.
Oh shit. I like that. So yeah, he misses the shot and then proceeds to just, no problem, I'm gonna stab you with the gun then.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, runs the gun right through Jim.
Whatever the fuck works.
Yeah.
Now, so yeah, Jim dies in spectacularly boring fashion. And then Susie decides to hide on the boat from Jason. Which, okay, let me tell you a couple things here. I don't give a shit if you can swim or not. Get off the fucking boat that Jason's on.
Yeah. You know what?
If you want to live.
Rotten masked hockey man's on the boat. Mm-hmm. Yeah, generally keeping away from him.
This isn't a time for a game of hide and seek.
No.
This is a time for you can see the shore right there.
It's not far.
It's like 10 meters. Swim.
If you knew anything about Jason, you'd know he's not very good with water.
No, he doesn't like it very much at all.
But of course, she doesn't know. Who could tell her, right?
No, she doesn't. So she hides in a cabinet.
And she tries the next best thing, which is pleading.
A lot.
With the monster man. And it's like, at this point, like, why bother? He's already got the stabby thing ready.
Yeah.
You're a witness to his crime, if anything.
Oh, you're in more trouble.
At this point...
Even if it wasn't Jason, like, you're gonna be murdered. Yeah.
He can't not.
No.
He's made himself an offer he can't refuse.
He's obligated, if anything. I really hate the way that she dies because I looked in that little, and I assume this is where like blankets and life jackets are kept inside the boat. Yeah,
probably like ropes and whatever.
There was plenty of room to move out of the way of the harpoon that he's slowly easing down into your stomach.
It's almost like he didn't want to do it, and he's just like,
you're just making it so easy.
And she's just like, no, don't do it. Don't stab me right here. Oh, no.
I would hate it if you put that in me.
Ow.
So I decided that Susie deserved to die at that point.
Yeah, I mean, if
she did nothing right, and then she barely tried to save her own life.
She almost didn't even thrash.
No, she just wiggles like a snake in distress.
If that's what you want to call what she did.
Yeah. And then, and also, like, you have one bolt. He's going to fire off one shot, and at that point, if he misses, because you're moving around enough for him to miss, you don't even need to move for him to miss, apparently.
Yeah, he's still got to retrieve the bolts.
Yeah.
You've got time.
Plenty of it.
You could have jumped in the water and been halfway out by the time he reloaded and took another shot.
Oh, fuck, hang on.
Yeah.
It was like a muzzle loader.
God damn. So, yeah, they're dead. Those guys are fucking dead.
And then, we go straight to, what's her fucking name here? Because I wrote it down because it's an idiot. It's a dog's name. Rennie.
Okay. I just said girl and guy.
Rennie and Ursat's mom teacher in the car.
Absolutely. Rennie.
And at this point, I noticed that everybody in the 80s, every woman's hair is curly for some reason.
It's a perm thing, man. That was
guess.
the look.
And, like, so laden with, like, hair gel that it shines. Like Prince.
That was the look, man.
I don't understand.
So, yeah, we cut to, I don't know, it's Vancouver. It's what it is.
Let's just be honest. It's fucking Vancouver.
Straight up British Columbia. Nowhere near New York City.
No.
Not at all anywhere near it.
You can't get anything this scenic near New York City.
No.
This dock.
And we come to just like, this is the cruise that is the graduating people that are being welcomed to New York City for some reason.
Once again, lots of problems.
Oh.
I didn't know that like who this teacher is as far as apparent to this girl.
I don't get it either.
They don't make it clear. They make it clear that Charles is his legal guardian.
They say uncle at some point.
Yeah, he's Uncle Charles. He has legal custody. Who's this woman? Aside from somebody who really appreciates her ability to write stories?
Well, yeah, she bought her Stephen King's pen. She better fucking appreciate it. Holy shit.
Also, she doesn't even know for sure that it's Stephen King's pen.
There's no certificate of authenticity there.
She goes, apparently Stephen King used this to write some of his, like, she just got ripped off by, like, a gnarled man at a tchotchke store.
Yeah. If anything, like, he scratched his ass with it.
Yeah.
It's also, like, one of those, like, quill ink pens. Like,
yeah, it's a fountain pen.
Nobody is going to be using if they're writing a fucking story.
No. You know how many dips you got to do just to get a sentence out?
Oh, my God. Especially when it's definitely at a time when ballpoint pens had been invented.
Oh, yeah. No, there's plenty of them. They're everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I would choose a pencil over that.
Stephen King, if you're listening, what kind of pens do you use, buddy?
He probably uses a computer. Like a regular person.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
And you know what? This is the 80s. You could probably...
It fits into your house. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so we come up on this fucking voyage, and you got this weird, like, don't talk to my daughter?
Charles is, like I said, the legal guardian of this young lady, Rennie, and immediately, without hesitation, the first interaction that you see between them, he is so overprotective of her that I immediately could picture her being locked in a bedroom all week. Curfew is 5 o'clock. Don't ever see a boy except for me.
Yeah, so it's maybe this teacher rescued her because, like, you got to come on the cruise too.
Yeah. And meanwhile, like, he's just like, no, I wanted her in the basement cage.
Who's gonna be making me pies? This guy looks like he just fucking needs a pie when he gets home.
It looks like all he does is eat pies.
A pie and a martini.
This guy's in so many fucking movies, too.
Is he?
As he gets older, he's in, like, a shitload of movies. I recognize his face right away, but he's always that dad.
Okay.
Very often, anyway, he's that dad, or, like, a police constable.
Okay. So you were seeing the students load on, and then we meet this, like, dockhand who just watches this bloody boat roll in.
Yeah, and, this is a common theme with this guy. Says and does nothing.
He's the only one who's witness to any of these murders, and he minds his own business.
He sees
he minds his own damn business.
So he gets murdered for it.
Yeah.
At the very least, you would expect some kind of reward. Like, I didn't see Jason.
Yeah. I don't smell nothing. There's no rotting corpse in this room. Carry on, big boy.
When he sees the boat, he responds like he knew that there were dead people on that boat.
Well, the window's got bloody handprints all over them.
Yeah, that's right, it does. And so, like, he right away goes, well, that's Jason. Weird.
We are at Camp Crystal Lake.
That must have come from there. Hopefully Jason didn't hitch a ride.
Yeah, my God. I know he's in this water, but hopefully he's not.
This motherfucker travels by walking on, like, the riverbed like a goddamn zombie in Land of the Dead.
He does, though. I think pretty sure that's what he does in Freddy vs. Jason. He, like, comes up out of the water just, like, strolling as...
Yeah, he does.
Just like, I got my handbag here. Just kidding. It's a head. Yeah, and this fucking... This guy... At some point, he's like, this whole boat is doomed.
Yeah.
But they had already, like, launched from the shore. They're taking off. Like, you wait until that to tell us now?
Could have said it earlier.
But, like, also, maybe take his word for it.
Yeah, when somebody whose job it is to pilot boats comes at you with, like, such conviction that there's no question he's telling the truth, and it's bad for you, maybe take heed.
Yeah, you know what? The one time you don't take heed, that's when you get murdered.
That's 100%. 100% of the time, that's the case.
You get murdered 100% of the times you don't take heed.
So I got pissed off.
Wayne Gretzky.
I feel like I knew that that's where that quote is from, but I always, I forget. I only know because of The Office. I got mad because why the fuck? Because they know, okay, Charles and the ship captain both know that there is an insane storm coming. Let's just take the 17-year-olds out on the water anyway.
Absolutely.
We're not going to cancel their fucking, what is this, homecoming or graduation celebration
shit.
Yeah,
you're going to get fucking bitched at over social media about that.
Yeah, God forbid. We'd rather them drown.
Yeah, yeah.
So What do you expect? There's at least a storm, and at worst, Jason, and this isn't cause to call it off.
You know what? Given the fact that they've got all of the worst people from that school on that boat, who fucking cares?
They sure do.
They literally picked all of the worst students to bring on this boat.
Rennie and Sean are like the only two people on the boat who aren't dicks.
And Sean's there because his dad's the captain.
Yeah.
You find that out, that his dad is disappointed that he's not a boat captain.
What a shit-headed dad, by the way.
Yeah. At one point, the principal, I keep calling him the principal. He looks like a fucking principal.
I'm pretty sure he's the principal.
He
wears the principal fucking suit the whole time.
He does.
You're on a boat cruise celebrating, and nobody in this movie wears comfortable clothes except for Julius the entire movie.
You don't see one lay.
Nope.
Not one lay.
There's no lay. There's barely sweatpants. I'm getting into my cozies the second I get on this boat.
Gym shorts. I would have gym shorts if I knew I was on vacation. I'm not even bringing jeans.
No. But everybody's got fucking jeans on.
Yeah, this motherfucker in his suit.
Suits.
At one point, he comes up and he's like, doesn't this kid know how to work the boat? His dad's the captain.
So, and no, he doesn't. That's the whole point.
What the fuck kind of logic is that?
He's barely legal and definitely doesn't have a boating license.
No.
But his shithead dad captain goes, hey, you're piloting the boat today. Surprise.
Yep. Hey, this is illegal.
And then has the audacity to get fucking mad when he doesn't know what to do.
Yeah. Oh my God.
He doesn't know that he's got to blow the horn.
Okay. First of all, I'll give him that. He did forget the funnest part about
best part.
The only part about piloting train or boat.
Yeah.
Is that goddamn horn.
It is. You could blast that whenever you want.
Oh yeah.
And on a boat, it's even better because you're supposed to.
Yeah. And
you gotta.
And what are they gonna do? You're out in the water.
Yeah. Fuck you.
Yeah.
I'm blowing that horn every 30 minutes.
Yeah. The second they get closer, you just blow the horn. But yeah. So yeah, he tries his best. He knew more than I did. And like, my dad installs I can't even fucking think of the word. Furnaces and air conditioners.
Okay, he's HVAC.
Yeah, he knew more about the boat than I do about installing furnaces and air conditioners. So give him a goddamn break.
Just 1 second, really, and like don't come at him so hard that he goes, you know what? I don't want to do this now.
Yeah,
because that's what happens.
You just drop this sextant on him, and he's like, "What?"
First of all.
Yeah.
What the fuck is a sextant?
It's a fancy boat compass.
I've been playing Donkey Kong all week. Point being, this is so old that it's older than my dad. Mm-hmm. And he gives him it in a box with the GPS that looks like a Game Boy Advance. Like, that's what I'm going to be using. Fuck the hilarious name. But it's essentially a monocular with measurements on it.
Yeah, it looks like somebody glued a telescope to like one of those like
a sundial,
like a protractor or something.
Yeah, and like he doesn't even know to blow the horn to leave the dock. How the fuck is he gonna know how to use that?
Yeah, for sure. The second he didn't know to blow the goddamn horn, I'd be like, all right,
give me that sextant back.
Yeah, you got another year of sitting on his boat.
So we get that. He's pissed. Rennie's on the boat with a dog named Toby, which. This dog just comes and goes throughout this movie like a specter. This fucking dog just disappears and reappears like a banshee the whole movie.
So many times I noted, where's the dog?
Yeah, where the fuck is Toby like the whole time?
What happened to the dog? Where's the dog? Oh, the dog's on the boat. Dog's on the boat.
Yeah.
How'd you get the dog on the boat?
There's a part where she's looking for the dog on the boat and doesn't find it.
Yep. And she just goes, ho hum. Well... Time to go.
And then somehow it's back when they evacuate. Like, this dog is the most intelligent person on this whole boat.
I had another thing like that. I'll bring it up later when we get to it. But there was another thing where somebody just kind of fucking disappears from the film.
Yep. That sure happens. It happens for a couple characters. It happens.
Good.
Where is fucking dude with his video camera half the time?
Well, like, he enters an alternate dimension where in the daylight he said he had to go get blackmail footage, and then at the nighttime he shows up to do it. So
he was just in his room gearing himself up to that for like 8 hours.
Yeah, he's just like listening to the, I don't know, Top Gun soundtrack. Is that out yet?
Yeah, fuck. So our first interaction between Rennie and her fake uncle, her adoptive uncle here, is just between the two of them. Him being a massive cockblock, and then he continues to do so throughout the movie.
Oh, yeah.
Almost as if he's saving her for himself. And let me tell you, Sean gives Rennie a fucking necklace because they're supposed to get together by the end of the movie.
Yeah.
And that they take solace in each other for half a second before he just appears like the ghost of fucking's past and goes, "Stop it!" And then goes right up to her. "Why are you here?" And then touches her face in a way that only people who are married to each other should touch.
I didn't catch any of this.
That's what you get. So his character establishment is, far too involved uncle who doesn't have any blood relation to the child he's raising. Great.
Yeah.
And then we get my favorite character in the whole movie, which is JJ.
JJ, which one was JJ?
JJ is the one who insists on playing guitar.
Yes.
Insists on playing this fucking axe like it's the best thing in the world.
Oh my god. And camera guy is there to like do her music video or something, and he just dicks off and leaves her to like, first of all,
to essentially get taken advantage of by the person who's supposed to be the hottest chick in school.
Yeah. So we cut to like, rocker girl, like getting this music video thing happening.
You know that this bitch listens to Poison on repeat all day.
Oh yeah, she's got the hair for it.
It's Poison and Van Halen and nothing else.
Well, she definitely has the hair and the guitar for it.
Yeah.
And then this camera guy's like, "Hey, haha, I gotta go take sneaky video of a teen trying to seduce a teacher. Ha ha ha. Goodbye." And she like wanders off and finds this World War II wartime ship engine room that has been hidden away on this. First of all, don't get me wrong. This is not a cruise ship that they've aborted.
They sure as fuck try to make it seem like a cruise ship, though.
This is a fishing boat that they've painted.
That's what it's the deckhand's boat. It's this dirty deckhand's house.
It is. It's very much like a very small fishing vessel that they somehow managed to fit all this stuff in.
They fit so much shit into this boat that's about fucking 130 square feet.
Yeah.
They got a fucking dance hall with like disco and shit.
They've got a sauna. There's a restaurant apparently.
I guess you will never see the fucking restaurant.
Nope.
But it just eats shit at some point. Also mad about that. And then the most expansive below deck area. It's the fucking Titanic underneath.
It is. It's they literally wander around like
there's more stories under the deck than there are above it.
There might as well have been a torpedo room, for God's sake. Like, make no bones about it. This is a very small boat, but on the inside it's like the TARDIS.
This is the TARDIS of shipping vessels here.
Oh god! So this rocker girl finds this like badass room.
She gives this cameraman a brilliant piece of advice, which is this chick that you're driving after, who's never going to be into you because you have a video camera strapped to your fucking face. I first of all take that very personally because that was my entire life as a teenager. Is never going to like you and is just going to use you as long as she can give you a soft chub. And then he goes, "She's hot though."
Right?
Oh my god.
How does anybody get away with that?
What? Just being so attractive that you can do anything you want?
Yeah.
Because it exists.
I want that. Can I do that?
Guys like you and me, Matt, we can't have it.
Oh. Is it because of the old?
Oh, that's part of it. Also somewhat homeless. It's a little bit of the old and a little bit of the homeless.
I get it. I look like Charles Manson, but
before this poor girl JJ gets fucking guitared to death.
Oh, she gets bludgeoned.
You'll note that Jason just makes his presence known midday. We're loading this boat from the dock full of people, and he climbs up to anchor in broad daylight.
Oh yeah, he does.
And nobody notices?
Well, they're all busy. They're all excited that they're getting on this fishing boat.
This is going to be a great, I wanted to go to the hotel. Let's get on the dirty, fish-smelling boat instead.
Yeah.
I'm so happy that we did this instead of Carnegie Hall.
Picture, if you've seen The Office, the booze cruise, but with more ropes.
And more basement?
Yeah, just a way deeper boat. Jason climbs up this chain like a high school rope, like no problem. He's all muscle, so I don't blame him.
You just got to. It's mostly legs. Those ropes.
Okay, is he like locking it in?
Yeah.
Just it's all crotch.
He's been doing Kegels underwater.
Oh God.
There's resistance training in that. Also pissed me off.
What did?
Before JJ dies here, before we get into the real murders of the movie.
Oh yeah.
When Sean and Rennie are talking about how they're going to spend this romantic getaway in New York, Sean goes, "Why don't we hike up the Statue of Liberty? It's only 22 stories."
Yeah, it's quite the hike.
Guess what? We're done. If this is your idea of a good time, I never want to be with you.
I'm out.
Holy fuck.
Peace.
I live on the 8th floor of an apartment building. Climbing up 8 stories wins me. I get winded by about 6.
Yeah.
I'm getting to the Statue of Liberty's knees, and I go, fuck this, I need a juice.
Those knees.
Yeah, no, she's hottest at the knees. Mad.
So yeah, Rocker Girl gets bludgeoned by just a very damp Jason as his squeaky wet rubber shoes just...
That must be the loudest shitty dollar store amp on earth to not hear Jason walk right up behind you.
Yeah. Oh, and
you get your first taste of him just popping into wherever he needs to be.
Oh yeah, he teleports like a motherfucker in this movie.
She fucking runs down a flight of stairs and he's already down there.
Yeah. Hey. Guess what?
Tag.
Yep. And Tag with the butt end of her guitar that she left there.
Oh, that flying V really gets a lot of use in this movie for how short of a time it's in it.
Yeah, it's a fucking multi-tool. Guitar, bludgeon, thing that somebody trips over at some point.
Yeah. Oh, it's a death trap on water. This whole boat.
Oh, God.
Fucking Rennie goes to her room and sees a goddamn ghost. And I'm out.
Yeah.
Hey, are we still docked? Because bye.
Yeah.
This ship is clearly haunted.
Is it still docked? Because at that point, like, that guy had heard that murder, the dockhand, like,
yeah,
he was, like, listening down one of those classic, like, ship holes.
Yeah, he hears that I assume is just a vent.
Okay.
Because we see a lot of steam later on, which is another point that I'll get to that made me upset.
Yeah.
You're just looking out the porthole and you see a young boy drowning. And you don't go, bye. Also, I would like to think that just out of like Good Samaritan law, if you saw like a bloody boat wash up on shore, you're gonna hold off on setting sail until everybody's all right.
Yeah.
Especially when 2 of the students are fucking missing.
Well,
and the teacher knows exactly why they're missing. And she just goes, they were probably more interested in exploring each other.
You're not allowed to say that.
No.
As a teacher,
I don't think in charge of students.
You're not supposed to say those
things.
Don't
be like, yeah, those underage kids are fucking Charles.
You know they got their father's boat. They were driving here and we're going to just dock and leave it here.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah. Yeah, but no, they take off, bloody boat or not. They gotta get to New York fucking city. I don't know how they're gonna plan to do that when they're in a lake.
Yep. You're raising great points. Didn't think of that one.
Is this boat magic?
Well, yeah, it clearly is.
Is there
it revived Jason.
There must be a huge inlet river that takes them to the ocean.
A massive one. Also, what a trip that must have been.
And they got these mountains so close to New York City, and they're still picking up that fucking radio station. I just thought of that.
I'm trying to think of where on earth that could possibly be.
It's Vancouver, god damn it!
Within proximity to New York, though.
Oh,
it's got to be like fucking Montana or something.
No, Pennsylvania's got mountains.
Okay, Pennsylvania works.
I don't think I still don't think it's close enough to pick up a radio station. But at that point,
on your shitty like ham radio, basically, also.
Yeah.
With an antenna, like that's picking up a 50-kilometer radius at best.
Yeah, that, and also, if you're that close to New York City, going to New York City ain't a trip for you.
No.
You've been there.
You sure have.
You've fucking been there. It's a thing you do.
Kitsch. It's like going to Niagara Falls.
It's exactly that. Oh, we're going to go to the big city again? Oh, damn it.
Sean and Rennie later on in this movie take a break from being frightened for their lives to just marvel at Times Square.
Yeah,
like it's the goddamn 7th wonder of the world.
And it's just okay, look.
It's a Batman logo and a Panasonic fucking screen.
Times Square looks exactly the same. It's these dudes who have these horse-drawn carriages that are all white and fancy next to homeless people.
Yeah, as if we get proper enough, it'll distract from the squalor.
Yeah, if we look fancy enough, they're going to know we're not together. Like anybody's making that connection.
Ew, gross. Rennie's in the fucking room and she says,
what does she say?
You already know where I'm going, don't you?
Yeah.
She goes, it's her and the dog in this room, and the dog's on the bed, and she's writing. And she goes, time for some personal experiences to fuel our minds. And then she goes over to the bed and lets her hair down like she's gonna fuck the dog.
Yeah.
And they cut away like she fucked the dog.
She's getting ready for her night out on the boat, Jay.
Her personal experience is fucking this poor Toby.
No, her personal experience is going to be smooching faces with this boy who gave her a gold
It's not
necklace.
Even, okay? It's like brushed plastic.
It is.
It's so bad.
Oh,
Also, they don't even kiss until like the end of the movie. What a waste. That's what the boat's for.
So then I guess we cut to like this weird fucking fight club that's happening in the under a skylight in the boat.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
It's got a gym in it as well.
It does. It's got a heavy bag, so that's a real gym.
Yeah,
that's no joke. There's probably an exercise bike in the corner.
Yeah, and so that's right next to the sauna and the fish. On this boat,
so you can get sweaty and then fishy, and then hot, sweaty, and fishy, and you don't have to walk too far down the hallway.
Just the way the Swedish intended.
I don't know if it's racist or not to have the only black character in the movie, Julius, beat the absolute living fuck out of a classmate like he does.
I think it's a step forward.
That guy doesn't get a single punch in.
No, he
Julius
does not.
Barely breaks a sweat.
Yep.
And decimates him in front of all of his friends.
Well, that's because he's got those ladies watching.
Yeah. Well, he didn't even know until the end.
He's got those coke whores watching.
It's exactly. I literally just wrote in caps, just sluts on this boat. There's two guys fighting and these two chicks, one of whom is like a super racist, by the way, straight A student that's Asian.
Oh, don't point that out. Don't point that out.
Straight Asian student.
Not racism's in my movie.
Who's specializing in chemistry.
Hey, you gotta specialize in something.
Science for the Asian girl.
Well, it's better than mathematics.
Oh my God. Or piano.
Yeah. So yeah, they're watching and they're like, wow, this guy's the only guy I'd fuck because look at him beat the shit out of people.
And then just like a hot, helpful man walks by.
Yeah.
And then she changes her tune immediately and goes, just kidding. I'd fuck more than one guy on this boat.
There's this fucking handyman he's like classically handsome.
Yeah.
He's got a tool belt with screwdrivers. He doesn't look like he works on the boat. He looks like he accidentally stepped on the boat and then it left and he's like, oh shit.
Oh, well, I might as well help where I can.
I had to tighten a doorknob on the fuck.
Not even anything to do with boating whatsoever.
Yeah,
shit. Like, I was just here to like clean a shoe. He looks like Eric Dane, who is from Grey's Anatomy. He's McSteamy in Grey's Anatomy.
Okay.
Also, I'm pretty sure he doesn't have a single line in this movie.
Nope. No.
His job is to be around and look hot.
And then get murdered.
Yeah. So these girls are like, man, I'm so horny now. Let's do coke.
Yeah, they are.
Off of a mirror like a real coke addict.
And this was the first time as a child I saw anybody like do coke. And I was like, I get why you put it on the mirror because you want to make sure you got it all.
Yeah. You can't leave any...
Gotcha.
You can't leave any behind.
No.
It's got to be a surface that will illustrate the powder remaining so that you can suck it up like a fucking anteater.
It's expensive stuff.
It sure is. Especially in the 80s. Oh, man. Yeah. Man, oh, man. Everybody. I'm surprised this is the only chick doing coke on the whole boat as well.
Right. The blonde girl offers her friend, the straight A student, some coke, and she's like, I don't want to get caught with that. I could blow my scholarship.
It's not, I don't want to do coke while I'm 17 years old.
Yeah, no.
It's I'm worried about the repercussions.
Yeah.
To my grades.
To which her friend responds, hey, you're talking to the prom queen.
Yeah.
I got it on the line, too. I got to wear a plastic crown for an evening. So
I have to look pretty for adults.
We've all got things to do.
So you think I would let us get caught with coke when I have to dance to a song later?
Yeah, cut to getting caught with the coke.
And right away. And this turns into a fucking after-school PSA.
It does.
Are you kids doing drugs?
Which drugs? Name them immediately.
Name all the drugs available to me.
You're a drug addict? Name 3 drugs.
And then Charles, who is the person who catches them, gets warded off like... in the most ignorant, like, oh, I guess you're right way.
Yeah, even though he sees the broken mirror with white powder on it.
And fucking this Asian girl, whose name I didn't write down, I just wrote down Asian girl, because it's the only one in the movie. And also, according to the trivia page, the first time there's ever been an Asian actor in any Friday the 13th movie.
Look, I don't need you to pull these strings on my movies.
And they have her on a science scholarship.
Hey, stop.
All right?
Stop.
I just want to make sure everybody is aware.
Not in my movie, it's not.
She basically says, I'm a straight A student. Would I do coke? And Charles was like, all right. I guess you're right.
Uno reverse right there.
Also, Charles knows exactly how to administer cocaine into his system. Yeah. Because he saw the mirror and knew right away.
Yeah. He's a fucking adult in the 80s.
Well, this ain't my first rodeo. I gotta stomach you kids somehow.
So yeah, then he's like, look, if this is the way you're going to be, I'm going to be in your room and you better have that homework I assigned for the boat ready.
Let me tell you, finding a 17-year-old girl below deck on a boat and becoming suspicious of their drug use is not the time to threaten to be in their room later.
No.
So right here I wrote, Charles is one false move from trying to fuck every kid on this boat.
Oh, yeah.
All he does is, like, weirdly get too familiar with these fucking kids.
He certainly does. He certainly does.
In a couple ways.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll get to that in a sec because, is there a scene in between? Yeah, there is.
Yeah, the sauna.
Yeah. Oh, this, by the way, favorite death.
Thank you.
Favorite death.
We are in 100% agreement on this.
Really?
This is also my absolute favorite death. I do have a close second.
I had you pegged for another one.
But this is, the dude is just resting.
Yeah.
And Jason comes up and just takes a hot rock and stuffs it in his chest.
With no issue.
Doesn't care.
Like tissue paper. Like he's putting a present in a bag. Just, this is where that rock belongs. Fuck you.
That's where that lives now.
Rock guts, and that's that. And then the guy's just like, oh, hey, what's up? He's like got a face thing over his face, like, yo, thanks
no hard feelings about that fight.
Yeah.
Thanks for beating my ass in front of my friends. Yeah,
I'm just naked on this board. Hopefully nothing bad happens to me. And then Rock.
I'm putting a lot of trust in people whose job it is to pull pranks at my expense because we're in high school.
Now, JK, Rock death.
Yeah, Rock.
Easily one of the best ones. And then then the one of the funnier scenes is this where they find out that because the girl whom the principal's too protective over also caught them with the coke, and they're like, hey, you want to do a bump?
Yeah.
And she's like, nah. They think that she narked. So what they do is they just push her the fuck overboard. They find out she hates water, like, well, you know what? Instead of throwing a glass of water on her, let's just almost kill her by pushing her into the water at night.
You could have just handed her a bucket of water.
No, no, she whoopsie poopsie and stumbles into her.
Nearly murders a person.
Sends her flying.
Yeah. With her shoulder. Like, this bitch plays rugby in addition to being the prom queen.
For sure she does.
Speaking of, and I use bitch in this case. Because she is one?
Yeah, okay, sure.
Because she sure the fuck is one the whole movie.
I'll let you label her as that, for sure.
Yep. And so this is what, I didn't get to see. All I saw was Rennie shows up, busts me with coke, leaves, and then Charles shows up, and we know that they're related. She must have told him. Mm-hmm. There's no other. So now, I'll kill her.
Yup. Oopsie.
Great.
I'm on coke.
It was an accident. One of the things I noticed in this movie, and it happens again with, I don't know how to put this, the heroin rape later.
Hey, you know what? That's the best way to put it.
That's what the fuck it is.
That's the actual way you should probably label it.
Jesus Christ, a Jason movie.
Yeah.
Really just comes out guns blazing with the heroin rape.
Look, he went to New York City. You got New York City. That never happens in any other movie. You put Jason anywhere else. Hell, space, the camp.
Yeah. The worst place on earth is New York City, according to this movie, and every movie set in New York City in the 80s.
The worst you got in any other movie was just a little bit of marijuana and some intimate, casual, but consensual.
That's important.
Light sex.
Not in Jason movie. Not in Jason 8.
Nope.
Nobody really reacts to the drugs that they took.
I said for somebody who just took her first shot of H, she sure has a lot of fight.
It really didn't affect her at all. And in this case as well, with these two chicks, they do straight up lines, like long ones, and don't really change their behavior.
Yeah,
like like everybody at this high school is just well versed.
Well,
they've been knowing what's up since 10th grade.
They've got a high tolerance. It's the 80s, Jay. Like I said, everybody's doing cocaine in the 80s. That's just what happens.
Yep, so that fucking happens. Again, we see the deckhand being Sandra Bullock in Premonition by being like, we're fucked, Jason's back. And again, nobody heeds him.
Well, he waited too long. We're already going.
But he wouldn't just pull that out of his asshole.
I know.
That's so specific. Jason is back, guys. Yeah, it's not a murderers on the boat. It's not, I'm a little bit worried that we're in danger. No. It's fucking Jason. I'm telling you now.
That does have like an edge to it.
Yeah.
You know, knowing where you are and the history of the water.
Not hard for me to be convinced by a guy saying that.
No, especially when he's the Harbinger in the fucking film.
He sure is.
Nobody ever listens to the Harbinger.
No, not ever. And he gets his for it, unfortunately. Rennie really should have followed the dog when it ran out of the room after the first time she saw the ghost.
Yep.
That dog knows exactly what to do and where to hide, apparently.
That dog is Houdini.
Yeah. He's gonna lead you into a closet and you're gonna end up in a trunk across the boat.
Yeah, it gets very Scooby-Doo like.
It sure does. With these fucking tiny hallways and doors opening and closing.
There's a scene in this movie where the principal's going through some hallways and he comes upon the camera guy and he's like, where's Rennie? There's tarot card reading happening in this other room.
Oh, and that's totally what it is. They just call it predictions.
Yeah, and the guy's like...
What a dickhead Charles is to this poor kid, by the way.
Yeah. The camera guy's like, well, you know, not all of us want our fortune read or our future predicted. And he's like, yeah, in your case, I bet that's true.
What the fuck does that mean? Teach?
Just a rude-ass guy. He hasn't done anything wrong yet.
I'm just trying to shoot video, man.
Yeah, he is.
You're going to want to remember this.
Yeah. This is what you get.
Oh, yeah. At that point, I would definitely be blackmailing him with porn footage.
Oh, for sure.
So we get that. We get the fucking Jason has no order that's reasonable in killing people.
Well, it's supposed to be like people doing it and people doing drugs first.
So, okay, but then he also fucks up the captain and his fucking second in command almost right away. Well,
they would have helped. They would have been like, they would have known what to do to get him out there. So he's like, oh, I gotta kill all these kids. I can't. It's like strategy.
Fine. And then we got fucking Rennie walking around the boat trying to find Toby. And at one point, he just pops his head out of a door.
Yeah, he does.
And goes, oh, I saw that. And that's it.
What's going on in this room? Oh, Lord.
So Charles, keeping good to his word.
Yes, he does.
Does indeed show up. I feel like I wrote her name down, but I might not have.
Bitch.
Bitch. It might be Colleen. No, Colleen's the teacher. Okay, so I didn't. Shows up to Bitch's room, and this woman... First of all, has contraband on the boat in the form of champagne, and he does almost nothing about that aside from take it away.
Yeah, oh, she found it.
Oh, I just found this bottle of champagne on this boat in this confined space.
Ooh, whoopsie poopsie. I broke into the restaurant and stole it. Is that what you wanted to hear?
And then, don't you want to see my biology project?
And at that point...
It's me, ass naked.
Noticing she's in a robe, I would have been like...
Bye.
You better be turning around to get it out of a fucking briefcase. By the way, if you can't see me right now, I'm looking directly up.
Not forward.
Yeah. And the second she decides to disrobe, his tune changes to a fucking high note there.
Extremely soft and doesn't avert his gaze even remotely.
Hey, don't do that. Wow. Oh, boy.
What are you doing? I don't know why it's Mickey fucking Mouse.
Yeah, it is. He fucking went right Mickey with it.
Oh, dude, he sees one barely legal ass, and all of his authority goes down the drain.
That young body just changed his all of his wholesome tune that he was trying to sing.
Yeah, because I'm trying to be a good role model for my daughter. Not right now, I'm not, though.
She literally throws herself on him, and he goes, "Oh boy, I better kiss you until I decide not to."
Let me tell you, that is a young girl, and you're a grown man. You're telling me you can't fight her off? If you really want to?
You are in charge of taking care of somebody the same age. Should you really be doing this?
And yeah, like, it's spectacular how he tries not at all to stop it from happening.
It's almost like he gets a full body, except for the lips, paralysis. What's the word I'm looking for?
For paralysis?
Paralysis.
Yeah.
Yeah, he gets that full body but lips paralysis.
I guess at some point he comes to his senses and goes, now you're really in trouble. Which, it's not a great thing to say, given the circumstance.
Yeah, it's too late, though, because the blackmail footage has been made.
Cameraman shows up and probably prevents a statutory rape.
Yeah,
because I imagine that would have just happened.
Yeah, because
if he didn't have a camera and she wasn't like, well, I can use this camera to get him off my back, she probably would have just banged him.
Well, yeah, it seemed like he was about to go like, hey, no. Now we're gonna do it the way I want to do it. But then, thank God the camera was poking through.
And then for his trouble, he gets a door slammed in his face.
Yeah, he does.
And then he somehow calls himself an asshole.
Right.
He goes, hey, I've had a major crush on you for the majority of my teenage life. And then she goes, well, that's cool. Bye.
Yeah.
And then he comes out feeling like a dick.
Yeah, you would just get the hint, man.
Yeah.
That's the last favor you do for her.
Get it about 30 times ago, probably.
You would think.
Because JJ knew all about that shit and was like, okay, well, this is a pattern of disrespect.
Yeah, it is.
Fucking. And then again, for his trouble, he gets thrown so hard onto an electrical panel that he bursts into flames.
Yes, he does. But that's a little later in the movie because first he kills Bitch.
That's true, he does.
First of all,
okay, yeah.
He slips his head in the door and she's like, oh boy. And she closes the door, puts her ear to the door, listening, like, what's this monster man doing?
And he's going to hear Johnny through it.
Yeah.
But this one, for some reason, takes like an inordinate amount of time. For him to travel from where he was standing to that door to punch a hole in it, like, way too, like, I was sitting there waiting for the jump scare I knew was going to happen.
Yeah.
So long that I noticed I was waiting for it.
But yeah, he punches. Nah, how about some Jesus?
Yeah, that'll help
How about some Jesus?
It's like, that's like drinking bottled water in front of an African refugee. The Bible isn't going to solve the problem I'm having when my son's missing.
Absolutely. I'm not going to bother reading because I'm looking for my son.
Yeah, I have way more important things to do than save my own soul here.
Like the whole Bible, too long did not read.
Yeah, it's like a fucking Lord of the Rings novel. I don't know why.
Mormons used to hang around my old apartment building and they'd like pass them out and I'm like, for real? Like, you don't have this condensed into a sheet for me that I can just put in a garbage as soon as I go around the corner?
They do, and people get into my building and put them in the elevator all the time.
This is why you don't need to live in an apartment building.
Oh my God.
If you're not religious, there's no need to live in an apartment building.
That's all that's there.
Yeah. It's just people who are trying to just make one big religious apartment building by...
It's so fucking... It's one of them. The one I saw, and this was like a week and a half ago. They put them up right... Because there's like these placards that are just... they're tacked to the wall so they never move, and they'll stick them on top. The back side of it has all of this shit about like getting your life saved and repenting. But the front is a math problem. It's like, what's 10 plus 290 plus 2002 plus 185? And then you flip it around and it's like, the answer is Jesus.
I think mathematicians would argue.
I don't know. What'd you go to school for there? If the answer's Jesus for you.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
So I thought it was a suicide pact at first in that church, but I did some reading about it, and apparently that's just like a place to store dead bodies for people who believe in God.
Yeah.
As if like proximity to the stained glass that it catapults you up into heaven as opposed to the long walk up the steps.
I figured it was more like some priest is going to bless this.
Yeah.
Here you go, Tommy.
Holy water around from the balcony. Like, I hope I get everyone.
Here you go, Fada. Just hook it up to the, to the fire extinguisher sprayers. There you go. Just bless them all.
Just kiss the fire alarm before you pull it.
Oh my God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So I think we can all agree lighting zombies on fire, you're just making the problem worse.
Yeah, you're making it like an area of effect problem as opposed to a very localized, like mouth-related one.
Exactly. And like, because zombies, I don't know if anybody's noticed this, they don't care if they're on fire.
No, they don't give a shit.
They're hungry for meat. And you know what? Fire, it's just not going to get in their way. I'm sorry.
I could put food out for my cat and then kick her in the face, and she'll forget because there's food out. That's how much zombies care about being on fire.
I'm you know, you took it there, and I see where you're going with it.
Not that I would ever kick my cat in the face.
I feel like you hit the ramp and then the cart just flipped, but you still landed on the other side.
Yeah, I did.
I'm going to give it to you.
Good analogy. I don't even care.
I'll give it to you.
In addition to trying to solve a problem by creating a much larger one, blowing up a gas station might attract some zombie-related attention to your location.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Jim meets fucking Mark and Selena here, who have Olympic gold medals in shot put, apparently, with the way that they're accurately throwing these Molotov cocktails.
Oh, well, they've been throwing Molotov cocktails for at least 28 days.
They're fucking 2 for 3 on throwing these.
By the way that father knows his scotch, that child has thrown a fair amount of bottles. That child has been let in the streets while their father's passed out in the armchair.
Fucking dad knows so much scotch. Mark, as they take refuge in a fucking one of those weird convenience stores that you see at like a rest stop, or in the side of a mall that has just lottery tickets and nothing else. And Mark fucking tells the best joke at the best time. Like, you just got through running for your life, literally.
Yeah.
And then he tells a joke about a fucking guy and a giraffe walking into a bar.
What was that joke?
A guy walks into a bar with a giraffe. They both get pissed drunk. The guy gets up to leave after the giraffe passes out, and the bartender says, "Hey, you can't leave that lion there." And the guy says, "It's not a lion, it's a giraffe."
I fucking love it.
That guy became my favorite person in the entire movie right away, because he doesn't even take his fucking gas mask off to tell him, and he's within 2 feet of Jim's face. Like, that's the most intimidating, scariest time to try and make me laugh.
Yeah.
And then he gets like disappointed that he doesn't laugh. What do you fucking expect?
He's just trying to brighten the mood. There was so much death and fire. He's just like, hey,
I'm staring like a fucking Chernobyl survivor in the face. And I'm not. It's not funny yet. Give me like 30 seconds to chill out.
Yeah, absolutely. Let him wipe the blood off, and then maybe pull out your 5 minutes.
I'm sorry you didn't like that joke. By the way, your parents are probably dead.
Oh, they are.
He just goes right into that too.
Yeah.
All of our parents are dead, and so are yours. I bet.
Well, he finds out.
Next time, laugh at the fucking joke.
If I'm ever in like an apocalypse situation and somebody tells me, I'm gonna laugh because I don't want that. I don't want that tough love. I don't want that.
These are the two kinds that you get here.
It's either tough love or
humor, or the worst thing you could ever say to a person.
You know what? It wasn't even that bad of a joke, to be honest.
It was a fucking sick joke.
I wrote down the joke.
Yeah.
But I also watched this movie like last week. Mm-hmm. So I forgot what the joke was. So I'm really glad you remembered.
I used to tell it all the time, but I would like fuck it up a little bit by introducing the concept of the lion like way too early into it. So I was like, as I was telling it now, I was like, okay, don't fuck it up because it's a good one. They try to get him to eat Maltesers. Yeah. Which are just the shitty British version of Whoppers.
You know what? They're not bad.
They're all right.
They're okay.
I looked it up because I couldn't remember. I haven't seen a Whopper in years.
I haven't seen a Malteser in a long time. They used to come in little bags around Halloween, but that's like the last time I saw a Malteser. I was never teased by it, to be honest. It was never my first choice. You never got your
mall teased by it?
Yeah, I never got my malt off in these teasers. But I was just like, they're just crunchy chocolate balls.
Apparently in 2020, they were the most popular British candy in the world. So enjoy that.
Sure. Okay.
I just looked at it.
Not in this fucking house. So at one point, when they're in that variety store, and Selena, the main girl, she's got like a crew with her, right? There's like a couple guys.
Just the guy, just Mark.
And she does not hesitate to chop him into bits.
No, the second day. And she didn't even know for sure
if
he was infected.
All she saw was a cut, and she's like, well.
Yeah. And she looked in his eyes and was like, well, I made this decision.
Yep.
I've wanted this for a while, apparently.
In her defense, you get 20 seconds. You get 20 seconds before it takes over you.
And when they get attacked in that house, like that fat old man is getting blood all over them. So there's like a 99% chance that blood got in the cut.
Oh, yeah.
So I wouldn't be taking any risks on that either.
Yeah, see, like that's the no-nonsense kind of thinking that I appreciate now in horror movies, where they're not like,
oh, but my feelings about it.
I'm going to pretend I didn't see that.
Yeah.
I'll put my blinders up for that one. I didn't see it. Let's
hide
get you.
and wait and fall asleep near you. I will say that what fucking idiot in a world where there's a blood-transmitted disease is using a machete to deal with the problem.
Yeah, that's too close.
That's the spilliest fucking weapon.
It is.
And that's why I said Jim is the smarter one, because he uses a baseball bat.
Exactly.
You're not cutting anything open there.
No, you're just crushing skull.
Yeah, that's brain injury. It might stay confined within the nice, head case of the thing that you're hitting.
Yeah.
There's a much better chance, at least.
I might appreciate a nail through that bat, just so you can just get right to the brain.
Yeah.
Do it in less swings.
Yeah, that's one hit.
Yeah.
You saw how many fucking hits and how much blood got everywhere when Selena decided she wanted to kill her friend on a whim.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's do this, because I'm sure we're going to do this every time there's a zombie movie.
Yeah.
You got to get one weapon in the apocalypse. What is it?
Oh, jeez. I mean, I like your bat with the nail. I'd probably go a couple nails on that, but just, still one swing. Preferably a gun.
Okay.
A gun would be sick.
Okay.
I'd like to think that there were some military people who died over the course of this whole 28-day pandemic who just left their weapons on the ground.
Yeah.
Grab one. You got no problem blowing up a fucking gas station. That's louder than a gun is.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
But if you're just melee weapons, it's tough because you want something that's long but doesn't make a whole lot of mess, but not so long that it sucks to swing it.
See, I'm thinking sledgehammer.
Sledgehammer wouldn't be bad.
Like a nice professional, plus, like balanced one.
Super ripped as you're using it, too.
Oh, yeah. With like a nice little rubber grip on it so you don't have to get so many blisties.
Yeah. You'd be the most fucking jacked zombie killer on the planet.
Yeah. I think I would go, because like I always pick like the big hammer in games for like melee weapons. Like the big double-handed big old hammer, because I like getting the big circular swing going and just getting everything in the hay. Yeah. Shut your fucking mouth. Well, I mean, Jim's got that little tiny bat, so yeah. I guess he's just got it under control.
I would also probably take like a chain with a ball on the end, like a giant steel ball.
Ooh, like a mace almost, or a morning star.
Yeah, but without the spikes, because that's going to be messier. Yeah. Just a solid fucking...
I kind of like that idea.
5-pound lead weight.
Ooh, what about like a cinder block on a chain? That might be too much to swing, though.
You could like break it in half.
Yeah.
Poke a hole through it. It might shatter. That's the only problem, right? It's going to crumble eventually.
That's the thing. Like cinder blocks are everywhere.
That's true. You re-up.
Yeah, exactly. It's a reusable, renewable source.
To wrap a brick in electrical tape.
There you go.
Swing that.
Fucking all right, man. I think we're going to have this apocalypse under control.
Dude, I'm fine. I'm going to do exactly what Jim's parents did. Oh, bottle of wine and sleeping pills.
Die in their underwear? Because that's what they did.
You know what they did was they went, okay, it's been 2 weeks and the airports are closed. We're fucked. We're going to get super stoned, have a good spank, and then die in peace beside each other.
Yeah.
You know they were fucking right before they died.
Or at least that was the idea, but it became more of a just like, I'm just going to take my pants off because I'm not going to die uncomfortable, you know?
I'd rather be,
But cozy. I thought it was definitely weird that they were just in their underwear, like shirts on, underwear.
Yeah, sheets askew.
Yeah.
They didn't even have a chance to tuck each other themselves in, which means they were for sure banging.
All right, you know what? If not, like he just couldn't get it up because of the circumstances.
Yeah, because of the pills or because of the fear.
I'm
one might be more enticing than the other.
I'm gonna say the pills probably, but also the fear with the pills with the fear backer. Probably softened
cocktail.
That and like just the age, you know.
Yeah, they were old.
Like,
well, oldish anyway.
Had he died like with an erection, do you imagine that would just rigor mortis up there?
I think it does. You know what's funny is because he's wearing boxers and they were doing that thing where they bunch up in the center and it almost looks like a hard dick.
I'm gonna tell you, I didn't look that closely.
I didn't look for very long. I was like, is that a bone? Okay, well.
And it was like just like a lovely visit to his parents' place right there. I guess they went on like a little excursion. Like, let me see if my mom and dad are truly dead. Mm-hmm. And then he sees his mom in her fucking underwear.
And given what's going on everywhere, maybe I wouldn't go pay him a visit. I mean, it's a phone call. Hey, are you alive?
Yeah.
Or they don't answer and I go, well, yeah, they didn't go to the grocery store.
Yeah, not in this climate. Who can afford that shit?
Fucking, they're not getting gas.
Wait, wouldn't you be worried that they're just going to be zombies there and you're going to have to clunk their heads in?
Yeah.
Like, that would be my concern. I'm like, well, what if they're dead? Then I got to clunk their heads in.
That would suck.
Yeah, exactly.
Selena, go in first. You're the fucking trigger happy one.
Yeah. You've got no feelings towards people. You psychopath. Get in there.
You're totally psychologically unhinged.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go kill my parents for me.
You should be having that machete all of the time. five, sure.
Yeah.
Oh my God. So they dead. And that's that.
Very surprised that no blood got into Jim's mouth when there was a drooling man over top of him trying to eat his arm off.
Yeah.
I was like, this is good. There's a couple scenes in this movie where, and I understand because it's storytelling, but everybody gets extremely lucky.
Yes, they do.
There's that. Well, Mark didn't, obviously, but Jim and Selena did just fine in that scuffle. When they're driving through the fucking tunnel to get across the river.
Oh my God.
Fucking Frank, and who I didn't know was Jason Statham in the transporter.
Right.
But has no problem driving up over just a pile of rubble. And barely anything happens.
It was like all of the cars had come together in such a way that he was able to drive over them
perfectly and without any problems. Like they pop a flat.
Yeah,
that's like the best case scenario.
It was like a very lame monster truck.
His fucking Gravedigger light here.
I really enjoyed the depiction of the apocalypse where it's just rats being chased by zombies.
Yeah,
like waves of rats, and the zombies are just like, we got to chase something.
Yeah, rats are already fucking gross. And I'm super happy that it seems that animals can't catch this disease.
Yeah.
In this movie.
Oh, yeah, because those rats would have been...
Yeah, Hannah's under the car changing a tire, and she just gets fucking stormed by a wave of rats.
I mean, she at least caught the plague. So, for better or worse, I'm not sure.
No rage infection, but you got boobos now.
Oh, yeah, you got mad boobos. Boobos and boobos. She's got boobos. I don't know.
That's what the sores are called when you have the plague.
I almost said boobies, and I was like, that's none of my business. She does have those,
but she's quite young.
Yeah, like that's none. I was trying to think of another word, and there was just none. Oh yeah, and yeah. So they fucking these rats.
Yeah. Before that, it's important to note there were two rules when Jim gets saved initially. One was never go anywhere alone, and the other was never travel at night. It took all of a day for Selena to be like, fuck it, we're traveling at night now.
Wow, and he didn't put up much of a fight, did he?
No. So I thought what about the road? Fuck it.
We got a car. It's only the loudest thing in the world.
Even before they run into fucking Frank and Hannah in that apartment building, they go there at night. It's fucking nighttime.
Oh,
they're
just
walking around.
Yeah. What?
Just ignore the rules that you set out. Just
yeah.
I guess I'll just trust your judgment on that one.
And also, they go up to that apartment building. That's where they meet the father and the daughter, and then they do a little celebration. That was filmed on 9/11.
Yeah, it sure was.
That was filmed on 9/11.
Fucking Cillian Murphy, two women whose actual names I don't know, and the guy from Gangs of New York split a creme de menthe, which is so gross.
On 9/11.
In celebration of the World Trade Center being destroyed. Oh, good.
That's still fresh, and they're like, all right, and take 2.
And fucking who made this? David Fincher, I think, directed this movie.
Maybe.
I guess he did an interview where he said it felt peculiar to shoot that scene on this day.
Yeah, but hey, you got to do
scheduled.
It was filmed in succession. It was all chronological.
Entirely digital handycams. That's 6 of them, which is so sick to me because that's like one of the first actual film cameras that or video cameras that I got.
Yeah. Those were classic. I still got my tapes around here somewhere.
Yep. And that's the only reason why they were able to shut down as much of the city as they did for all these scenes, because they could set up and knock down whole scenes really quick because it's just 6 guys. Like, okay, open the viewfinder.
Yeah.
Okay, action. All right, peace.
They got a shot of him like walking in front of Big Ben.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? I thought I heard, and I didn't get a chance to actually check the trivia section, but like, didn't they just like shoot that in the morning before cars were drove? Like, because they couldn't get the permission. They just
so they had, when they blew up that gas station, they didn't notify the authorities by mistake. So they were just like, oh fuck, and a bunch of cops showed up. So they would have the police shut down sections of the road at a time, super early in the morning, and then they would ask people to take a different route around so that they could still shoot without there being anybody.
Yeah,
and they were like, well, this is gonna piss people off to be like, well, you can't drive here for an hour. So they would take the hottest people on set and have them go up to these strangers and be like, hey, can you just go a different way? And apparently that fucking worked just fine.
Wow.
If a dime piece is like, hey, I'm derailing your entire morning, it doesn't matter as much.
Do you mind just not?
I'll pull my shirt down.
And sometimes it does work.
Yeah.
Speaking of, was the tunnel really the best route? Absolutely not.
And
Why would you ever?
This is Jim being the only smart person in the group. He immediately goes, this is a shit idea. And he doesn't let him forget it for like the whole time. But this is just this is bad. We shouldn't be doing this.
Yeah.
It's going to take an extra 30 minutes for you to find an above ground bridge.
And like, I'd be double mad if I was him, because first of all, I would never like, why are we trapping ourselves underground?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we're just going to drive up over all these cars because we found a ramp. No.
Nah.
We're going to back out and we'll find a bridge.
That's not a ramp.
I'm out.
That's a closed gate.
Yeah. Turn
around.
Yeah, but if they turned around, I guess it would have been rats and zombies.
Yeah. I mean, I'll smoke it. Frank obviously wouldn't give a shit about mowing down several zombies.
Yeah, you wouldn't even notice the rats really, right?
No.
It'd be like doing a little Tokyo drift because of the guts,
which he's already great at doing. Obviously, he's just like swerving around rubble and dead bodies the whole time, like he's a fucking professional driver.
Yeah,
Formula One.
What?
Also, it would just feel like, like out on the like country streets.
Yeah.
And right before a stop sign's coming up, they have those like ribs in the road that sound like dogs barking.
I hate those because it doesn't sound like it's like
yeah. Rats would just feel like that.
Oh yeah.
Just the whole time though.
It'd be like one of those streets where if you drive the correct speed, it's like musical.
Yeah. I've tried to be running these rats over to the beat of a song in my head.
Do. I feel like at some point though you'd run over so many rats that you would get like a rat slick going. Yeah. It would just be like a liquid rat underneath your
hydroplaning on rat blood and guts.
By the way, I went to New York once. I saw one rat.
Mm-hmm.
Big.
Yeah.
Big fucking rats.
I don't know what they're putting in the water there, but apparently rats love it. And it just makes them super huge.
I feel like if they were New York rats, that I'd be like, we're the zombies.
Yeah.
Where are the zombies at?
Rather just give me the zombies, fuck it.
Yeah. Oh my God. And you're like, props to those rats though. They didn't form a rat king at any point.
I didn't see any rat kings.
Not a single rat king.
Good. They know exactly what to do with their shit and hair to not get it all tangled up with other rats. That's what it is, man. It's shit and hair in there.
They condition.
Yeah.
These rats were shampooed.
They're not the only ones raiding the grocery stores for like liquor and conditioner. Plus 2-in-1.
By the way, an untouched grocery store?
That was a shock.
Red flag. I ain't going in there.
That's bandits leaving it untouched so people come in.
That's zombie land right there. You're gonna get Emma Stone and her sister with a gun.
True. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yep. But I mean,
yeah, no,
I
got
guess
fat.
I guess nobody had thought of that.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, Frank loads his arms full of scotch in that grocery store.
Yeah, he does.
Saw that scene and I was like, I could wrap my head around taking a couple risks in order to do that. Also, I kind of hated him for it because I designate a whole cart to the liquor that I'm bringing out of there.
You might as well, because if you can't drink it, you can at least like light people on fire with it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, high proof. We're just getting 70% spiritus because it's got a dual function. What's
your liquor in the apocalypse? What are you grabbing out of the grocery store?
Anything I can drink with my mouth.
All right. I guess you're just not.
I'm not picky when I might die in my sleep.
Okay, so what's the first one you grab then? Where are you taking that cart first?
Well, I wouldn't be going for scotch.
No.
I would probably go for the wine section and get a bunch of 4-liter boxes because they're gonna last the longest.
Shit.
Because if you're getting bottles, like if you're getting 1.5-liter bottles, that's gonna take up more like space.
Yeah.
Eventually, once you get to 10 or 12, which I would on the first trip. And
on the first trip.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Load up the car. I'm gonna go back in for a sec. Boxes of wine. That's 4 liters, and it's in like a fucking box the size of a sheet of paper. That's like an 8x11 box. You know how many of those I can fit in a trunk?
This is some math right here. This is some apocalypse wine math.
Don't think I haven't thought about how loaded I'll need to be when I'm scared for my life all the time.
See, I would go with something I need to drink less of.
You're doing hard liquor.
I'd probably kick the door in and look for like the cases of Jack.
Mm-hmm. But so this is the thing, right? Like you could do that and that would be great. You're going to have to find a lot of places to have diarrhea. Privacy.
That's generally, if I tell people I'm having diarrhea, I get the privacy.
They give you a pretty wide berth after that.
People aren't peeking when I'm having diarrhea. There's just it's nice that way.
But so in that case, it needs to be something you don't have to mix, because then it's like, oh, I'm getting sodas too.
Okay, that's fair. Exactly. You know what though? I could do Jack with like a little bit of water. Mm-hmm. Just as
I could wrap my head around vodka straight. I'm gonna get sick of it eventually, and it's gonna rot your teeth right out.
Oh, I don't think I could do that. I don't think I could do vodka.
I haven't been able to really drink like dark liquors heavily because they just that's a 2-day hangover for me at my age.
Okay.
So I just don't do it all that often.
Everything gives me heartburn, so I just don't drink anymore.
Yeah, this
beer, I'm probably gonna get heartburn later.
Off the one beer?
Hey, it's life. I am much aged, so it's.
Before they leave the apartment, and this is important to me on the topic of liquor. One major plot hole for me, the drunk, is he's got all these fucking buckets to catch rain on the roof of the building. You didn't have that many buckets in your place, which means that you were raiding other people's apartments in order to find buckets to catch rain.
Yeah.
You're telling me nobody in this apartment complex has something better than mint liqueur?
God damn it.
Do better.
God damn it, Jay.
He goes, it's not much, but it's something.
And
dude.
It's not even like it's his dead wife's like mint liqueur. Like, first of all,
any sentimentality there, don't split it with strangers that you just met.
Yeah, and that also as well. He was pretty excited about that scotch. You're telling me he's not gone and got scotch?
Yeah. He doesn't just have scotch around?
You know what? I bet he's like, yeah, we got this old dirty mint liqueur for the visitors. Yeah, don't tell him about the 12-year. Shh, that's for Papa.
It's been 28 days, right? He just had a particularly bad week the first week.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
And so he knows shit about his scotch when he's picking it out because he's explaining about the fucking peaty top notes and aftertaste.
Yeah.
That's a Lagavulin. So to your point, he must have some around.
Yeah, absolutely. My other qualm, none of that fruit in that grocery store was rotten.
All of the fruit but the apples.
Okay.
Which is what he grabbed. And so he looks at the apples and he goes, irradiated. Like he's just stoked for this horrible GMO apple that he's going to shove into his face later.
I wonder if, because I watched it on Disney Plus. Mm-hmm. I wonder if maybe that was cut out because I don't first.
It's a long truck shot It's not even. It's like 3 seconds where you get to see like a rotten orange.
Yeah, I don't know, because I feel like they also cut out a lot of his wiener from the beginning.
So in the unrated version, I would assume it would be unrated.
I remember there was like a longer shot panning down, and you see like his wiener, and his wiener's there. But like in this scene, it's just like, oh, he's laying on a table, there's his wiener, and he sits up.
Okay, so you do get to see him sit up. There is also a shot of him looking through the window in the back, so we might have ended up seeing the same version of the movie.
Maybe.
And it's just back nuts.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of back nuts.
I don't know. David Fincher really likes Cillian Murphy's ass. There's a couple scenes where you get to see him just ass naked.
There's a couple like angles where just like nobody looks good, and it's like an angle where you can see your nuts.
Yeah.
Any angle where your nuts can be seen, it's not a good angle to be shot from. I'm sorry.
Especially from the back.
Yeah, nobody. You're right, especially from the back.
I got fucking love handles the size of a flank steak, and there's no angle where I look good naked.
Well, here's the thing: like from the back too, you're also gonna see Heaven's Gate, so it's not like you get the double bogey on that one.
Yeah. I'm not waiting for that comment.
All right. So yeah, there's a lot of them just like wandering around asking hello, and nobody's answering, and then they get to like. Oh yeah, do we even say like why they're traveling? We just started ripping on everything.
They hear a recorded message about the key to salvation is here or something. First of all, I could tell you right on the balcony listening to that somebody's going to get raped if I go there.
Whoa. Well, yeah, that's the thing. You never know. That's why
key to salvation.
Yeah, the word salvation.
It's either rape or it's poison Kool-Aid.
Yeah, absolutely. that like the soon as you use the word salvation, cult. All right, so it's a cult.
So it's a cult.
It's a cult with a radio. Great.
No worries.
Yeah, let's not go there.
Clearly, it's a shortwave radio, which is even worse because then it means like it's a fucking probably backwoods hillbilly cult with no electricity.
Oh yeah.
I might as well just stay here and just be thirsty because it's not raining.
Yeah. We'll ignore the cult who is asking for people to come and visit for their salvation.
And this is why I'm pissed at Hannah. Because the three adults here get into an argument where it seems like it's settled that it's a bad idea to chase down this radio broadcast.
Yeah.
And then she has a naive and pure monologue that changes everyone's mind. And she almost gets raped for it. That's what happens.
Look, I kind of stopped writing notes as soon as this movie started taking that weird turn.
Yeah. I got a couple things to say about that whole... the Soldiers Gone Bad thing because it's in a lot of movies. There's a zombie movie called Severed that it's in. I don't know what it is about. It's only been a month. We need to repopulate the planet whether you like it or not.
Yeah, it's only been a month.
Yeah, wait a little bit longer before throwing your morals about rape out the window.
Get to know somebody.
Make a fleshlight out of a rubber glove and a sponge.
So here's the thing. It seemed like they had already, and it's been 28 days. They seems like they had done that and like just rubbed it raw, you know?
They're over it.
Yeah, like it's only been like because
fucking after a month of this not puss, I'm sick of this.
Well, the one guy is like he's like I found Gregory with a gun in his mouth.
Yeah, I haven't gotten a good nut in 28 days. I'm gonna kill myself.
It's like, oh, these poor white boys. Oh, they can't get laid, so the first thing they do is turn the gun to their mouth.
Not one of them is wearing a fedora, surprisingly.
This is a great depiction of what it's like to, like, the end of the world and, like, a frat house survives. A frat house gets to rule the world? Yeah.
This is Delta Phi land fuck plug.
Good Lord. So yeah, they get to like this barricade, and I thought it was really funny that they're just like, "Hey, welcome to the barricade. Don't mind the dripping dead body." And the dad starts like making fun of this crow.
Yeah, dude. And I gotta tell you, I don't fuck around with birds all that much.
You shouldn't.
Crows are really fucking like big assholes.
They are. They really are. They're the worst.
If you've ever been to Woodstock, I believe I've mentioned it on a podcast before, but they have the highest crow to human population in southwestern Ontario.
God.
In like 2014, they did a survey, and there's like 30,000 of them there. So much so that there's a guy that drives around with essentially a giant firecracker gun and just shoots it up into the air to scare them off.
I love it.
I can't remember his fucking name.
I wish that was my job.
But yeah, he didn't even need money.
Oh, he's a vigilante.
Yeah.
That's great.
He's like the Batman for crows that everybody hates because they're a nuisance.
He's the guy who's seen the birds too many times. He's like, well, I know what this is about.
Yeah.
It's time to put a stop to this. That's a firework gun, by the way.
It's all good. It makes sense.
Absolutely.
They get to that fucking barricade, and the first thing the fucking Frank does immediately is put his open eye in the direction of a dripping dead body from the sky.
I thought, yeah, absolutely.
You deserve to have... By the way, the precision on that dead body's blood spray.
Yeah.
Right into your eyeball with one drop. Boom, headshot.
And
it's a one-hit kill right there.
It really is. And like the odds of that drip hitting your eye.
Yeah. So slim.
Yeah, but like
so unfortunate for him.
They didn't bother to clean the body up. They just left it there to drip, which
up top. So it's dripping on people.
Yeah,
that are coming through to follow the radio broadcast.
Yeah, you're kind of screwing people over. You're kind of being it's a little bit of a bad host. Bad host right there.
We're gonna wait until Frank gets infected in order to announce our presence and come out and save you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they definitely. If they would have taken like 2 minutes to not and just like hurried it up.
Yeah.
Probably would have saved Frank. But yeah, the second he got a
hiding
drip in the
fucking bushes and they're just watching like. Let's see how many people die first.
Yeah. All right. Let's see if one of these guys is going to get that drip. We got him. All right. Guys.
Spring into action.
It's been a while since we've killed somebody. Let's do this.
It's go time. Which, I mean, given their attitudes, may be intentional.
Yeah.
The more you think about it. I had a thought that I wasn't 100% sure that they were military.
I wrote that down too. They didn't seem very professional.
No, but they did know the lingo.
Yes.
And they knew how to operate the military weapons. So, okay, so this is just like a rogue group of assholes in a company.
Seems like they found some military uniforms and like stole the pins, basically.
That was my impression.
And the one guy got the most pins out of the raid, so he's
now sir.
Yeah, exactly.
And the toothy guy with the least pins is now the kitchen bitch. Just forever.
Yeah, well, he should have got more pins. He should have collected more pins from the dead bodies.
And he'd make shitty eggs.
Oh well, he didn't make shitty eggs. The eggs were shitty before he made them.
They did look pretty tasty, to be honest.
First of all, if I sit down to eat and you pull a thing off a lid and like, oh, it's omelets. There's like 10 of us.
Yeah, that better be a giant fucking omelet.
You made omelets,
and they're like there's not even anything in them. I didn't see a single onion or green pepper in those.
No.
It's like the blandest omelet ever.
It's not an omelet if you just scramble eggs and fold them. That's not an omelet. An omelet has to have things in it.
Yeah. No, that's just an egg book.
And after watching Dave England do the vomit omelet, I can't. I can't do omelets anymore.
I like eggs. I just don't eat them very often.
I like eggs. I just don't care for thinking about vomit while I eat them, I guess. Because like the chunks of pepper.
Yeah, you don't have much of an option on that.
Yeah, well, I did that to myself.
Well, it's just like he says when he finds out that they're bad, that he knew. He's like, just put more salt on that shit. It'll cover up the vomit taste in your head.
Yeah, that would be something a fucking Chad would say too. Yo, bro, just if it tastes shitty, just throw some salt on them. Yeah, I made these shitty eggs. I thought we'd just throw some salt on them. Yeah, bro, I just found these shit eggs down there next to the butt plugs, bro.
Next to the butt plugs?
Thought I'd paddle these up our ass, but maybe we'll just cook them for the guests.
Yeah, we want them to feel like they're being wined and dined before we violate them horribly.
Get them some of them cold beers that we keep next to the dirt. Yeah, that's... It's just a castle full of Chads.
Frank would fit right in the way that he's pawning off the shittiest liquor in his house on people.
Oh, yeah, he would. Too bad he didn't make it that far.
No,
he would have fit right in.
He probably would have.
What with, his daughter being the piece de resistance there, the belle of the ball.
Oh, his poor daughter almost gets a train run on her the first night that they're there, and so does fucking Selena and just everyone with a hole.
Yeah, so this movie took a turn, and it was just kind of like a... Holy moly, when are these guys going to die?
He just goes, I promised them women.
Yeah.
Great company leader.
And to ensure that
These are the guys that look up to you above everybody else in this horrible situation. And yet, not just put your dicks in whatever and don't care.
It's not a professional promise.
Is it going to make you happy? Cool.
Yeah. for 5 minutes, and then you're gonna need something else to put your dick in.
Given how long it's been since they banged, it'd probably be like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Before they get to this barricade, they have to refuel. They got to get gas.
They do.
Cillian Murphy makes the only stupid decision I see him make in the entire movie.
Is that where he bludgeons the child to death?
That's where he puts himself in a position where he needs to by wanting a cheeseburger.
Yeah, he does. He walks right in there being like,
"We don't have any cheeseburgers."
Oh, yeah, it's been 28 days since this place has been open. They definitely got good, fresh cheeseburgers in there.
Yeah. They're not even, there's no way there's an edible patty in that entire diner.
And then he just goes in there. He's like, I'm going to bludgeon something to death.
Yeah. Well, he gets fucking jumped by the quietest child on Earth when it's running.
Oh, yeah. And he doesn't even check to see if it's not a zombie. He just bludgeons that thing to death.
Pins it right down and hits it with a bat well.
And then tells nobody like a psychopath.
As if they wouldn't be able to relate, they definitely all would.
Yeah.
Frank fucking beat the shit out of 2 zombies in the stairwell when they found him.
Yep.
And with also like, that's my outfit. Riot gear and a shield.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck
It's a good one. It's a good one.
You couldn't have found an assault rifle while you're there. You go to all the trouble of like, obviously volume is important. That's why you stacked all these shopping carts up at the bottom so you can hear people climbing up them. Just get the gun out.
You might as well.
You don't got to get that close with it. I don't know if you knew or noticed, but he just has a huge stick.
I did notice.
It's a huge stick with a nub on the end.
Well,
that guy's a fucking Neanderthal, and it's so amazing.
It is. I mean, the fact that he made it that far, into the 28 days,
he knows
with
how
like
to wield that shit.
He's
with
either
a lead anchor of a daughter the whole time too. You know she's not helpful.
No. See, I kind of like I'd seen this movie a long time ago. It took me a while to remember all the things, but I thought that they were gonna be like military something up there, but then it ended up being just like a dude and his daughter.
Yeah,
it's like
Christmas lights trying to keep it festive on September 11th.
Yeah, trying to keep the moods up after the just those images being burned into your brain of people falling out of a building.
Given the quality of apartment that he lived in, I'm sure he had that stick before the pandemic even hit.
Yeah,
just for self-defense in that building.
It probably was propping his door closed at night. Good Lord. So yeah, they're in this castle of Chads, and they have like this zombie, this guy who got bit, and they just were like, let's see how long it takes him to die.
Yeah, this poor man chained by his neck in the same section where they hang the fucking wet laundry to dry.
I don't know why did they trust the zombie to not get blood on the clean laundry?
The first thing you do when you get infected is vomit blood.
Yeah.
Uncontrollably.
Hey, these are the whites, buddy.
What's your fucking detergent bill like? You just go outside to pull the sheets down, like, well, start up the washing machine, I guess.
Well, look, this just speaks to the fact that it's just a castle of frat people fucking whatever,
I'm surprised
man.
they even hung the fucking laundry up in the first place.
I'm
instead
surprised
of just throwing it on the floor.
Yeah, I'm surprised the laundry was done. I'm surprised it just wasn't left on the bed.
He's trying to keep his fucking general suit pressed.
Yeah, like, I'm a guy. I know what it's like. Laundry is not always the first thing, and with the way these guys live, I feel like the laundry was not the first thing on their mind.
No.
So they're like, yeah, put it out there, and then they're like, well, where are we gonna keep the zombie?
You couldn't have found. It's a whole castle. Like, find a better spot for him. Find a better spot for the laundry.
Put him in a room.
Yeah, keep him in a room. That works too.
Yep.
You obviously have no problem changing people to radiators like you did with the Scottish guy.
Yeah.
For trying to be a nice guy.
Yeah. That was a weird jail they put that guy in.
They fucking they bust his face for trying to stop rape from happening.
Yeah, poor Cillian.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was like there were
him and the fucking Scottish dude, the only one with a head on his shoulders.
Well, here's the thing. They were killing. He tries to rescue these guys. The guy's name's Jim. I keep calling him by his real name.
That's fine.
So Jim tries to rescue the girls from these Chads, and while he's doing this, he's like, "Come on, we got to go."
Yeah.
How about
calling a little bit of attention to yourself?
How about tiptoe? How about, hey, we gotta go. It's
and like
bad times.
At this point in the movie, fucking. I don't remember if they have dresses on yet or not.
No,
they don't. Okay, then never mind. I was just gonna be like, regardless, at some point they're forced to put on dresses, which you're just gonna rip them off anyway. You fucking ape.
Yeah.
So why bother?
Yeah, they're old, weird, like Victorian gowns too. They're like ball gowns.
At the beginning of this fucking, and just because of how old this place is, of course you're gonna have a Roman statue in the front. Mm-hmm. This statue is of somebody in Trojan history who was like, "Hey man, I don't trust this fucking horse." Because they bring the Trojan horse in, and then it's full of soldiers who kill everybody.
Yeah.
So it's like a horrible foreshadowing. Like this is supposed to be a refuge with all these people that are going to protect you from the zombies now. And you see that statue? I don't trust any face I see in this place now.
There you go.
I don't trust any, especially not soldiers.
Oh my God. Yeah, no, to be honest, if I walked into a building and it was all men, I probably wouldn't trust any of them. I'd be like, oh, a bunch of dudes?
A bunch of dudes and not a woman in sight for their own good?
What are y'all doing? What goes on here at night? I'm out. A bunch of white guys? Peace.
Yeah.
I'm out.
I'll risk the zombies. At least there's some diversity there.
Yeah, you guys should really let everybody know on that radio broadcast.
There's one black soldier in this company.
Yes.
They don't give him bullets.
Oh my God.
He's just cowering in a corner with no fucking bullets in his gun.
And he has like a chair, and then the killer pulls the chair away from him, and he's just laying there.
Yeah. They didn't know how to treat the one player. They don't fucking care about him. He's the fodder.
Oh, God.
And worth noting as well, the other black soldier is a zombie chained up in the backyard.
Oh my God.
So I was like, oh, okay. I saw that fucking black zombie, and I was like, okay, I'm really going to pay attention to the racial tones here for a second.
Yeah, it's probably pretty important.
So fucking one of the guys, I'm going to have the black one.
Oh my God, yeah, I had a cringe at that sentence.
Yeah. There was something, oh yeah, fucking the pill bag that this chick Selena has and how huge it is. And she's willing to dole out Valium while you're camping outside. I don't know how many painkillers that make me sleep I'm going to take when I'm outside in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
And there's zombies around. I don't care about your horses galloping. And I might want to keep my wits about me a little.
Yeah, yeah.
Give one to the Hannah, the daughter. She's not going to be defending herself well anyway.
Well, she gets a couple during this film.
Yeah.
She gets right towards the end.
Something about Valium turns this chick into a fucking stone cold bitch too.
Yeah, it does.
She has no remorse for anything.
They find that one guy like in the back of the car, and she just backs it
so that he can get sucked out of it like a vacuum in space.
Oh, he does.
Also, like when they're gearing up after they capture Scottish guy and Jim, they take him out to the woods to shoot him and leave him in the body pile.
Yeah.
Something the fucking egg cook should have stayed in the goddamn kitchen because he doesn't know how to handle his weapon at all and just fires it off.
Yeah.
Distracts everybody. And then Killian gets away by hiding in the bodies.
Which is real smart.
Really smart. Only because the soldiers are fucking stupid.
Yeah.
They come back and just shoot up the body pile. That's the first thing I'm doing. How far can this guy run with his hands bound?
You're right. To be honest, I would definitely scan the body pile to look for him.
That's the first. The only mildly shirtless guy in the whole thing?
Oh, you mean the only living thing in that pile of bodies?
Yeah, with the green shirt.
The dude covering his face and cowering? Oh, yeah, there he is.
Oh, good. Bop, bop.
I like that that's all it took. Like, him being marched out into this pile to be murdered so that he doesn't stand in the way of these hillbillies doing whatever they want.
Yeah. To women.
Yeah.
To defenseless women.
So they march him out to this pile, and then he becomes Rambo.
He right away.
Takes two seconds of like looking, you're just looking down the barrel of a gun, and all of a sudden, Rambo.
He gets knocked down while they're walking, and then he stands up and just stares the dude pointing a gun in his face right in his eyes.
Yeah.
And it's like at that moment you're like, oh, I fucked up here.
Yeah. Whoops.
I had better kill this man.
Yeah, and it was like all of his training had just kicked right in.
The fucking Russian sleeper activation word is whoops. I fired the gun by mistake.
That'd be the worst sleeper agent, by the way. Whoops.
You just like you drop a plate. Whoops.
And just knife right through the heart.
Immediately. One shot.
But yeah, there was a really good shot where it was somebody looking for him, and it was like in the rain. It was a real Rambo shot because it like pans by this truck and it goes from one side to the other.
Yeah.
And in the middle, he's just like pressed
standing
up against
there
it.
quiet with just the most silent intensity.
It doesn't slow down. It just pans right over him. And then you see like a guy and he's waiting for him.
So, first of all, before this, the infected come out of the woods and try to attack this heavily defended base.
Yeah, because he cranks on the alarm.
That's afterward. But the scene during dinner as well.
Yes.
And so all the soldiers, and this is where I thought, okay, they must be military because they like went into form right away.
Yeah.
So maybe they have some training. Either way, they're scumbags. They probably only survived because they killed everybody else in the company.
Yeah, that's the kind of feeling I got. They were
like,
just.
Oh, you're not interested in raping? Well, we're gonna take you out to the body pile then. So get interested in it.
It was like a mutiny, I think they call it.
Yeah. I didn't know zombies loved the smell of eggs. It happens right after the eggs get revealed. And then it's like 10 zombies come out. They just fucking love eggs.
They smell that eggy goodness, that sulfury eggy goodness, and they just come howling.
Yeah. Before they get marched out to be slaughtered, Jim and the Scottish guy have a conversation where the Scottish guy brings up the idea that it's just the UK that's quarantined.
Yes, it was like an island or whatever.
Yeah. Earlier in the movie, Selena says that she heard a news story about there being infection in Paris and New York, but it was just a news story. So in the universe of this movie, which one would you rather believe? That the entire world just closed the gate to your country and left you there? Or that it's all over the entire world?
Oh, I would be hoping it's all over the entire world.
Because fuck you for doing this to me.
Yeah. I feel like the distance between like England and like what's across the English Channel, I don't think it's that far.
No, it's not.
I
believe it's France.
Yeah, I feel like if you needed to swim there, it might take you the afternoon.
Mm-hmm. But fucking God, Jim's ripped.
Yeah.
And these guys have soldier training. I'm sure they could swim that far. I think there's somebody who's tried to do that before and they promptly drowned.
Well, they should have been doing it in this movie where they would have gotten
motivation of zombies.
Yeah, exactly.
But gotta stay alive because he's zombies.
So if they are zombies though, that also they could be underwater.
That is true. Although the zombies in this movie die of starvation.
Okay, different. That's a different zombie.
I don't think they're reanimated. I think they're just infected people.
With anger.
Yeah.
Monkey anger.
Oh, they're pissed right off.
They got the anger of 1,000 apes.
A lot of them.
Oh,
there's a lot of apes in that lab. So what I was going to say was this movie, as being shot on these digital cameras in order to like look dirtier and grittier, the cameras they use could record up to 1600 FPS, but it did that thing where it looks like stuttering.
Yeah.
So all the zombies shots where they're being chased by fucking zombies or there's like zombies in a scene, he cranked the FPS up on purpose in order to make it look like that.
Okay.
And then when Cillian Murphy escapes and he comes back to fuck shit up, he did the same thing for those scenes for him.
Interesting.
In order to sort of tie the two together.
Okay.
That's all. Just a fucking technical thing that I find awesome.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. I thought the whole thing just kind of looked like an episode of Doctor Who. And I feel like every British TV show or film just looks like Doctor Who to me.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about the quality or the way. It must be the way that they shoot things, but yeah, it's
they shoot a lot of
phenomenon.
like. There's a lot of headspace, and then they fill it in sometimes with like a weird. What do you call it when it's a vignette?
Yeah,
they do a lot of vignettes and like a lot of weird shots of the sky,
wide angles,
like angly angles too.
Yeah,
and then it's just for some reason everybody looks like David Tennant too. That doesn't help.
You picked the second ugliest fucking doctor in the entire series.
I picked the best fucking doctor.
The ugliest one being Matt Smith.
Yeah, that guy ruined it.
He looks like he didn't get enough oxygen in the womb.
He looks like a puppet that came to life and became a real boy. That's what he looks like.
It does. I think it's his forehead.
I think it's the fact that like he wore a wig for all of Doctor Who. And it's
did he? I didn't even know that shit.
I'm pretty sure.
That's funny.
If he didn't, that hair was wild.
It was all over the place. It was out of control. Oh. In order to prepare for this horrible rape that's going to happen, Selena gives Hannah a bunch of these pills. and she becomes the most like defeatist, nihilistic woman on the planet.
It took was a couple pills from a random bottle.
Yeah, a bag of more pills than I've seen a human carrying just leisurely ever.
Yeah.
And she's sitting on the couch as they, after finding out Killian escaped, go to chase him down and try to find him, and leave 2 of the soldiers there to just watch the victims.
Yeah.
And she's just like, they're dead, and you're next. Jesus!
Yeah.
I know you just lost your dad, but damn.
Right.
Fucking, like, Selena was even taken aback by that shit sitting on it, and she's like the cold-hearted bitch in the movie.
She had that like,
whoa, Hannah, all right.
And then like this adds to his like Rambo-ness. Like, yeah, he slaughtered those 2, and he's coming back for you.
Good.
In reality, he's just being chased by a zombie around the house.
Yeah, he shoots and lets out that slave zombie that they had dirtying up the sheets in the back.
Yeah, they're waiting for him to starve to death, so they know how long they gotta wait it out.
Yeah, and he fucking stares at Jim for a second, almost as if to say, "Thank you for freeing me, sir."
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna go get so much revenge now.
Yeah, thank you very much. I know what I have to do. The assignment is clear. I understand.
He's got no chill either. He's chasing people around. Cillian Murphy comes back after beating the shit out of one of these soldiers with like some kind of fucking like rock whip or something.
Doesn't he like jam his head against the wall a heap?
That's when he gets back to the house.
Okay.
When he's getting looked for at the bunker, which I don't know why he went back. He's just going to get dripped on again.
Yeah.
It was to do the air raid siren and call attention to them, obviously. He just fucking, he smokes one guy and then leaves him sitting upright in the car.
Yes, he does.
Horrifyingly.
Yep.
And then the fucking whatever captain of this company sees that and doesn't go, I'm leaving right now.
He continues pursuit.
I don't
as
care.
if it's gonna be different for him.
I don't care how much military training you have. Somebody just killed one of my guys and then propped him up for me to find. Mm-hmm. That's a serial murderer.
Yeah, it really is. That's what I'm saying. It's like,
fucking John Wayne Gacy does that shit.
When the fuck did he become Rambo?
He's just a bike courier half a month ago.
2 days ago, he was naked in a hospital, and like, you'd think there would be some atrophy to his muscles from laying there.
There'd probably be tons, yeah.
But no, he's become a machine a murder machine.
That's the thing. There's no fat on his body. It's just all muscle now.
Oh goddamn.
He's streamlined like fucking Brock Lesnar.
Yup. Oh jeez. All these, well, not all the zombies, but all the ones that were moving around were athletes.
Yeah.
I thought that was a good choice, because then you actually get zombies who are trying to get you.
Yeah, who fucking run faster than you do, probably.
Oh, yeah.
And immediately you just sense that. They're fucking booking it the whole movie everywhere.
Oh, yeah. It was like a marathon.
No care for their arms where they're flopping around. Fuck it. I need to get over there right now. And that's all that matters.
That's what I love zombies. They have a goal and they get it done.
A lot of people don't like the Zack Snyder Dawn of the Dead because they're like, zombies shouldn't run. I disagree.
I mean, some zombies probably don't need to run, but
if you're fucked up, if you're an old ass zombie, that's fine.
It's much worse when they run because it's scary.
Yeah. There's nothing frightening about something shambling to me like my uncle who's dead.
No, if I get enough time to reload a musket while it's coming at me, I'm not worried.
I get fucking.
If I can't hit it with the first musket shot, hold on.
Oh, no problem.
Hold my muzzle.
You can reload an entire M60 in the time it takes for them to get to you.
I mean, I read in the trivia that Stephen King bought out an entire showing when this movie came out.
That's because this was one of the best movies ever made. I don't care what anybody says.
And I mean, if Stephen King thinks it,
yeah, he also used a line from this movie in one of his books.
Oh,
the "You need us more than we need you" thing when they meet Frank and Hannah and they're talking about it. Right, disrespectful. Like, thanks for welcoming me into your home, saving my life. I'm going to talk shit about how desperate and useless you are.
Right.
In the next room.
Give me that creme de menthe.
Fuck face.
Hey, give me that creme de menthe and some privacy. It's time for a bitch sesh.
There was a fish tank. I couldn't see if the fish were dead or not, but they probably were.
I don't see why they would be alive. If as soon as the apocalypse happens, I'm not caring for fish.
No, I'm not feeding that thing.
Sorry, you ended up in
this for flaky food. Fuck it.
Yeah, for real.
So Jim comes back to the house to save these girls from a horrible outcome, and somehow knows his way around the entire house, having only been there for a night. There's a part where two of these infected people are chasing him. Yeah. And he just knows where like a secret trap door by the fireplace
I thought that was really weird. He
might have gotten lucky.
Yeah.
But good memory for having like the shortest tour ever, probably.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe we could pretend that like they hustled them through that while they were walking them to the body pile.
That's like the door to the radiator room where he got chained up.
Yeah.
Sure. All right.
Cool.
But like the soldiers didn't even know. One of them hides in a cupboard.
Yeah.
Under a sink in a basement.
Yeah.
Why are you going into the basement when you're being chased by zombies? That's a dead end. Number one.
You really shouldn't be in a building when you're being chased by zombies.
No, get out of there, out into the open where running is easier.
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't got to take like 14 90-degree turns to get from one side of this fucking mansion to another. I wouldn't mind living there. A lot of upkeep on the lawn, though.
Well, not really. It's more of a minefield. I wouldn't. There's a shot where the zombies are running up that thing, and one steps on a mine and blows up, and promptly lands on another mine and blows up.
The fucking best game of Fall Guys ever.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, I wouldn't be dealing with the lawn. The lawn would be
probably
pits.
Mows itself with all the explosions anyway.
Exactly. Yeah.
So you're fine there.
The lawn's a write-off.
Fucking Hannah can't handle her opiates. Oh yeah, she's fucking. I wrote it down. I read it. There's a scene where she's trying to hide from one. Yeah. And this woman's fucking upper body strength is insane.
Right.
She climbs up the back of this fucking giant mirror and just hangs there with her feet off the ground.
Yeah, she does.
If that was me, you got about 5 seconds. And then I'm getting down.
Yeah,
my feet on the ground, and I'm getting beat up and murdered by a zombie immediately.
Like even what she was gripped onto was just like a little latch of wood, so it's all fingers.
She's bouldering in her spare time.
I saw her doing that, and she was shaking. I'm like, well, why is she shaking? I didn't realize that she was holding her entire body up on a 1/2 inch ledge.
Super impressive.
Yeah,
the fact got chin ups for days.
The fact that the mirror didn't like spin too, because it looked like it's one of those big
I
mirrors
thought the same. So her balance and her calisthenics training, holy fuck. And what's Frank teaching this woman?
That zombie takes a good hard look in the mirror too in his life.
He doesn't like what he sees.
Yeah, he's like, oh man, what have I become? All this rage is...
It's eating me up inside, literally.
I gotta go shit somewhere. And then he goes.
Fuck's sake. So yeah, that happens. Jim comes back to this mansion and proceeds to tear ass in so many horrifying ways.
Yeah.
He gouges a man's fucking eyes out while he's looking right in his face.
Well, he probably was like, hey, don't.
What childhood trauma did you have to channel in order to be able to do that comfortably?
Oh, it's just, man, who likes to look at people right in the eyes? Oh my! So I'm saying, don't make eye contact with me. Everybody wants to gouge somebody's eyes out.
And it takes him a long time to die from having his eyes gouged out. Holy shit.
I can't imagine you would die from that.
What I'm thinking is he got his thumbs all the way into the brain.
Okay, well, that would probably do a
I admire his commitment.
Yeah.
Because Jesus.
Do you think he felt that? I was like, ooh, brain, whoops.
Oh, brain. And he's probably like, brain, good. Let me get in some of there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then, okay, 2 stupid decisions that he made.
Okay, let's hear it.
Right after the eye gouging, he gets up, stares at Selena, who has a fucking machete in her hand, and just walks at her. No words.
Yeah.
Eye contact, fast walk. As if he's a zombie.
That's how you get your fucking head cut off.
And thank God she hesitates for a second because of her feelings. Because that's 9 times out of 10 you can't stop that. Machetes are heavy.
Oh, yeah, no.
You're at least nicking them.
Oh, yeah, you're going to be giving them a 5-inch wound, right? Yeah. It's a long machete.
It's hard to stop that swing when it's activated.
Which is funny because she did not even think about hesitating the first time.
No. With Mark? No.
Yeah, and she like all she saw was a cut. This guy was like coming at her.
Bloody as all get out.
Yeah, she's like, okay, maybe not.
I mean, I like his jawline though.
So
I don't really want to fuck it up.
So this other guy must have been a big piece of shit then. Fuck.
But he had good jokes though. One.
So you got the ultra cloaca there.
So this fucking movie, you open on a mass grave and a young boy going, yeah, that's bodies.
Yeah, this is where the bodies are. I found them right here sticking up out of the ground covered in maggots. Okay, so why is every time they find bodies in movies, it's just like, let's sprinkle maggots atop the bones?
Well, they eat the meat on them.
Yeah, but there ain't no meat. It's just bones.
There's like a little microscopic amounts of meat still, probably. Also, where are maggots going? Do you see how slow they move?
They turn into flies after like half an hour or something.
Fair enough. I guess they do that. Flies have a very short lifespan.
Yeah, those guys live for like 24 hours.
It's a weird circle.
Yeah.
It starts as a maggot on the skull, and then it eats a little bit, turns into a fly, flies up in the air half a foot, and then right back down and shits eggs out. Yeah. Rinse, repeat.
It's and somewhere in there, it has some fly sex.
Yeah, that's gotta happen.
You ever, like, if you go outside, you're gonna see flies having sex.
Eventually you will.
In the hot summer heat, they can't. That's their prime. That's their rut.
It can't be beat.
They're rutting.
I think it's rutting with D's, but I understand what you're saying.
I think you're talking about a part of a boat. Myself, I have no idea. All right. Yeah. So and then like the lady there, she's like some expert.
We have some kind. Some humanitarian forensic scientist or something working with the UN.
Yeah, and
because she's got military guys with UN helmets on surrounding her constantly.
A lot of good they do.
Yeah, so much.
She says to the boy, she's like, yeah, you did the right thing by pointing out all these dead bodies.
So happy that you did that.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for doing the right thing there, kiddo.
It's not like I'm going to have to go back and do mounds of paperwork because of this.
Not only that, but like, who the fuck wouldn't? Who goes, oh, dead bodies. Huh? That's Africa.
Turns out most of Africa does that.
Oh, come on now.
As evidenced by Harry, also known as Little Gustav in this movie.
God, Lil Goosty.
That's his rapper name.
To be honest, as soon as somebody throws little in front of it, if you don't have gold teeth and look like Lil Jon, what's going on, man?
Lil Xan.
Lil Foot.
Speaking of dinosaurs, this is a movie about a crocodile. That's a Land Before Time reference for everybody who's under the age of 30.
To be honest, I've never seen those movies.
Oh, well, Littlefoot is like the main dinosaur.
Oh, okay. I was just thinking like dude with little foot. One tiny foot, so he has to buy odd shoes.
He's not going to be a very effective warlord if he can't even walk.
But like that's always like the warlord thing. It's like they see him and he's got like one thing that's like, oh,
yeah.
You make fun of that and he kills you.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, he's got a little hand. Little foot.
So we got these UN peacekeepers here, I guess, trying to uncover the human atrocities that are occurring during this civil war. And after digging up a bunch of bodies, she walks about 10 feet and finds what she thinks is a mass grave again. And then she promptly displays completely zero knowledge when it comes to how to use a shovel. She raises that shit over her head like a sledgehammer and slams it into the dirt. Straight up and down.
For a second, I thought she was signaling. I was like, "Oh, over here!" And then she like power throws it.
Yeah. Not to mention, okay, if there's bodies in there, you just put the point of that shovel through a head.
For sure, you're doing way more damage than anything else that has been done to these bodies.
Amazing technique on that.
Just powering it through.
And then so. I chose this movie as one of the options last week purely out of nostalgia.
Okay.
I vividly remembered watching it and enjoying it very much. And then after she plunges her shovel into the head of a child, ostensibly, we get treated to like the worst post-production screen shake ever. And I go, oh, this isn't going to be as good as I remember, is it?
Yeah, as soon as I saw that, I was like,
I was dead right.
Did a YouTuber edit this one?
Yeah, man.
Jeezers.
And then you get, the fucking action movie quick cut close up so you don't get to see anything that happens as she's attacked by this crocodile and dragged into the river.
Yeah, well, they did, some fancy camera footwork to avoid showing anything worth seeing.
At all.
Yeah.
And for good reason, as it turns out, because this crocodile is 100% CG. At no point is it a real crocodile.
And you know what? I mean, if had it been a real crocodile, like we just would have been watching Tremors.
Also, like, how would you shoot? You're basically watching a snuff film. You can't shoot with a crocodile that size without somebody getting death rolled at least once.
Oh, sorry. I meant like a practical effects crocodile.
Yeah, you're right. It would have been probably pretty low budget and shitty.
Yeah. It just would have been like a rubber crocodile that just would have, it would have been too big to look anything good or close to good.
Fucking or like if they did the animatronic, it would be so fucking slow. Just a giant $1 million robot for the 5 shots where it's visible
in this movie that I've never heard of until you told me about it last week. So
I had this on DVD. I used to watch this shit like once a month.
And
when I was like 16, I was like, this fucking movie's sick. Like, all of the African politics shit and the subtext went right over my teenage head.
So you just enjoyed like 15 minutes total of this movie.
Yeah, and Dominic Purcell's chiseled chest.
Chiseled.
I want to point out, okay, well, first of all of the UN peacekeepers that this woman has with her after she gets dragged into the river and killed, they just fire into the water with AK-47s.
Oh, yeah, there's absolutely nothing there to shoot at, and they're just like, fuck you, the water. Also, take that.
Yeah, and then, like, do you not know with your United Nations training what happens to a bullet when it's fired into the water? It stops becoming a bullet and it becomes a small rock.
That, or it ricochets off and just goes anywhere else.
So, like, totally ineffective military here. And then we go right into fucking Dominic Purcell. So he's
after
the intro with all of the news headlines that are manufactured that are just like, oh, a horrible thing happened in Africa. Yeah, 2 weeks later, another horrible thing happened in Africa.
The title sequence to this is just 40 seconds of just newspaper headlines and pictures of dead bodies.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Has nothing to do with this reptile at all.
They're like, oh, there's a serial killer. Oh, Gustav. Oh, and you're like, oh, there's a serial killer named Gustav.
Yeah, you don't
and
think
this crocodile? Yeah. Oh, shit. We got a movie. We got a fucking movie right here. They're going to have to deal with that crocodile and Gustav. Turns out, no, same person, but there is a little Gustav. Mm-hmm. He's okay.
He's not okay.
I mean, like, he's not like, he's like half in the movie. He's in the movie for like 40 seconds total.
Yeah, he's not great.
And he's not even like a serial killer. He's a warlord. These aren't the same thing.
No, they're not. Mass murderers and serial killers, there's 2 different distinctions between those things.
Yeah.
So we're back in America now, and you can tell because the sepia tone is gone briefly.
Yes, the classic sepia tone, letting you know
every single shot in this fucking movie that's not at night has like a yellowish brown filter over top of it.
There's a really bad one when it's the first shot of them like in the boat going across, and there's like crocodiles in the foreground.
Also CG crocodiles.
I couldn't tell through the bad coloring.
It was very difficult to tell, but I knew because there was no weight to them. One of them like walks because they're on the shoreline, and one of them walks toward the river, and it looks like it's slithering. Like there's no footsteps.
Okay.
It's just okay.
So like one just like poofs and just like floats away like a cloud.
In a way,
just like a little poofy cloud.
Yeah, like a balloon.
Like those balloon animals that.
Yeah.
All right.
Like a deflating balloon.
Okay.
Because I don't know if you've seen crocodiles on the ground or not, but their stomachs just go outward like a blob.
Well, yeah, the heaviest part of the crocodile is the crocodile. And it's like gravity. It seems like every crocodile is fighting gravity until it has to be the fastest animal on the planet.
Yeah, in which case it has no difficulty being that.
Yeah, I forget the stats, but like next to a cheetah, like they're supposed to be super fucking fast. Mm-hmm. So at this point, like why is there a movie? How is, like this movie should have ended with a bunch of dead people because they couldn't outrun this giant crocodile.
It kind of does. There's like 2 left by the end. 3, I guess.
Sure.
I found out, so the first thing I noticed, we're in the newsroom. Dominic Purcell's character, he's a journalist who just got burned doing a story that turned out to be fake. And his punishment is to take this woman who does like animal circus stories out into Africa.
He fucking hates her.
Hates her guts.
She's a pleasant lady.
Yeah, she's nothing but happy about it.
She's doing her best, and this guy fucking dumps on her.
Oh, yeah. The animal journalist.
Oh,
and then he goes, I didn't mean for that to sound condescending. That's a lie. You said it so condescendingly there was no mistaking it. Oh, the piece of shit journalist that sucks at her job.
Yeah.
Awesome. So, the first thing that I noticed, though, about Dominic Purcell in this movie is that even in the newsroom, where just about everybody is dressed up professionally because it's a goddamn newsroom, his shirt is halfway unbuttoned.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's like that the whole movie.
Yes. So I looked it up. And right on the trivia page, it was in his contract to have 3 to 4 buttons unbuttoned at all times.
I don't know how I feel about that.
It's horrible.
I don't know how I feel about that at all.
How's your agent, Dominic?
Just apparently pretty fucking good.
I need your chest exposed constantly for this movie.
I mean, that seems like something he would have requested.
I need to see your male cleavage for at least 50 to 60 minutes of this 90-minute film.
We're in the newsroom, and there's some news story, some political baloney news story that nobody cares about.
I didn't even listen to it.
Yeah,
all I noticed was
you didn't need to.
You can always tell in movies when it's not an actual reporter or newsroom at all. It's just like some woman in front of a green screen and reading lines off a teleprompter.
They have just a picture of a dude in a suit in the top corner.
Another white guy bit it.
Yep. So this report is some political thing, and at the end of so this guy Jake keeps talking about, his name is Tim in the movie.
Yes.
And so at the end of this report, they're like, and fuck this Tim guy for not talking to us. And then at that moment, also Orlando Jones, who is Steven.
I need you to know, by the way, in spectacular form, his last name is it's the only American black guy in the movie. You don't really get to know any of the actual Africans' names, with the exception of Harry, which is a white-ass name. He does say his real African name, but I couldn't follow that. Fine. And Jojo, which is the name of your cat, which is so funny to me.
Yeah, it is.
I wonder if she's got a little black in her. Anyway, his last name is fucking Johnson, which is the blackest last name you can have. In North America.
I had no idea.
Carl Johnson, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas.
Okay.
They named him Steven Johnson. They went, okay, we're gonna go white first name, black as fuck though. Don't forget about that. Look at him.
Well, not just looking at his color.
Yeah.
He's a great cameraman.
Yeah, he is.
Very dedicated to the
Super
craft.
Pissed about an out of focus talking head. Who cares?
And Tim's like, I'm trying to hear this. Well, you're going to have to hear it because you can't see it. But so like Roger is their boss, and he calls Tim in to tell to just drop the bomb that he's going to Africa. Yeah. So they're like, oh fuck, Roger wants to see you in his office. They look over and he, oh god, what do they say? They say something like, when they find out like Tim's getting outed for not responding to this reporter, Orlando Jones is like, hey, don't worry, pimp my ride's on. There's a chance he's not watching. So, and then they cut over to fucking Roger, who's scowling through his office window.
Yeah.
And he's just a silver-haired old man in a suit, and not like some dude in basketball shorts.
This man has probably never even heard of Exhibit.
Yeah, he looks pissed, and they're like, oh fuck. But when they go in there, he's just pleasant. He's like, hey guys, what's up? I was watching Pimp My Ride over here. he doesn't actually say that, but like he's like just a pleasant dude. Like, so what? You just have a resting bitch face when you watch your employees.
The worst way, he's the best boss ever, because no matter how good you do, he still looks mad at you for it.
Yeah, he looks just livid. He didn't even give a shit about the news. He's like, guess what? You're going to Africa. I don't care about this.
No, I don't give a shit about this story. Have fun.
Yeah.
And then, so then we meet Aviva, which is the name of like a fucking bowel yogurt.
See, I just wrote Ava and Eva because I didn't hear them say that at first. And then I looked it up later and I was like, oh, I'm not going to. I'm just going to keep calling her what
I rewinded it about 4 times to get her name.
Okay.
I'm going through it and I still don't have her fucking name. Let's go back.
Ugh.
And so they get introduced, and fucking Tim has a very horrible time with the idea of going to Africa because Burundi's a war zone. Now here's the thing: the entire premise of this movie doesn't make any fucking sense from a self-preservation as like angle. I'm going to, even as Roger, I'm going to send my employees into war to get a lizard.
Fuck them employees.
Apparently.
There'll be more.
And then he goes, there's a ceasefire right now. They don't give a fuck about that.
There's a ceasefire now.
Yeah, for like 5 minutes.
So what happens when there's a go fire and we're there?
What happens when there's just fire?
Yeah, he sends them in, and they're watching this report, and they start talking about the lady who is who was attacked by the crocodile, and she's
fucking Tim goes, "Oh, you mean the lady who got munched?"
Best line of the fucking movie. One of the best, because Orlando Jones has all the rest of them.
Yeah, he has every single good line in this entire
film. If it wasn't for him, this movie just would have been...
Yeah.
There would have been nothing, no saving grace.
Even that munch comment, I mean, that's a good line. It doesn't beat any time Orlando Jones opened his fucking mouth throughout the entire movie.
No, but I had a good fucking laugh because, yeah, that lady got munched.
Yeah. So, yeah, Tim makes a great first impression with the person that he's going to be spending potentially weeks with, and just the three of them, including Orlando Jones, a.k.a. Steven Johnson. I'm never going to get over that. If you sample 10 black people from East LA, I guarantee you at least one of them has the last name Johnson.
You know, I wouldn't know. I don't pay that much attention to last names.
During this news story, Aviva says that it's a Brothers Grimm fairy tale about a giant dragon killing people. Okay. And I was like, that's a reach. Yeah, why would you even include that line in the film? Because it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Well, hey, this crocodile eating people, it's a lot like a probably racist German thing that was very old about nonsense.
Belschnickel and Black Peter.
Look, all I'm saying is don't. If it's a grim fairy tale, you don't want the actual. You just do the Disney translated version. It's much more for you,
right? You sheltered whites going into black hell, and then just shitting on culture for the first third of the movie.
Yeah,
that's really what they do.
When they're on the plane, so Tim's being a dick, and Evivia is like, "Hey, isn't this great?"
And he's like, African name,
and he's like, "Oh yeah, this is great with the war and the guns and the big crocodile, wonderful,
awesome, fun."
Orlando Jones is like, "Hey, your attitude is shitty. You think Roger is fucking her?"
He goes so fast from like, "Hey, you should probably check yourself because we should be amicable with each other." You think she's getting railed by our boss?
Right, and his whole reasoning behind that is like, he's got a dick. She's got a nice butt.
She's tappable. He's got the tapping apparatus.
By the way, a tapping apparatus is a blind person's cane. Did you know that?
Oh my god. That's amazing. Didn't even have that thought. I love it. I don't know why fucking Steven is so preoccupied with whether or not Aviva's getting laid.
Yeah, it's none of their business.
Really?
They're there for the crocodile.
Let's just dig. We just met.
Yeah,
we just met today. Let's get right into your personal life. Getting filled up? You getting filled up or what, Vives?
Far too personal.
And then as we're doing that, yeah, that's when you get to see the fucking stupid crocodiles that suck. And we get introduced to the trapper.
Matt, right?
Yep, Matt Collins, who is I called him in my notes Dark Timeline Steve Irwin.
Yes.
Because he's a fucking asshole.
And he's all about shooting this crocodile.
All the time in this movie he's an asshole until he gets hit by a truck so hard that his guts come out.
It does happen, doesn't it?
It fucking sure does.
Oh boy.
Fucking Steven is just like taking B-roll basically of the trip, and then you get to see Aviva and the way that she looks in the passenger seat of this shitty Buddy Holly biplane as we go into the hottest continent in the world, and she's dressed like she's ready for like a Playboy shoot. She's got her hair done perfectly. It's like, okay, do you know what humidity is? That's gonna last 5 seconds. That makeup that you're wearing, that's gonna sweat off your face in less time than that. Why did you get dressed up for a wedding to get on this plane?
For whom?
Exactly.
Are you looking good for?
I want to look hot. It turns out she just really likes guys that treat her like shit. Because fucking her and Tim end up together by the end of the movie.
Do they?
Well, they're holding hands on the plane home.
You know what? I think I was just like, thank God. Thank God it's fucking done.
So yeah, Tim spends like 90% of this movie just shitting on this poor woman.
Yeah.
And then there's a turn at some point where she's like, you know what? I like this.
Hey,
great.
Something about this big crocodile makes his asshole hot.
You know what it was? It was the jug of pheromones.
It was the jug. It
works on crocodiles and horny women.
Yep. Thank God. It's like pocket sand. Really. Thank God. Just always keep a jug of crocodile pheromones on you. Just blood and guts.
He's just got that on deck.
Yeah.
It's a distraction effort. During this plane ride as well, Orlando Jones, again, the only black American lead in the movie, somehow manages to be racist against his own people.
Yeah, he does.
By doing a horrible impression of like an African chant.
Yeah, he does.
And now coming out of his mouth, it's hilarious. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. Nobody else in the plane could have done that. So
no, by law, I think.
Yeah, definitely, definitely would have. The movie would have been immediately worse.
Yeah, it would have. It would have been embarrassing to say I've watched it.
Yeah, anybody else in the plane had have done that, it would have been like, ha, yikes.
Maybe we shouldn't take them to Africa.
Yeah.
What did I just hear that out of your mouth? I'll turn this plane around.
Oh my God.
I noted that a lot of Orlando Jones's lines did feel like improv in this movie.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. He's a funny guy.
Yeah, so I thought that was impressive. He's easily the best character in the whole film.
My God,
saving grace.
So they arrived to Africa. Heads up. Africa, not a great place.
No, it's real bad out there.
My impression of Africa from this film is you're going to get frisked no matter where you are.
You're going to get frisked with no lubrication whatsoever. It
seemed like everybody, I don't know if they were at the airport or if they were somewhere, everybody was getting frisked but them.
They were indeed at the airport.
Yeah. And
it's probably because they were the only white ones there.
It could be. Orlando recording everything gets told not to. It's illegal to record.
Now, I was confused about this because this is when we meet Harry, who we learn later on is little Gustav.
Little Gusty.
A little gussied up. And he's the one who says that it's illegal to film inside the airport.
Because he doesn't want himself filmed?
That's exactly what I thought. He doesn't pop up in the movie long enough to explain whether or not that's the case until later on when he gets filmed murdering someone.
Yeah.
Which it makes sense that you wouldn't want to be caught doing that on camera. That's why You're Under Arrest exists.
I love that show.
That's fucking amazing show.
If you're in Canada and you've got Netflix, look it up.
If you like Cops, it's the Canadian version of Cops, and unfortunately, there are a lot of native Canadians who get into trouble.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Now, I understand that probably sounds racist to say, but it's also an objective fact about the show.
But there is an almost equal amount of
white trash meth heads.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say white mulleted, jean jacketed individuals.
Yeah, that's also true.
Slamming their head onto things of their own accord.
What is it with white trash and just being so belligerent when they get drunk? Well, I just go to bed.
I've never had the urge to bash my head on the back of a cop car until it was bloody.
Yeah, until my forehead exploded everywhere.
But I think it's just, there's something about like 90s liquor that just did that to people, you know?
Thunderbird and fucking Alberta Premium.
It just hit different in the 90s. So at this point, I think it's a little Goosty is like, yeah, your boat's not gonna be ready for forever.
And that's how long it's about 30 seconds it takes for Tim to just take his dick out and swing it at this man.
And his dick is just an uncharged phone that even I could tell, but it's not even lit up.
Yeah,
he didn't even dial anything. Anyone. He just put it to his ear and was like, yeah. He says, there's nothing, no boat.
We're stuck here and we're gonna leave.
And then all of a sudden, the boat is ready.
Yeah. So
interesting how that works.
Yeah. Obviously, Harry didn't want them to go anywhere near his territory because that's the territory that they're entering into in order to get this crocodile.
Yep.
Is his area, his private square, if you will. Around this time, Steven, Orlando Jones, just tries to say hi to someone and gets stared down with what I can only describe as the most murderous stare from just a guy.
Yeah.
And then he goes, fuck you too, I'm from Brooklyn.
Which, I mean, I don't know who's scarier.
I do, because I don't care how many gunshots you hear on a Saturday in Brooklyn, New York. It's not 10 guys with AK-47s pointed at your face most of the time.
All right, you got a point.
And like that guy just lives in that. Every single person in this movie, basically, their families are either dead or dying because of this civil war.
All right, I'll give you that. I'll give you that one. All right.
So, and also, like, he's not going to have any fucking frame of reference as to what Brooklyn is or means.
Point J.
Yay!
So yeah, they get on this boat. They're like, here's your bodyguards. Here's 2 guys. Look at them. They're crazy people.
They're operating an M60 on the top of this boat. Probably just let them do their job.
Knowing full well that there's war going on, Tim's like, hey, do we really need this big fucking gun? I think do we really? I could do without this big fucking gun.
And Harry just goes, trust me, you'll need it.
Yeah, aka Harry is just going fucking wild.
Yeah.
So this whole time, Tim just doesn't give a hoot about this story. Like,
no, he doesn't give a fuck about it.
He's trying to write some political thing. Like, he doesn't care that like finding this crocodile is going to be a pretty big scientific thing. Like, it's like he thinks it's just not going to be news at all. But
no,
it's a 25-foot crocodile. That's killing. It's killed more than 300 people at this point.
Yeah. Like, no, that's a good fucking. And also worth noting, and this is another thing that fucking Orlando Jones says. This crocodile's like, OJ fucked up when he killed that white lady.
Yeah, oh my god.
Before he even said that, I was like, yeah, it makes sense that it takes one white woman being killed for anybody to be sent to check it out.
Oh, but she was British too, so that's
even
double jeopery right there.
I don't think you know how Jeopardy works. And then you go, sorry, what is that's double jeopardy? So Tim's working on this story, and Aviva comes up, promptly gets reminded that he couldn't give a fuck less about her or what she's there to do.
Right.
And then she goes, you're kind of an asshole. And that's when I wrote down, Aviva likes abusive men, because she says it in like a cheeky, joking way, despite the fact that he is definitely a dick.
You're not wrong.
And she's like, oh, you're kind of an asshole, aren't you?
This is not a good way to meet women.
What's below deck of this ship? Let's go together.
Why don't you go fucking find out?
And then they promptly get shot at from the fucking brush.
And oh my god, as they're getting shot at, Matt comes out and he's like, what's going on? And Tim's like, we're being shot at by some guys. Just some fucking guys.
As if he's got no idea.
They probably see the guys who work for little Gustav and they're like, well, fuck those guys.
Yeah.
And they're the good guys.
That's pretty telling.
Yeah.
Somebody on that dock saw them hanging out with little Gustav and they're like, okay, we're going to ambush them in the woods at night in order to save our lives and the lives of our families. And then the 2 guys on top of the ship operating the machine gun chuckle to each other as they murder a dozen people.
Oh my god. I wrote down the dude operating the big gun really likes shooting people.
Loves it.
It's his favorite thing in the entire world.
It must be. He was so happy about that. And then, so that happens. Nobody really gets murdered on the boat from memory.
No.
And then we get the child swimming to get her waterlogged doll for no reason.
Yeah, they show shots of like this town. It's like a little village. Mm-hmm. They make a good point of showing a shot of this dog on a raft. And you're like, oh, there's a dog on a raft. That's funny.
Even with no context, I knew. I was like, okay, that's bait.
Yeah, I took a close look. I'm like, that dog's tied to the raft. Shit.
He doesn't want to be out there.
They keep showing people like looking out at the water, be like, is the dog still there? Dog, okay, dog's there. Dog's there. Good.
This is my whole fucking point.
Yep.
And then just, my daughter, go get your doll.
Yeah.
Go get your doll 20 feet away from the bait for the giant crocodile that we left out there.
The doll was so much further out in the water than the dog was.
Just get the dog instead. That's better than the doll.
Yeah.
And then, you get big fat crocodile mouth.
Big fat crocodile mouth.
And then we cut to black. And this is another thing the problem that I have with this fucking movie. There's weird cuts to black for almost no reason.
I did notice that.
I don't know who the editor was, but it's like, okay, we're out of footage.
The editor?
Let's just go to the next scene.
The editor, I actually looked that up. Mm-hmm. A blind person. They used their tapping apparatus to edit the film.
You had me on the hook on that one. I thought you actually knew. I thought you were going to tell me it was some guy who sucks and he's made like a bunch of shit movies.
No, I have no idea.
We get that happening. Then we get to meet Jacob, who is the guide. The white Australian guide.
The guy who's like, I want to keep this thing alive. And he's like, a baby been eaten in a river, mate. And we're gonna go move. We got to go. I'm trying to do his accent. Yeah. I can't. And he's like, we got to go. We're just gonna carry this big fucking cage though, eh? You know this more than 25-foot long cage we got for the 25-foot long crocodile?
Yeah.
So we need about 1,000 men.
So we meet fucking Jacob. He's sharpening a machete, which is menacing enough.
Yeah.
And then cut to night, and that's where we get conversation between Matt and Jacob, where they argue about whether or not the crocodile stays alive. All of the exterior shots of his house during this nighttime scene are during the day, and then nighted in post.
I love when you can tell that a lot of horror movies.
You just dark blue it.
Yep. Dark blue, and you try to make the sun look like the moon the best you can.
Yeah. Just like a fucking 30-second hue shift, and it doesn't ever convince anybody who looks.
Nope.
With their eyes.
Nope. It's like that's when you blink. During movies is when you see it fake night. Oh, shit.
Good thing I blinked. I would have been upset.
Yeah, damn.
We get to see, fucking Gustav Cage, which is apparently, according to the writing of the news report that Aviva is doing about the cage, even this crocodile can't bite through this steel. I've seen thicker sheets of paper than the metal they used to put this fucking cage together.
Yeah.
I could kick that and it would break in half.
It was like a big origami cage.
It sure was. And you're going to hold a fucking like a 3-ton animal in that thing?
Absolutely, yeah.
Like, good goddamn luck.
One power roll and he's going to be just wearing that thing like a scarf.
So we got these American journalists, and like you were saying, all of the resources in the world, seemingly. Let's just make a bunch of Africans carry it to the water.
Right?
And we'll give them $5.
And it's not like it's to the water. It's like, it's a trip.
It's like, kilometers of walking.
Portaging this fucking cage.
Canoes are roughly about 60 pounds these days with the fiberglass and everything. Mm-hmm. This giant cage is probably a couple tons.
Yeah. I was it like Tim goes to like lend a hand and like, come on, and then get out of here.
A bunch of African people fist fight over the position of carrying the heavy cage.
Somebody's tricked these people into thinking that it's fun to do chores.
Fuck yeah.
Who did this?
Probably Jacob, who said they need this job.
Yikes. It's not good when white people are in charge.
Hey guys, remember slavery?
Yeah, you oopsie. Oopsie poopsie. I tricked you.
Orlando Jones in this movie, Steven, really makes a point of reminding everyone of slavery.
Well, yeah, he does.
He sure fucking does.
He has some lines that I dare not write down for the color of my skin. It just wouldn't look right if somebody came across this and took it out of context, you know?
Yeah. Jacob, the one who wants to kill the crocodile more than anybody.
Yeah.
Loads himself up with a 2-round sniper rifle.
Yeah, he does.
For the crocodile that it's been established has survived several gunshots already.
Right. It's not. I think they even make a point of calling it bulletproof or something like that.
They sure do. But I'll just, 2 shots ought to do it.
Well, what the fuck was a machete gonna do?
That's a good point. Just fucking go after the tongue, I guess. Just get right in there.
It's good. That means it's like close enough to you that it's
it doesn't matter that you have the machete.
Yeah. At that point, that's just like a toothpick. You're bringing a toothpick to the dinner.
If anything, you're being helpful.
It's like when you get a BLT and they just put one through to hold everything together.
Yeah. That's what your machete is, Jacob, you idiot. That's basically what your sniper rounds are as well. When they show up at this village, all of the villagers are very excited to see them.
It's like when the Ghostbusters roll in.
And my first thought was, they think that these guys are Red Cross. So imagine a village full of people like, oh, you're bringing supplies, bandages, and medicine. And carry this cage for me.
Yeah, we got the crocodile cage. Don't worry, guys.
Walk it.
It's not food, but at least there'll be one less crocodile in the water.
Maybe a couple of you will die of exhaustion, and it'll be much easier to feed each other afterward. That's our brand of help.
Oh, boy.
Aviva goes out into the river, onto the dock there, and completely ignores their culture in order to save a dog.
Yeah, she really takes all of their whatever tradition they were honoring there and just goes, pa, 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 slap.
She even says, I'm all for tradition, but I can't let that happen.
Yeah, so fuck you. You.
Your country.
Oh, is this your dog? Oh, fuck you. I'm going to take that.
That's and then, now. She just absconds with the dog for the rest of the movie.
By the way, this dog, filthy.
It's a rat.
It's a filthy dog.
It's a subway rat.
It's the dog that is in those like urban legends where they're like, we found this dog at sea. And they take it to the vet and they're like, that's the biggest rat I have ever seen.
Yeah, that's totally what this dog is. I'm trying to remember what movie I saw a very similar dog in that it reminded me of, but I can't. It's another horror movie, but either way, another dirty dog that dies.
Dirty dog that dies.
Now, this dog doesn't.
No.
Just call me doesthedogdie.com. Spoiler alert, if your concern is animals being killed, they don't get that.
Nope. No animals harmed. Actually, you know what? For being in the middle of Africa, like in the middle of like nowhere, very little animals. You know?
Yeah, not too many. There's a couple zebras every so often.
One dirty dog.
One goat lathered in blood and piss.
Yeah, blood, piss, and everything else.
Yeah.
But yeah, the dog doesn't die, but it does pull like a Friday the 13th Part 8 where it just goes away for a long time and then comes back at the end.
It fucking sure does. It just naturally, it's fine. Yeah. Of course, all dogs have this innate ability to, like you hear the stories about them tracking their owners across the states or something. Yeah. It's like that in Africa as well with dogs.
Exactly.
They know where the plane is. They know which plane the person they like is on, and they just hop right on that shit. Yeah. No, they just skip to the front of the line too, like a rich person.
Homeward Bound 3.
Yeah.
What are they? The Serengeti. I forget what. It's not the Outback. What do they call it in Africa?
Africa.
All right. Fair enough.
Everything the light touches is our kingdom.
Homeward Bound 3.
African plains, I guess.
This time it's Kilimanjaro.
I don't think Kilimanjaro is in Africa. That's the funniest
Surprise.
part. I know, because of that fucking song that everybody likes.
The rains down in Africa. Kilimanjaro. Bless the...
I don't know geography that well.
That's okay.
So this is where the Ace Ventura reference that I texted you about comes in.
Okay.
They make it to the village where they're posting up by the water with this cage. Mm-hmm. And we have scenes of, I'm so mad about the way that Steven uses computers. He just has like a fucking crate and he's got his computer set up on it and just like out in the elements and then becomes surprised when it rains and everything gets destroyed.
Right? Oh my God.
Fuck you, jerk.
Water make electricity no work?
Who knew? I've only been filming as a news journalist for years and years.
I take my laptop on boat and in shower. What?
So we're at this, they're doing this fucking, one of the most racist scenes in this whole movie, by the way, is this campfire, and we have the villagers doing traditional African songs, and then
oh no,
they're eating.
Oh no,
they're eating off of plates, and Steven goes, what is this? This is delicious. And then Jacob says, in Swahili, all meat is meat.
Yep,
which means you're eating butthole, I would assume.
Yeah, or just like it's like rat or something.
Yeah.
Just like whatever was easiest. Something
fleshy that you could throw in a fire and bring it out and eat it without dying.
Yeah. It's best not to ask questions.
So in Ace Ventura, When Nature Calls, Ace is eating off of a fruit bowl.
Yeah.
And he goes, this fruit paste is delicious. And then the African guide that they have goes, it's made from guano, which is batshit. And then he goes, yummy, and spits it out just like Steven does.
Oh, I missed that completely.
And I don't know if it was a deliberate reference to that joke or if they just straight up poached it from a better movie.
Oh my God. I was really hoping the reference was going to be the bumblebee tuna. Excuse me, your balls are showing. Bumblebee tuna.
I will say that when Aviva is paying... So Aviva's racist. This is my next point.
Okay.
When Aviva is paying all of these villagers for the hard manual labor...
Oh, she doles out those bills.
Yeah, they're like dollars. One.
Shh, they're bills. At least she's not giving them handfuls of pocket change. Like, here's a nickel. Thanks.
Apparently in Swahili, Asante Sana is thank you very much, as far as I can tell.
Okay.
Anyway, Lion King. Asante Sana, squash banana. Which is what Rafiki says. So we're just digging deep with the cultural fucking ignorance in this movie. It doesn't stop almost the whole fucking movie. And most of it is Aviva.
Wait, well, hold on. Is it that, or is the Lion King just like fucking haha squash bananas and Swahili? Yeehaw, I'm a monkey. Like
that's worse.
Okay,
that's way worse.
Because that's what I was like. Oh fuck no, Disney, you've done it again. Can't you not for just 1 second?
That's why this movie's on Disney Plus. They're like, oh, I get it.
There you go. Yeah,
I hate black people too.
Fits right in.
So after the traditional African song, they expect the Americans to return the favor with a traditional American song. Mm-hmm. And in a spectacular fashion, once again,
of all songs,
Aviva begins to sing Amazing Grace.
Of all songs.
And then Stephen goes, why would you launch into a Negro spiritual in Africa?
He brings points to the table.
Great ones. That's her first thought. Well, I better sing something they'll fucking get.
Something they might join in on.
Yeah, but that's bad because that song is from slavery era. Yeah, you guys will understand. Your grandparents know this song real well.
No. Oh, yeah, thank God Orlando was there to really put a hat on a hat. Just remind us.
I did have appreciation for the fact that they just put that in the movie.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I know what you've done, and it's racist. We're going to break the fourth wall and call attention to how racist we've written this.
Yeah, oopsies. Our bad. But it's too late now. We already paid for the rights to use this. You don't even need the rights to use that song.
No, it's public domain.
All right.
I'm sure.
That's probably why they used it. What other song? Fucking Camptown Races?
Happy Birthday for 8 seconds. You can do it for 8 seconds before you get charged. Yeah.
Happy birthday. I'm not even going to do it. I'm not risking it. I'm not risking it.
You get a very angry email from somebody in Hollywood.
Just an old lady.
How dare you?
You owe me one happy birthday.
An amount of money equivalent to exactly one happy birthday.
You must pay the tuppence. I imagine all ladies want their tuppence.
Yeah, they must.
Yeah. So they do that, and then they go to the shaman.
Yeah,
who is a man in a tent,
desperately in need of skin moisturizer.
Absolutely driest skin on the planet. I assumed he'd rubbed himself in mud.
The guy's got full body eczema.
I forget what it's. He starts blowing smoke on everybody.
Yeah,
and I think it's Tim, and Tim's like, "Nah, I'm allergic to mumbo jumbo."
That is Matt. And this is my whole point.
Oh, God.
Matt Collins, fake Steve Irwin, is a fucking asshole. The whole movie.
He's the anti-Steve Irwin.
Exactly. Dark timeline.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah, he's just not interested.
Right to that guy's face. And then you learn he speaks English. So he knew exactly what Matt said to him.
Yeah, but
he just let that go like, this happens to me every time you guys show up.
Very professional shaman.
Yeah.
When you want a shaman, you want one who's going to be professional in the face of adversity.
I'm not going to interrupt this ritual where I'm summoning our version of Satan just for some white asshole.
Yeah. I don't know what he was smoking, but honestly, he was probably too high.
Yeah. You could probably tell by how much Steven loved having that smoke blown in his face.
Yeah.
Let me get a nickel bag of that.
It's a big bag.
It is.
It's a fairly big bag.
So everybody gets their blessing. And... dude, I could just go through every single one of Orlando Jones' fucking lines in this movie, honestly.
Oh, God.
Jacob is trying to explain the purpose of the smoke, and he goes, it's meant to be a blessing. And then in the background, you hear him go, it is a blessing.
Fuck. Oh, he's so good.
Yeah. And then this shaman launches into some explanation as to what needs to be done. Oh, you're going to face the devil, and you're going to die.
No, yeah, well.
And then just in the background, out of focus, Orlando Jones is just hitting that pipe in the corner.
Is he? Oh,
he fucking sure is.
I missed it.
You hear like a little tap and an inhale, and I was like, what is that? And I looked in the back, and you just see him hauling off of that fucking thing like he's never going to see weed again. Oh. Beautiful. What a beautiful man.
Oh, and that really was his last hit, too. So he made it a good one. He knew.
On the topic of Matt Collins in this movie saying I'm allergic to mumbo jumbo, Pontius and Steve-O and Wild Boys were more open to the culture than this fuck.
Yeah, they were.
And they were on coke.
Oh my God. Yeah, they were right into blood. What's that? Throw that in my face.
What's that? Blood and piss? Give me it. Right away, give me it.
This guy, a little pot smoke. Narc. Get him out of here.
He works for the DEA. Little do you know.
Shit. So okay, when they get to this, eventually they get to this fucking crocodile. There's a cage with a goat in it.
Let's talk about the blood, piss, and pheromones.
Oh, absolutely. Tell me about the blood, piss, and the pheromones.
Sometimes I work outside in the hot heat.
Ooh, hot heat.
Typically with tradespeople, the brand of giant water jug used is Coleman. Mm-hmm. They also make lunch pails. They're very good at it. Now this one's blue, I believe, right?
Probably.
It's like blue and red.
I think so.
So I have just the red version of the exact same jug.
Nice.
Jacob has filled this thing with, first of all, tricks Tim into smelling it by saying it's fucking liquor, which is just great prank. But he explains, without question, that it is blood, urine, and pheromones in there. He's got about 4 liters of blood, piss, and musk.
This thing holds a lot of piss. This baby can hold 4 liters of piss. Slaps top.
Like he's proud of it.
Yeah.
So we tie the goat to the inside of the cage as bait. This cage, by the way, pisses me off so bad, and I'll tell you exactly why shortly. And then we just dump blood and piss onto the goat. And then we wait.
That's the recipe right there.
That's the recipe for goat catching a crocodile.
Blood, piss.
Yeah, and then we're good. Crocodiles show the fuck up.
Eventually.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it ate the goat. To be honest, I thought somebody stole the goat.
The goat seemingly disappears from the cage when it gets knocked into the water.
Well, no, because there's no goat, and then they like put
the goat disappears overnight.
They put like a roasted goat in there.
Yeah.
Because, the cameras don't work because the rain or some shit. But the goat's gone. And then you see Jojo climbing back in the cage. I'm like, is he stealing this goat too?
He's just he's making runs back to the village with their food.
Yeah. Oh, fuck, I got another goat. But then he starts like shouting obscenities into the water to upset the crocodile. Like the crocodile speaks Swahili English.
Yeah.
French. It's fucking French.
It should be established, by the way, that Jojo wants to go to America super bad.
Yeah. This is his like, I'm gonna get this crocodile in here. They're gonna take me to America.
Didn't really think it through because there's only one way in and out of that cage. And guess what's on the open end?
Mouth.
So I don't know what his end goal was. I have thought that he was like, okay, I'm gonna sacrifice myself for these Americans, and I'm gonna go out because when we're in the shaman tent, or when we're in the tent right after the shaman, he says that his family's dead.
That's right. Where's your family? Dead.
Good accent.
Thank you.
Great impression on that one.
I'm really working on my accent work.
He says dead, and then he just leaves.
Yep.
He leaves these poor, naive white people to just sit in the stink of the question they asked him.
Where do you think they are?
I'm out here by myself and I'm 14.
Do you think my parents would let me go hunt a giant crocodile? They might. I don't know.
Yeah, take a wild guess, guys.
So I have a question. Is Swahili French? Are those like similar?
No, Swahili's traditional African language.
So, okay, at the beginning, they
do speak French.
Yeah, because they're like, well, how many bodies? He's like, I don't know. Let me see. And he counts to like 9. He's like, maybe 10. Mm-hmm. But he counts like, I don't know, 7, 8, 9, maybe 10.
So I
don't know.
I believe this is a colonization thing.
Okay.
I don't know about that region because, like I said, I don't know fuck about geography. But my assumption there is that the people who either taught them any language other than Swahili, like the people who taught them French, were French people.
Yeah, fair enough.
Also, Haitians speak French, so it's like more of a common colonization-based language than I think.
I got you, because I was like, this guy, he speaks about as much French as I do. I can get to 9, and then it's just like, yeah, maybe 10. I don't know.
You switch back and try to put the accent on?
8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I don't know. Maybe dig them up. You got the shovels?
Count.
That was my question because I wasn't sure if those two were related.
Yeah. I don't really know for sure, but I'm sure it has something to do with maybe missionaries, you know?
Probably.
The fucking crocodile attacks the cage with JoJo in it, and he gets knocked back. And here's where I get pissed.
Okay.
It's explained earlier in the movie that this is like a raccoon trap. It's a weighted floor that's got a weighted bottom. And the crocodile's going to come in, and he's going to fucking put his weight down while he's eating this goat, and that's what shuts the door of the cage. Mm-hmm. So naturally, this 90-pound boy falling over is going to activate that weight plate for the 4-ton animal.
You would think.
Explain that shit promptly to me.
Oh, wait. Oh, you would... I'm on the other side of the fence.
No, it doesn't make any goddamn sense. It's a giant lizard, and this guy just like stumbles back, and it shuts the door. How sensitive is that fucking weight plate? Who put the goat in there without shutting the door on themselves?
You're poking holes in this movie that is Swiss cheese.
Now...
All right. Now it's not even cheese at this point. It's just dairy webbing.
So here's the extra reason why I'm pissed off.
Yeah, lay it on me.
They did that entirely in service of furthering the plot in order to get somebody in the water in danger. Because right after that door shuts, fucking Gustav shows up and goes, fuck this cage, and knocks that shit right into the river.
Yeah, with like zero effort. This is like a Tremors 2.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
About the quality of like the Tremors 2 cage. he bats that in there with ease.
Yeah.
So I think if he was to be in there, one like crocodile power roll and that thing's coming apart.
Yeah, no, he's out of there as soon as he gets in.
Yeah.
And as easily.
He treated it as if it was like a soccer ball. It's just like
he's blowing the dandelion seeds off of the plant.
Yeah, exactly.
And so then we have a shot of the cage 2/3 submerged.
Yes.
And JoJo's head is in it. And they're like, oh, fuck. We gotta get fucking JoJo out. And then we cut back. It's underwater. And he's drowned.
Well, the thing is because nobody... Well, I guess somebody gave a shit. But was it Matt? He just like, well, fuck this. And heaves a grenade in there.
Yeah, he sure does. I don't give a shit about that kid anymore.
Yeah. Well, let's
just blow the crocodile right up.
One grenade. That ought to do.
So that's Jacob doing that. And then Matt stops him from throwing another one. And he promptly gets punched in the face for his troubles.
He sure does.
For trying to save a young boy from this murderous fucking man who lives in a hut in the woods.
Yeah, but grenades.
I mean, they're fun. They're probably fun to throw in the water, to be honest.
Hey, that's a great way to fish.
I didn't like that we didn't get to see the cage sink fully. We just cut back from Dominic Purcell's face to a fully sunken cage.
Yeah. The levels of this water are very interesting in the way that when they pull JoJo out of the cage,
they're like waist deep.
Yeah, I don't know how easy it is to lose like a huge ass crocodile in ankle deep water like that.
Yeah.
But it slithers away and is not seen again.
It sure does happen a couple of times.
Yeah. It must be a fluctuating water level. It must be a sandbar
or a couple.
And a sandbar to sandbar.
Yeah, he just naturally knows where they are despite the fact he can't see under this murky water.
There you go.
He just knows the territory that well. This crocodile who's dumb as fuck. Crocodiles have 2 modes: eat, sleep.
And bury yourself in mud, apparently.
Yeah, well, yeah, sometimes they do that.
It does that one time.
I'm sure. Well, I've heard that it's like a something they do to cool off. So that's like a somewhat real thing.
Okay.
But, oh boy, do they fuck up crocodiles in this movie. But I'll get to that. What I want to talk about right now is Tim jumps in to save JoJo from this fucking cage that's sinking and has no trouble whatsoever opening the door to that cage. He does it with one hand underwater in 10 seconds.
Oh, boy. Well...
What was your plan once the crocodile got in there? Let him back out right away?
I think what they were going to do is just hope that the crocodile didn't have like Houdini training.
Oh my God.
He couldn't pick the locks as gracefully as
what lock? There wasn't one.
The croc lock.
The croc lock.
Yeah.
What is that? The honor system?
Yeah, I promise. You better promise you're not going to back out of here, crocodile. And
you'd better not swing your tail lightly at this door to open it.
Maybe crocodiles can't walk backwards.
Like cows, and how they can't walk downward.
Sure, yeah.
One time for a senior prank in high school, the idea was to bring a cow in, walk it up the stairs to the top floor of the high school because they can't walk downhill.
Yeah.
So you'd have to like airlift it out. Not airlift it, but like break a window and grab a forklift or something.
Or kill it.
And then, I mean, that's a science experiment.
Yeah, you know which one's cheaper? you know which of these options is cheaper and the faster one?
Let me guess.
Get me a tarp and a bullet. No. Give me a tarp, and I want that air compressor.
You want that air gun from fucking No Country for Old Men?
Oh, man.
It just fires a steel rod in and sucks it back out again.
Fuck, that is an efficient tool.
It sure is.
That's a good movie.
It fucking, oh my God, is it ever? You know what's not?
What's not?
Primeval.
You want to just do the rest of this movie about No Country for Old Men?
I could talk for fucking 8 hours about No Country for Old Men.
Well, it's a 2-hour movie. It's gonna take us at least 3 hours to talk about it.
I was mad that Jacob telegraphed the fact that he was going to kill this thing from the second they meet him, and nobody picked up on that. But Matt.
Yeah, they weren't like, okay, you can't come now.
Yeah, he's loading up guns like he's in the Matrix, and nobody bats an eye at that.
Yeah. Yeah, the whole beginning of his intro is like him stepping out of that white room with all the guns on the racks.
All of the guns and bones of animals he's killed.
So here's the thing, like, cool, you're gonna capture this alligator or crocodile or whatever. Mm-hmm. Then what? Put it in a zoo where it's gonna fucking escape?
How are you gonna transport that thing anywhere at all? Literally,
exactly. You've seen every Halloween movie. You can't transport Michael Myers. Every Halloween movie starts with them trying to bring him to a different hospital.
Yeah, and what does he do?
Hey, guess what?
Not this time.
Yeah, something caused an accident. I'm out of here. Mm-hmm.
Every single time. And like what? You're just gonna grab? I don't know if there's like you'd have to get a fucking like military grade industrial chopper to lift that thing up.
Oh yeah, you would. But like it's a dinosaur.
Yeah.
This should be dead.
You ever see King Kong? It breaks free of those chains.
Yeah, absolutely. This would be King Kong, but it'd be like a homing missile. It would just be a thing.
You're essentially doing the Sieg Heil, but like at waist height instead.
It's like
a trepidatious Hail Hitler. It's like a maybe.
I'm showing how fast it would go by just like shooting my arm out. This is the crocodile. It's got the thumb. There's the thumb as the jaw.
We're straight up doing open like fuck a dog silhouette mouth with his hand right now.
I'm trying to explain that it would be a destructive force.
Yeah, it would.
Much like King Kong, but lower to the ground and probably faster.
I would argue faster for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. There was no Hitler involved. You always got to bring Hitler into everything.
Well, I see a flat, outstretched palm face down. Pardon my PTSD from years of oppression.
Well,
speaking of primeval.
All right, where are we in the film? What's Gustav up to? He's fucked off. He's fucked off, and they've pulled Jojo out.
Right off, yeah.
They're in knee-deep water.
Yeah, and they save his ass from drowning.
Yeah, thank God. Just thank God for them. So now, I think he just like takes off, right?
Yeah.
He just peels ass out of there.
It's like, peace, guys. That was enough for me.
And then that's that. That's the end of the movie right there. No, and and then some stuff happens.
Yeah, some stuff. We get. I don't remember what happens between here and daytime when Orlando Jones is just filming B-roll.
There's at some point they escape, and they're on like a little boat. And they get to like a dock.
That's way later.
Yeah. I must have really let this movie happen to me because that's like
what happens before that is the beheading.
Oh right.
Orlando Jones, Steven, is out filming zebras.
Okay. Oh, so you know what happens is fucking nothing.
Yeah.
It goes from night to day and nobody cares.
Yeah.
That's that. The crocodile's gone. He's never coming back.
We try again.
Yeah.
We try again later. There is a point where Matt leaves and Jacob's like, where are you going? And Matt goes, well, he's not going to be back tonight.
Yeah, exactly. You know how crocodiles are. they have things to do.
So we get fucking Steven out here in the brush. Just trying to spice up this story for when they get back to the States.
Yeah.
And he happens upon a murder.
Well, not just a murder. Mm-hmm. He happens upon a beheading video in the making.
Well, he makes it himself.
Yeah. So thanks for tricking me into that. I wasn't ready to watch a beheading video this morning.
So the person being beheaded is the shaman, his wife, and child.
Yeah.
So I wrote down, in this movie, you get an execution-style murder of a family, woman and child, cut to dick and weed jokes. Because earlier in this film, Steven goes, oh, it's Gustav, and scares everybody. Then he sticks his hands down his pants, pulls his hand out of his zipper, and pretends like Gustav is his own dick.
like I said, he really carried this film.
Oh, did he? He's the best part.
There should be a montage on YouTube somewhere of just here's all the best parts.
Yeah,
and it's just that.
So he witnesses this murder, films it, brings the footage back to the tent, and then again, dark timeline. Steve Irwin goes, "I don't care about that."
You know what's weird is that when they looked at the video, they didn't go, "Hey, this guy right here, wasn't he the fella who hooked us up with the boat?"
Isn't that weird indeed?
Isn't this because I didn't, and then I did afterwards.
Yeah.
But they should know. They just met the man.
And he's the only skinny one in this entire militia. Militia guy who ends up getting into a drowning fight later on is super fat jacked.
Yeah, he is.
And then the other guy gets trucked against a tree, so he doesn't matter.
The guy who was on the gun too. He was,
yeah. That was one of my favorite parts of the movie. He just gets fucking kicked off and split in half, basically, by a tree trunk.
Oh, my God.
It was like Kelly Rowland in Freddy vs. Jason. That was my first thought.
Oh,
anyway,
shit.
Orlando Jones is this is a big problem, isn't it? I just caught a fucking straight up murder on film.
Oopsies.
And Tim wants to take it back. Tim goes, okay, this is our story now. We take this back to the States and we let everybody know. And then fucking Steven goes, black people? They don't care about us.
Yeah.
And then Matt goes, you're right. It's not our business.
Oh, yeah. They literally are just nah.
This happens every day out here. Who cares, really?
That's the whole point, too, is they say that more than one time in this
film. A bunch
film.
of times
they make the point of they were really the crocodiles, the news, film, everything around it, but it's gonna be cutting room floor.
Yeah, the much more important story than the big fucking walking snake in the water. Yeah, we're just gonna ignore that.
Put that beheading video on Live Leak and let's get back to this crocodile. Jesus Christ!
I gotta be ready for 7 when grandparents are watching. It's so hard to fucking progress through this because it's so nothing.
Yep.
And not the movie to have a political stance about what's happening in Africa.
Oh, you know what happens in between the day and the night?
What?
Oh no.
Oh, that's after.
It's after?
Yeah, because the whole point is that was filmed. And then the military people who are guarding them are
okay, so
they
later
get on the walkies.
Later that night.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, it gets weird. The soldier kicks a dog.
Some bad things happen.
Some.
So I thought that's where I thought that dog went. That dog's name, by the way, is Wile E. Coyote.
Yeah. So yeah, at some point, Avion comes back to the little camp setup.
Aviary.
And she interrupts a soldier who has just robbed them, then turns around and kicks the dog.
Yeah.
That's something you do beforehand to silence the dog. Yeah. You don't let it sit there and bark at you and then go, oh, for fuck's sakes.
Better get this problem out of the way too late.
Obviously, this soldier kicked that dog so hard, it disappeared.
Yeah.
He probably punted it a couple football fields.
And that's how long it took him to get back.
Yeah.
The whole airplane. So, this guy gets caught doing bad things.
Yeah, he makes it very weird.
By poor Aviva. And then he decides, well, since I'm here, I'd rather take my penis out and make good use of this woman.
As that happens...
Well, we find out that Gustav is the hero of this movie, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, we do.
Because that motherfucker shows up and chomps that guy before he gets a chance to do anything with that Peter.
Yeah, this huge crocodile silently moves.
Yeah, with no noise whatsoever.
Makes its way into the tent, just pokes its little beak in there.
Its beak.
Hey guys, what's up?
Oh, no.
Well, I better, nom, 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 nom. And he just goes full Cookie Monster on this guy.
You got to draw the line somewhere, dude. I'll eat children. I won't eat dogs. And I will prioritize rapists over victims.
Boom. This crocodile, you know what?
He's got the right idea.
And it's probably best in the end they just left him alive anyway. Spoiler alert.
Yeah, they sure did.
Yeah, they really just go, well, Africa, we're gone.
I want to, as a matter of fact... point out that nobody in this movie, after this almost rape occurs, mentions the almost rape, not even Aviva. She gets covered in blood as her assailant is mauled to death by a giant crocodile, and then rescued when everybody else returns to the shredded campsite.
Yeah, she says she didn't even mention it then.
She says nothing at all about what happened.
My God.
You just get to see a dismembered leg, and they go, "Oh, well, that's horrible." At that point, I would be like, "You know what's worse that just happened to me?"
But wait, there's more,
and it's all bad.
Turns out, so then another guy, and at some point, I don't know.
Yeah, that's the second one of their protectors.
Yeah, he gets them all on their knees, and then Jojo comes out of nowhere with the gun. He's like, I'm really going to earn my trip to America.
He does.
This one that nobody's agreed to take me on, and just shoots the guy in the head, basically making them an offer they can't refuse. Now they have to.
They sure do.
Well,
you're staring down a gun in your face, and you know you're going to die, and then the guy saves you? All right, well, you're coming with me no matter what.
Well, then, no matter what, Steven says he's going to shove him up his ass.
Yeah.
If that's how
I don't care if I have to shove you up my ass to get you to America.
Well, that's commitment.
It sure is.
That's gratitude. That's what gratitude sounds like.
I would feel the exact same way.
Oh, yeah.
You straight up saved me from a gunshot to the head.
I'll take you to a place that's probably worse than this place, to be honest.
For you Jojo.
You ready to find out what's worse than giant crocodiles? Let's go to America.
Immigrating.
Yeah, come.
Fuck's sake.
Yep.
Now, I was mad about that scene.
Okay.
I'm going to point out why I was mad about that scene. It's one guy with one gun, and you have Jacob has been shot by this man, so he's a little bit incapacitated.
Absolutely.
Aviva's got PTSD, but I mean, I imagine her mouth still works, so bite the dick off. My point being, you can't even... Steven goes, I'm going to make my move, and Tim, the jacked man, goes, you shouldn't. How can the two of you not overpower one small guy with a gun? Just surprise him.
Yeah.
You know how hard it is to point and aim a fucking automatic assault rifle with any accuracy whatsoever?
Yeah, just wait for 1 second for him to be like, oh, is there a sound?
Yeah, he's going to yawn eventually.
Yeah, the dude blinks. He's a human.
Yeah. Get on that shit. Save your life. They really tried not at all to save themselves.
No.
They were just going to take their high caliber medicine out there by the river.
That was that. It was, and at least somebody had the common sense to do it by the river too.
Yeah, right? So that, the crocodile has food. We need to feed him.
But yeah, it doesn't happen because Jojo comes in with like some gun that he brings 5 bullets for.
And you idiot. Fill your pockets. If you have access, get that belt that Rambo wears.
That was probably all the bullets the village had. It's like
that was the only gun and bullets.
Pull the bullets.
Jojo takes the bullets out to fix these guys' little red wagon. Meanwhile, the village is just left defenseless. That's why he wants to come to America. Oh, well, everybody's probably dead when I go home.
Well, yeah, the rifle's gone.
And then we get Jacob, who seemingly is on his last legs here because he's been shot in the stomach. They try to drum up emotion by talking about how, the reason why I want to kill this crocodile is because it ate my wife.
Yes.
Jojo's whole family is dead. I think some people have some bigger problems around you.
Fucking white people.
Like, Jesus Christ. It ain't about you out here.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
And, like, it's fucking Dominic Purcell, and I don't know Aviva's shitheaded name. I never wrote it down. But, like, they're just like, oh, that's so unfortunate. That sucks. What about Jojo's dead fucking family?
Oh, it's so sad your wife's gone. Jojo, what do you think about that? You know what? You not sad for this guy? He lost his wife.
I watched that happen 13 times yesterday.
Oh, God. Yeah, there's that.
We just lost our shaman.
Oh, fuck. They're lost. Yep. Who's going to have dry skin?
You're not going to get fucking any blessings from goddamn Kimura whole chokehold or whatever the demon's name is.
Very, very culturally appropriate. Thank you. Keeping it nice and...
I can't remember his shithead name.
I can't either, so I'm not going to say anything. But at some point they cut to Day and...
Yep.
is it cut to day? I don't even fucking remember.
They do make it to this. Oh, right, because the helicopter.
Yeah. So now they're on this gazebo in the middle of a pond.
Yeah.
For some reason, they chose to hide.
This is their LZ. All right.
This is their.
So they hook up the fucking sat phone and they're bitching at Roger like, okay, people are fucking dying left and right out here, like we knew was going to happen. Get us out, please.
Yeah, Roger. We just chose to hide in the fucking thing that's 2 feet above where the monster's hiding.
Yeah.
So
because it's raining and that's the shelter. I don't want to get wet, despite the fact I was just in the water all night.
But like, there's a whole bridge built. This is totally like a gazebo on the water. That was.
It's like you go to the fucking vacation in the Bahamas, and that's where you stay.
Yeah, and then at some point, I mean, yeah, it's fucking. There's Gustav. He shows up.
Here's what pisses me right off.
Yeah,
that fucking crocodile somehow goes, oh, here's the support beams. I'll hit those.
Smart croc.
Yeah, apparently this fucking crocodile is the Stephen Hawking of crocodiles.
He's been around for hundreds of years. What do you expect?
Yeah,
he's knocked over a couple gazebos in his day.
He's encountered a lot of fucking oceanside bungalows in his life. Hey, he knows exactly where the support beams are.
You live a life when you live that long.
Now,
what can he say?
I need to emphasize that he's not just attacking whatever. There are 3 separate shots where he deliberately goes after the things holding up the hut. Good. He bites one, he tails another one. Fuck you.
Smart crocodile.
There's no way.
At this point, I'm rooting for the crocodile.
My suspension of disbelief only goes so far.
All right. Well, I liked the whole Jones scene where like the fucking makeshift bridge keeps collapsing and somebody's running along it, but there's no boulder. It's just a huge crocodile. It's just like
it is
trying to eat them.
Yeah, and the fucking like the slats are just going every which way.
Yeah,
as if this thing is a goddamn locomotive.
And it's just, there's so many scenes where they outrun a crocodile, and they really shouldn't have.
Oh, well, there are also some scenes where
they do not. Yes, of course.
Bad things happen.
So the croc just ruins this hut.
Yeah.
And then Jacob pulls out a grenade, and he's like, "Look, if it's gonna eat me, better grenade. Gotta get this grenade. I'm gonna grenade it." And so the croc bites him and just heaves him, just chucks him elsewhere.
My problem with this, all right?
Yep.
That grenade lands and explodes right where that fucking crocodile is.
It does.
And what happens to the crocodile?
Well, it avoids it. It avoids the explosion. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, what's that plunk? It's like U-571, depth charges. And he knew. He knew to get away.
Oh, yeah, totally.
How could he possibly have not bitten that thing that splashed into the water when splashing is so fucking important?
Yeah, they make a big thing.
They go, don't splash. You'll wake him.
Yeah, they figured that out for a second, and then all of a sudden it doesn't matter.
So after Jacob gets chomped right up into the air and thrown, we cut to black again, and it's daytime. And they have just been on this dock the whole time. And
we get Steven saying, "I feel like a pork chop on Queen Latifah's dinner plate." I understand that feeling. That's the feeling right there.
She looks like a very hungry woman is the point. Matt is speaking in Latin in order to keep himself awake for some reason. And then Stephen goes, "What are you doing? Praying to Satan?" Just throws that right out. It's like, fuck yeah, I am. God's obviously not in this country.
That's Latin for you.
It's just Satan no matter what.
Every sentence you say in Latin is whispered in Satan's ear. That's why we don't speak it anymore.
So, earlier in this movie, a tranquilizer dart was shot into this crocodile.
I guess.
Somehow.
Sure.
Through the water. And they have a GPS tracking device now attached to it that they're reading like a fucking spectrometer.
Yeah, they're watching a dot, and they're like, well, he's not moving. Yeah. As if this crocodile's got things to do. Like he's a busy crocodile, just like, fuck, I gotta zip over here to the store real quick. No, he's floating in the water because he's not in the mood to eat.
Yeah,
yes,
exactly. And this is the point I'm going to bring up. They've been staying on this dock the whole time because they're afraid to get in the water because they don't want to get eaten by this crocodile. Mm-hmm. They just watched him eat a whole man. I don't know how much you know about crocodiles. They can go several months without eating, number one.
I did not know that.
Number two, they eat very large quantities at once, and it takes them days to digest it. During that time, they're mostly sleeping. At any point during that night, you could have hopped over to the shore that's 15 feet away.
Probably.
Instead of, and like for no reason, they just decide they're going to do it now.
And all of a sudden, hey, don't splash. That's what does it. In this knee-deep water, the splashing.
In the knee-deep water, where if there was a crocodile nearby, you would see that shit.
Yeah.
Immediately.
And like, so.
That's more egregious than a shark fin.
This fucking helicopter comes by and they're like, oh, well, that's Roger. Thank God. And it like wings by, does not even look at the wreckage.
It has a zone to land. It's going for the landing zone where the shitty tent is that's been destroyed.
I see. I figured he was just like, I don't see him. All right,
peace.
But they like go to land and then somebody shoots a rocket at it and they're just like, fuck Africa. I'm gone, and they just take off.
This was the worst trip. I'll see you guys in hell.
You called me out here for this? I only got so much gasoline.
Matt Collins gets exactly what he deserves. Now, the other reason why I called him Dark Timeline Steve Irwin is that at the beginning, he's presented as an expert in this field.
Yeah.
And yet he doesn't know goddamn crocodile digestion period, which is pertinent information in this life or death situation.
I don't think anybody had crocodile knowledge. Nobody spat one croco fact.
That motherfucker on the TV when they're flying in has like a small alligator in his hand. And it's like, okay, well that's probably the same, right?
He just like smooches it on the head.
Yeah.
That's how you do it. You pick it up, you smooch it. That's that.
Yeah. Well,
crocodile facts.
This is the guy. We need this guy for this expedition.
Just fucking smooching crocodiles.
While they are, before they get to a helicopter, while they're traveling back to shore, Stephen once again interrupts a conversation about something completely different in order to ask Aviva, this is why they're still on the dock, whether or not she's getting plowed by Roger. And then this is where you find out that Roger is indeed gay.
Oh, yeah.
And, that's just what happens.
Yeah, they kind of debate his sexuality there for a bit, don't they?
And then she goes, don't tell anyone. And Steven's like, who am I going to tell? Hey, Jojo, Roger's gay. And Jojo goes, okay.
That's not okay, but...
They treat gayness in this movie like it's like a fun joke. And then Jojo's probably in his head like, I was taught different.
Yeesh, wouldn't want to be there.
Boo. I definitely wrote down the fact that the water's fucking waist high, and they're worried about a crocodile that's hidden, despite the fact that it's the size of a fucking Mack truck.
Right, and also they're like, how are we gonna get there? And Jojo pulls out 4 bullets, and he's like, you brought 4, or no. Oh, so this is later. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. After the chopper gets shot at by rockets, Matt
Collins gets trucked.
That's literally what I wrote. He gets trucked.
He gets trucked so good, and then they decide that's not good enough, and they light his ass up.
They put so many holes in him that he wouldn't have any wind resistance.
He's aerodynamic as fuck now.
And then they do this interesting thing where they just walk around shooting their guns just in case there's people in the grass.
Yeah.
But there are people in the grass.
So my problem here is you're in Africa and there's nothing for miles. How many bullets you got? You're going to be there all day just taking pot shots at the dirt?
Yeah, just walk around. Just look with your eyes.
And these fucking idiots, these stupid fucks, get up and run.
Like champs they do.
How about this? Just stay hidden. The chances that you're going to get plugged are so fucking low. He'd probably hit an elephant before he hit them.
Before they run, Jojo pulls out like 4 bullets, and I think it's Steven's like, hey, what are you, Lee Harvey Oswald?
Yeah, like he's going to get that reference.
Yeah, like anybody at all is old enough to get that reference at this point. For anybody watching, he shot JFK. Yeah. Very good shot.
It was a president once who got assassinated.
Yeah. Very long time ago. And so that's the joke, that he's going to be very good shot with the bullets.
Yeah, he had better be.
For anybody who watched it and went, what? That's that. Don't Google it.
Lee Harvey Oswald sounds like a fucking... Who has 3 first names is all I'm saying.
People who shoot the fucking president in the head.
It's Lee Harvey Oswald and Jackie Earle Haley, and that's it.
What about the kid who sees dead people?
Oh, what's his shitheaded name? What's his big pie-faced name?
That boy.
Haley Joel Osment. Osment's not a first name.
All right. I'll give you that.
Nice try, though.
I tried. I did try.
So, yeah, we're like fucking Scooby-Doo, these idiots split up.
Yep.
Where we'll cover more ground that way, escaping this AK-47 fire.
And rockets.
Just as well.
Ducking rockets that are exploding casually in front of them. No shrapnel. Just like, oh, my ears
10
are
feet
ringing.
in front of you. Oh, that was, it knocked me down.
I got blood on my blouse.
Oh, jeez.
Where's the fucking crocodile?
At this point, where's the crocodile, period?
That's what I wrote. They're dodging rockets. Where's the crocodile?
The most noise in all of Africa is being made right now.
Oh, I don't even care about that. Where's the crocodile?
Yeah, you think he would go to where the noise is.
No, I don't even care about, this is a crocodile movie. I don't care. Bring in the crocodile.
You're so far past everything that's going on in the movie. Where's the crocodile? Period, point blank.
Yeah, the crocodile should be here. This is a crocodile movie, not a rocket getting shot at white people movie. Bring in the crocodile. I want to see people get munched.
Yeah.
That's what this has been about.
So far, it's happened how many? Twice. And we're 2/3 of the way through the movie.
Oh, we're almost, we're there. We're getting there.
So as we're running away, we got fucking rocket launcher on the back. Number one, so stupid idea. They hop into these militia guys hop back into the truck in order to chase these guys down. And we got asshole on the back with a rocket launcher and a fucking assault rifle, as if he's going to hit anything from the back of this truck, rocking around through the brush of the African fucking tundra here.
He's got gusto. I'll give him that.
You're not gonna you're never gonna be able to hit anything off of the back of a moving vehicle on the road.
No.
Don't even try. You might as well just try and run him over.
Hey, you know what? He does hit him though.
Well, they take a wrong turn at Albuquerque. Right down a ditch, and then that motherfucker flies right off. Yeah, he gets one lucky hit off on into Jojo's shoulder. He
pops Jojo, and then the guy just is so pleased he doesn't look at the road. He's just like, yeah, we shot him, looking out the window, just like, ha ha ha.
And then they tremors to it right off a hill.
Oh, right off the hill. And I don't know, the guy with the gun just disappeared. I don't know what happened to him.
He flew off the back and smoked a tree.
I missed that. I missed that part because I thought he went in the water, and then I saw the other guy trying to drown him, and I'm like, well, what's this about?
Jojo's the one who went in the water.
Poor Jojo.
Yeah, isn't that he really gets a bum rap for most of this movie.
He does.
He's just trying to help.
I mean, he gets out in the end. That's so good for him.
With a shitty shoulder sling. I just learned how to wrap those in first aid last week.
Nice. I'll get you to do me later. I don't have like a broken shoulder, but I would like that just in case.
You would just like me to do you later? Because that's what you said.
Yes, it's got nothing to do with the shoulder sling. I want you to do me till you break it.
Jesus.
So they split up.
Yeah.
And Steven, he fucking drops his camera directly into the water.
Yeah. And then what does he do with it?
Well, he fucking leaves it.
He picks it right the fuck back up, man.
Not in the shot, he doesn't.
Good.
But
Let me guess.
He picks it back up like why? Why are you? It's in the water. You've ruined it.
That's what I was gonna. I wrote down right here. That's the most waterproof camera on the market.
Abandon it. It's only slowing you down.
Yeah, when you're out to save your life. This is another thing too. Like Huffington Post never has footage of the stories that they're writing. You just read the words and go, "Wow, that's fucked." You don't need to keep the footage. You're being chased and murdered because of the footage. Guess what? Have it.
Yeah, I'd rather GTFO.
I got it right up here in the old crane.
Yeah.
I'll just tell people about it.
I'll paint a picture with words.
Dear God. I don't need the film.
Yeah, so this fucking Steven's running around, takes all of a snake for him to go, I hate Africa.
A snake, and he got stabbed by like a thorn.
Yeah, all of the things that happened up until then, but now it's the snake that really fucking broke the camel's back.
And then he's walking through the fucking water and he goes, slavery's okay. Anything that you got to do to get the fuck out of Africa is okay with me.
Yeah, I didn't want to write that one down. Again, I didn't want this to be found later and like people will be like, holy moly, what kind of weird journal is this?
So while this is happening, Jojo, who is in the water, begins to become drowned by a man who's yelling at him while he's drowning him as if he can hear him. And then Aviva picks up the gun, which is in the water, puts a bullet in it. The backyard for like 10 seconds, swinging him around like a flail. And then she's just a bitch until she learns that she's going to inherit money.
Yeah.
She's super mean and fucking... Yeah, there's a part where the dad trips over Bobby's scooter.
Oh my God.
And then she goes, well, maybe if we had a bigger house, this wouldn't be a problem.
This is a fine apartment. Why are you complaining?
And your mom just died.
Yeah.
And look at all these bills I have that are past due.
Yeah.
Don't bring up the fact that the house is small to me.
You were there. The old one burned down.
It's not my fault.
Yeah, like, get a job. How old are you?
Yeah, get a job.
Oh my God. But he trips over that fucking scooter and he's like, this is the third time this week. Pick it up. It's your fault at that point. If you keep tripping over the same scooter.
Yeah, keep an eye out for the big extreme sports fucking apparatus.
Yeah. Oh my God.
And it takes up like 10% of the floor. It's not invisible.
Well, maybe if they didn't put their kitchen table so close to the wall. I don't know. I'm not here to design the chi of their house, but their chi is cha for sure. It's all cha.
First thing to go back a little bit that I noticed about this movie that pissed me off. Matthew Lillard, our introduction to him is that he's a ghost psychic who touches a surface. Doesn't have to be a person. He just has to touch anything in the environment if there's a ghost nearby, and he gets to see their entire like history of how they were killed, how many people they've killed since then.
Must be nice.
And then, so like there's a part where he takes a glove off to do that at the beginning.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the movie, people touch him through all of his clothes, and it works just fine. So it's not like that fabric stops him from having a fucking seizure flashback.
Yeah, no.
The rules about his like being touched and touching things are super nebulous.
I feel like he was just being like, hey, I got the hand right here.
Yeah.
Like hand models, like when they and like I'm probably dating myself here, but was it Of Mice and Men where the dude always had his hand in a Vaseline glove?
Yeah. He's trying to keep that hand okay.
I feel like that's what I feel like that's what's going on here.
Well, that makes sense.
Oh my God. And yeah, so he's you know, he wants to be the only ghost guy. So yeah, of course he's got the special glove on his hand.
He's got to have the best ghost hands.
He's like the Zach, what's his name? The ghost hunter, how he just dresses up like, yeah. You know how he dresses up like a goth? And he goes and looks for ghosts.
You gotta play the part.
Yeah, it's
you
like
gotta play
that.
your role.
It's like that. He's like, I got the magic touch right here, golden glove. But then he just forgot it for the rest of the movie.
Yeah, he just stopped wearing them.
Yeah.
I'd be in a bubble is my point.
Yeah.
I'd be in a fucking bubble constantly. Stay away from me in the bubble. I'm not touching nothing.
I thoroughly enjoyed the part where the dad was trying to Tony Shalhoub, Monk, was trying to help him up. And he's just like having flashbacks. He's like, stop touching me. But he just keeps trying to get him.
Are you okay? Here, are you all right?
Let me rub that back. Let me rub it.
You didn't start having these seizures till I touched you. I'm going to keep doing it. Am I helping?
Oh my God. I forgot in the little montage where you hear like his wife burning to death. Like her name is Jean.
Yeah.
But it sounds very much like he's shouting, ah, jeez. Ah, jeez. Jeez.
My wife.
Ah, jeez.
Darn it.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Half her face. Come on.
And do you think Dunkin' Donuts paid for the plug?
Quick one.
They're like, hey, they found a decapitated body behind that Dunkin' Donuts.
And then he goes, I love Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah, great.
That's what I think of when I hear about a decapitation. Eclairs?
America runs on that shit. Eclairs and decapitation.
What's that filling? That jelly filling?
Sex, drugs, and donuts.
Well, it's one kind of white powder.
So yeah, I mean, like that's a pretty good plug. Made me want some donuts.
Yeah. This lawyer shows up at their fucking place.
Looks a lot like David Bowie.
Yes, he does. I didn't put that together, but yeah.
Is that David Bowie? How old's this movie?
There's no way David Bowie would play a lawyer in a movie.
This is like 80s David Bowie. What the fuck?
Their mouths are different. I think that's the main difference between the two.
Yeah, and the eyes, but it was I feel like I've seen this guy in other movies, but I'm too lazy to go and look on the IMDb page.
I think he's some kind of also a lawyer or representative of some kind in some TV shows as well.
Why not?
Like I could see him in fucking Law and Order or something like that.
I could see him being with the blonde hair and the blue eyes and all. Wait, did he have blue eyes?
I don't remember.
I was just thinking like he just looked Aryan.
He did. I was far too concerned with looking at the inside of his head once he got split in half by a door.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
And that is where my favorite line, or one of the only good lines that's not Matthew Lillard's in the movie, came from, is that after he gets cut in half by doors shutting, when the house starts to shut himself down, later on Maggie goes, because he's not around anymore, did the lawyer split?
I didn't catch that.
Yep.
I didn't catch that at all, but that, love it.
Yeah, dude. I told you catfights are happening behind us here. He pulls up a video of Cyrus talking about, a post-mortem video of Cyrus talking about this family's inheriting the house here.
And first of all, Uncle Cyrus, totally a guy who would make a fucking video will.
Yeah.
And
with a cigar and his cane visible.
And yes, Cat?
Cats are ornery today.
Yeah, he would and he would totally make his video will interactive too.
Yeah.
He would totally wait for like a pause and like try and guess what they're gonna say.
I hated that.
Big Uncle Cyrus move.
Fucking, he's just describing a thing. Tells the lawyer to give them the key to the house through the screen, even though he's dead.
Yeah.
And then they're like, what's this key for? And he goes, it's the key to the house. Like, I knew the exact amount of time it would take for them to get confused about this item.
Oh, yeah. He's like, hey, lawyer, how many beats does it take you to pull a key out of your pocket? 1, 2, 3. It's the key to the house.
And then this is not how computers work, especially not in 2001, where as he's talking, other pop-ups on the computer with just more information.
Love it.
And then, I don't know if you noticed, but it's the lawyer's fucking laptop, and his desktop background just has pictures of people's faces screaming.
I did not notice that, and I wish that I had gone back and looked at it.
If I had fucking seen that on the lawyer's computer that's supposed to be talking about my fucking dead uncle, I'm like, hey, get out.
I don't think you're a legitimate lawyer.
No.
1 second.
And he does such a shit job of being a legitimate lawyer too. He waits for the first second that he gets to go and try and steal money that's hidden in the house, and he knows exactly where it is.
Oh my god. All right. So I don't know if you picked up on this. So he goes down into that basement to steal that money because he's a good lawyer.
Yeah.
That's what lawyers do.
Well, in a way, they very much do steal money.
And like, I don't know if he's either in on the fact that this house is full of ghosts, or he's very much just a dummy because he's down there like, hey, what's up, kid? How's it going, ghost?
Yeah.
Like,
shitting on these fucking... Yeah, so he definitely knows that the ghosts are things.
That, or he's just like, he's got the glasses on, so he's just seeing people in the basement. If
that's the case, then this is the most steeled person on the face of the planet.
I don't know. He seemed very casual, but the way he's like, oh, what's
exactly
people down here? Well, what's up?
Oh, it ain't people though. I can take one look at any of these things and know that it's not living.
Yeah, see, I didn't think he took like a good enough look, but then he's like, hey, nice tits.
He definitely stopped to...
He said that to a dead person.
And then... Yeah, and she's all sliced up, and she's obviously dead, and he goes, what's the matter? Bad representation? If I was a ghost, right, with unfinished business, who died horrifically...
Oh, yeah.
I'm going after that person first.
Yeah, and that's exactly what... So he says nice tits, and then immediately sets off a booby trap.
Yeah, like a fucking idiot. Two of them in a way. One of them gets him. But yeah, he must not have known. So that was the thing that I... sort of figured as like a mental leap in a way.
Yeah.
He picks up that briefcase that's clearly on a pedal.
Yep.
And it activates everything.
Absolutely.
He must not have noticed because the greed was blinding him. He's like, oh, this briefcase definitely has money in it. I don't care what I'm moving around in here.
Yeah.
Weirdly. But I definitely would have been like, why is that weighing that down? I'm putting that back.
Yeah, the second I saw things go and click back up, I'm like, no.
It's a fucking trap from Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Oh my god, yeah, it is.
He should have brought a sandbag.
He should have just took a couple of the monies.
Yeah, these wads of thousands probably.
But clearly, I don't know why the bag of money was down there. If it was meant to be like they were supposed to be in the house and then find the bag of money, or they were like, money's in the basement, buddy.
2 people in this house care about money. Matthew Lillard, whose name is Dennis.
Yes.
And the lawyer, who I don't fucking
William.
know. William, okay. Both of those people, Cyrus must not like terribly much.
Well,
because this whole thing has been orchestrated and planned in a certain way, as you find out near the end, when the chick who comes to free all the ghosts and Cyrus meet up, and it turns out they're in cahoots with each other. My assumption there is that he expected one of those 2 people to pick that bag up first.
Fair enough. Okay.
Either way, I'm bringing these people to the house with the lawyer. Somebody's going to know that there's money. I'm going to leave it here to be picked up.
Okay.
So I don't have to be there to activate the shit.
Okay. I figured the lawyer was sort of in on it, and he was there to like point them in the right direction and then GTFO.
Yeah, my problem with that is he didn't GTFO fast enough, clearly.
No, I don't think he fully understood the plan. He heard money, and then he's like,
yeah, money in a bag? Cool.
Hallway of Nightmares? All I gotta do is look? Let's go.
Yep, no worries.
This house, by the way, when they roll up on this house, because like they show a lot of, the video will shows like all the pictures of the inside, and like it looks all nice.
Yeah.
And they roll up on this like glass box that looks like a puzzle wherein there's literally zero privacy because you can look from one side of the house and see the backyard.
You know, it's fucking funny.
It's just glass walls.
The only place that has a mild amount of privacy is the bathroom.
Yeah.
Because it's got those like glass cube things.
Those 90s dentist office partitions. Glass, fogged, weird, distorted cubes.
But that's not good enough.
No, not for me.
I'm not showering in there.
I don't want to see forms of people wandering around while I'm trying to shit, because I know they're right on the other side of the glass.
And also, it's easy enough to look from a certain angle and just see dick if someone's in there.
Yeah, oh yeah, you get close enough and it's like a magnifying glass.
The one thing I will say about this house, as per my comment during The Strangers about home invasion, if I were to live there, at least I would feel better about the fact I could see a burglar from the yard.
Fair. There you go.
I'm fucking in the library reading a book, and I just look up and, oh, what's that, a burglar? Cool. Good thing I can see you 200 feet away.
Yeah. I guess I'll be calling the police before you get here.
Yeah.
That's efficient. I'm gonna be robbed in like 5 minutes. Yeah, he's in the driveway. I see him coming.
Like, he's running, but he's got a ways.
Can I shoot him?
Yeah.
Shoot. I'm gonna shoot him.
Yeah, it's all good.
You come get him.
Guess what? Here's what we'll do, right? We'll time your response here. If the burglar gets to my house before you guys roll up, he'll be dead when you get here.
That you're making their job easy. Oh my god. Yeah. This house is not a home. It is very much just a house. It just doesn't look cozy. It looks like it's gonna cut you. If you settle into it, like
which it does do.
There's like a sharp edge everywhere.
Don't get too close to the walls. Speaking of rocking up to this house at first and the look of it, I know exactly what's going on right away.
Yeah.
And I go, hey man, maybe I don't want this house.
Yeah.
Not just because of the privacy thing, but who's writing Latin all over the walls,
right?
If they're not trying to either keep something in or out.
Never read Latin. There's no need for it.
Everybody who reads Latin ever gets fucked up.
Yeah.
It's a dead language for a reason, because it's full of dead people.
Yeah. My first thought was I thought he just had like a beautiful mind room, whereas it's just like his written on the glass. I'm like, of course Uncle Cyrus is the type to have a goddamn beautiful mind room.
Of course Uncle Cyrus has paranoid schizophrenia.
Yeah. Oh wow, look at that. Of course, anybody named Cyrus immediately is a weirdo. That's just...
Yeah, it's true. You own like a shocking number of motorcycles.
So yeah. Then Matthew Lillard rolls up as the
fucking power guy.
But like, I honestly, there was a second I was like, is that?
Yeah.
Because like he was in the movie earlier. Am I supposed to believe this is a different person? And
I don't know where he got like a fully decked out electrician's truck from.
Yeah.
But he just knew what he was doing as protect. He put more effort into getting that truck than he did into dressing up as the power guy.
He really did. And then he shows up and he's like, and like he sees all the glass walls. He's like, huh, what? You guys couldn't afford any walls? But the whole house is walls.
Yeah.
What are you saying? Look at the walls.
They're just made of a very specific material. That was him being in character.
I imagine.
Obviously, because he knew.
Yeah.
He also he's got the best acting of any person in this whole movie.
He has a little bit of a Shaggy yelp at one point. You hear the voice crack and you're just like, ah.
Well, he's stressing. There's ghosts.
This was filmed before Scooby-Doo was, by the way. This came out before Scooby-Doo.
That's very interesting.
So
they're like, well, you did one ghost movie.
Yeah.
How about 4 more that are hilarious?
All right. Here's another fun fact. So what is it? Dark Castle Films.
Yeah.
Their first movie was the 1985 The 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo.
No shit.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Dark Castle Films, named after fucking Stephen King. It's not. It's Dark Tower.
Yeah.
Matthew Lillard, when describing why he's there in the first place, is talking about how the house has knocked out power to everywhere, but he calls it every house in the tri-quad area.
Jesus.
Hey, that's nothing.
You sure?
That's nothing.
That sounds very important to me. It sounds legitimate and important.
I looked it right up. And there's a thing called tri-state area. There's a thing called quad-state area. It's just a collection of cities in a location.
Okay.
Across a couple of states.
Okay.
But tri-quad area is 3 and 4 at the same time. That ain't shit.
Well,
work on the script.
Look, fooled me. Fooled everybody else.
I'm the only one that was like, I don't know about geography on this one.
I always thought a tri-state area was like wherever 3 states meet, and like you could stand in all 3 states at the one.
That's what I thought it was, and before I brought that over here for the podcast, I wanted to look it up and make sure I wasn't wrong.
Hey man, well, I appreciate you doing the legwork, the due diligence.
Yeah, they fucking shove that key into the house. And everything opens, and then they just go right in.
Yeah, the second that key gets enveloped by the house, nah.
Because of the way it opens up?
Yeah.
Oh, this is all on gears, levers, and pulleys that are invisible to me right now? I could see myself getting stuck in here right away. Yeah.
By the way, how am I supposed to get a good night's sleep when all I hear is mechanisms ticking and clicking away in the house?
You're just living inside of fucking Big Ben.
Yeah, the house is constantly winding. And it's like,
it winds all the time.
Can the clock not tick for 6 hours?
I don't know how, like, I'm hearing levers, like, just chunk. What's fucked up?
Oh, boy.
3 a.m., nothing should be moving.
I just heard three walls adjust. What's going on down there?
Somebody's adjusting the walls.
These walls don't need adjusting.
So, like, this is a fucking... And to skip ahead a bit, fucking... You know what? I'm not even gonna. I get pissed right away.
Okay.
Because, hey, Arthur, we've got some papers to sign in order to sign this house over to you. And then Arthur's like, all right, my family, stay right here. Because you just watched those doors open automatically. And don't move, because they might close elsewhere. That's a good enough reason for me to sit still.
Yeah, it's called respecting your elders.
Yeah, and so, like, Arthur spends his whole movie being neurotic as fuck, and I immediately understood why nobody in his family listens to him through this whole fucking movie.
Well, yeah.
They don't ever. I'm almost killed.
Half this movie is him being like, well, where are my kids? By the way, how do you lose kids in a house where you can look and go,
there's every person.
Yeah, I can see through every wall, and I can see silhouettes shitting. Like, how do you lose kids in this house? How big is this house? It must be huge.
The best nanny in the world can't keep track of a 9-year-old for 10 minutes.
Yeah. I don't know who called her the best nanny in the world. That might be, you just might be thinking that.
No, guess what? You're fired.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying.
She quits at the end of the movie. Nah, on the spot.
Yeah.
When they're fucking in the bathroom and she goes, he used to be with me. Guess what? terminated.
Yeah, you lost my child in the Latin house?
In the
Latin fun house of horror?
Yeah. And it's so much is that, like, immediately I was like, if I'm walking through this house, I'm walking into walls.
Oh yeah,
imagine
for sure.
Imagine being drunk in that house and trying to find the bedroom.
Oh my god, a big bonk.
Yeah.
Bonk. Where's the door?
And then eventually you just go to sleep on the floor.
And eventually the house shifts and...
Yeah, it's...
By the way, I mean...
I'm stuck in the study for a weekend.
I like the way we did Cube, a movie about a building that shifts. Mm-hmm. Another building that shifts.
Yeah.
Keeping it light, keeping it shifty.
The other movie that I had recommended last week for this week's was House on Haunted Hill, which is also a building that shifts.
Oh my god!
And they're both movies, and it's fucked up actually because I was looking it up. These two movies, and I didn't know any of this when I put them both as options. Mm-hmm. They are extremely similar in a lot of ways.
Okay.
Yeah, they're both based on books written by the same person.
Yes, they are.
Didn't know that. They both trap the people inside until the ghosts get them. Mm-hmm. There's ulterior motives from both main characters who orchestrate bringing the people in the first place.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think they were both done by the same company as well.
I believe so, yeah. So it's just fucked up.
Yeah, well, I mean, that, yeah.
And a lot of similarities in the story, too. Like, there's a Matthew Lillard character in House on Haunted Hill as well.
Is it actually Matthew Lillard?
It's not.
Oh, okay.
I know he's in other things, but I can't place him in anything else. It's like old ass TV show or music video or something, but equally neurotic guy who shows up to let people in and wants to get the fuck out of there right away.
Fair enough.
Like it's the same personality type. Okay. And he's also got all the answers. He's the only one who knows about the ghost beforehand.
Son of a bitch.
Like, so he's the only one who can explain the situation to the characters who are oblivious.
Okay.
It's kind of funny in a way.
Yeah, I didn't think you did that on purpose.
No.
If I knew any better, I would be accusing you of doing that on purpose.
Fucking yeah. And this is essentially a giant puzzle box.
Yeah.
That moves around.
With ghosts in it.
Yeah. I don't think there's any ghosts in the cube.
No, there's just traps.
Yeah.
But if you replace traps with ghosts, you've got the same movie.
There's also traps in 13 Ghosts. One chick gets crushed to death in between two walls.
Yeah, that was a good one. Apparently that scene was a lot more gory, but they cut it. And I don't see why they did that.
No, and it's really, like, getting squished is probably the most painful way to go ever.
Oh my god, yes.
You just got to feel everything break into you. Yeah.
Yeah, and you got to think about it while it's happening. So yeah, in this movie, you need special glasses to see the ghosts.
Yes.
They've got these glasses that they've invented. They let you see the ghosts. Mm-hmm. In the original movie, when you went in to see it in theaters, you could only see the ghosts in the movie if you wore glasses.
That's fucking sick.
I don't know how they did that, or if I misread that, but that seems like it was like a 3D glasses situation, and you could only see the ghosts while you were wearing them.
There is a movie, I can't remember the name of it, but in it there is a witch who transforms from a regular looking human being into a horrible witch.
Okay.
And they didn't have CGI back then, obviously. So they had to figure out a way to get that to happen while they were filming in fucking 32 millimeter black and white. Mm-hmm. So what they did was they changed a light filter on the actual physical lights from red to blue. And so the blue light on the camera picked up her witch makeup. And the red light just picked up her human makeup.
Oh, that's cool.
So maybe they were like 3D glasses and they had the scenes with the ghosts or the ghosts painted and made up in a certain way where it was only visible in one lens.
That could be.
Bam.
That's some wild stuff.
Dude, people from the past had to be geniuses to get good things done.
Yeah, they did. I just would have been like, we're not making this film then. We're
just going to cut away and cut back. Fuck it.
Yeah, if you can't do this, it's just done. We're done.
Yeah, fuck this film.
Everybody go home.
Buster Keaton is a national treasure because he was the only one willing to jump in front of a train, literally.
Yeah, oh my God. Oh, times were different. Now we just CGI everything. No man, no train tracks.
Yeah, nothing.
Just desert.
Yeah, just wetness.
Everything
shiny
is
wetness.
The shiny wetness is added in later. That's every movie.
Everything in the future is apparently moist.
So the lawyer goes down and he insults all these ghosts. And he's like, hey, yeah, nice tits. And then he comes back out and the ghost is out and he's like, oh, hey. It was just lawyer humor. Saying tits is probably the most hilarious thing you could do in like as a lawyer,
like
or
in court.
Yeah, just like, hey, what's up, tits? And then like the lawyer's like,
may it please the court, tits.
Yeah, yo, you must see that evidence, titties.
If the glove don't tit, you must acquit.
If the tit don't tit, you must a tit.
That woman's poor tits were so mangled too.
Oh my god. Oh, and then so the glass door slices him in half.
Yeah, it does.
And then like it looks very much just like an IRL CT scan.
Yeah, it does.
You see like his eyes and everything.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if you read into the trivia page.
I read some things, yeah.
Did you read probably the best fact about that whole thing?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, here.
I didn't write it down anyway.
Let me lay it down on you. That the lady, the nude, the angry princess, as she's called.
Yeah.
Played by an actress named Shauna Lawyer.
This fact. Yeah. This is the best fact.
And then so she like causes this lawyer to back up into the door that like slices him closed.
Yeah.
And then she's Shauna Lawyer. She's shorn a lawyer.
Oh my god. That's not the one I thought.
Oh, that's not it?
No. It's a similar fact about that angry princess, though.
Okay.
The woman who plays that angry princess only has one acting credit.
Mm-hmm. Shauna Lawyer.
Yeah. She's shorn a lawyer. Oh my god. There's a couple funny things like that. Coincidences that were like written into the script. She routinely gets confused in her performance with a porn actress.
Yes.
So there was, and that had to be debunked, and the way they debunked it was being like, nah, that actress you're confusing her with was in the porn parody of this movie.
Yes.
Called 13 Erotic Ghosts.
They weren't really swinging for the fences with that name.
No, and they routinely don't, which I've found. I don't know what it is with like porno parody titles, and it's like, we're just not gonna try. No, well, you know what this is.
Yeah, you're not even you're just looking at the pictures on the cover.
Yeah, you're like one false move short of just having fucks a lot in it. Just right in the title. So I wrote down the actual plot synopsis
to the porno parody
to 13 Erotic Ghosts.
Oh, absolutely! I'd love to hear that
because I almost pissed my pants. Investigators arrive in a burned-down girls' school to check if the rumors of ghost appearances are true. With their special goggles, they can see that the ghosts are constantly engaging in lesbian sex, which makes everyone horny. Right there on the IMDb.
Oh my god.
That's the official plot synopsis for 13 Erotic Ghosts.
So that probably took like 30 minutes to write. They probably finished this movie like, hey, wait a minute, let's put some boners in there.
Yeah, with my special goggles. I like which makes everyone horny. Just matter-of-factly. I feel like put the goggles on, well, I'm horny.
I feel this change about me. My horny levels increasing. I can't control my hardness.
This is Dragon Ball Z version?
Yeah. It sounds like something Adam Skinner would write.
I had that literal thought.
And I'm going to ask.
That's a summary to a book he writes.
That for sure. For sure.
Fuck's sake. Maybe you don't know, maybe he wrote that. Maybe he's the one who wrote and directed that.
Yeah, maybe he's living the secret undercover life.
The fucking the Kathy chick in this, her name is Shannon Elizabeth.
Yep.
And she has one of the best lines. She's also in a Scary Movie. Okay. And she has one of the best lines in that movie. And I cannot remember it now. Oh. And I need to. Okay. Oh yes. So in that movie, her for anybody who hasn't seen Scream, there's a sheriff deputy who's like a bumbling idiot. Yeah. So in Scary Movie, they just made him somebody with a mental handicap. Doofy. So there's a scene where Shannon Elizabeth and Anna Faris are having a sleepover, and Doofy comes into the room and says something to the tune of, I told you not to disturb me while I'm cleaning my room.
Yes.
And then Shannon Elizabeth says, yeah, and Mom also said never to stick your dick in the vacuum cleaner.
Yeah.
Which, that's what he's doing every time he brings a vacuum cleaner out in that movie.
Oh my God, that's the only part of that movie I can ever remember. Holy shit. Oh my God.
She also has the best death in that movie because she's just a sarcastic bitch the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
She's just like chirping Ghostface like he's useless.
Yeah.
While she's getting dismembered.
Yeah, it's just stabbing her.
Yeah.
I love it. So yeah, we get the lawyer death. But then okay. If you were to encounter some stairs in a home that go into the basement, and what you hear is like, hey, what's up? Come on down here. What's up, bud? Come on down.
My 9-year-old ass is running so fast and so far away from that ginger whisper.
Yeah, if I can't see what's beckoning me into the basement, no, I'm not going in. No.
Here's another thing. They sort of subtly hint that the only reason he can hear that is because he's got the tape recorder.
Okay, yes.
But then at the end of the movie, the whole family gets to hear dead mom.
Yeah.
And I don't think they have the tape recorder anymore at that point.
Well,
but throughout the rest of the movie, that's the only time that you hear any of the ghosts speak.
Yeah.
So it makes sense.
It does.
Until the last part. But I didn't really power of love shit probably.
I didn't really think about that, but I kind of put that together because he bumps into something and he drops the tape recorder.
This is what I was gonna. So that's me in this house every day. I don't even have to be scared and running away from a bound woman in order to run into walls.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm running into every one of those walls.
That's what happens. That's what you get when you have glass walls.
My nose is broken constantly in this house.
Yeah, you're it's not even sleep apnea anymore. It's just your nose is so deformed
so fucking mangled. I can't breathe when I
there's
sleep.
Just like a kazoo up there constantly. But yeah, so this kid,
this kid's an idiot.
Despite hearing his mother's voice being like, "Don't come down here."
Which, how are you not going to know what your mom sounds like?
Yeah, for real. Yeah, and as soon as I heard hey, because she calls him by name, I'm like, oh, that's the mom. Here we go. Did they burn down the house? And is that how that went down?
Oh,
because they needed the withered whatever, the withered mother or whatever.
Lover.
Yeah, they needed that. So were they like, you know what? Let's burn that house down.
They don't talk about how the house burned down.
No,
I realize. Interesting.
But they also at the beginning. Cyrus dies while they are trapping the Juggernaut.
Yeah.
And they show him with his throat cut with something right here.
Yeah, it's like a piece of a car.
Yeah.
Has almost cut his whole head off.
And then it's right to decapitated body found behind Dunkin' Donuts. So I was like, oh, did they just chuck his body there? Is that the respect they gave Cyrus? Just fucking dump him.
Well, no, but yeah, I can understand why you had that thought at the time.
Yeah, I wrote that down. Oh my God, Jesus. But yeah, so did they burn down the house in order to create that ghost?
That's a great question.
Or do you think it was just happenstance? They read in the news oh, somebody perished in a fire.
Well, at one point in the movie, Cyrus says greatness requires sacrifice.
Yeah.
So, and also you could just burn down any house.
That's fair. You really could.
Why would you choose that one? So, and they're related. That's his uncle, right? So if he hears, oh, your wife got torched in a fire and you don't have anything bad going on in your life as far as your family, oh, this works for me.
Yeah.
Let's go get that dead wife.
Okay, fair enough. Maybe that is...
But Matthew Lillard said that he didn't know that it was them.
Yeah.
How the fuck did you not know that? You just go to the charred remains when they're not around, I guess.
I guess so.
This is a burnt down house that I know about somehow. Don't ask much.
Yeah. He just doesn't ask a lot of questions. No. That's why I like him.
Yeah. And, you're motivated by money. And obviously you don't get along with regular people because you can't ever shake anybody's fucking hand.
Yeah. Another really good line in this movie is just the kid explaining to the lawyer that his mom's all burnt up and dead. I forget how he says it, but he says
That's
it really...
That's basically what he fucking said.
Yeah, he's just nah, my mom's fucking crispy.
Yeah, he says something like, my mom burned to death in a fire.
Hey, welcome to my house. Yeah, my mom...
Right away.
Dead in a fire. Let's go. Oh, want to know more about me? I shit the bed.
I don't know how to put up my toys.
But See, and they're in the, what do they go all to the basement. There's so many ghosts.
There's fucking ghosts.
There's a chopped up body ghost. And there's that was a
motherfucker just on the wrong side of the mafia. It's like,
yeah,
all right.
Yeah, he played by a double amputee.
Yeah. Awesome.
They just digitally removed his head.
Another good movie that has a double amputee in it, Dawn of the Dead, the Zack Snyder version.
Oh, yeah, that'd be a good crawler.
It's a guy, they're in the parking garage, and he fucking monkey bars across the fucking trusses up top and jumps on someone's shoulders with no legs.
Shit. Yeah. All right. Okay. Then we're going to have to watch that at some point. I don't remember that at all.
There's actually a couple amputees in that movie. There's another guy who had no arm. But they make good zombies.
Yeah, they do. There's less digital work to be done. And you're creating jobs for people.
And you can do such a bad job with CG. Like, I don't know if you saw the Batman Superman.
I did.
But Henry Cavill's mustache was CG'd out afterward.
Yeah, it was.
And it makes his lip look like dough that needs to be kneaded.
It's really bad.
It's for some reason so fucking soft and smooth, and there's not a pore to be found.
Oh my god, it's so weird. I remember that. Now that you mention it,
I refuse to watch it because I wouldn't be able to do anything but look at that.
Yeah, no. Ugh. Yeah, so they're in the basement, and like Matthew Lillard's like explaining to somebody finally who's half listening that there's ghosts. Like, I think they're looking for the kid. They go down to the basement to find the boy.
And he goes down with Maggie at first.
Yeah.
And I believe it's just them. Actually, no, he goes down by himself, realizes that the ghosts are down there.
Yeah.
And then comes up upset about it.
Yeah, but then...
Which, yes, be... And yeah, that's when he fucking Monk's trying to sign the papers, and he comes in a tizzy.
Yeah.
And then starts saying this shit. And let me tell you, if somebody comes up from the basement of a house like that, looking like they just were attacked by a bear, and starts talking about, I'm a fucking spirit hunter with your weird uncle, look around at all the shit he's collected, he's the weirdest guy on earth.
Oh yeah.
And we got ghosts. Guess what? I believe you 100% right away.
Yeah, the second the lawyer's like, oh yeah, your uncle collected a lot of stuff. I'm like,
I'm so many fucking
not interested in it. Where is it? Get it out of the house.
He collected a lot of things. And just in the tone of your voice when you say that sounds like there's some things I don't want to know about.
And then Matthew Lillard comes up. I used to hunt ghosts with your uncle. And he's like, goats? Goats? What are there goats in the basement? Delightful. No.
Oh shit.
But yeah, he comes up and he's screaming about the ghosts.
Monk doesn't take him seriously until the house starts to close up around him.
Nobody takes him serious. Every movie there's a scientist and he's like, hey, come on now. We shouldn't.
These glasses that are weird, I know exactly how they work. Oh, you're instantly credible now.
Yeah, no, there's like, what are you, a scientist? Get out of here. I don't believe in no ghosts.
I know absolutely nothing, and it's weird, but I'm not going to take the most educated opinion here, obviously, for serious.
Yeah, the second I would have heard him clarify ghosts and not goats, out.
Bye.
Okay, well, they're in the basement. I don't want to be in the house.
And then he's such a dick about it, too. He's like, boo, ghosts.
Well, he had to clarify.
He says wraiths first.
Yeah, he does.
Like,
he says something else. Oh, what does he say? He says wraiths. I think he says...
PK Energy, which is such a Ghostbusters fucking reference.
Oh my god. He said there was another one.
He goes through a couple.
Yeah, it just reminded me of Phasmophobia. I was like, I know what that is. Phasmophobia. And then they go back in the basement to look for this kid. At this point, have another kid.
Yeah.
The house is shifting and there's horrible things.
Yeah.
Have another kid.
Matthew Lillard is shitting at the top of those stairs.
Yeah.
Please come down and help me look for my kid, though.
Yeah.
Nah.
And like, again, how do you lose a kid in the basement? Look down. Look, do you see him? He should be down. The floors are glass. Look down.
It's directly below the house.
Yeah, like, first of all, like the second you walk in this, you look down and you see glass floors and you see containment areas that look like prisons.
So just stick the glasses on and just look down from the main floor.
Yeah.
What's that, a ghost right there, obviously?
Oh, seems like monsters and boogity woogities. I'm out. So they go down to the basement, and Matthew Lillard's explaining to, I forget who. somebody.
Really, all three of them?
Yeah, and he's like, look, these are ghosts.
But they don't make themselves known yet to anybody except for Matthew Lillard and the lawyer who's dead.
Yeah, but Matthew Lillard makes a point of noting that they all of them, they all do this thing where they wait for you to get real close to the glass.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that they all have a thing like, yeah, we'll just wait for him to.
Yeah. I want to scare the shit out of these living. I'm so vengeful.
Yeah, they're just doing whatever they can't touch it through the glass. But they're gonna spook you.
So that's when he is alone with Maggie after fucking Arthur suggests that they split up like the Fred Jones of the gang.
Yeah,
and he goes, now we shouldn't, just like Scooby-Doo.
Oh my god,
you know who never wants to fucking split up in Scooby-Doo?
Very Scooby-like.
Shaggy right there.
Yep.
Nah, thanks.
And then he's just leaning up on this glass wall, knowing full well that doors open and close.
Yeah.
And this the hammer guy's behind him. Just being a big old hammer guy.
Already
he's just
upset
like,
that the doors are opening.
Casually just leaning like, these are ghosts, but you ever seen a hammer guy? Look at this. But
yeah, so eager to be like, here, check this shit out.
Yeah, like
this thing that'll scar you forever.
Oh, he's got all his weight on this glass that could just shift at any moment.
It could.
Oh my god, that whole time I was just like, he's just leaning there like he's not gonna get ripped up in a sec.
Yeah, there's a couple things like people aren't quick enough to put glasses on when they're in danger sometimes in this movie, and it's like I wouldn't be taking them off until I'm out of there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be sharing them either.
No.
Oh,
just trust me when I say there's a ghost right there.
Yeah.
I need to see it because it's 2 feet from me.
Yeah, I'm going to put myself behind anybody who's got those glasses. That's...
Fuck yeah.
Oh my god. But yeah, you don't see much of that chopped up body ghost. And I was kind of hoping you'd see more of that because that one's like... There was a couple ghosts that were a lot more upsetting than the other ghosts. We could go through the ghosts.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them.
There's 12.
There's 12. That's a lot.
You don't get to have the 13th one.
No.
In a scene that pisses me right off. We'll get to that.
Yeah. So you got the firstborn. It's a kid. He's got an arrow through his head.
Makes me mad. I'll tell you why.
What's up?
In the lore. So each one of these ghosts has fucking lore behind them. How they died. And it's all voiced in the DVD extras. They were like little 1-minute clips that tell the whole story of like the reasons surrounding their death, what kind of person they were while they were alive, all voiced by Cyrus, which is hilarious.
Okay.
My problem with the firstborn son is that he died playing cowboys and Indians when he got an arrow through his head.
Yeah.
He was a cowboy. In this movie, he's dressed like an Indian.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got the headband and a feather.
I didn't notice that. I was more looking at the jutting arrow coming out of his head.
So he's got what looks to be maybe a cowboy outfit on from the neck down, but I didn't understand the reason for the headband.
Yeah,
it should have been a cowboy hat with the arrow going through both.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just like too silly.
So something I thought that he was challenged to a duel and he brought a toy gun to an actual arrow fight.
Yeah.
But the arrow's coming through the back of his head and sticking up the front.
That's not a duel.
So, yeah, that ain't a duel.
Unless he had the wherewithal to turn and run. But then what an asshole kid. Bro.
Right? That's an execution right there. That's what that is.
It really is. Also, how good is this kid's aim?
Oh, right.
Having found a bow and arrow randomly in a shed.
Yeah, right in the back of the head, too.
Terribly lucky shot.
Number 2 is the torso. There's a guy who lost a gambling bet and got all chopped up.
Yeah,
and he's just like a torso that walks around while there's like a head screaming, like saran wrapped behind him. Yeah. That's the best part.
How do you? So like when you're ghosting it up, right? Obviously you have to travel from one place to another, which is the thing. Like these ghosts can like disappear and reappear closer or further away sometimes.
Yeah,
and like on walls and ceilings and shit. And there are a couple times where it doesn't make any fucking sense that people didn't got.
Yeah.
There's a ghost right there, and like you squeeze your way up through a fucking like an access panel for like an elevator wire or something. But I didn't get you that time. We'll try again in a few minutes.
Well, even at the beginning when the I don't know, the kid. What's his name?
The kid, Bobby.
Yeah, Bobby. Bobby's psyche's Bobby's scootering around down there, and then the bound woman like comes out and jiggles herself at him, and then he's just like, oh, and he scoots away like You didn't get him then either?
No, it's just creeper shit. They feed off fear. Also, he blasts himself into the glass and he's like fucking knocks himself out.
Yeah.
He's not going to get got by ghosts while he's sleeping?
That would have been just like taking life from a child right there.
Either way it is.
So yeah, you got the torso. Mob cut him up. Bound woman was like a cheerleader who was caught cheating by her boyfriend and he did his thing.
Boyfriend turns out to be a fucking psychopath, apparently.
Yes, indeed. Number 4 is the withered lover. This is the burnt up wife.
Yeah.
Who
special power of love right there.
Walks around with her IV.
Yeah, she's got like 3 bags and the whole fucking wheelie deal.
Roman numerals for 4, IV.
Nice. Oh my God. See, like all these weird little.
Yeah, it worked. I read that in the trivia. I didn't come up with that one on my own.
It's very interesting.
The Torn Prince is like a baseball star from like the 50s who got in a car accident while he was racing a greaser. You know, because it was the 50s and everybody was a greaser.
Everybody either was a greaser or the one who raced them.
Greasing. You got greased.
Yeah.
That's the 50s right there. And then you got the angry princess who was like trying to do a lot of plastic surgery.
And she got all fucked up.
Yeah, she tried to do some plastic surgery on herself, blinded herself in the eye, so she just killed herself. You know how you do.
Yeah.
You know how you do.
You killed yourself in like the dumbest way. Just death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah.
Like that. Just put the knife in your throat.
Yeah, that's like...
Don't lay in the bathtub and open yourself up a bunch of times
At some point, you got to go like, okay, maybe I shouldn't have. Like, that thought had to have crossed your mind.
You know, people jump off the Golden Gate Bridge and they have that thought halfway down.
That's where they poof the umbrella out and land safely.
But yeah, it's like, so you got 40 cuts on you. You think by like 50 or 20, you're like, man, this might have been a bad idea.
Yeah, whoops. And yeah, so she does that to herself. You got the number 7 is the Pilgrimess. She was accused of being a witch in like the 1800s,
of course,
or whenever pilgrims were.
Like whenever every woman was accused of being a witch for about 10 years.
Yeah. Number 8 is, first of all, 8 and 9 together. I wanted to see much more of these guys.
Yes, that's what I was gonna say.
Show me that baby and mother.
Yeah.
That was disgusting.
Yeah, the baby's just perpetually. First of all, it's not a baby.
No,
the mother is the baby.
And the baby is a full grown man.
Yeah, more than fully grown, excessively grown man.
Yeah. So circus folk. Yeah. That's like the main headline there. Circus stuff happens behind the circus scenes.
Yeah.
Circus stuff being horrible circus things.
I don't know what it is with like freak show, sideshow circus people and not being able to eat food. Properly. Like this guy's just got food all over his fat fucking chest.
Well, his mom's like feeding him with a spoon.
Yeah, open your mouth wider and then close it.
Yeah, you are an adult. But I guess the story is somebody took his mom as a joke and she died in the interim. So he went and hacked them all up with an axe.
Oh, good. He's just a boomer. That's why he's got vomit all over.
Yeah, that was my first thought too. Number 10, you got the Hammer. It's a blacksmith in the 1800s.
My second favorite ghost in this whole movie, there.
Noted down racisms.
Yeah,
because I didn't want to jot down the whole story.
This isn't the only racist thing that happens in the movie. The fact that the hammer exists. Yeah, tons of racism got him hammered up with his own nails.
Yeah, so yeah, he chained to a tree and hammered up there.
Which I'd be pissed at any white person. Of which it's 90% in this house.
Oh God, the Jackal was somebody who was born to a prostitute, and again in the 1800s.
This is my favorite one.
You got the story?
I do have the story.
All right.
I don't know. I don't remember what exactly happened in the interim, but at one point, because he realized that he had extreme mental problems, committed himself to an asylum.
Good on him. You know.
As he was in this asylum, he slowly went more and more insane. To the point where he began scratching at walls until his fingernails came off, chewed off his own lips, which is why you can see his teeth the whole time.
Oh, yeah.
Also, interestingly enough, with the hammer, you can see that his front 2 teeth are busted inward. Which is that's just common beat up stuff.
Yeah. Oh, that makes my teeth hurt thinking about that.
Oh. So they put him in a straitjacket, which he gnawed through with his lipless teeth.
Well, at that point.
And then the asylum burned down after they put a cage on his head.
Yeah.
And he chose to stay and die.
Yeah, well.
If you look like that.
You might as well.
Yep, get it.
Get it. And then, of course, number 12, the Juggernaut.
Yeah.
He's a serial killer.
Better Juggernaut than the X-Men Juggernaut.
I don't know, man.
Don't care.
Well, did you see Deadpool? Because like,
I don't even know if I like that one.
Oh, dude, it's good. Juggernaut and like the Rhino are my two favorite.
Oh, you like the Rhino so much. I understand. There was.
I mean, did you see X-Men 3? What are these walls? Pardon me. Right through them all. Oh no, or was that Juggernaut?
The Juggernaut in First Class, I think.
Maybe
it might have been it was either 2 or First Class.
No, yeah, because the Rhino guy's Spider-Man. I think I've got this mixed up.
The Rhino guy is, well, there's a couple iterations, but the stupidest one is in Spider-Man 2, where Jamie Foxx is a ball of electricity.
Yes.
And you only see the Rhino for 10 seconds at the fucking end, and it's Paul Giamatti and a giant rhinoceros.
I love it.
It's a giant metal rhinoceros, and that's it.
Well, I like Paul Giamatti, so.
Yeah, well, you should. But it pissed me right off. I didn't even watch the movie, but I was mad because there wasn't enough rhino in it.
That's fair. I'm hoping for like a rhino movie. I want more rhino.
Yeah. So
yeah,
the way that the Hammer attacks people is by ripping nails out of his body.
Yeah,
and trying to use them on you,
which is really ineffective if the person's moving. You ever try to hammer a nail into something that's on the move?
You're gonna get one shot.
You really got to hold that down.
Yeah,
that's got to be an inanimate object.
Unless you're fine with hitting your fingers.
Yeah. That's gonna happen. Bound to happen. Yeah. So now everybody knows. Now you know when we mention a ghost who we're talking about.
So a few ghosts in this have like attack gimmicks.
Yeah.
Right? The Torn Prince, I think it is. He's got a baseball bat.
Yeah.
Because he's jock.
Yeah.
Fucking the Jackal uses his nails to scratch the shit out of you, or his nailless fingers anyway to
does
scratch
he
the
ever?
Shit out of you.
By the way, there's a scene where he's attacking the oldest daughter, and he tears through her bra without ripping her shirt.
He wants to get those titties out so bad.
He surpasses the shirt and goes right for the bra.
That's all he cares about. It's like, well, you know, if I'm gonna be a ghost, I might as well see some rockin' tits. I get it.
I mean, ghost
what do you have to lose at that point?
Just ghosty things. Just ghosty things.
And then, so, like, what else? I think that was the other thing, too, is that the firstborn son had a bow and arrow as well, which I assume if given the chance he would use to try and kill somebody. You don't really get to see a lot of these ghosts try and kill people.
No,
Just the scariest ones, really.
Yeah, I kind of want to see that torso try and work somebody over.
Yeah,
by,
how
like,
do you do that?
Yeah.
Just throw the head, throw your own head at them?
Definitely one where they were like, this is going to be creepy.
Yeah.
People aren't going to like this. Let's give this a little part.
But so like, and then some of them just don't have fuck all. What's the bound woman going to do to you? Shake really close to your body and make you uncomfortable?
That's all she did.
Yeah.
She like puppeted out from behind a wall and like,
yeah.
And then the boy's like, oh no.
It was just Michael J. Fox. And then what was the pilgrimess there? She's in the under lock and key in that thing that I can't remember the name of.
Yeah, exactly.
From that time when it binds your fucking
stocks.
Yeah, she's in the stock. Wait, she can't grab nothing.
Nope.
She's gonna kick you real hard.
That's the whole point of the stocks.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a lot of ghosts that were more probably for show.
Yeah.
Like the baby and the mama. Like, what are they gonna? Well, they pick them up
it's the baby that's the problem.
Yeah, the baby is the problem.
That mom, unless, he just picks her up and chucks her at you.
Oh my God, like in Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
God damn it. So this house keeps shifting. Ghosts are like letting out. The whole thing is like the ghosts come out one by one. And eventually just somebody shows up and she's like, hey,
here we go.
This is a machine built that was designed by the devil and is powered by ghosts.
For 20 minutes, this house has been on lockdown. Nobody can get in or out.
Yeah.
All the doors are closed. Where the fuck did she come from?
She came from the most convenient plot hole in the entire movie.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. Cyrus is also in the house.
Yes.
And the problem with this is that there's a gear up scene with this woman. What's her fucking dumb name? Did I not write it down? I didn't write it down because I didn't care.
It's Kalina.
Kalina, yeah. Kathy and Kalina, that's why. There's a gear up scene where she's like getting ready to go to the house with the incantations on a record.
Yeah.
Or whatever it is. It looks like a film reel more than a record, but that's fine. And she's like packing up a backpack with dynamite and shit. So I can understand somebody hiding out and waiting, but like, what's the timeline here?
Yeah.
Was she just like crouched in one corner of the basement of that house, surrounded by glass with barrier spells on it? Like, oh, I hope they don't see me.
Yeah, she must have just been like under a table or something.
Yeah. So she shows up and she fucking saves lives temporarily with flares.
Yeah, that's her whole thing. Is she's got these flares that ghosts like, oh, a flare. Ah,
they can't stand them.
They hate these flares. Flares. So if you're ever in a ghost situation, road flares.
And this is the second. Yeah, you just crack them. And you hold them up in front of you.
And they throw them at the ghost, and they're like, get that flare out of here, and they disappear.
I gotta go back home and regroup because of all that light I just experienced.
But when I come back, I'm gonna be twice as spooky.
Yeah, this is the second character that Arthur doesn't believe right off the bat about the ghosts.
Yeah,
especially after what has happened up to this point to him.
Yeah, ghosts are attacking his daughter, ripping her up into bits.
His daughter's fucked up.
Yeah, and well, this is a fun special effect. Are you guys in on this?
Is this a haunted Cyrus?
Yeah, so she shows up and like, yeah, she has the exact thing that spooks the ghost off, and he's like, I still don't believe.
Yeah. I don't care enough about this to listen to you. Which is a bad mentality to have while you're stuck in the house. Yeah,
especially a house you're completely new to, and this person seems to have the run of it.
Knew how to get down here.
Yeah. But she gets into the house through an opening that, as the house was shifting, became open for her and will never open again. So says her.
Okay.
I would be like, show me where that is. I'm going to stand there and wait.
I missed that line.
Yeah, she's like, yeah, I came in through an opening as the walls were shifting. And they're like, well, let's just go. Like, it's not going to, it's not going to open again.
What? Given what happens later on, why would you even bother explaining it?
Yeah.
Never mind that. Let's go.
Yeah, right? Like, God, there is a ghost. There's more important things. We can figure this out later. But yeah, so this house is not a house. It's this machine that opens like a portal to hell.
Yeah.
Or like the eye of hell. Or,
yeah. It's the fucking eye of Sauron is what it is.
Essentially.
It sees everything in hell.
Yeah. And so when whoever controls the eye, is powerful, I guess. And so
whatever the name of that fucking guy from Lord of the Rings who lives in the volcano. Is it just Sauron? Is that why?
Yeah.
So that's who you become. You control the eye and you're that now.
Well, I mean, it's I can see why he would want all these ghosts then.
Yeah.
It seems like a pretty decent gig. You fire the house up and...
You just got ghosts at your beck and call?
Yeah.
Who hate your guts. You better hope one of these gears doesn't get a little seized up.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
This machine is run on rusty metal.
Yeah. It's run on rusty metal and ghost power.
Yeah, the maintenance costs alone just to keep everything like greased up and smooth.
I think that the whole point is you just want to run it one time and get that eye open. And then
the eye just stays open? Fuck the machine?
I would hope so, because eventually ghosts are going to run out of power.
Yeah.
They're gonna want to take a nap. I don't know how ghosts work.
Well, Matthew Lillard does say there's different rules for them.
Yeah.
In the supernatural world.
Yeah, maybe no sleep ghosts,
the house maybe shifts in a way and gets one stuck somewhere, and it's like, I can't get to the machine to power it. We're fucked.
Yeah. What if? What? Because they have all these incantations on the wall to keep the ghosts orderly, I guess, from just slooping out the back door. And yes,
but the angry princess could take a bath, no problem.
Yeah, no problem. I liked the shot where the daughter she finally finds these bathrooms she's so excited about, because apparently
tries on someone else's perfume with no knowledge of anything.
Yeah, apparently that apartment building they live in had 0 bathrooms, because she's like, oh my god, a bathroom.
She was like, we each get our own, is what she was excited about.
Oh, okay.
I heard that line and I was like, several weeks. Yeah, also that.
Yeah. So same guy. I can't remember.
From Beyond. Now, I believe I've heard of it, but I have not seen it.
Oh my god. When I first got Netflix, I was just like flipping through and I was like, oh, this is an interesting cover. And I watched it and then I promptly forgot what it was called. And for a long time, I'm like, I imagined this movie. There's no way.
It's the fetus thing all over
it is.
Again.
And like I tried to explain it to people, and they're like, "I've never heard of this movie," but you're gonna love it.
All right.
So From Beyond, it's from the 80s. It
sounds like it takes place in outer space.
It does not. It takes place in an attic.
Okay. That's a very small set.
And I'm still trying to remember the dude's name who wrote it, and it's eluding me. And like he wrote Cthulhu. It's that whole thing.
Oh, H.P. Lovecraft.
There you go. It's a Lovecraft story.
I thought you meant the director of Color Out of Space.
No. This is a Lovecraft story.
All right. Just keeping it real with the Lovecraft, hey?
It turns out great films.
All right.
His stories make great films. I don't know about the stories. I'm not going to read them.
I imagine, well, they're quite long, but I imagine they're good. I have a couple of his books.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah. I mean, if you want to summarize them for me, I'll listen.
There are some short stories as well. Well, it's mostly about creeping dread, the fear of going insane, and monsters in the ocean. I don't know why he's so fucking afraid of monsters in the ocean, but boy howdy.
Yeah, he does have a fear of the ocean. I remember reading that.
Who else does is Shane.
I'm going to bring Shane out on a boat.
Oh, he hates it.
Well, I'm not going to tell him we're going on a boat. We'll have to trick him.
There's a name for it, too, that I just found out about, and I fucking can't remember it, but it's like having this specific phobia that there are giant sea creatures somewhere underwater, in deep water. Yeah,
there's that. There's also, like, just the fact that there's an underwater. Like, people don't even, like, dipping their head, like with that camera shot where it's like it goes under the water and you see.
That would freak somebody out.
Yeah, I don't know. I forget what that one's called, too, but if you know, grindhousemovieclub@gmail.com is a place to email. Also, throw your suggestions at us for stuff you want to see, because it might make it easier for us to just like pick two of them that are similar to movies that we're already watching.
I don't mind doing that at all.
Yeah, suggestions are definitely good because I'm not always going to be able to come up with ideas.
The only thing with that is I don't necessarily want to be limited sometimes.
Oh, no.
So it doesn't have to be a hard, fast rule.
No. Definitely, if I can't think of another movie, I'm going to check what people are suggesting.
So fucking horror lists on IMDb. Like, oh, what do we got?
Yeah.
That's what I've been doing.
Well, I mean, that's a good way to do it. What are you looking at, Kat? So go to darkroastcult.com, listen to full episodes, or wherever you want to listen to podcasts. I think we're everywhere.
Are we finally everywhere for the love of Christ?
I think so. Pretty sure.
Sick. Anywhere where you listen to podcasts.
Yeah.
Grindhouse Movie Club.
And if you've been listening to this chair squeak the entire podcast, I'm sorry. I blame the chair.
You've been hearing chairs squeak and cats meow.
Yeah, it's a whole thing. We're in the catatorium.
We try to keep an audibly dynamic environment here.
Yeah.
One thing I learned about this movie is that a lot of audience members considered it physically painful to sit through.
Yes.
Because of the way that the sound was mixed.
I'm glad I didn't. I just was like, wow, it's loud. I had to turn it down.
Imagine seeing that shit in the theater, though. Just like all these fucking flash, bang.
Oh, my God.
Like scratches and shit constantly.
Oh, that would be enough for me to get up and leave.
I do appreciate that in a way just because immersion.
Yeah.
Like, it must have been a deliberate choice. Like, we're going to fuck with people's ears on this one.
You might as well. If you're making a movie, you might as well get people right in there.
Yeah.
If you don't get people in there, you've made a bad movie. That's how that works.
Exactly how that works.
All right. Do you have anything you want to end the podcast with?
I always do it. Your turn.
That's my cat skittering.
Fully relaxed now. You're good.
Yeah, I don't know if this chair is actually supposed to tilt back, but when I do tilt back, it's a gamble.
Yeah,
that's me. I'm a gambler.
Doesn't seem to be a real like an end limit there.
Yeah, no, it does keep going. But like, I did put this together. I probably should have been paying attention if it did tilt, but it's cool.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you're not shocked by a video you're watching.
Yeah,
yeah, exactly. And just eat shit backwards. I've done that before. It's not great.
What was the shocking video that you...
I couldn't tell you. It's been a while, but it has happened. And, I have
tell me all about it.
Speakers underneath my desk, these old speakers. So old that in order to hook them up to a stereo, you would have to actually splice the wires.
That is quite old.
So they're like box shaped. So I have them as footrests. The problem is if I get surprised, I push off from them.
Yes.
And then I upset my cat by hitting the ground super hard, which is apparently what everybody in my building's favorite thing to do is, especially the person who lives above me.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like they would like come in and upset your cat.
Oh,
that's everybody's favorite thing is to upset my cat.
That's the thing, dude. The upstairs neighbor, he doesn't even have to come into my apartment to upset her. All he has to do is walk around because he's the loudest man. It's like he's carrying other children. Just constantly.
Maybe he is. Maybe he's up there carrying around people. Like he's just like that's his job. There's people. The people upstairs don't have legs, and he's got to be there to stomp around for them.
What's the name of that? That Highland game thing where you got to lift a series of very heavy spherical stones.
That's like every single that you just described every sport.
There's one where
throwing and lifting.
It's like 9 of them, and they get progressively larger. And apparently, it's the world's hardest thing to do. You have to lift them up onto barrels,
and they're super round, aren't they?
Yeah, they're like perfect orbs. Anyway, that must be what he's practicing for up there. Is my point.
Yeah.
God, I hate it.
I know there's like the sheep toss or whatever, where you heave a bale of hay over 2 telephone wires and stuff.
I don't know that one.
My uncle's got that set up in his backyard because
he's
a strong person.
Yeah.
So he's got 2 telephone poles, and it's like a high jump pole that he can pull up, and it gets higher and higher, and you have to throw a bale of hay over your back shoulder.
Practicing for when you become Amish.
Yeah, and I think they also like throw telephone poles too.
Yeah, that one I do know. I can't remember the name of that. See, I used to know the names of all these shits, and now I have no idea.
Well,
some Scottish, some fucking that's what it's called.
I don't think you've got that quite pronounced correctly, but I do believe you're trying your best.
Well, just pretend that I'm drunk.
Oh.
That's what they're gonna sound like when they're drunk anyway.
All right. I mean, we're 3 minutes into the podcast. This seems
already being racist.
Yeah. Well, not racist. I mean, you definitely
people.
You're being a bigot.
Oh, okay,
that's what you're being.
I'm an equal opportunity bigot, though. I hate everybody.
There you go. At least that should count for.
Yeah.
Anyway, I wanted to mention the website.
That's a good idea.
Darkroastcult.com. Go there, buy some enamel pins. We'll have coffee. I keep saying this every podcast. We're going to have coffee soon.
Oh, just you wait. It's going to be sick.
I'm working on a pin. First I get that pin done, then I'll get the coffee done. Coffee, pin, podcast. Come
tandem.
Come check out the website.
All 3 at once.
Darkroastcult.com.
It's going to be like Christmas.
Get that coffee. And use Dark Drip to get some percentages off of your. Man. Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, that's the plug.
It's the best code because it sounds like an STD, and I'm going to say that every time. Mm-hmm. I got the Dark Drip, guys.
Yeah, and there is no cure in sight.
No.
Also, I guess we'll thank Andrew for making that theme song. You keep hearing it.
Yeah, Andrew.
He made it, and then he sent it over, and I asked him. I was like, "Hey, you want to make this?" And he's like, "Yeah. What do you want?" I asked you what you wanted, and you said you didn't care. So I said, give me like a horror theme. And what he did was much better.
Yeah.
He handed us like basically, Are You Afraid of the Dark? Which is my...
I think that was my first thought when I heard it too.
Yeah. Second favorite horror show for kids.
Yeah.
First most being Goosebumps.
Would you count Creepshow as being for kids?
No, I would not.
No?
No, I would not.
I guess there's not too many 10-year-olds that are going to be like, where's my cake Bedelia, and you like understand that.
Yeah, I have not seen Creepshow, so
I would recommend it.
My head.
It's damn good.
Okay. I mean, there's a whole Stephen King universe of things and stuff.
That's true. Yeah, I don't know if he's in control of the whole universe, although I would say he's probably a substantial part of it.
I mean, he's writing it. If people are putting it together in a universe, that's their problem. I saw something on TikTok. I'm sorry, I was taking a stool, so I had something to do.
That's the only acceptable time to be surfing TikTok.
Yeah,
when there's shit nearby.
Yeah, whether you're making it or picking it up.
Yeah,
you need the distraction. So I
plus TikTok being a shit shit website. Fits right in with the atmosphere.
Apparently there's like a king. There's like a Crimson King in the Stephen King universe, and apparently people are like, oh, it's Pennywise. Well, this guy had like a theory that Pennywise is actually banging this Crimson King. I that's about as much as I was listening, but I didn't realize there was that much going on. Like the Dark Tower is up in there somewhere.
I knew the second you said Crimson King, I was like, this is probably some Dark Tower shit.
Yeah,
Idris Elba's gonna show up and
I don't know if I've
pretend not to have a British accent for an hour and a half.
Was Dark Tower the first one?
I have no idea.
Okay, I've seen because there's a movie for it. It was on Netflix. Yeah. I did see it, but
it's Idris Elba and I believe Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah, he's the Matthew McConaughey's the bad guy.
Not true to well. Idris Elba is not very often a bad guy, I suppose. Occasionally he is. He turns into one in fucking Unborn. Okay. But for the most part, he's sort of just like an authoritative figure who has no patience. Like, he was in Pacific Rim and he's just an asshole, but that was because he was dying, so it makes sense, I guess.
Fair enough. I haven't seen Pacific Rim either. Damn it.
Oh, that's not for this podcast, but that would be one of your favorite movies ever.
It's got Charlie Day in it too, so
it sure does.
He's that comic relief that we all need.
We do indeed need it. And another person whose name I can't remember, but they're also important. But it's fucking. There's no depth whatsoever. It's right there on the surface. You get in a giant robot and you fight monsters from another dimension.
So it's like
all day you do that.
It's like Evangelion without the mush.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm in.
Without the last 5 episodes being absolute philosophical trash.
Yeah. I really enjoyed the one monster being a giant diamond shape, and that made me laugh. I was like, haha, that's what it looks like when you're out of ideas right there. Yes. I mean, it's a funny idea for sure, but that's because I think that's hilarious.
Somebody's dumb idea. Because it shoots like lasers out or something from memory. Of course. It's just like a shitty disco ball diamond.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
It's just a rave party above the city.
Well, I mean, this isn't a podcast about anime.
No.
But you are correct. You know what? I'm taking that stance too.
Also, I want it to be known that I wouldn't consider that anime to be for adults.
Oh no.
But the main character does jerk off and come into his own hand over top of an unconscious woman.
Oh wait, sorry. I thought you were saying it was for adults. It was not for children. Yeah, no, this is not a child's anime.
Yeah,
at all.
That's a little bit surprising that they had that in there, given that I don't know a single person over 20 who's like, yeah, I really like Evangelion.
Well, I'm sure you've just angered ones to twos of our listeners.
Yeah. Well, God forbid, guys.
So yeah, we're not talking about anime, but we are going to talk about a horror movie. Mm-hmm. What horror movie are we doing this week?
Well, we did Drag Me to Hell this week.
We certainly did. And this is going to come off as probably the most gentriphobic podcast to date.
Did you have to look that up before you said it?
I knew the word, but I wanted to make sure it was the word, so I did Google it. Yeah, I Googled it to make sure I was spelling it right, and that it was the word.
Well, I'll say it was excellently used just now.
Thank you. The first page or two here is just very. It's going to come off very gentriphobic, but do know I mean it in the best way possible.
Also, the old lady who is going to get so much shit over the next hour or so, deserves it.
Oh, yeah, she does.
She does everything in her power to deserve it.
Oh, yeah. Like, she's not a nice old lady, but she's also not you would look at her and you go, oh, that poor old lady. But then...
You might, and then you interact with her and you realize that she's a nightmare.
The first few minutes of this movie, I would have no problem showing to a child so that they would learn not to steal.
Okay. Go on.
It opens up with the boy, and he's like, I just stole this. Shit's going down. I need help. And then he gets dragged to fucking hell for stealing.
Is it for stealing?
Yeah, because they,
in my head, I thought maybe he had done something way worse.
No, he, stole the gold, the necklace or whatever, and they tried to give it back, and they're like, no, we don't want that back.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing they, left it out for this child to, see and take.
Well, if the way the rest of the movie progresses is any indication, I would say they laid a curse right on that thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
I fucking hope this kid takes this shit.
Absolutely. And then, boom, dragged right to hell. So, hey, you steal, You're going right to hell. You see that? Mm-hmm. Look at that. Hands. Right to hell.
Yep, grabbing you.
You steal? Right to hell.
There's no middle.
3 days, right to hell.
Yeah.
That's that. I appreciated the opening, giving a little backstory. I love the hell out of that. Like there was like a curse, 3 days.
Yeah.
A little bit of like what to expect.
It's like the Ring, but the demons don't really have all that much time.
Yeah, they've got a lot on their plate, so they're really budgeting their time.
We're gonna move it from 7 days down to 3 because a lot of people are sinning, and look.
We just don't have the manpower to be dragging all these people to hell, so we're gonna bump your hell day up.
Yeah,
a couple days.
Your deadline. Oh, I just made the best pun ever.
You did.
Okay,
we're gonna leave it at that too.
We're in business.
Justin Long.
Yeah,
I wrote that right there.
You sure did. I don't know what it is about Justin Long. Everything that I've seen him in that isn't Tusk, he's some kind of fucking dork.
Well, that's Justin Long.
He's like, what does he do in this fucking movie? He's like a mathematician professor.
He's a teacher. He's a teacher, and it's the exact opposite of going to
It's like a fucking nuclear physicist.
No, he teaches like philosophy or something. Yeah, because they go to a psychic, and he's like, "Oh man, hope nobody sees me in here. I'd be such a hypocrite."
My students.
So it's something along those lines, I think.
Immediately starts and this is why if you say in post-secondary that you're majoring in philosophy, everybody thinks you're a dick right away.
Oh yeah.
Because he can't go 30 seconds without having to debate somebody about shit. And like I'm there so my girlfriend can get her fucking palm read, but let's derail all of that so that I can argue with the guy reading and really like give him a positive attitude about the experience by just making it painful to talk to me the whole time.
Absolutely. Nothing wins me over more than just a blatant argument and a stubborn tweed elbowed motherfucker.
Yeah. In my house also.
Oh yeah.
I'm doing you a service here. And that's the energy that you're bringing to me. All right, guess what? That little ottoman, that little whatever you call that thing that Michael Scott has to sleep on in the office because Jan won't let him sleep in the bed.
Yeah, that's like a straight up bench.
Yeah, that thing that he made Justin Long sit on. It's like the most emasculating shit ever.
Oh yeah,
it was got to be on purpose. Nah, sit there, puss.
Poor Justin Long. He just wants to show off his tweed elbow patches. We got Mr. Jax, fucking sexist as hell. He was the boss, and I forget what he said, but he said something totally sexist because that's what I wrote down there.
The whole time he was sexist. He was favoring that fucking Asian employee.
Yes, I didn't really get his name, so
no, I don't. It was like Phil or something to that effect. So the main character here works at a bank, and she's like a loan adjuster. Yes. Which is a relatively, I mean, I don't know how to do that.
I couldn't tell you. I don't even know what a loan is.
Yeah, it's something you ask somebody for when you're sad.
I just felt that whoop over my head, like a pelican.
So there's another employee, this Asian man with a weird eye to lip ratio, who is getting like taught lessons about his job from this woman, the main character, and then doing everything in his power at the same time to go behind her back and fuck her life up. And the boss at this bank that they work at, up until the end of the movie, does everything to promote that behavior.
Yeah, he definitely tries to pit them against each other to see who's going to win.
That guy, by the way, he's in a movie with Tom Arnold.
He is, and I couldn't figure out. I've seen him before in other movies. And I was gonna look it up to see what movies it was.
He's at least in that, and it's about him and his family, essentially being abducted by a bank robber, I believe, who is like on the lam. But then his kids slowly come around to this guy, and by the end of the movie, he's sort of like a fun uncle. Except, and this guy, who's the boss of the bank in this movie, has the only right idea throughout the entire thing, which is get this fucking guy away from me and my kids forever. But he just gets shit on the whole movie for having that opinion.
Love it.
It's kind of funny. That's when I found out that I hated the Ramones because they play that shit-headed Ramones song that everybody knows.
Blitzkrieg Bop?
Yeah, that one.
Wow. I just guessed the one that came to mind.
There's like 2 total.
There are. I mean, sorry, Ramones fans, but I can only think of 2 total.
Yeah, I don't care how moppy your hair is. Your music's bad.
So this other guy who works at the bank.
Yeah.
He. Oh my God, he did the most. It was such a power move when he tacked. First of all, the boss he's like, "Oh, can you go on your break? Also, grab me a sandwich while you're on your break."
Mm-hmm.
And then that guy walks by, he's like, "Oh, you're getting sandwiches? I'll take a sandwich with a certain specification of something on it."
He wanted spicy mayo.
That's right, and it was such a power move, just and
didn't even give a shit about her opinion about it at all.
Yeah. You're going.
These things are happening now because I said they are.
Yeah. Oh my God. If anybody did that to me, you know.
You're getting a shit sandwich, man.
Why did it take you 5 minutes? Well, I stopped to wipe my ass with your bread, sir. You wanted spicy mayo? Well, yesterday I had regular mayo.
Yeah, it's going to be spicy this time.
Yeah. But this lady, she's a total office Pam. And in looks and like demeanor. She kind of lets people step on her for the first season.
And it's funny because she sort of does look like Jenna Fisher. I wrote down, and this was supposed to be the synopsis of the movie. Old ass gypsy woman vomits a curse onto the chick you get when you can't get Kristen Bell or Amy Adams.
Boom. You know what? I totally forgot to do the synopsis this week. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah,
I like it.
This is it's like a poor man's Amy Adams with blonde hair the whole movie.
Basically. Yeah. So she's this loan adjuster, and then a gypsy comes in. First of all, by the way, they call her a gypsy, and
right away do.
That's not cool.
So
it's but that's the word, unfortunately, that comes to mind.
It's also, I don't know if it's necessarily derogatory.
Apparently, they prefer to
those people.
The correct term is supposed to be Roma, I believe.
Roma. Okay, Roma. But I think that's only Romanian gypsies, though. They also exist in places like Russia.
It's true. Well, look, this lady she was quick to curse.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Oh, she went into that bank hoping to put a curse on something.
I don't want to use derogatory terms, but this lady was like, boom, curse.
Yeah.
I got a curse for you, gobbly-goo. Here it is.
That's the curse, too. That's the way you'd have to say that.
Yeah, so immediately, she's, I don't know, getting kicked out of her house or something. To be honest,
that is what's happening. Yeah.
I can't deal with sob stories. I tuned it out. I would be a bad loan adjuster.
I will agree if she wasn't doing the most fucking disgusting things.
Yes.
The entire time.
Very nasty.
Number one, she starts the whole interaction by impatiently tapping Sonic the Hedgehog for Sega when you stop playing the game, and he just stares at you like, "Where the fuck did you go, idiot?" Yeah,
tapping his toenails, looking at his watch. Yeah, and by the way, get this lady a pedicure.
Yeah.
Ugh. She's been
some hand cream.
She's been scratching her ass and everybody else's ass for the last 40 years, and her fingernails have gone unclipped.
Yeah, she'd be really good at acoustic guitar.
Oh yeah, wouldn't need a pick.
No, I had a 9th grade music teacher who had his thumbnails were they were twice the size of ordinary thumbnails or length, and by design so that he could do that. And it's
it's a bad teacher right away. Fire that man.
If I didn't get to know him as well as I did, I'd be like, "You're putting coke under those nails, aren't you?" Because you could fit so much coke under that nail. That's more than that's more than a bump.
Yeah.
That's a line compacted.
That's like when a crab has that little hook for their brood. That's what coke nails remind me of, like a
brood hook.
Yeah, it's like where they keep all their eggs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a backpack.
But it's underneath.
Yeah.
It's an underneath backpack.
It's a forward fanny pack. You know those idiots who wear them in the front? That's what it is.
Well, where do you put your fanny pack? I thought it was a front. I've been seeing people throw it over their shoulder like it's a continental shoulder soldier these days. Well, let me try it one more time. Retake. I've been seeing people throw it over their shoulder like a continental soldier. these days.
I don't even know what a continental soldier is.
Well,
as opposed to a regional soldier?
Look, it's from a thing. A long time ago, there used to be a song about your ears and how they hang low. And the question was, do they wobble to and fro? Mm-hmm. Could you tie them in a knot? Could you tie them in a bow? Can you throw them over your shoulder like a continental soldier? Do your ears hang low?
They must have been talking about the gun strap. I can't think of anything else.
I don't know.
Also, who the fuck's ears are that long that you can do all that with it?
They didn't have a whole lot to write songs about back in the day.
That's somebody who like spaced their earlobes out to like 000 gauge and then lost the spacers.
Yeah.
That's the only person who can do that shit.
I feel like, first of all, I got a story, but I feel like that song is probably like a cautionary tale.
About what?
I don't know. That's as far as I got in that thought. But like, you know how old songs had like a, hey, don't go down that path. Mm-hmm. That's where the pedophile lives.
Stay out from under that bridge, please.
That's all you need. Nothing good happens under a bridge.
Never ever, dude.
So there's this guy in my hometown, and he had his ears stretched, but he had them like stretched down to his shoulders, and he put like little padlocks in them.
Yeah.
It's a bad idea.
It is.
They're made of metal.
Yeah.
Well,
there's that. So like, yeah, the weird like corrosion that happens when you have shitty untreated metal in your body.
Oh, even worse.
Oh, it gets worse than that.
Canadian weather, going hot, cold, hot. His ears froze, unfroze, froze, snapped.
Oh.
And now he has 4 earlobes. Oh. And a swastika tattoo, which I don't feel so bad about those earlobes anymore.
No. That's like, it's probably not the worst thing that should happen to him.
Yeah, I think like if your ears are like that, like a swastika tattoo is a step down still. Like that's not going to make
it. You can explain the ears away. Oh, I'm sorry, I was an idiot when I was 23.
Yeah.
It doesn't really work with the swastika tattoo. I can't even say the word apparently. So
well, hey, it's early in the morning.
It's like 1:30.
We're rising to the streets.
I saw a woman downtown once who had like the same issue. I think the problem was she had too many piercings in her ear when she was younger. So she looked to be in her maybe 50s or 60s, but her earlobes looked like the outro to Goosebumps.
Yeah.
And she's just hanging out front of a Starbucks like that was normal. And really not. And it's like having like a one glass eye.
Yeah.
Or a goiter on your neck. Or like an extra hand somewhere. Like, if you don't call attention to that when I see you and you're talking to me, you can go fuck yourself because I'm just going to be staring at it and feel disrespectful, but that's your fault.
That's a fun way to spin that, Jay.
Hey, man, how's it going? Just so you know, this is a weird-ass fucking thing, and I know you see it. That's all it has to be.
Yeah.
And then we can move on.
Oh, my deformity?
Yeah.
It's a fun little thing. Mm-hmm. Just wiggle it yeah.
There's a guy downtown in London as well who used to have this, and I assume it's a tumor, but I don't know, hanging off the tip of his nose.
Yeah, I remember that guy.
I remember being told by somebody who spoke to him that he chose to leave it.
It's an odd decision, but I respect it.
Yeah, man. I don't have anything necessarily the wrongest about me, but my body image issues are just far and away insane.
Yeah.
Let alone if there was a baby growing off of my face.
I feel like, yeah, that like if he like shaved a little too close to that, you would lose it, right? I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I'm not. I watch a lot of that Pimple Popper show, and half her job is just snipping those things right off.
I'm never ever gonna watch that.
You probably wouldn't like it.
No, I'd hate it. I can tell you that to your face.
So this old lady, she comes in for a loan adjustment, or
yeah.
We started disrespecting the elderly immediately,
and then people with deformities as if they're not actual people.
And they are. I'd like to just
they are.
This podcast stands.
I'm just trying to be a LGBTQD ally.
Yeah,
D stands for deformity.
We're an ally with everybody who's not a dickhead. How about that?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So she comes in. She's like, "Hey, I'm getting kicked out of my house."
She wants an extension, is what?
Yeah. And first of all, this lady has an eye.
Yeah.
She's got an eye thing.
She's got a couple things.
She's got one of her things is a cloudy eye.
Yeah.
And her first response should have been, I don't see why not. I spelled I-Y-E, but so she would have had to put some extra, like, I don't see why not. Wink.
It would really have expedited the time between meeting the woman and being cursed by her.
Yeah.
If she had just been like, nice fucked up eye, lady. Yeah. She's got that. She's got, and this is going to be a whole thing because a lot of this old lady and a lot of what happens to, and I'm just going to look up the name. Christine is the name of the main character here.
Okay.
A lot of what happens to Christine is a metaphor for an eating disorder, specifically either bulimia or anorexia. There's a lot of things in this movie that are sort of subtle, but indicate that shit. Okay. Before she gets to work, there's a part where she's just looking into, I think it's like a bakery or something, and staring at a cake.
Yeah, I did notice that. I thought maybe her dream was to become a baker or something like that. Or like she was like, man, it would be cool if I had friends to share that cake with.
So that's like the first example in the movie, and then there are just more and more. All the fucked up things about this old lady, the fact that she has barely any hair and it looks like trash. Let me just say also, her teeth are horrible.
Yeah.
But they're dentures.
Yeah, which is not good because you can just get those.
Yeah, and so she's not taking them out and putting them into the glass at the side of the bed.
Yeah, no, she's taking them out to eat a hard candy, but she's like just putting them on whatever fucking surface.
Doesn't give a shit.
Oh, horrible teeth.
How do you not take care of your dentures? You get to a point. So her fingernail, I'm just going to move on because I hate dentures so bad.
It's going to come back up later, but yeah, don't worry about it.
Yeah,
move right onto those dirty fingernails, please.
Yeah, her fingernails are super brittle and discolored. Mm-hmm. I'm not 100% sure if the eye thing factors into it, but her skin as well. And these are all long-term symptoms of bulimia.
Okay, yeah, all right.
So there's this element of Christine looking at this woman and feeling frightened by her as if she's looking into like a mirror that shows her future self.
Right. Yeah. And I could see that.
It gets like heavier as time goes on. There's a lot of stuff going into mouths.
Oh my God.
A lot of disgusting stuff going into mouths.
We'll get to that.
Auditory hallucinations.
Hearing this lady's fucking this cough this old lady has is a curse in itself.
Especially in this health climate.
Yeah, that cough is like being dragged to hell. And then you also like feel like a tickle in your throat, like you got something from being around it.
Fuck yeah, you do.
Oh my God.
I speak within 2 feet of this old lady for 10 seconds.
Your throat's gonna tickle for a week.
Yeah, I'm getting a COVID test later.
Yeah. I think I'm not a doctor, but I think she would probably benefit from some CBD oil. just a drop a day keeps something away.
Probably many things away.
I'm not a doctor, but it's gonna help with something.
Yeah, it'll fix at least one of these problems I'm seeing.
One of these is gonna get better. Let's see which.
You make a great guinea pig.
Oh my God.
I really hate, and this is. We're just going to hop right into the fucking gentrophobia here, but
yep.
I really hate people, regardless of age, people who carry around a handkerchief that they use often.
That handkerchief is that's the worst thing.
It's 100% it is.
It's one of the worst parts of this movie is this handkerchief this old lady deposits her goo in. It's a goo depository, and she carries it around.
It never goes anywhere throughout the entire movie. This old lady dies, and the handkerchief lives on as if the bacteria have become sentient.
The worst. Okay, so she does die.
Yeah.
There's a scene with her funeral. Yeah, that handkerchief is on the table. People are eating on.
Yep.
They set a dinner plate for the handkerchief.
And it's like on a glass, too. Guess what? Never drinking out of that glass again.
So we just throw that all in the trash now, or what?
Yeah, the whole table, the entire spread just goes. God. I can't, because you know how easy napkins are to find?
Yeah.
Also, how many mouth problems are you having that you just have to have one on deck?
Yeah, can you just excuse yourself to the bathroom and spit? That's what I do.
100%.
Swallow it. Fucking swallow it.
Like a man.
Got some gross stuff in the back of your throat? Don't excuse yourself. Just make a gross sound and swallow it.
Yeah.
Be a man.
Or you know what? Even I would accept putting the goo into the handkerchief and then promptly putting it in the garbage.
Yes. There you go. Disposable handkerchiefs.
Yeah, those must exist. You care. You're worried that the saliva is going to be offended by anything but velvety silk.
By the way, that old lady's mouth fluids were an off yellow.
Yeah, there was nothing clear.
They were fucking even her mouth fluids had soured. That's this old lady.
Everything about this old lady is alarming.
She was like, so she wanted this extension. I guess she had made her payments up until the sickness took her eye. Mm-hmm. That's not how it works, lady.
You have two of them for a reason.
Yeah.
Use the other one.
We need payment regardless of eye sickness.
Yeah.
You can't just, oh man, I stubbed my toe. I guess I'm not paying my phone bill 2 months in a row. That's shit. I'm gonna need to recover from that financially.
Also, the sickness took your eye? Which sickness that you have, obviously.
Why didn't you get it treated when it took anything else first?
Yeah. How many sicknesses you got? And we're just using them as excuses not to pay money to people who I owe?
That's irresponsible.
The eye sickness is for the house payment. The car payment, that's because my foot's clubbed. I can't breathe easy, so I just walk into stores and take things now.
Payments are required monthly until balance is paid. Eye or no eye. That's the 2022 response that she should have gave. But when she was begging, because she does beg. So the lady gets pretty upset when obviously this extension. And this is a big part of this podcast right now, is this whole nasty old lady introduction scene.
Yeah.
She grabs the teller's hand and she's like, please. But there's she's like mushing her throat. Her fucking her throat goops into her hand. She's like, please.
Will you accept this as payment?
I can't. Your fucking throat phlegm has no tender value here, lady. Oh my god. It was like a very threatening, take my snot, lady. Please.
This is just the interest. The rest of the payment's coming.
Oh my god. She takes her fucking teeth out and there's just so much slime.
She takes her slimy teeth out and puts them into that handkerchief. I don't know, or onto it at least. And then, that's just sitting there right on the desk.
Yeah.
So, and Christine goes in to ask her boss about this whole extension business and was told that she's going to have to make a tough decision, as if she had a decision to make.
Yeah.
And then later on, they really make it seem like, because she has this whole scene of self-redemption on the train station platform where she's like, I could have given this old lady an extension. Given the way that she had been treated up to that point by her boss and her coworkers, and the way that her boss said, this is a tough decision, but it's your call, and then stared at her like, get that fucking old lady out of here now.
Yeah.
It's not like she had a choice.
No.
She's trying to get promoted. There's this whole, from an analysis standpoint, theory that if she had given the extension, because she wouldn't have been dragged to hell, she wouldn't have been cursed. The idea that women trying to advance in their careers is going to send them to hell.
Oh, yeah.
But fuck that shit.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Fair enough. So the lady attacks her because she doesn't give her the extension, which I thought was a bit of an overreaction.
And no, it totally was. And then she gets knocked down completely in self-defense.
Yeah.
Because you've gooed all over me. Get away.
Yeah, you slimed me, lady.
And then you're 80, so you fall over, and somehow that's my fault.
Yeah. I feel like this whole curse was a bit of an overreaction.
Yeah. Like I said, she was looking for someone to curse when she walked in. She's like, I'm fucking cursing the first person that I see.
She was hot to curse.
Also, she fucking does this whole grabby thing. There's 2 security guards attached to her. Trying to escort her out of the building.
Yeah.
How did she shake off those 2 security guards when she can't even sit down without coughing?
Satan power.
That's when the Satan kicked in.
But yeah, she's about as frail as that
fucking handkerchief.
That goo covered handkerchief. Oh my god. Which, by the way, okay, so Let's get that out of the way. I'm going to get that out of the way first and foremost. I've been drinking a very fizzy drink, which is not good when you're podcasting. I should stick to regular water.
See, I don't have this issue, so I don't know what it's like.
So the lady leaves, and then they go down into the parking garage as she's leaving for work. Unescorted, by the way, which would never happen when there's security guards and something like that goes down.
You work at a bank, there's 2 security guards. That's a traumatic experience for everybody who saw it.
At least one of those guards would be escorting at least her to the car as she was the target.
Yeah.
And then, that old lady's old dumpy car parked there.
That's the same car that was used in Evil Dead.
Is it?
It's Sam Raimi, who's the director's personal vehicle.
I fucking love it.
It's a pretty sick car, and that woman doesn't deserve it.
No, my one qualm with this whole film is in that scene where she's sitting in her car looking at that other car, and then that fucking dirty handkerchief fucking blows out from under the car and wasps its way across
delicately.
Have you been underground? There is zero wind generated.
I didn't even think about that. It's a supernatural handkerchief at this point.
It had better be, because she deposited so much lung butter that
it would be weighed down. Regardless.
It wouldn't be taking flight.
You'd need a tornado to lift that thing off the ground.
But I'm guessing it's supernatural. Yeah, it wasps in.
Yeah,
and then boom, old lady in the back seat. But I get in that car. I'm gonna be like, what's that asthmatic wheezing in the back seat?
Right, it's so quiet.
Yeah, it's like.
So that's the longest that old lady went without coughing the entire time.
Yeah,
she was deliberately suppressing it.
I wouldn't be able to pay attention to anything else. I'm like, well, there's obviously a dying something in the back seat.
Did I pick up a raccoon when I came in?
Oopsie poopsie. Yeah, but how are you going to watch that handkerchief float delicately across and then get spooked when it hits your windshield? Other than it's dirty. Yeah.
I mean, that's gross.
Yeah, it is gross.
It's not going to frighten me, though.
Yeah.
There's nothing inherently frightening about that handkerchief except for the diseases thereon.
Yeah, for sure.
Justin Long's mother, and this is going to come up later on, too, but she's a fucking bitch.
Oh, yeah, she is.
I hate her guts, but her idea of being a good parent when you're in a relationship with somebody you love is to tell her son, Justin Long, that a farm girl whose name used to be the Pork Queen, I just want to make note of that.
First of all, it's not a great success story to be the Pork Queen.
No. It's a terrible name for a competition where you raise a pig.
And it's a terrible name to be given to a young lady.
Yeah, I'm 12 and I'm overweight.
Yeah,
I want to be the Pork Queen.
Yeah, that's not a ribbon you're hanging up. That's not one.
I'm so happy to go to the high school that's in a church. Yeah, because this is clearly out in the middle of nowhere. And that's all they have. Yeah, and just be called the Pork Queen by all of my classmates.
Yes, absolutely.
As if high school kids, teenagers aren't ruthless enough.
Yeah,
we'll just tee them up.
As if pork hasn't been given 1,800 meanings at this point, other than the meat from a pig.
We only get to see her become the Pork Queen once this whole movie when her and Justin Long bang each other.
She is the queen of being porked in this movie for sure.
Anyway, her fucking Justin Long's mom is like, yeah, just stop wasting your time with this. Let me just say, dime piece, smoke show of a woman.
I don't remember.
Way out of Justin Long's league in terms of physical attractiveness. Justin Long looks like a frog that ate another frog.
Come on now, he's classically handsome.
Is he? How about his voice?
Well, it's not like a Kermit the Frog voice.
Nah, but it's just as grating. Anyway, his mom's like, I want to set you up with this nice daughter of these people I play tennis with. You can play tennis together. I would never, if I had a kid, try to set... That's the most boring date. First of all, I'm out of shape as fuck, so I'm going to be horrible at it.
Yeah.
My hand-eye coordination is about as good as this old lady's because she only has one eye. Depth of field? Nah, that tennis ball's hitting me in the face.
Absolutely.
Also, what in the fuck would be fun for a first date about tennis.
Maybe getting drunk and just whopping those tennis balls as hard as you can into a field.
Only if you're getting drunk.
Yeah, and then like not going to get them.
The only time sports are fun is when you're loaded.
Yeah,
I don't care what anybody says.
I only enjoy golf, and I only enjoy the driving range portion of golf, and I only enjoy it after a couple beers.
Exactly. That's the only time it's any good.
I just like drilling those little balls as hard as I can, and then knowing somebody else has got to go up there and get them. It's just like, fucking, let's see how far I can send this one.
See how much job security I can create here.
That's like fucking 20 meters. Somebody's going to go pick that up. All right, so old lady in the back seat, disrespectful mother. This old lady does something in this film.
Yeah, well, she does a couple things that warrant the tone that you're giving it right now.
In this particular scene, she does some upsetting shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of it.
So she's in the back seat, and
waiting patiently.
The pork queen gets this fucking wicked idea to just drive and buckle up and then hit something.
Because the old lady has begun attacking her in the driver's seat of the car.
Yeah. It's important to know she's not just like, Daredevil, let's do this. Yeah. Let's see if this old lady can fly. No, the old lady's like killing her. So she's like, I'm gonna drive, hit this car, buckle up. Old lady doesn't do. I thought she was gonna go through the windshield and die. Mm-hmm. I thought that's where that was going.
Yeah. When she T-bones a van head on.
Yeah. No.
I also thought windshield for sure.
No. Much worse. So she fucking goes mouth first into the dashboard and busts her teeth all up.
No deployment of airbag whatsoever.
Zero.
And the only cushion that she had were her bad dentures.
And then
those teeth go flying.
Oh, they fly. And then Jay, what does that old lady do?
She begins to aggressively gum the pork queen's wide open mouth.
Oh my God.
The most aggressive and liquefied gumming attack.
Oh.
She basically like vomits everything in her body into this girl's mouth.
She's got this girl's lower jaw in her mouth.
Yeah.
And she is just chewing on nothing.
Going to town about it.
So
Yeah, thoroughly gross.
That versus the Nick Cage slime monster kiss in color from space when he kisses his wife.
I would prefer the slimy kiss.
Me too.
And I tell you why. At least it was closed mouth.
Oh yeah.
You got to take me out to dinner before you do that to me.
You got to brush your teeth before you do that to me.
Yeah, let's just pick them up off the floor of the car.
You got to see the dentist before you do that to me. I'm sorry. I'm not about to catch Giardia or some shit from your bacteria mouth.
How is that a good plan of, I'm going to gum you now?
Well, my theory is like she didn't realize her teeth busted out.
How the fuck would you not realize that?
I don't know. Because like then she's like, oh, they're not in. Because I think she was going for the throat. I think she was just going to bite I
was going to bite your throat out like a zombie?
Yeah. So this like...
Which she basically is?
Yeah. You know how iguanas are poisonous because they just don't brush their teeth? Like
is that true of iguanas? I know it's Komodo dragons.
That's what it is. No, yeah, you're right. It's Komodo dragons.
I could understand it being iguanas. I could understand it being really any animal that doesn't have access to mouthwash.
Yeah, that's what this old lady was like to me. I was just like, oh, if she breaks skin, you're dead.
Yeah, that the toxicity level of your blood the second that saliva gets on it. Give it up. That's an infection. Yeah. That's every infection in the book. In the infection book, this old lady has all of them.
And I wrote here in huge capital letters, this is why we need adequate lighting in parking lots at night.
I mean, you're right.
I'm absolutely right.
Dark.
If anything, that should be like a commercial. Light up the night. And this old lady just gumming on this poor lady's face. Light up the night.
Please. For the good of everyone's health.
Yeah. Oh,
we don't need another global pandemic because this woman can't keep her mouth to herself.
And then she gets a staple in the eye, which is immediate improvement. Staples that bad eye closed.
I wrote down on the note of that scene, because Christine successfully boots her ass right out of the fucking car.
Oh, she does.
Eventually and locks it.
Mm-hmm.
And then she gets real cocky in the car.
Yeah, she's
like, yeah, bitch, I won. So I wrote here, even if I had locked her out of the vehicle successfully, she still won the fight because of the waterfall of saliva in my throat.
Yeah.
I don't care. It doesn't... That you could have, like, bashed her head in. She still won the fight.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
Because I swallowed that.
Yeah. She got you gooed. She got you gooed. Oh, my God. Yeah, and then just like she jams that ruler in her throat and she like ejects it like a shotgun blast. The fuck kind of throat action is that?
She's really, really good at giving head. Probably.
What that
she
throat
just takes
do?
the dentures right out. Just exactly.
Kablam!
Christine's the port queen. This old lady's the head queen.
She did take quite a bit of that ruler. Yeah, oh fuck, and then she gets cursed. I don't know what being cursed looks like, but in this movie, I think they nailed it.
Yeah.
I think they really nailed the curse.
It's just fucking old lady grabs one of this woman's buttons, whispers her dirty mouth breath onto it in some ancient, I can only assume Romanian language. I can't remember where they're from or if they mention that at all. And that's what the curse is.
And that's like
a breathy whisper on your clothes.
So that's like the first, 20 minutes of the movie. We just described in, 45. But like...
It's so much happens.
Yeah, so much happens in the first bit of this movie. And then it's just like 3 days of hell for this lady.
A 3-day curse, by the way, is basically a urinary tract infection that you die from.
Yeah, just have a little, what is it? Cranberry juice up in your system.
Just take care of it. That's what... This is just a PSA... for STDs from, you remember the old message from Concerned Children's Advertisers?
Yeah.
It's one of those.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, so she's like not even concerned one little bit about this curse, but I guess she goes to the fortune teller.
Yeah.
And
that motherfucker's in Inception.
Yes, he is. He's in
like, all right.
He's in something else too, and I cannot remember what it is.
I want to see if I wrote it. Keep going.
But yeah, Justin Long has that comment that I think I would make too if I ever walked into a fortune teller. He's like, "Is this where I buy a monkey head?" Or he's like, I'm looking for something that's not a dried monkey head or something like that.
As much as I hate Justin Long's character's elitism because of his job, the way that he handles that fortune teller and the place and having your fortune told and all the like weird haunted tchotchkes in the front. Yeah. That's exactly what I would. You can't put me in a room with somebody having their palm read because I'm just gonna shit on it the whole time.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shit all over it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, good. You're gonna come into some money too soon. Yeah, you're gonna find a 20 in an old coat.
Oh shit.
Love's gonna find its way to you. I don't know about that.
Always bring a condom.
Just killing the vibe the whole time. That would be me.
Oh fuck.
Just the most cynical asshole.
Yeah, and then I don't know, what's that guy say? He says something like he knows what's going on, but he doesn't tell them exactly what's going on or something like that.
He does a couple things that piss me off. This fortune teller.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly the interaction, but I do remember it being off-putting.
There's the whole, like, he gets to a point where the curse is clearly beginning to happen, and he knows exactly how to handle it. Mm-hmm. During this fortune being told, he sees all kinds of demons in a vision while touching her. Given his expertise later on in the movie, I would expect him to know exactly what's going on already.
Yeah.
And then slow rolls her on how to solve the problem, all the way to telling her to kill her own cat.
Yeah, I wasn't cool with that. That lady showed first of all, Justin Long gives you a nice kitten. Mm-hmm. And then you have such a little concern for that cat when it's clearly in distress and there's like a demon shadow roaming around your house.
Yeah. The guy's like, you're going to have to sacrifice an animal. Her first thought is, well, my cat's available.
Yeah. I don't think he's got much going on in the next week.
And this is something that I think is important to note in the event that we encounter it later. Anytime a pet doesn't have a name in a movie, that pet's going to fucking die at some point.
Except for Pet Sematary. That's the one, because I mean, it does come back to life.
It comes back to life. Does it have a name?
Yes.
That's why.
Yeah.
If it doesn't have a name, you can bet it dies.
Oh, for sure.
If it's a kitty and they're calling it Kitty, that cat's going to be brutally slaughtered.
That cat's going to be Pity. That's what's about to happen. Yeah. And so, yeah, he definitely like drops that like, yeah, sacrifice a small animal, no big deal, just a lot of blood.
So yeah, he says that. And then at the end of the movie, he goes, well, you could just give that cursed item to someone else.
Yeah, right?
Lead with that.
See, the first thing is he definitely dropped that hint while he was talking because it's like, oh,
did he?
He's like, it's coming for the owner of the possession. Why? My first thought was like, give it away.
Yeah,
give it to anybody else.
Any. As a matter of fact, I hated him really bad because he was like, well, I don't want blood on my hands about this.
Yeah,
I can tell you to kill your cat about it because I don't have to worry about being an accomplice to that.
Yeah,
but if you give it away and curse somebody else in the process, that's bothersome to me. So I wrote a list of people that I would be willing to give this fucking button to.
Yes, because I was gonna ask you who you would give it to.
The second I find that out, the first person who cuts me off in traffic, they're getting that button thrown into their open window.
See, my answer was like, I'm petty. It would be the first person who like upset me.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that's the first person on your list too.
100%. If you walk too slow in front of me on the sidewalk, hey, you want a button real quick?
I noticed your jacket's missing one of these, buddy. This is a rare one.
Just a reverse pickpocket that shit into their coat.
Yeah, hey, I put a button in your back pocket. I hope you're okay with that. And then you just run away.
Yeah, it's a social experiment. There's a camera right there.
Yeah.
Anyone who has more than 5 substitutions in a Starbucks order, they get the button right away. They get the button in their drink. Anyone who describes a road trip as a good drive. Have you ever been fucking, like you're talking about traveling to like from here, Hamilton or something, and somebody goes, yeah, it's a good drive. That means it's fucking long as fuck. And it's awful.
Yeah.
You're trying to eke out some optimism from this horrible experience. I don't like road trips very much.
Right away button.
Yeah.
Button right away.
People who call their pets fur babies. Now, I hate that marginally less than not having a name for your fucking cat at all.
Fair enough.
So in a way, she kind of deserved a button because that would piss me off. If I go to her place, oh, what's your cat's name? I don't know. I'm going to kill it tomorrow.
Oh, button right away.
Yeah, hey, button, dude.
I got a button for you.
So she kind of deserved to have the button.
I'm totally with you on that. She definitely deserved to have that button. Why she didn't give it right away to like her opponent at this bank?
I would give it to fucking Justin Long's mom.
You know what? She had a lot of good people to give this button to.
Judgmental,
oh my god,
bitch woman. I hate.
She should have been like, "Here's a button, thanks, man," and just given it to the psychic.
Yeah, just not. Yeah, I can't pay you yet, but this is collateral. It's a very impressive. It's a very expensive button.
It's a lucky button.
Yeah, I'll see you later. Put it in the fucking window. Give it away to somebody else after. They'll take it.
Oh my god, yeah.
I wrote, how about, and this is what my whole fucking point, because she kills her cat and it doesn't lift the curse.
Yeah. In fact, there's a part where the demon shows up at the end and does like a jaunty. First of all, I have a second qualm with this movie. The music gets very...
You can't have a qualm with what you're about to say.
Okay, the music gets very Disney's Haunted Mansion.
It sure does.
And then the demon starts doing like a jaunty, just like a little jaunty jig, and he's like, ha, ha, ha. And then he's like, oh yeah, by the way, here's your cat. Just throws up a dead cat.
A riggered cat.
Yeah, he goes from like a nice like jaunty, like Disney, like skeletons dancing around to just throwing up a dead, riggered cat.
So yeah, that clearly like the ritual worked, but it didn't.
Yeah.
Because he had this ghost cat stuck in his esophagus for God knows how long.
Yeah, and he finally coughed that hairball up.
So I wrote, and this is about the psychic, how about you focus group your advice first so that it works instead of making people kill their pets just because?
Boom.
Give better advice. Psychicking. Give better advice than that.
He should have fucking known because he's psychic.
Yeah. You could try killing your cat. By the way, it's not going to work. I already saw it.
Oh my god. That bloody nose she gets. It's like an anime when they see a boob, and it's just so she gets this bloody nose. At first it starts like a little bit,
that shit.
And then it starts spraying.
Oh my god!
Like a lot, and
everywhere. And that's like a hemorrhage amount.
And the boss is so unfazed. He's like, What's going on? What's up with you?
All he cared about was, did I get any in my mouth?
Oh my God, yeah. Half this lady's blood left her body through one orifice, and he's like, oh, I hope none was in my mouth.
It's fuck this woman who's clearly anemic.
Yeah, she must have saw an
hemophiliac, I think they're called, like when you bleed a lot when you get cut.
Yeah, I think, it's like, yeah. I don't, is it I don't know. I think you're right. I honestly
I think that's what it is.
And at this point, like, nobody's going to be able to correct us because it's just you and me in this room.
Yeah. So as far as we're concerned, I'm right.
You can send your emails to grindhousemovieclub@gmail.com. I almost said a different email. I almost said my personal email, and I don't want your emails to my personal email.
I don't like you that much.
Yeah. So if you think we're wrong, maybe we'll read your email.
I want to say that's what it is, so I'm pissed.
Yeah. So this whole old lady.
Mm-hmm. More old lady things happen.
Well, no, yeah, they happen. But I noted that this old lady, she's kind of the reason. I used to work for like a cell phone company, answering the phones for a little bit. Yeah, for about a month.
Mm-hmm. Which it's probably a week and a half longer than I would be able to stand it.
Oh yeah, well it was 3 weeks of that was training. So I got paid to sit there and do nothing.
Oh, fantastic!
And then they like send you out there, and they don't tell you that everybody out there is this old lady. Yeah, that they're just inconvenienced. So gypsy curse on you. Yeah, cussing and
in the
screaming.
Form of loud swear words at you for an hour. Yeah, and like then fix my problem still.
The fact that she just didn't curse these people who were like coming up to her house and like taking her property, and because she said that people were like packing her shit up for her.
Yeah, the like, repo men, curse them.
Curse every single one of them.
Yeah.
Why didn't you just do that?
I think she was pissed because Christine is so goddamn hot. This old lady is like, wow.
I think it was also because she shamed her in front of everybody at the bank. She
shamed her fucking self.
She really did.
Don't try and insult a bank teller just because they don't tell you what you want to hear.
Yeah, I would never. I can't be a bank teller. I would have knocked that other bank teller out in a second. The second he was too nosy, I just would have been bop. Yeah, get out of here.
He gets plugged.
Oh my God.
Speaking of people who, and she has this whole scene where when she finds out that she can gift the curse away, she has like a moral dilemma in a diner and decides that she's going to give it to the coworker who is a dick to her. And then he cries about the fact that he tried to rip her off and essentially ruin her career. Yeah. And it's like, don't tell my dad, which doesn't even know her dad. I don't know why that's the first thing that you're afraid of. And so she decides not to because her ethical quandary. Yeah. Fuck that. Yeah. That guy gets that button.
I'll be like, here, man, here's a button. Here's a button for your troubles.
For your troubles. You came all the way down here. Don't worry. Just take this button.
This button's going to make it all better. Just
hold on to it. It means something to me. And then he probably throws the button in the garbage because he's an asshole, which is fine because he has no choice but to be cursed forever.
Oh, yeah, no, for real. We want to talk about this funeral scene. Are we gonna get that out of the way too? First of all, starts with like the granddaughter of this old lady being like, "So I used to be a real fat girl, eh?"
Yeah, just out of nowhere hits you with that.
That's how the scene starts.
I can tell. She's got this, and this is how you know that she's the pork queen because she has a picture from when she won this like largest pig competition. If you're that ashamed of the fact that you used to be that fat, throw the picture away.
Yeah, that's not that's what I'm saying. Like, this is not a competition for children. No. Children don't need to be crowned pork anything. No. Children are not to be porked.
I'm not even. No, and I don't. Nope. All right.
That's a stance I'm taking, guys.
Well, it's the correct one, so absolutely. I have nothing to say about it. Yeah. I thought, and this could be something that I'm mistaken about, but I thought that gypsy funerals were like super exclusive. Like it was, you're part of the family or part of the group, or you're not allowed in. Mm-hmm. So the fact that I feel like it was like a prank being pulled on her in a way that she was let in during this funeral.
I thought that too, because she knew full well it was a funeral and was like, no, she's just in that room. Go on in, see what's up. Yeah.
But then the old lady and this woman have probably the second worst interaction.
Yeah, you know
dead
what?
Old lady.
You know what? Yeah, it's I do believe their interaction in this film they get off to a bad start.
and then there's a bad middle.
Yeah, their second shoe's got a stone in it. And then the third step is there's a stick and they trip. Yeah, it's not a good start to this.
No, this journey,
this friendship these two people have. The relationship therein between these two characters becomes very mouth-based.
Yeah, right away it does.
Yeah.
Now, how about you refresh my memory on all the horrible things that happened in this funeral scene?
So, from if my memory serves me correctly, she walks in and it's like, oh, there's that nasty fucking hanky. Gross. And she walks over and she sees like the old lady there. I forget how it happens. Something happens. And eventually this old dead corpse ends up on top of her, and whatever fluids had remained they come out.
These are not embalming fluids.
No, they're not. No. Which is weird because generally these fluids would have been removed via a tube or a vacuum. Because
a vacuum.
They're not good fluids to have.
No, you don't want those to linger around inside a dead body.
Yeah, whatever fluids were left in this old lady from she didn't get cleared out into that hanky before she died. It came out.
Yeah.
And into Christine's mouth.
Yep.
You
got dead old lady goo. And which is worse than live old lady goo by a wide margin.
Yeah. The funeral was ruined.
So I was trying to one of the things that really makes this an eating disorder allegory in a way is that you never see Christine eat except when she's binge eating ice cream. It happens twice. It's the only time in the whole movie where you see her eat. She tries cake when she meets Justin Long's parents, and an eyeball pops out of that shit and she stabs it.
Yeah, pulsating cake.
Yeah.
And then a lot of cherry sauce comes out of that cake. Oh,
she coughs up a fly after just trying to barely eat that cake.
Yeah.
So she never fucking eats.
I think she throws
food
up
is
some
gross all the time.
Does she throw up maggots too after that fly goes into her mouth or up her nose or something?
What happens is when she's attacked by this dead old lady yet again, maggots get thrown up onto her face and again into her mouth.
Her nightmare or something, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's what it is. I wrote maggot vomit and I wasn't sure who was vomiting into who.
Those maggots, by the way, I read this on the trivia page. Pasta.
Rigatoni?
I'm not 100% sure. It looked more like gnocchi to me.
I'm going to have to go back and look at that. Maybe it was in some ground beef with some red sauce.
Oh, then I wouldn't mind it going into my mouth.
Oh my God. So you can't spell funeral without fun, clearly.
What a blast at this funeral.
How does she knock the casket over or something? Like the old
lady believe what happens is she leans in way too close and asks for forgiveness, and her hair gets caught in the gnarled hand of this old lady.
Right.
And so she pulls away, and then the whole lady comes with her.
The whole lady was... First of all, Kristen must be using some fantastic... That must be Head and Shoulders or Pert Plus to
to be as resilient as all that.
Yeah.
This woman's hair gets pulled in this movie 6 times.
Oh yeah, this old lady leaves with a wig's worth.
Yeah, almost every interaction. That's what happens when she's pissed.
So the whole lady comes out and the fluids.
Yeah,
and instead of turning her head and closing her mouth, she shouts into the old lady's face, "Someone get this off me."
She screams directly into the cascade.
That's
coming at her.
She shouts when you can hear what she's saying through the mouthfuls of butterscotch pudding. Liquidy butterscotch pudding.
Yeah, dude.
Sorry,
that was it's the film on top when you leave it out for too long.
Yeah, it is. I did that to myself. I had a moment there, and I apologize. I apologize for saying butterscotch pudding.
That's what you're not necessarily wrong.
Oh my God.
Not to mention, and I didn't quite process it when you said it, but you called it lung butter earlier.
I certainly did.
And that's one of the grossest things. Not the first time I've heard it, but one of the grossest things I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, and
ew, dude.
Yeah, that phrase is meant to upset people.
There is an Aesop Rock. This guy is a rapper. There's a line where he talks about coughing up buttery lung ramen. Ew, dude. Keep it to yourself.
Yeah. None of that for me. None of that for me whatsoever. How about everybody? If you gotta cough something up, let's be discreet about our throat fluids. I don't care what you're spitting up, just...
And like you're in the fucking bank doing that.
Yeah, just playing with your throat goo.
I'll say this about that gypsy funeral. When that old lady gets ejected from the casket and gets all of her internal liquids all over the place, the band kind of goes, all right, well, we're going to keep playing music right away. They weren't even remotely shocked.
Nobody was upset about the goo.
No, they seemed to be pretty apathetic about it.
They were like, wow, that's the only goo that came out? Wow, okay.
I'm used to way more goo than that.
It's a light day. It's a light day for this corpse.
They were a little bit perturbed that like their dead grandma got defiled by a stranger, but that lasted all of 30 seconds, and then it just went back to the rager that it was when she showed up.
Yeah, it did.
Gypsy funerals must be the most fucking fun.
Yeah,
you'd catch me at one of those.
Absolutely.
Holy fuck!
I intend to attend at least one in my life.
You just get super drunk and play cards. Fine.
I mean, I'm probably gonna leave if I see somebody like scoop the body up and start jigging around with it. But up until that point,
you might see that.
That's the thing. I don't know. I feel like they were one step from doing that before it fell out of the casket.
The point that I was trying to make earlier in pointing out that you never see this woman eat but twice is that it makes sense because she's always full of goo.
Yeah, she's got her. Oh my god, she's got herself a full helping. Just vinaigrette.
Yeah, dude, I'm just
some lung vinaigrette. Yeah. Okay. And then there's a scene. There is a scene where this old lady goes wrist deep.
Yeah.
Wrist deep in her right in her mouth. Taps on her anus from the other side.
I got to give kudos to Justin Long for really, and I wouldn't have stuck around during Christine's whole mental breakdown where she's hearing and seeing shit if I didn't know she could do that. Mm-hmm. You see that once and you're like, that's a keeper.
Well, she does it then. She does it to the hanky, too.
Yeah.
By the way, the second... Oh, that hanky.
So upset by this hanky, dude.
Oh, my God.
If
she didn't get... Oh, my God. If she didn't get pneumonia from deep-throating that hanky, she got it from, like, fucking around in the mud trying to, like, give the button to the old lady.
Yeah. Another time that her hair gets ripped out. Also, she gets trucked by that tombstone.
Yes, she does.
Holy fuck. That falls and cracks
she
her
should have been
so
dead.
Good. Yeah,
She should have died.
100%. I'm going through my text messages because in case you think, you people listening out there, if you think Matt's hamming up his disgust, I want it to be known that as he was watching it, he was texting me in real time,
as I do.
And while I find this, fill the silence because I gotta find it.
Well, okay, so during this film, there's a lot of things. No, so towards the end, the old guys, or not the old guys, right? The psychic guy, he's like, hey, we could just be giving this to somebody else. And then, like, why wouldn't you just have this idea at the beginning? He's like, well, we could just give it to the dead body. That's still a person. We could give it to that.
Yeah, you just have to ask nicely.
Yeah.
And it's not like she's gonna say no.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to give a dead body a button. You won't find me doing it, but given the opportunity, I'll slip a dead body a button.
Listen, if the alternative is that I'm getting dragged to hell, I'm giving that to the first dead body I see.
Absolutely.
Which might take a while, but you're gonna get
it. She digs it up and she does just fine. But so he takes the button. He's like, yeah, you take this and you give it to that old lady, and he puts it in an envelope.
Yeah.
The second he put it in that envelope, I was like, well, fuck Justin Long. I guess he's going to hell because earlier in the film, because she's a bank teller, she finds like a rare coin because Justin Long collects coins.
If you couldn't be any dorkier, you collect coin. That's marginally better than collecting stamps.
Right. So she had this coin and she put it in an envelope. And well, there's the switcheroo right there. My OCD would be like, better make sure that's the button.
Yeah, dude.
Oh,
guess what? That envelope gets button written right on it.
Yeah, the button. Do not touch.
The worst button in existence.
Yeah, devil button. Do not touch. But no, she doesn't do that. And so immediately I'm like, well, this is why are you giving that dead body a dime? You should be giving that dead body a button.
It took me no time at all to be like, well, so they almost hit an old man who, while they're driving away from a seance that they have in order to, and that's where I want it to be known, my favorite part of this fucking movie is when they channel this demon, this Lamia, into a goat.
Yes.
And the goat calls Christine a bitch.
Yes. Oh my God, I love that so fucking much.
That is a real puppet.
I love it.
That was on someone's hand, I can almost promise you. And it's the most vulgar goat puppet. I'll never say no to a puppet.
I laughed so hard. I laughed harder than I should have the second that happened.
It was made even better by the fact that they bring this goat in with the purpose of eventually putting the demon into it. The goat doesn't want to be in the room, almost like it knows what's happening. Then its table manners are amazing.
Oh yeah.
They're all holding hands and they're chanting some fucking weird ass. I don't know why this medium that they chose to do the seance with, that was like when she decided to practice for American Idol. But she's singing and she's just belting it out. And every so often in the background of a shot, this goat, it's just, and it's a real ass goat.
Yeah.
It's just hanging out.
Not one bleat, doesn't try to take a bite out of nothing.
Doesn't give a fuck.
It's very well behaved, and they're just gonna cut its damn head off.
You know how hard it is to get a goat to behave at the dinner table, dude?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, this goat beheading cost Justin Long $10,000 of his own money.
Yeah.
That was like the price of the ritual, and he's just like, because he in the movie he takes her to the doctor, and the doctor's just like, well, she's just crazy. She's just crazy. Put her to bed.
But she
she
can swallow a forearm, doc. Do you understand? Like.
You're losing your mind, Justin. And then he's like, oh, yeah, the doctor just says you're crazy. I'm like, well, here we go. Justin just became like the typical boyfriend who doesn't, just is like, whatever. But then he's like, hey, I just dropped 10,000 on we're going to cut a goat's head off for you, baby.
Listen, that net game is worth 10,000. That's my point.
Jesus Christ.
This medium is the same medium from the beginning of the movie with the 5-year-old that gets dragged to hell. And she's been waiting her entire life to face this exact same demon. Give me 10 grand, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
I still want the 10 grand. This is my entire life's ambition and goal. And the reason I've continued living is in order to face this demon again and vanquish it.
Hey. Still got to get paid.
Yeah.
Still got to get paid.
Hey, my money over everything.
Son of a bitch.
I found the text messages, by the way.
All right.
Matt is texting me in real time as he's watching this movie. He goes, I'm 10 minutes in and I've got half a page of double-lined writing on this old lady. This old lady is nasty. Everything I've got to say so far has been very anti this old lady. Yo, this old lady. Holy shit, 30 minutes alone of this podcast is dedicated to this horrible lady. That was a pretty conservative prediction, Matt.
I know. Oh
anyway,
my God.
They're driving away from the seance that doesn't work for some reason because all they did was channel the demon and then sort of banish it from the seance. And Justin Long almost hits a guy while they're driving. And then for some reason, this guy yells at Christine like she was driving, which fuck you.
Yeah,
I'm just sitting here. And not to mention, he drops Christine off at this house that she's never been to before with these people about to channel a demon that he's paid $10,000 to make happen. Then he fucking leaves. Exactly. Why would you leave?
I'd like to see where my money's going.
Holy shit, man.
$10,000. I'll probably watch what's going on here.
Irritating. So when they break suddenly because they almost hit an old man, she drops the envelope on the floor underneath a bunch of papers. My point is, right at that second, I was like, it's not the button anymore when you pick that up.
Absolutely.
It's something else for sure.
Yep.
Open the envelope and make sure it's the fucking button. You work at a bank. You have these all over the place.
Yeah, you know how envelopes work.
Damn. Also, who keeps buttons off of coats? I'm mad about that. The only person who in this whole movie who should be keeping buttons is the old lady who cursed it.
She kept the button because it's like, hey, if you don't, you're gonna go to hell. Either way, you're getting dragged to hell.
How would you know? Like, she kept it for like until she was told by the psychic that it was a cursed object and that she was in possession of it. I wouldn't have kept it that long.
No, yeah.
I thought I could sew it back on. No, you didn't. You're never gonna get around to that. You don't even eat food.
No, I would. The second he was like, it's coming for the possession or the possessor of the button. Button out the window. Going down the freeway. Oh, that car's open. Button in there.
Whatever. Fuck this button. While she's in the diner trying to decide whether or not to give this button away to like people, and they keep becoming wholesome.
Yeah, I like when she's just like, that old man doesn't deserve to live anymore. Yeah. He's just had a rough life with all of his like
this old man with respiratory issues. Clearly.
Yeah. Well, fuck that old man.
Yeah,
he deserves it.
And then
he's just sick. Oh, don't worry, he deserved it.
And then his equally old wife comes back with food, and well, I can't do it now. I mean, they'd probably die together. You're still off the hook. Anyway, I wrote down because the waitress comes over and bitches at her, not bitches at her, but is like, "Are you sure you're just gonna sit here and drink coffee the whole time?"
Yeah.
And she's like, "Yup," and then gives her a ton of attitude. And then she's eating ice cream at the counter and asks for another helping. And the waitress is like, seriously? And she gives her attitude.
Yeah.
So I wrote, talking back to service staff is why she's going to hell. Because don't do that shit.
Yeah,
If you're in a Waffle House and you talk to one of the fucking employees there, you get your ass kicked right away.
Oh yeah, that you're at least getting bodily fluids in your food.
Yeah.
That's you gotta be polite to the people who are serving you.
Fucking clearly a huge fan of bodily fluids, given how many
of
them she's had in her.
Yeah, she didn't really seem to be disgusted either with that in that funeral scene with the pudding. Yeah. She just kind of got him and was like brushed it off. Like, oh man,
gross, I guess.
Yeah, tasted all right. I'm not grossed out.
Fuck. I'm so mad about things. However, I'm 3 pages into my notes and still there were so many fluids on that handkerchief.
Yeah, that handkerchief.
The only curse I'd be worried about is the old bitch's gingivitis. Yeah, man. This scene. So she, in order to get rid of this button after discovering she could just give it to a dead person, which again is something that should have been led with, like you said. The most respect I had for her in the whole movie is when she shoves that envelope into that dead woman's mouth and then kick fucks it shut.
Yeah, she does.
That was the most aggressive kick to the lower jaw of a skeleton that I've ever seen. And I was like, yes.
Fuck yeah. Wait, was she skeletal?
No, but I mean,
okay.
She was in life.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not more so yet, but give it time.
Oh yeah, it was definitely more force than needed to close that mouth.
Yeah, but good.
Just blasted it closed.
Yeah, man.
Shut that mouth forever.
It's like you're trying to lock somebody out of a gate.
Oh my god.
As she's driving to the cemetery to do that, she says, "I'm gonna get some."
Get some.
Yeah, which is what Ash says in Evil Dead.
Shit.
I believe around the time that he attaches the shotgun to his arm.
Yeah, he does.
And this movie is kind of littered with Evil Dead references. Sam Raimi writes all of his. There's like a ritual book that in order to perform the sacrifice, the animal sacrifice. The psychic gives her a ritual book. I'm fairly certain he wrote and drew all that himself, the director.
Of course.
As well as the Necronomicon, like the Book of the Dead. He wrote and drew all that shit himself for that movie.
Good Lord.
I fucking love him.
He's a very intense man. He likes the spooky wooks.
Yeah, he really enjoys super canted shots when things are supposed to be scary. Like the camera's always on like a weird angle, which is sick to me.
Yeah.
The one thing I hate about this movie, but it was by design, so I'm not allowed to hate it, is that there's so much prolonged eye contact, especially between Christine and other people. There are some very long shots of Christine just staring at the person.
I didn't pick up on that.
That's talking to her, and it's because they wanted to put you into her headspace as a character throughout the movie. That was like the person they wanted you to identify with the most.
Okay. Fair enough. I didn't pick up on any of that, but I guess it worked because I was...
For some reason, after she crawls out of that grave after almost dying, that's the first time you see her take a shower in the whole movie. Despite all of these interactions with this old lady.
Yeah.
And it's supposed to be like a sick cleansing shower. I'd move into that shower.
Yeah, I'd be a boiling bath right there.
Yeah.
I wouldn't come out till my skin was red and new.
Brand new bloody skin is what I want.
Yeah. I want to come out like a fucking molted lobster.
I don't know why demons are so disrespectful of the bodies they want to possess.
Yeah.
Everybody just gets like picked up and chucked around through the air all the time.
Well, they're dead. Who
With
cares?
these fucking demons and monsters. The Jeepers Creepers guy just hucks that lady.
Oh, God. That fucking poor, I'm going to keep saying it, that poor 13-year-old zombie girl just clotheslined by Thor.
Yeah. It's just so violent.
Oh, my God.
Sam Raimi really likes for characters to be invisibly slapped. He's a huge fan of, okay, in this scene, I want you to pretend that you're being slapped really hard.
The invisible disrespect.
Yeah, tons of it, especially in Sam Raimi movies for some reason. He also likes people getting sprayed with fluids. In Evil Dead, Bruce Campbell gets like hit with like just loads of like blood and vomit. All the time.
That's another very fluid movie.
Yeah. He loves it. Sam Raimi, you know a Sam Raimi movie once the fluids start flying.
Oh my God. You know what? Having not seen this movie, I'm surprised I haven't watched it already. It was a good one.
So was I. I'm a fucking huge fan. One of my favorites. That goat dude.
Yeah.
The rest of the movie could suck ass. That goat, I'd watch it over and over.
I thoroughly enjoyed like the jaunty jig and the fucking cat out the mouth.
You understand, like, you're making a horror movie, and so there's going to be things that are tonally scary.
Yeah.
But you don't got to take it so serious all the time.
No. Have a goat say the word bitch.
Yeah.
And have like a
whore.
Yeah, he had like a half human face too, which kind of made it funny to me.
He did.
It was like very much like a puppet.
I think it was mostly the eyes.
Yeah.
They're very human looking eyes.
Yeah. Oh my God. So out of 10, what are you giving it?
Drag Me to Hell. Because the only thing that pissed me off about the movie, that being this fucking judgmental Justin Long's mom, who really only lets her guard down once Christine's like, yeah, my dad's a drunk.
Right. Oh. I forgot all about that.
So the mom essentially just waits for Christine to be like, something about my life is garbage.
Yeah.
In order to give a shit about her whatsoever.
Oh my God. Yeah, I totally forgot all about that.
And like, oh, being on a farm, that must be so gross. Oh, you kept geese? Christine goes to all the trouble of making this fucking harvest cake from scratch.
Yeah.
And that's the first, it's made with eggs. Those come from animals. Ugh.
Those come out of animals' cloacas, which is their buttholes and their sex holes.
At the same time.
Yeah, that's the same hole.
But like, okay, you're so rich, because this is the thing. Everybody's got a super nice fucking house in this movie. The medium's house is a mansion.
Yep.
Christine's parents' house is Justin Long's parents' house is a fucking mansion. You're so rich that you don't know how food's made. Yeah,
for real.
I know you're not vegetarian.
Yeah. Oh my God. That's the dream. I'd like to be so rich I don't need to know how my food is made.
Yeah, and I'm disgusted by it. Mm-hmm. You're just you're so rich that I know you're eating expensive caviar.
Yeah, don't tell me where it comes from.
Those are also eggs, man.
Don't tell me where it comes from. I just want to eat it.
You don't even have to. You know.
I'm not here for a tour of the factory. I'm just here to pig out. Let's go.
Anyway, Drag Me to Hell gets a fucking 9 from me.
A 9? Okay.
I'm hitting this with the 9 because I had a thoroughly good time, and I do every time I watch it.
Okay. You're giving it a 9. I'm going to give it an 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
8 is what I expected from you.
8 is good. It wasn't. I could have. The soundtrack, the Disney's Haunted Mansion stuff kind of bummed me out. I was like,
you expected Eddie Murphy to come out from around a corner.
I did, as like a ghost and he's holding his head and he's like, woo, you know.
There's a scene during this seance where they, speaking of people coming around corners, while they're trying to channel this specific Lamia, they bring out by mistake, accident almost, a bunch of other ghosts that are listening to a seance that's meant to channel ghosts. And then everybody gets super pissed at these ghosts for showing up. Yeah. That's like calling someone on the phone and getting mad they picked up the phone.
It really is. Like, what are they supposed to do? Like, oh, here's the door. I'm not gonna go through. People might shout at me.
Yeah.
People might shout at me if I go through this door.
Oh, the be brought back to life vicariously through another body phone is ringing. I'm not gonna pick that up though. I'd rather just stay here in limbo.
Yeah. Shadows forever. The delight.
And then you pick up the phone and somebody on the other line like, why would you fucking pick up the phone, asshole?
This phone's not for you.
Yeah. Oh, I just knew that, I guess.
Definitely an 8. I liked it. Mm-hmm. Could have done without the Disney music. Other than that, I liked it.
All right. This medium dies in the process of this seance.
And he has it coming.
My only critique, and it's not about this movie as much as it is about all movies. People, when somebody is dead, give the most half-assed, ineffective CPR. Everybody gets CPR wrong in movies.
Yeah, did you know you're supposed to break ribs?
Yeah, well, you don't have to do that, but if you do, you're not supposed to stop.
Yeah.
The whole point of CPR is to keep the heart pumping because it can't do it itself until something or someone shows up that can revive this person.
Yeah.
You got to just keep doing that shit, man.
If you stop, I think you can get in trouble. Like,
yeah.
It's like manslaughter almost.
That's interesting.
It's not manslaughter, but
like
something
involuntary or something, something to that degree anyway.
Yeah, you gotta
neglect.
You gotta fucking crack ribs.
Yeah, you gotta hurt yourself giving CPR.
Mm-hmm. Also, it's always funny when they just like take the 2 fingers, just close the eyes.
Because they pop right the fuck back open for a while.
Yeah, they do.
It takes like 6 hours or something for eyes to be able to be shut like that.
Nah, just
bye.
Just two gentle fingers and the eyes close.
If you can't see me, I can't see you.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good movie. I guess it's my turn to pick the next one.
It sure is.
I think for next week, I'd like to watch The Strangers.
Okay. We're going right different. From ghosts and demons and grab me gotchas and spookables.
Yes.
To, just an asshole family.
Yeah.
Just a family of assholes who are very mean. All right.
I think that's the switch up right there.
Yeah, we're going to get it.
I'll
watch the shit. It's actually been quite a while since I watched it.
Same.
And I have a feeling it's going to piss me right off for lots of reasons. Good.
I picked it because I know how much you don't like people coming into your house.
Hate it.
Yeah, so I
really want to get under my skin, into my craws, nooks and crannies. Mm-hmm. Fucking just talk about home invasion for a bit.
Well, we're going to be talking about it for at least an hour. That's the Grindhouse guarantee.
It's my worst fucking nightmare. My roommate knows things about me that I wish he didn't because we've been friends for quite some time. If he were ever to be super pissed off at me, and he's told me this, his method of getting back at me would be to go on vacation for several days, come back when he knows I'm out of the house without telling me, go into my room, move things around, and leave again.
Ooh.
Because if I come home and I see things out of place...
That is upsetting.
I'll fucking lose my shit.
That is upsetting.
I'll lose it, and I'll lose it twice. The fucking atmospheric changes in my apartment building sometimes make the front door jiggle. Mm-hmm. Hate it.
Yep. It's like somebody down the hall opening a door creates the suction and just like
hate
yes. It. I hate that shit too. So next week, get ready for that. Mm-hmm. That'll be the discussion topic. And yeah, you can reach us at grindhousemovieclub@gmail.com.
Real quick, is there anything else to promote?
Well, the website.
Yeah.
darkroastcult.com, where you can go and listen to this podcast, a different podcast, and also browse our wares.
Yep. Of which there are some and will be many shortly.
Yeah. Working on it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a work in progress, but hey. What are you going to do? I don't know.
Just wait longer.
Yeah. Do you have any final words?
Fucking strangers. All right.
Yeah.
Get listening to the podcast. So upset.
Just want to get my Sunday over with.
A quick disclaimer for this episode. I'm sorry. I made a mistake.
You did. You really fucked us this week.
I did. I fucked myself as well.
Yeah,
so
well, I mean,
at least, both of our assholes are shredded.
Oh, dude, you fucked us both.
Yeah.
You thought you're being so clever, making me sneak myself into this situation, but look, you've been hoisted by your own petard.
Yeah, my petard is fucking hoisted as shit right
Your
now.
petard is up in the air, and you're hanging by it.
Yeah. By my intestines.
You look real petarded right now.
Yes, I do. And this was a mistake. Welcome to the podcast. I'm sad.
I had to. Yeah, I had to take a minute after this film, and I had to get right with nature.
Yeah.
I had to center myself.
I went to bed.
Yeah. You know what? I was going to watch this one last night before bed, but then you were like, yeah, no, for sure. Like, when you watch it, you're going to remember it better before bed. So I decided not to traumatize myself.
There is a theory that, and I think it's pretty effective because I used to do it when I was at university with study material, that, like, if you read or consume something right before going to sleep, you retain it better. So, watching the Human Centipede at night and then going to sweet, sweet slumber, there's nothing going to be sweet about that. That's probably going to influence your nightmares.
Yeah, no. But instead you got me half traumatized. I haven't recovered from the film yet. I'm still very fresh. The wounds are fresh.
All right, do plugs.
Oh, God. Just go to the website, darkroastcult.com, and get yourself some coffee, some enamel pins.
All of that stuff is going to be better than the Human Centipede.
Yeah, it is. You can listen to full episodes of the podcast, because I realized that Apple, Spotify, and Google haven't accepted a couple episodes for some reason. I don't know why.
Fuck is that about?
Figure they'll probably figure it out soon. But you can see the episodes that you can't see are on the website.
So get stoked right on that website. And what is that website again?
darkroastcult.com.
There you go.
You can go there. You may even be able to go to like morning.coffee. I think I have that website too. And as well, we want to thank Andrew for putting together that fantastic little intro ditty that you might have been chilled by.
You might have been spookied.
Ooh, chilled.
Spookabled.
Right chilled. So, those are the plugs. You can get Andrew's link in the show description. It's on his SoundCloud there. And I just want to talk about 800 other things before we...
Yeah.
Just
you want to run the clock out, so I have to leave and go to, home?
Yeah. So how long is this podcast? Are we good for 4 hours?
Yeah.
What's up? How are you feeling?
It's all good.
Tell me about your life.
There's been this residual, and maybe you'll never get to experience it, which would be super cool. Side effect of having COVID.
Okay.
It's been 2.5 weeks since I had COVID.
Mm-hmm.
I still have a cough.
Interesting.
So I wouldn't test negative on a test, but my lungs, it just fucks with you a little bit. And that's different for everyone. Some people are worse. While I had it, I couldn't taste for a day. So that was weird, a little disconcerting. Apparently, if you don't get the vaccine, the lasting side effects are way worse. Well, so thank God I'm number 2. I got fucking all kinds of microchips up in me. And
great. Yeah. Jay just he loves needles.
Yeah, needles are my favorite thing.
Can't get this guy away from needles.
Especially knowing full well that I volunteered to have 2 of them. Mm-hmm. That's my favorite drive. Yes. I have to go to the fucking hockey arena and stand in line behind 100 other people. And my reward for that is to be stabbed by a doctor.
Oh yeah. And whoopsie poopsie, you got to get another one. Yeah. Oh no. Oh shucks.
And I can almost guarantee we're gonna have to get one every year now.
Oh boy,
that's a lot of injections for me.
How many needles have you gotten for polio? Just the one?
I think 2 total.
2? Okay.
I think you get one when you're very young, and then you get another one around age 10 or something.
Interesting. I just remember getting a lot of needle. Somebody would come to my school, and then we would all line up and get a needle. Yeah. And I don't remember it being explained to me what that needle was, or having to sign anything.
Yeah, no signatures.
Some kids didn't get the needle, and then they were expelled from school.
I believe those
kids were never seen again.
And they died of it.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
So
they get put in a body pile.
Then
it was either meningitis or hepatitis.
Yeah, I don't know. I've gotten so many needles at this point.
Yeah, for itises, you can get itises far away from me.
Oh, the worst one is tetanus.
Yeah.
I don't know, when was the last time I got that shot? Just give me another one.
Yeah, well, did I brush up against something rusty? I better go make sure I don't die from it.
I'm pretty sure I get one every time I go to the hospital. When was the last time? I can't remember.
But when was the last time you went to the hospital either?
funny enough, I think the last time I went to the hospital was either for I had like this headache that was happening outside of my skull.
Okay.
It was the like tissues on the top of my skull were contracting.
Sounds like a fucking scalp worm.
Yeah, it was like an extracranial headache.
Yeah.
Or it was either that or the time I put a little piece of metal through my thumb.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a tetanus for sure.
Oh, yeah. I think I still got the little sheet that was like, "Don't worry, I got a tetanus."
Yeah.
In my wallet.
I got a metal shaving off a grinder disc went into my eye.
Oh.
So that happened to me, and that was the last time I got a tetanus shot, which I believe was 2 years ago.
And how are the eyes?
Well, I can see out of them.
Hey.
Aesop, yeah, sure. Aesop Rock has a lyric in one of his songs that goes, "The piss poor vision is 40% floaters." I know that exact feeling. No. There are black specks that just chill. It's called macular degeneration, and for some reason, I think it's because I don't have glasses and I should. So my eyes are just strained very often.
Yeah. I've heard that. I've heard that like sometimes it's like you get dehydrated and the fluids in your eye kind of dry up.
Well, that's good to know.
That or there's something in your eye that's casting a shadow on your little cornea.
Yeah.
There.
Well, if that's what it is, then that just lives there now. It's set up shop and it can just be there.
I don't know.
I'm not going rooting around in my eyeball to try and rectify the problem.
Like, if you can't hold a magnet to your eye and have it come out that way, there's really, I don't need a doctor poking around in my eyeball.
If I ever get a fucking MRI scan, it's going to look like the fucking guy from Scanners when his head explodes. Yeah.
So, why don't you...
Yeah, man.
Why don't you go ahead and just spoil this movie in less than 2 sentences? I didn't bother writing anything,
okay.
But I guarantee...
I have so many things to talk about this week. The first thing I want to say, just to get it right out in the open... fuck this movie.
Okay.
I hate this movie.
Yes.
This is the only movie, this is the lowest scoring movie that we've watched so far for me.
Absolutely. Funny enough, we're going to give this a score at the end of this podcast. Yeah. This movie was refused by Mr. Robert Ebert and Ropert there.
He said, what did he fucking say? Did you happen to write it down? Because I think I have it roughly in my head.
No, but I mean, he just doesn't have the man-taters to watch the movie. I think that's the problem.
So his whole thing is he doesn't give out zeros very often, but when he does, it's because he legitimately believes it's the worst movie ever. Mm-hmm. He didn't even rate this one.
Yeah, no, he straight up was like, nah.
Which means it's Robert Downey Jr. in less than 0. Oof. Because this is how bad the movie is. He said something to the tune of, it operates in a universe where the stars don't shine. Which is major shade. That's one of the most disrespectful things I've heard anybody say ever.
Oh my God. That shut it right down.
I hope Tom Six read that review and went, well, I shouldn't make another one. And then he just made 2 more like an asshole.
Knowing Tom Six, he's probably got that tattooed up the backside of his dick.
Yeah. You want to see my Roger Ebert review? Whap.
Nah, not even whap. He'd have to hold it up because it's on the under.
That's worse.
It's on the under trunk. Anyway, so if you don't know who Tom Six is, he's a guy who dresses in all white and directs horrible films.
He likes cowboy hats for some reason, and I believe he's Australian, or he's from New Zealand, one of the two.
Yes, he is from somewhere where these things are, where movies like this come from.
This is somehow acceptable. I need you to know as well, he made this movie with his fucking wife.
Yes, he did. I saw that, and they was like...
a passion project, if ever there was one.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, because they had the same last name, like, so was that's got to be like, what? Daughter, son? Wife. Wife was like, yeah, let's get those ass to mouths together.
Yeah, I want to spend months and months with ass to mouth in front of me, looking at it and scrutinizing how good it looks on camera.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I have a synopsis.
You got the synopsis? Okay.
For those of you who haven't seen it.
Okay.
One of the main characters in this movie looks a lot like Riley Reid. So who is a porn actor, because there's no such thing as a porn star. Riley Reid and her friend haphazardly agree to do a German scat film and bite off more than they can chew.
Yeah.
In more ways than one.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
That punchline was supposed to hit harder, but I got disgusted with it.
Yeah, to be honest, I was not pleased with what you've said there. I would say, two tourists stop for help, and what they get is much worse.
Yeah.
They get the kind of help that...
They got a lesson in German hospitality.
Oh, do they ever. Do they ever. And if you don't... If all of this is just fallen on you and you have no idea what we're talking about, the idea for this movie was an inside joke from this guy and his friends about how you should punish child molesters by stitching them in between two truckers.
Yeah. And let me tell you, out of all of the motivations to make a film I've heard, that's probably the worst one.
Yeah, no.
That's probably the stupidest and worst thing ever. If we should turn this into a movie, should never have come out of anybody's mouth during that conversation about punishing child molesters.
Well,
you know what the end product is going to be, and it's not going to be good.
When you wear a wide hat as wide a brimmed as Tom Six,
as wide a brimmed. I didn't know you were fucking Shakespeare.
Well, look, I don't know. Do you remember the hat that the guy from Color Out of Space wore?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I sure do.
Yeah.
That's a wanderer hat.
Yeah, very wide brim.
Yeah.
Very wide brim on that hat.
Don't trust anybody with a wide brimmed hat.
That's what I'm saying.
It's Father Death or some horribly disgusting person.
If they wear all one color and have a wide brimmed hat,
Yeah.
you got to get out of there.
You do.
That guy's going to talk to you about going ass to mouth.
Yeah.
Ass to mouth.
These people are poison to your career.
Ass to mouth.
Ass to mouth to ass to mouth.
Ass to mouth.
Yeah.
We got to get it out of the way. We're going to keep saying it.
It's going to come up quite a few times.
You're probably sitting there like, how did this movie get made? Well, they kind of left out a major feature part in this film when they were pitching it to people.
You can fucking imagine walking into an investor room and then Tom Six, Mr. All-White Tom Six, sits down across this giant boarding room table from you and goes, listen, we're going to sew asses to mouths for an hour and a half. I wouldn't invest in that either.
No.
You have to suppress that information.
Yeah. No, this is a movie about people being stitched together.
Yeah.
How?
Oh, I've seen Jeepers Creepers. That could be cool, like a tapestry.
Not quite, but you're onto something there.
Yeah.
We'll table that. Let's go ass to mouth for a bit, and we'll figure it out.
Well, we're gonna. Yeah, I like your idea, and if we have time, maybe we'll run with it. But I really want to just get this ass to mouth out of the way first.
Yeah,
that's why I wake up in the morning. The movie takes place essentially in a house. There's so many things just at the beginning that pissed me right off.
Right.
And then I had to sit and stew in them as it just got worse and worse in front of me. So there's a fucking German doctor who's famous for separating Siamese twins. And he decides that taking things apart isn't nearly as fun as putting them together.
Yeah, he's done destroying creations of God.
Yeah.
And he's ready to just put the God's smock on and slap together some monsters.
Really laugh in the face of humanity and Christ.
Yeah.
God probably didn't like this movie very much.
And the fact that he's German, I mean, look, I know Germany ain't all bad. Germany ain't all bad.
There are some good things about Germany.
Then you get this
mad science with human subjects.
Yeah.
Which they have a very illustrious history of being involved with.
Yeah, there's certain things that Germany should have been like.
Certain things with twins as well.
Yeah.
Apparently one of Hitler's officers was very fascinated by twins. He thought it was some kind of fucking
okay
way to unlock a superior genetic
I was thinking
line or something like that.
You were talking about how like this guy like separates Siamese twins. Something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But like he's also a German scientist who really wanted twins to be in his hands.
He was named after some German scientist who did some terrible things too. I don't remember
Dr. Joseph Heiter. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how to pronounce German last names, number one. With the exception of that actor's real name, which is one of the best names I've ever heard in my life. Dieter Laser.
Yeah, most Germaniest name from the 80s I've ever heard.
If your name is fucking Laser, if your last name is Laser, you can do anything.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You go right ahead, Mr. Laser.
Also worth noting, the director of photography on this, his first name is Goof.
didn't catch that. That's not a great. That's got to be a European thing.
Actually, I think it's Japanese. Okay. They had a bunch of Japanese people working on this movie because I guess there's a Japanese actor in it, and he comes from some kind of not like a hiring farm for actors or anything, but I think anyway brought a company to do like some technical work on the movie as well.
Fun thing about Mr. Dieter Laser.
Yeah. You can land an airplane on his fucking jaw.
Oh, you could. Yeah. He looks like Quagmire from Family Guy.
He fucking does. He looks like that hyper realistic portrayal, like the drawings of Quagmire if you were a real person. Yeah, he fucking does.
Yeah, he does. Everything he wore in the movie was basically his own wardrobe. So that's something that Dieter Laser would have.
Now, if you haven't seen the movie, don't. Number one.
Yeah, but describe his many outfits.
Everything this man wears is long as fuck.
Yes, it is.
Everything touches his feet.
Everything looks like a lab coat.
Yeah.
It's like a lab coat suit that he wears the whole movie.
His outside coat when he's trying to trank gun truckers is just...
Oh my God.
It's just a fucking super long... He looks like a flasher all the time.
Yes, he does.
I'm mad already. This film is made by IFC. They make some of the shittiest movies on the planet.
Oh yeah. Well, America, what was it? Instant Film Classics?
Something like that, yeah.
Something Film Classics.
Which, that's high praise for your studio.
Yeah.
They make movies that, like, James Wan wouldn't put his name on. James Wan is the guy who's made every Paranormal Activity.
Yeah.
And, like, Shitty Saws and fucking The Bye-Bye Man, which is... Oh my God, we might have to watch that sometime because it's fucking horrible.
Well, then that's the only reason I want to watch it.
It's not disgusting like this.
No. Okay, well, look, I need some eye bleach after this.
Yeah. Well, the first fucking thing that you see is him stroking the...
So we don't sell lanyards. That's one thing.
Mm-hmm.
But you could put some enamel pins on yours. If
you sure could.
Look, I don't want to discourage you from having a lanyard, but...
If you're planning on, taking pictures of celebrities at a red carpet event, slap a pin on there.
There you go. You go.
I want Brad Pitt asking what the fuck Dark Roast Cult is.
Yeah, I want that clip, and that'll be the intro to every podcast. Hi, I'm Brad Pitt, and what the fuck is this? Anyway, so go to darkroastcult.com. I swear to God, coffee's coming soon.
Yeah, man.
I'm really dragging my feet on this, and it's because I'm working on other things, but... I swear to God, it's coming soon. It's delicious. It's dark roast, and we don't have any of it here to drink. So that's why. That's why we're drinking water and Starbucks. Oh
yeah. Oh yeah. Jeez, I hate deliciousness.
Yeah. No. Thanks for bringing Starbucks, Jay.
Yeah. No worries. I suffered through the ordeal that is any line at any Starbucks in the middle of any day of the week.
You don't do the mobile order through the app?
No, because I don't know if you know this, but technology frightens me.
You know what? I get that sense about you.
I'm not a fan. First of all, I don't have data, so there's no way. Yeah. I'm the only person left in the developed Western world who doesn't have data. So there's no way to scan a mobile app in from the car.
It's true. I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. All right, I get. You can order from your house, and then you can still go. You just walk right in there. You go, I'm fucking Jay, and they go, oh, sir, right this way.
Yeah, I get treated like royalty, just like that.
Yeah, like
for being the guy.
By the time you get there, your stuff should be made, and you just walk in and like, I am Jay, and they're like, oh, we've been expecting you, sir.
Do I have to actually walk in?
You could go through the drive-thru.
Okay.
I think you can and be like, I am Jay.
Well, I would hope that's the case, and it doesn't confuse the shit out of the woman at the one that I went to this morning was sing-talking.
None of that for me and mine, thank you.
First of all, she thought it was morning, so she almost said good morning, and then she caught herself. But then she was like, I almost forgot what time of day it was. And then that just like went on for the whole experience. And like good on her for being...
She probably got written up.
Upbeat and happy. I don't know what that's like.
I'd have been like, I want to talk to your manager. Who's in charge here?
I don't like you doing an X Factor audition in front of me here.
Yeah, this isn't Coffee's Got Talent. This is Make My Coffee so I can have a bowel movement later. Which brings me to my next, what the whole point was, go to darkroastcult.com.
Yeah.
Have your bowel movement.
It's good. Yep. Anything that could promote regularity as you age. We're in our 30s over here, so
yeah,
it becomes a couple things start happening. You have to plan for regularity.
You certainly do,
and you gotta eventually go to a doctor and get a finger. But we'll see about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure when that time is, but I'm definitely like I'm not in a hurry to go get that finger.
Yeah,
I'm kind of waiting till like somebody's like, "Oh, you're that old? You should do that." Like, all right,
you should have been getting this finger for years now. Patrice O'Neill has a joke about that. It's something like, my colon would have to fall out of my asshole first, and I agree.
Oh boy, you are not.
I want to feel something slip out while I'm waiting for the bus, and then I'll go to the doctor.
That is a poor way to go about living. I'm not gonna lie. That's a poor way to do your health.
Coming from the guy who broke his finger, basically slamming it against his ceiling in VR.
Well, what do you do when you
and doing nothing but looking at it and seeing if it changes?
Well, yeah. Look, it's still the same. That's the best part. Like, it hasn't changed.
It's still the thing. It's still
I got like a gnarled witch's knuckle right there. When you look at it on a certain angle, it's like there's definitely like a 90-degree angle.
Yeah.
But like, what else? It's the tip of my finger. What do you do? Mm-hmm. There's nothing you can do. That's that.
It's like breaking a toe. They don't even put a splint on that shit. They're like, nah, you just walk carefully for like 2 weeks.
This is why, look, I moved into this place and slanted ceilings is all I got to say. Mm-hmm. I got slanted ceilings. I'm in a loft.
Yeah. And it reminds me of like having a bunk bed.
It really, yeah. But I mean, it's like it's the adult version of a bunk bed. It's slanted ceilings.
Yeah. You're always sleeping on the top bunk and in danger of just slapping your head against something heavy and hard.
Yeah. So I was throwing a grenade, and of course.
Yeah. Well, you have to do it with feeling.
There was actually I was even I was trying to get that grenade as far as I could.
Yeah.
But no, there was a slanted ceiling in my way, and I felt like my finger touched my knuckle. The tip of my finger like flipped around like like an old cell phone.
Yeah.
And then
it did the same thing my ankle did when I broke it.
Yeah, absolutely.
It just totally sideways, and you're like, oh well. The side of my foot isn't really supposed to be where my shin is.
Well, it snapped back. That was like I didn't.
Mine didn't.
Yeah, no. So the fact that it snapped back and like, I mean, I don't need for my finger to close the whole way.
Mm-hmm. Plus, you got 4 other ones on there.
If like that's a trigger finger, but I can still pull the trigger.
Yeah, you're not. It's not the world's tiniest trigger where you got to snap it all the way shut.
I figure like
I can't think of a thing that you would need that for.
Yeah, see.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like if I go to the doctor, they're just gonna hit it with a hammer and tape it to a popsicle stick. So
okay, fixed.
All right, what movie did we do this week?
This week we did The Strangers. Did you write a synopsis for this? I don't have a date on this one either. But
I don't have a date on it either.
2000 something.
You look it up because I got the synopsis in under 3 sentences. All right.
Okay, I have one in 1.
Okay.
But I want to hear yours.
All right. Trouble in Paradise is ruined.
As if it couldn't be already more
by worse trouble in paradise.
Exactly.
Or Bag Man ruins honeymoon. Or
it's not a honeymoon. Well, I wish it was. I bet they also wish it was.
Well, yeah, it would have been better if it was.
Yeah,
really.
For everyone involved.
Yeah.
2008. 2008. By the way. And you'll notice, the only famous name in this entire movie is Liv Tyler. She acts alongside a guy named Scott Speedman.
Well, that's a guy who also does porn too, for sure.
Yeah, but it's like really short because it's like 30-second clips. Done. I'm Scott Speedman, and I'm disappointing another woman in the back of this taxi this week.
Thanks for watching my clip. I'll see you guys next time. Don't forget to smash that like button.
And in keeping with that, they're the only 2 famous people in this movie.
That's not true.
That's okay. It is within the scope of their fame.
Well, I mean, okay,
who else you got?
At the time, they were the most famous people. Now, they're not the most famous people.
Oh, there's a different... What happened?
You got fucking Dennis right in that movie.
Oh yeah, Dennis is in the movie. I forgot. Fuck.
I mean, back then you would have been like, who's this guy? But now you're like, well, Dennis is looking for satisfaction.
So, he doesn't find it. He finds the exact opposite of satisfaction.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so I've seen this movie a few times, but it had been a while. And the last time I saw it, I didn't know who Glenn Howerton was.
Neither did I.
So when he pulls up in a Jeep, which is strangely similar to the Range Rover he loves so much in Always Sunny.
Yes, it is.
I almost fell out of my chair. I was like, fucking, that's Dennis, isn't it?
Oh my God.
I thought it was one of the guys from the OC at first, and then you got a close-up of his face, and I was like, And then he goes straight into being Dennis, too.
Oh, yeah,
over the phone. He's just talking, just like waiting on you hand and fucking foot.
So what's your synopsis?
A couple gets murdered by trick-or-treaters with half-assed costumes for having too nice of a house and no candy even though it's Halloween.
It's a run-on sentence, but I'll accept it.
You know what? It only has one "and" in it, so it's not a run-on sentence.
Okay.
So you can suck on syntax all day. It's not Halloween in this movie, but I can't think of another reason why you would wear such a visibility-lowering burlap sack on your head.
Right, yeah. Well, I mean, other than just to give somebody the heebie-jeebies. Because, like, what... That's just like a... That's Friday the 13th part 1? No, it's part 2.
Part 2, yeah.
Part 2 is the sack, and then part 3 is the hockey mask.
Mm-hmm.
Part 1 is the mother.
Yeah, which, let me tell you, and this is the same as trying to do Halloween with a Jamie Lee Curtis that's 68 years old. I would beat the shit out of that mother.
Thing is, but she had like bow and arrows. It was a lot of bow and arrow stuff.
Oh, so she's very far. Yeah, but she gets right up close at the end.
Oh yeah, she gets fucking decapitated at the end. So I mean, yeah, no,
I guess my point's proven.
Yeah. So for the first little bit, people are like, well, who's doing the murdering? And this delightful old lady's like, first of all, we're discussing the wrong movie. This is
yeah. Well, it needed to be said because old people in movies.
Bagman ruins evening. Okay, we got that. All right.
With his family of kooky misfits.
Kooky misfits.
One of whom is, and this is why I was saying that fucking Liv Tyler and Scott Speed are the only two famous people in the whole movie, because it's 3 killers, and they all have less than 20 credits on IMDb, and they're all like bit parts in the background of shows I've never heard of.
That's a bummer.
With the exception of the youngest of this weird Manson family, who was a mermaid in the worst Pirates of the Caribbean movie.
Okay.
And I figured that's why they wanted to kill Liv Tyler so bad, because they were just super jealous.
Absolutely. Was Liv Tyler not in the Lord of the Rings as well?
Yeah, she's a fucking elf.
That's what I thought. I recognized her from that.
Yeah, and she's also in Armageddon. She's Bruce Willis's daughter.
Oh, nice.
And she fucks the shit out of Ben Affleck back before he was too fat to be hot.
Well, you know, that meteor's coming. You gotta fuck something.
Yeah, you gotta get it in somewhere.
So the intro to this movie is probably the worst day to be a Mormon.
Yeah. Also, I'm happy that these 2 Mormon kids show up at this house and it's just a massacre. I was happy that they had to experience that, because it might teach them to mind their own fucking business as Mormons.
That's very fair.
I don't know how much I want to go door to door on a bike anymore when I peer into a house with the intention of saving a soul and just see...
The souls are gone.
Yeah, unsavable ones.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah, there's like some stats. There's like, there's people breaking into your homes. 1,400 home invasions every year in America. But like, how many of those are like Mormon kids just discovering dead bodies?
Yeah, that technically is a home invasion. They weren't allowed in. And this is what I was saying. At least vampires are polite about it and wait for you to invite them.
Absolutely.
Most people in horror movies seem to be worse than vampires.
And anybody who doesn't just come right in, I assume you're a vampire.
Yeah.
Where I have to verbally tell you, come right in?
Yeah.
No, you're a vampire.
You must be. Otherwise, you'd just be coming in right now. Everybody else fucking does, apparently.
This is supposed to be based on a true story. Did you look up the true story? Because I was going to, and then I forgot to.
Oh, my God. Let me tell you fucking another true story, okay?
Well, I mean, as long as we get to this true story, Jay.
Yeah. Well,
How many true stories you got, buddy?
Turns out, not that many, because this isn't one.
Okay.
I have a very big problem with, and this is a lot of movies, especially horror movies. If you can say literally inspired by true events means nothing at all. You know what's inspired by true events? Literally everything that's ever been made in the history of human existence.
Fair enough.
This was inspired by true events in the way that the director had his house broken into when he was a kid. That's it.
Okay.
That's all.
You know what?
Tried to tie it to like some other like serial killer experience from like the 1960s or something, but there's no real. First of all, let me just tell you, that food trap on the top of your lip doesn't handle liquid very well at all.
No, it does not. I know.
I'm watching you drink and it's just water.
I'm saving it for later.
Yeah, it's gonna dry out.
It's like a camel's hump. But for coffee and water. We're talking about my mustache and not like a weird bucket that I've had installed on my face, by the way.
It's a hairy trough. Oh my God. Anyway, I hate it because it makes exactly you think that there's some kind of legitimate story behind this.
Yeah. I thought that might be the case, but I was like, maybe I'll Google it because maybe one time 3 people wearing funny masks busted in and stabbed the bejesus out of some people.
I'm sure that's happened somewhere at some point, but this guy didn't know about it. I could literally, I walk outside right now and then I'll write a movie about Godzilla, and it was based on true events and the fact that I was outside once.
I saw a lizard one day.
Yeah, when it was bigger than I thought it would be.
Fair enough. So, all right.
Fuck you. For if you have that in your movie, there had better be like an actual like murder that happened that you can be like, I watched this and I decided I want to make a movie similar or something.
Kind of like in the way Texas Chainsaw Massacre was like Ed Gein, I suppose.
Yeah.
They included like a featurette documentary in the DVD.
Which, fine. All right. And you could take creative liberties, but that's different than, at least there's something that actually happened, as opposed to just, this is based on true events in the same way that I breathed air yesterday.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Do not do. Anyway, yeah. So this couple comes home from like, I don't know.
It's a wedding dinner party.
Yeah. And then he thought,
what a good time to steal the thunder from the 2 people who actually just got married.
Exactly.
And propose to my girlfriend who doesn't want it at all.
Yeah.
This is a problem that I have as well. Don't surprise people with proposals. Now, he had the common decency to go outside to the car when they were alone to pull the ring out.
Oh, yeah.
But that's still a conversation. And it should be an ongoing one. Hey, we've been together for a month and a half. Let's just get fucking married.
Hey, I know we're at this wedding, but I bought this ring 2 weeks ago. You want to put that on there and just do this? Let's just do this.
As somebody who fears rejection, I would never be dropping the "Will you marry me" right before a road trip that I had planned.
Oh, yeah, no. Because then...
way too many opportunities for all of my planning and probably money I spent to be just completely thrown out the window.
Point in case, the whole first 5 minutes of this, they like come home to this house and...
he's done all this shit.
Yeah, you should... First of all, if you're going to do a Trail of Roses, hold off.
Yeah.
Do it after.
Or... propose after. This guy goes to all the trouble of essentially depriving half of the world of roses, given how many fucking petals he used.
Yeah.
He's the sole reason for the rose shortage in the United States.
Absolutely.
Because they're all over the floor, on the table, on the bed, in the bathtub.
I thought it was weird that the Trail of Roses led to the bathtub, because it's like, hey, fucking take a bath.
Yeah, I want you, don't be so filthy all the time.
Take a bath, you whore. I like to watch. I'm James.
Yeah, James and Kristen are the names of the main characters in this movie.
I actually wrote it down. James and Jimmy.
I'm gonna make a James and Jimmy. I'm gonna make a point of trying really hard to do that so that I don't just go a pig face and her friend,
the main character with the head,
and the hair on it. Don't put roses in the bathtub. First of all, that's going to wreck your plumbing.
Yeah.
Those don't drain. They're going to clog the whole shit up. Absolutely. Because it's a grid in there and they're not going to fit. So then it's not so romantic to get out of the bathtub. First of all, be covered in rose petals when you're out of the bathtub.
You got to take another shower.
And then you got to like bend down over the drain and just shove your finger into it in order to force those petals down.
By the way, if you're putting your finger down that hole, it's not coming back clean.
No, it's going to be even dirtier than what you started. And you're just creating mess for yourself to have to clean up later.
Absolutely you are. Absolutely you are. Ugh.
So all I'm saying, man, is you went to all that trouble. Wait until after the legs get spread to pull out the ring. That's a maybe at best.
Or even like bleed her down that trail of roses and then like have the ring there.
Yeah.
Because then at least it's like, hey, look, I have all these roses. Maybe the roses will.
They might, sway her in one direction.
Boom. Boom. It's not just like we're in a dirty parking lot next to the car where somebody might have peed earlier.
I'm clearly trying to take advantage of the fact that you want to be a wife as bad as the one that we just saw.
Oh.
Always a bridesmaid, never a bride by choice.
Ooh.
Apparently.
The
first thing I wrote down here is Liv Tyler probably gives a sick mouth beezy.
No.
With her puffy lips and mouth.
Jesus Christ.
That's somebody's daughter.
That not just somebody. Is that not the guy from Aerosmith's daughter?
It sure is. Is Steven Tyler going to come to my house and hit me with the line of cocaine?
Well, he lives next door to Charlie Sheen on 2.5 Men, so...
He probably lives next door to Charlie Sheen in real life.
He probably knows where to get it.
Yeah. From Charlie.
Exactly. So this James guy, he does everything in his power to make, like, hey, we just broke up, we better have this talk. But he makes that so uncomfortable. Everything in his power.
Yeah.
He fucking plays the slow music.
And by himself over there.
Yeah, he like pulls the ring out and is like, hey, I can't keep it. I can't take it back. Pawn shop.
Yeah,
Pawn. Why not pawn it?
But his feelings.
But $1,000 maybe.
Oh, probably more than that.
Like,
did you see the size of their fucking house? That's like a $10,000 ring.
I think that's an Airbnb. Or it's like their parents' house or something, because they have like...
It's his dad's house.
Yeah.
But you know he comes from that money.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's got plenty of it. This fucking house is beautiful, and I'm furious about it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't listen to like any of the relationship stuff. Too long did not read, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, he had the roses all laid out, and then he says, "You were my girl." And then he just fucks her on the counter.
Yeah.
He just fucks her right on where they make the sandwiches in the morning counter.
As if their relationship didn't dissolve painfully just now for the both of them.
You were my girl.
Let's
get
just
get panties off.
Let's get... Ew. I never want to hear anybody say that.
Okay. All right.
Oh, God. Yeah. I don't know if I'd be in the mood. I don't know if I'm getting up after my proposal gets rejected.
That's what I'm saying. Like, did his sadness get her wet, or like where did that boner come from, dude? Where did you get that boner from? Are you just because you're hugging? Ew.
Yeah.
Weirdo.
Hang on. This chick, Kristen. It's either Kristen or Christina. I'm going to say Kristen either way. Gave him the best out ever, which he chose not to take, which is I need cigarettes.
Dude, he was so eager. He was like, I'll go get those.
Yeah.
I'm on it.
Let me just get him. I want to drive anyway. Yeah. Half expected him to just never come back.
That's the whole thing. Is like, he's not coming back.
Yeah.
Why?
And then after he leaves, she puts the ring on. And first of all, you can tell it's too small for her fucking finger.
Yep.
And then she can't get it off.
Mm-hmm.
So you waited until all that emotional turmoil from him. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Let's just see how it looks on my finger, though.
Well, here's my qualm, right? Yeah, he's like, yeah, I'll go get those cigarettes. But that's like after that girl comes and like unscrews the light bulb and like knocks on the door. Oh, yeah, sure. Let me leave my wife alone where there's a stranger roaming the streets.
At least one. Now, he had to screw that light bulb back in, which means that he knows it was unscrewed, which should have been red flag number one because they came home.
Yeah.
And the light was working just fine.
That is one of the creepiest things to think about, by the way. Like, just unscrew this light bulb so they can't see me.
Yeah, my face is now obscured.
Yeah, that's so
Great.
fucking... It's a good idea if you're home invasioning, but it's so creepy to think about.
That's the first thing that is going to go through my head. Oh, this person wants in bad.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, chick knocks on the door. This is one of the three strangers. After a very bizarre interaction where she's like, is Tamara home? Which is her name in another movie that I don't remember. And they're like, nope, you got the wrong house. And she's like, are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. If I wasn't before, I fucking am now.
Oh, my God.
And then he closes the door, and he doesn't lock it.
No, he does not.
Liv Tyler's got to lock the door later.
Or does she unlock it? I don't know.
I think she locks it.
I hope she locks it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's that. Did that door have a screen door? I don't remember.
It did not.
Oh my God! What?
Because it gets axed through. You're right inviting. Away.
Not only that, it gets axed through, and then the dude that hole's not big. Only widen that up with a big shotgun blast. Come on in, friends.
Let me just help you with what you're trying to do to me here.
Yeah. But why? Oh, you need a screen door. I'm sorry.
I would agree.
If you don't have a screen door, you're inviting people to get too close to your house.
Also, you have the door open for just a little bit too long. A crack. Hey, bugs, come on in.
Yep.
Also, you live out in the middle of nowhere clearly because there's nobody around. I would say just have a screen door in that area.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what?
There's trees.
You crack that door for a second. Not only bugs, stranger's foot. Right in the door.
Directly in.
Boom. Now strangers in your house.
No barrier between you and the nightmares that you're trying to avoid by having a home in the first place.
If they would have had a screen door, none of this would have happened.
Probably.
Actually, at the end of the movie, they're like, well, why are you doing this? Because you're home.
Yeah.
That's why you don't answer the door.
At 4 a.m. Let's stop for a second. It's 4 a.m. It's established in the movie that it's 4 a.m.
Yeah.
And somebody knocks on the door. You know what they're not going to get? Anywhere near me because I'm not opening it.
Yeah.
Fuck you. I'm not home at 4 a.m. even if I am.
Yeah, for real. Lights are out. What do you? I'm out. I'm gone.
Why are the porch lights on when you're both inside and it's 4 a.m?
Who are you expecting but strangers?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. My word.
Bad. This is the second movie where somebody turns to a tub of ice cream in a moment of emotional stress.
And it's Blue Bell ice cream too. I think that's an actual brand of ice cream.
I wouldn't know.
I feel like it's a real brand in certain states, and it's
interesting,
tasty as fuck.
It's real. It's like Haagen-Dazs.
Oh, it's the Haagen-Dazs of Haagen-Dazs.
It's B&J's. Which, I mean, if Liv Tyler would have given more of those, maybe he would have been a little bit more patient with her denial of the proposal. Yeah, so he gets out the ice cream. He gets out the champagne. Great combination, I'll say.
Nothing like curdled ice cream in a champagne gut.
Yeah.
That's for sure. I love being bloated, drunk, and also full of dairy.
Yeah. So that's the trifecta of horribleness right there.
Oh, God. If we could just carbonate a White Russian, we'd be in business.
Would you just pour some bubbly into that shit? That sounds so disgusting, man.
Does.
Oh my God.
It really does.
One time, I had a wine and a beer. And so I think that's what it was. Was that?
One time you had a wine and a
No,
beer.
you know what it was? It was White Russian leftovers, which is very appropriate given what you just said.
Yeah.
And I had a bottle of wine, so it was Bailey's. And I was like, okay, I'm going to finish this Bailey's and then I'll drink the wine. Made the mistake of putting them both in my mouth at the same time. And the Bailey's curdled immediately. And I've never been that close to throwing up in my life without throwing up. If I threw up, it wouldn't have been a surprise.
Oh my God.
Damn. That's the fastest toothbrush on record. I should be in the Guinness Book for that shit.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Ew.
No, it sucked. It was a big mistake. I didn't think that was going to happen. It was a huge mistake. So, yeah. When he goes to get cigarettes, it's still like a 3/4 full bottle of champagne. He just chucks that on the lawn and leaves Liv Tyler to drink Corona beers.
Yeah. Wow.
What a dick move. Just leave the champagne for her.
No wonder she said no.
Yeah. This guy's selfish the whole movie. The whole movie he's inconsiderate, by the way. The whole time he's just like, no, fucking get back in the house.
Yeah.
Don't look at the dead body that I just created with the shotgun.
Yeah. Look at what they did to him after I shot him.
And then wonders, why she's so fucking trepidatious about spending the rest of her life with the guy. He won't even let her fucking breathe for 5 seconds half the time. It's great. On the note of that tub of ice cream, if that's your response to getting hard no'd at your ring, by that logic, my roommate proposes to a woman 3 times a week. I see him with the tub of ice cream at his computer more often than I see him with anything else.
That man's living the dream.
He really is,
he
dude.
is
I'm
living
jealous.
The damn, I wish.
It's always that Cherry Garcia.
Oh yeah, it is.
Or Moose Tracks.
Okay.
Or this other one that I can't remember. It's something like double chocolate fudge indulgence. Which sounds like cardiac arrest to me.
And which diabetes is he in right now?
Oh, he's working on both. 1 and 2, probably.
Jesus, type 3.
Yeah. It's both of them added together, yeah.
Every time these strangers knock on that door, Liv Tyler flexes every muscle in her neck. I didn't know you had that many muscles in your neck to flex. It looks like they had her hooked up to like a tens machine and they just cranked it to 10.
They just hit her with it.
Yeah, and
they add the door knock later in post. It's just somebody poking her with a pin in the back of her neck.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Fuck. So I read on the IMDb page that the reason why that happens is because she was legitimately scared every time they bang on the door, because the director would tell her that a sound was coming from one direction and then have it come from a completely different direction.
Okay, I see why. I was gonna say,
it's
like,
a legitimate fear response.
I was gonna say you're in a movie about knocking on a door. How are you afraid of it?
Yeah.
But that makes sense then. All right.
And like, so if that's her reaction though, she's got Corey Taylor's neck from Slipknot. She's got the strongest, most muscular neck on earth.
Yeah.
And she's flexing it like that all the time.
People are bending steel around that neck.
And she does a really good job of being scared constantly by everything throughout this whole movie. So that must be just her personality.
Oh, absolutely. That house has too many wall-length curtains. Like, those strangers, first of all, picked the best house.
They sure did.
Because those curtains go from ceiling to floor. You'd never see feet poking out underneath.
No, you wouldn't.
That's the place to hide.
So many good hide-and-seek winter spots in this house.
Oh, yeah.
And they take full advantage of them, let me tell you.
They really do.
Those fucking strangers. And now, I don't know. This is kind of annoying to me. These are just murderers. These are just 3 roving murderers who decide to kill people just by virtue of their existence.
Yes.
They're not ghosts.
No, they're not.
So during scenes like when James comes back from getting cigarettes, by the way, Liv Tyler says, "I'll be fine," as he's leaving, which, I mean, that means you're dead.
Yeah.
Even if I hadn't seen this movie before, I'd know the ending because you said I'll be fine.
Yeah.
I'll be fine. I'll be right back. Let's split up. Which is something that James wants to do so bad, but I'll get into that in a second. So when he comes back from getting cigarettes, the strangers are kicking it into high gear with getting in the house and trying to scare the shit out of this poor woman who's having a mental crisis. He goes back outside to see if his car works or something, and it's all smashed up. First of all, guess what? I'm going right the fuck back inside if I see that. I'm not checking out the car anymore if the windows are busted in. Nah, there's probably somebody still in there. Anyway, one of these strangers here pokes him on the back of the neck while he's bent over in the car, and he turns around and they're gone.
Yeah.
What, did he crawl under the fucking car? Nobody runs that fast, all right? There's a couple scenes in this where they're being chased by these strangers, whether they know it or not, and they look behind themselves and they're gone.
Yeah.
There might be some trees around, but it's a wide open fucking area.
Yeah, there's one scene, I think it's right after she like trips and cracks her leg or whatever.
Which, let me tell you, wear shoes when you're going outside into the woods, man.
Fair enough.
How the fuck hard is that?
You're not wrong.
She wrecks her foot because she's running around barefoot and she doesn't know the terrain enough to see a ravine. All right, you kind of deserve it.
I will note too, that dude went up to get her cigarettes. She fucking lights one up while he's gone.
Well, she had one in the ashtray.
Okay.
That was the saver.
All right.
As a smoker, I'll tell you, you don't wait till the pack's done to get more.
Fair enough.
Because that's a shaky time for about half an hour. Probably an hour given how far away from the fucking house this cigarette store is.
This was such a weird area because it's out in the middle of nowhere, but there were streetlights.
There were streetlights and like nicely paved roads and lawns and shit.
But they're in the middle of nowhere, so I don't know where they must have been like the edge of town.
I'm going to throw Colorado out there. Okay. I imagine that's the kind of place where you would see something like that. It's not necessarily I have to drive into town, but I have to at least go to like the closest gas station.
So he fucking sorry, I was reading my note here.
No, it's fine.
There was like a scene, I guess, where she's like changing because she's in the thing that they were fucking in, and she's like, well, I got to put clothes on now.
Yeah, she puts clothes on because they keep banging on the door and she doesn't want to be caught naked when she's being murdered, which I understand.
Oh yeah, she doesn't want to be caught naked, but yeah, she still steps out mid changing in her underwear being like, hello, anybody here? Anybody here? Anybody here?
Doesn't care that much about it.
If I think people are outside, the first thing I do is put pants on.
Pants are going right on me.
There's no way I'm confronting anybody without pants on.
I have a hard time going to sleep without pants on.
Right. And then James comes. Well, she thinks James comes home. The door slams or whatever. She's like, oh, James. Like, James isn't going to come home and be like, I'm here with the cigarettes.
Now, 100%, if that was me or you, I assume, we're going to announce ourselves when we come back in.
Yeah, somebody's been banging on the door like a mad person.
The chick who I'm in a relationship with begrudgingly now at this point is scared. I'm going to try and assuage that fright by being like, it's me, James.
Yep. I'm here with the thing you asked me to get.
But given his shitty attitude, I don't know if he cared that much.
You know what? He did become sort of just like a shitty guy.
Yeah.
Throughout that whole film. He was like he's like the boyfriend who didn't believe anything. Like, he's like, there's nobody here. They didn't come in.
Yeah.
I see your cell phones in the fire melting, but you must have done that.
So that was for the viewer. Neither of them actually saw that phone in the fire.
Okay.
However, what incentive would Liv Tyler have to lie about any of that?
Right.
Who are you helping? Hey, I'm going to get back at you for proposing to me by just acting like your house is being broken into. Mm-hmm. I'm just kidding. Wasn't that funny?
But no.
Do you want to marry me now?
He doesn't believe a fucking thing she says until he's like, "Where's my phone battery?"
Yeah,
it was in my old timey flip phone.
Liv. Have I been calling her Liv Taylor?
I don't know.
Liv Tyler has zero spatial awareness. There is a scene where while the banging's happen, and she puts on some music, I believe. I don't know if she puts on music then or it happens later. Either way, she gets a glass of water because I guess the Corona wasn't doing it for her. She took like 2 drinks out of that fucking thing. If there's somebody trying to break into my house, I'm drinking everything in the house. Because if I'm going to die, I might as well be wasted.
Well, yeah, but also you need broken bottles to fight back with.
That's true. So. That would be utilitous. Why not do that? Anyway, she's getting water at the fucking kitchen counter, and there's just a stranger in the house. He just pokes his bagged head around the corner.
So many scenes where they're just like,
I'm in your house.
I'm doing the face right now.
Yeah. It's a face. It looks quizzical, but at the same time threatening.
There you go.
I could be in downtown Toronto during rush hour, and I'll know if there's somebody watching me 8 blocks away, and I will hear them walk around.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck. Let alone
Spidey
this.
sense.
Yeah, this guy's 25 feet from her, and she's got no idea.
Yeah.
Especially in a 4 a.m. house, and I'm the only one in there. I'll know if like a feather drops out of a pillow in a bedroom all the way across the other side of the house.
Yeah. It seemed like it was the thing they were trying to establish, or it was just like, this is our thing.
Yeah.
It's walking him quietly behind people, because they do it a bunch.
This guy,
they're just like in the room and nobody knows they're there.
This dude has the fluffiest moccasins ever.
Oh yeah, he's walking on clouds.
Yeah, he doesn't make a sound, and he's not small either. He's thumping around that place.
Yeah, he's a big stocky man.
Yeah.
Until I realized that there were only 3 of them, I was like, why isn't anybody just putting a bag on their head to blend in?
No, I'm one of you. It's all good.
Yeah, I didn't realize that there was.
Let's kill this family, right?
Yeah. What's up, guys? I didn't realize. Oh, there's 2 bag heads. My bad. I think I'm next door, actually.
Yeah. Whoops. Oh, yeah. I got the wrong. This was your house. Yeah. My bad. I'll see you.
I'll see you at the company picnic.
I'm pretty sure he switches bags about 2/3 of the way through the movie as well. When he after he catches James by kicking him square in the face. So hard.
Is that when you're not sure if it's a kick in the face or if he's shotgun blasting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck. But the bag is like much cleaner and whiter when he comes back in. I don't know. He was just that in that truck that they drive around, which they mangled, by the way, crashing into the car when they're trying to leave. And you're still gonna just drive that? That's a pullover immediately.
Yeah.
Hey, what's this bloody everything in the truck now?
Absolutely.
Oh, whoops.
You can't drive like a car like this. Speaking of, like, when he went out there to look at that smashed up vehicle, so yeah, your thought was like, yeah, there might be somebody in the back. My thought was like, go, just get in, go.
They're
flats, you can still go.
I had that one as well, and that's sort of what I mean when, like, if he were a nicer guy to his girlfriend, it wouldn't be stay in the house. I'm gonna go out here by myself.
Yeah,
it's worked so well for us so far. And they would have both been together in the car, would have noticed that the car turns on and gotten the fuck out of there right away.
Right.
This shady shit starts happening in my weird forest house. I mean, he was planning to leave anyway with Glenn Howerton, who he asked to come pick him up.
Right.
At, again, 4 a.m. super dick move.
Yeah.
Because, well, it got him killed as well. I guess murdering him is also a dick move, even if it is by mistake. Yeah, you can drive on, take it from me, somebody who just did this for about a month, you can drive on a flat tire for a long time. I only inflated that thing maybe twice over the 3 weeks that it was flat. And yeah, no, it works.
Hey, if it works, it works.
It
man.
might fuck your tire up, but just slap the Summers on. Also, least of my concerns, right? Oh, I don't know, the hubcap's going to scrape. So's your head against the floor when you get killed, probably.
Oh, yeah.
Don't
absolutely.
stick around.
Shit. I got a cat on me.
Yeah.
Where are you trying to go?
Looking for the source of a noise when you hear one is a white people mistake.
It is.
No. Liv Tyler's sitting down on the ground and she's frightened because there's noises in the house. And then she hears one and she goes and looks. And guess what? Baghead right on the other side of the window. Surprise.
Yeah, that's probably by the way, if I open a curtain, that's the last thing I do want to see is a bag-headed man on the other side of a window.
It makes me not want to open curtains in my regular everyday life.
Yeah. And you live like way high up. Your floor is in the air.
That would be infinitely worse if I opened a curtain and saw a baghead 8 floors up.
Now, what would be worse if he had super long legs or if he had climbed up? Because I think the long legs would be infinitely worse.
The long legs. That's a cryptid. You can just be Spider-Man if you're regularly proportioned and you're at my window. But if you're just standing on the ground and looking in, I got bigger problems.
I do appreciate the responsible gun ownership in this movie. Having the bullets and the guns stored separately is always good.
Stored in a pink box that nobody would ever look in for bullets.
Yeah.
And then also having the gun dismantled and put up high.
Yeah, but see, that's the part I don't agree with, because when you need a shotgun, you don't really want to put it together.
That's true.
When you need a shotgun, there is never really time to assemble a shotgun.
No, there's not time for much when you need a shotgun in your house.
Shotguns are as soon as possible tools.
Yeah. So yeah, no, you're right. I did enjoy that. For once, it's not just like sitting on a table or under the bed somewhere for a kid to get to.
Right. That's me slapping the cat's belly. if anybody could hear that.
This movie is 100% why I never want to own a big house.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Too many places for strangers to silently walk behind me in.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, thanks.
I mean, we're up in the loft right now. I don't know what's going on downstairs.
Yeah.
I can't see downstairs. That's upsetting.
And honestly, this house ain't even that bad because you can, on any floor, stand just about anywhere and see all of it. That's what I want. I got a nice 2-bedroom apartment. I don't want it to get much bigger than that. There's already too many corners.
Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah. You need like a mirror on a stick walking around.
Sure fucking do.
So at the beginning of the movie, this dude like calls Glenn. He's like, "Hey, come get me, Glenn. I'm
things didn't go as planned."
Yeah, and
which means he ran this proposal by his friends.
Yeah,
and they were like, "Yeah, go for it at the wedding." Not the best friends you thought you had.
Yeah, no. He ends up coming early, and it's surprise, surprise, it's fucking Dennis, and and as he's sitting there calling the guy, or whatever, it was like something smashes his window.
Yeah.
And Dennis is looking for satisfaction after
that. Yeah, he is.
He
demands it.
But like he strolls in and sees the cars all smashed up. He's like, well, if I saw that, I probably would have called 911.
Oh, right away with my phone that works and is not in a fire?
I would have walked away and called 911 and be like, hey, cops, I got something for you.
Nah, I'm going to solve this problem myself with a metal bar. And I'll tell you, Glenn gets shot in the face pretty good.
Oh, he does. And you don't see it coming?
No. It was a very effective one because he only got half a hello out.
Yes, it was.
So I was like, I know he's going to die. But when?
And the whole time you're like, the little lady's creeping up on him or whatever in the mask. And you're like, oh, here it comes. Here it comes with the axe. Like they even have the axe in the hand.
Yeah. They didn't even need to. You're really just solving problems for the murderers at this point. Making their jobs much easier.
Right.
Taking food out of their murder mouths.
Yeah. Oh shit. I was at that point. Was the record skipping?
The record,
because I remember it plays some like they put on country music.
The record is skipping before James gets back with the cigarettes.
Okay, I was gonna say if I walk in a place and I hear a skipping record that nobody's fixed,
that's not a place I want to be.
Yeah, there's obviously something that's like the most annoying thing besides the shower curtain in this movie.
Was it pitch black? Is that why?
No, it's just the loudest.
Oh yeah, okay.
It just screams as she pulls its clothes. That and like a skipping record, most annoying things in the world.
Yeah. No, and like you try to establish creepiness, but I'm just irritated at this point. Like I might risk my life just to pull that needle off. I don't. Why would you do? And I understand. Nope, never mind. Lost the thought.
It's all good. After James blasts his fucking friend in the face with a shotgun.
That's what it was. He went to the motherfucker announces himself. Before even getting in the house, a lot of hellos outside. Not a single one once he got in, which probably would have saved him from getting shot in the fucking head.
Yup.
Whoops.
Yeah, if he would have gave a little whistle. Well, maybe not a whistle.
Hey, James, your ride's here.
Yeah. James,
Uber's pulled up.
I'm here. What have you done to my house? Yeah, no, whoopsie poopsie, Jimmy's dead. But after he blasts him in the face, he then takes the shotgun. He's like, no, you stay here. I got this.
Yeah.
After he proved that he shouldn't be holding the shotgun.
He's not a responsible gun handler.
No, he just tries to be the hero after proving that maybe you should be using a melee weapon.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't need
with
that
your
shotgun.
hair trigger.
Yeah, and so I assumed like when that dude ran up on him and kicked him in the face, he just shot himself. Because you don't see him for a very long time after.
You figure he just
whoops, fuck, just stumbled and ends up under his chin and whoopsie poopsie.
I would have definitely also, because that guy runs up from probably a solid. There's a 25-foot rule. I don't know if you know about this. You probably do, but in a fight between a gun and a knife, if your assailant has a knife and you have the gun, and they're within 25 feet of you, chances are they can get to you before you can aim and fire that weapon.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
However, I believe that if I heard somebody running up behind me in this situation, I would get at least one blind shot off in the direction of behind me.
Especially if you
just for safety.
If you have the shotgun in your hands.
Yeah.
I mean, the second I hear footsteps running, I'm
bang.
I'm gonna make sure it's not Liv Tyler coming up, and I'm just gonna give it.
I think Liv Tyler probably would have been like, James, if it was her. So it's her own damn fault if, once again, announce your presence. Yeah. Otherwise, you get shot.
Absolutely.
Especially after he just killed his best friend. He doesn't give a fuck anymore. I wouldn't. I'm just firing off into the night at that point.
Oh, my God.
The most effective way to console someone who's panicking is to tell them to stop.
You know what? That's the same way of like being like, oh, you're grumpy. Somebody's being grumpy.
Are you on your period?
It's the same effect. Same effect. You're just throwing liquor onto the fire.
Yeah. Liv Tyler's being nearly assaulted by 3 people at once. And so she starts to have a bit of a panic attack and he goes, stop it.
Yeah. Stop. You're being crazy.
Thanks, James.
I'm a horror movie boyfriend and you're just I don't believe a fucking word out of your mouth because I'm a ding-a-ling. Oh my God. Oh, yes. So, I mean, I'm surprised that nobody put just one. They could have put a pillowcase on their head and they would have fooled at least 2 people. 2, and then that's enough to get out of there.
Yeah, it is. Even just to make them second guess. Is that my dad? And then, bye. I'm gone already.
Fuck. And yeah, I guess there was that, and then it just cuts to like daytime. I don't remember.
So,
oh no, she tries to use that as like some ham radio.
Yeah.
Who the fuck? Like, cool, you have a ham radio. Who has their ham radio on at 4 a.m. and is just like, who's out there looking to chat? That person's not going to help you.
That entire scene, first of all, they go to these killers, these strangers.
Strange people.
They burn Kristen's phone. They take the battery out of James's phone, which was, I thought, a weird choice. Just throw that one in the fire, too. You're already there.
Yeah.
But the only reason why that ham radio wasn't destroyed is exactly because nobody the fuck has one.
Right.
None of these strangers were like, well, there's probably a radio in the garage, too. That whole scene pisses me right off. She gets all the way after busting her foot so bad.
How hard did you relate to that, by the way?
Pretty well. I recognized the shock and pain immediately after having broken my own leg in a very similar way.
You have ghost phantom pains.
Yeah.
Sympathy limps.
Limpathies. So she manages to get all the way to that garage, looks and notices that the axe is missing, which was used by Baghead there to shining his way into the house in the first place, which, first of all, there's no way the door splinters like that. I don't care how heavily you're throwing that axe around. It's going to take a couple more hits than that.
Yeah, definitely.
To make a head-size hole in that shit.
It's a thick wood door.
Yeah, that's a strong-ass old door.
It's sort of like the point of doors. That's
to be nigh impenetrable. That's, yeah.
But like, it doesn't... I don't understand, like, the paper walls.
Mm-hmm.
Because somebody runs fast enough, they can like juggernaut their way through that.
You sure can.
Just like in X-Men 3, the Rhino guy.
Yeah.
What are these cement walls?
No problem at all.
Yeah.
Bam Margera and Jackass 3 dropping into that drywall.
Yeah. It's literally that. That's the scene.
She's just trying to contact people over the ham radio. Speak louder. It's a ham radio. Not a direct link into your cranium.
The sweaty 40-year-old man who's alone in his basement cannot pick up what you're trying to say.
If you're whispering into a ham radio, which is half static anyway.
Yeah. But there's a response. There's one response out of that radio, and it's just some guy going, "Where are you?"
And it was crystal clear as well. For fuck's sake, triangulate that signal. There's this whole wall of shed tools and gardening implements, and the axe is missing. You don't think to pick up a sickle? It's fucking hanging. Any item in that shed could probably be used as a weapon.
That's the whole thing about sheds. That's where you put the pointy objects that you don't want to hurt yourself on.
Yeah.
Shovels.
Lawnmower blade.
Anything.
Yeah.
Sling blade.
You're in danger. Grab something. And then a mom stranger. I'm just going with it's like a family dynamic because you got a Baghdad and you got Baghdad.
Yeah.
Well, that's different than what I meant for it to be, but then you got porcelain doll mom and you got porcelain doll daughter.
Sure thing.
Who this apparently is her first murder. According to the end of the movie where the mom says it'll get easier next time.
Yeah.
She seems to really know what she's doing she's a natural at this.
So they kind of set themselves up for a prequel there.
Yeah. Yeah, they did. Where there's like a human interest angle to this band of ragtag killers.
There you go.
It's like a buddy cop drama after that. Mom comes in and smashes the fucking radio. And then what? Let's Liv Tyler crawl out slowly because she gets like 50 feet away from that shed before anybody notices that she's crawling on the wide open lawn, well lit by the house lights.
And it's not like she's going like 100 miles a minute.
No, she's barely moving at all.
Yeah, it's very much a snail's pace.
And so like, I don't care. They're all around her the whole time. There's no way they don't see her there.
I think I want to think that they're like, let's let her think she's going somewhere.
They're just drumming up fear like the creeper.
Yeah.
Like the Jeepers Creepers creeper.
Exactly.
He needs them to be scared, otherwise he can't smell how good their nose tastes.
I feel like they don't need her to be scared, but they do prefer her to be scared.
Do they like that better? All right. And so I was thinking, okay, if that's the case, that's acceptable. But then also I was like, man, sometimes the brain will go to some pretty insane leaps just to make something make sense when it doesn't. Okay, fine. Why are these people like disappearing like specters every time somebody turns around? Like a fucking electron. Once they're observed, they change states.
Yeah, for real. Like, not every killer needs to have like supernatural things about them. People make footsteps.
They sure, especially in the woods. In the yard woods, you're crackling every twig, especially when you're running. I don't care.
Yeah, you're telling me you've got that many trees on your front lawn, and your groundskeeper that you clearly have because that's such a big fucking lawn picks up every stick.
Every single one.
I used to do that for my great grandma. It takes hours.
Well, otherwise he loses his work visa.
Well, you know what happens? You get all those sticks picked up, a gust comes along, makes 100 more sticks.
Right away.
Trees are they're just dropping sticks. They're just big sticks that make little sticks.
That's a perfect description of what trees are.
Yep.
And they're real assholes when you want to clear lawn.
They really are. So little home invasion tip here. Look, if people are trying to break into your house and they don't care that you're home, you fucked. And if people are trying to break into your home and they're wearing masks and then they take those masks off, oh, you're fucked.
Yeah, because you know right then.
Yeah, if they're like, yeah, look at my face.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
There's nothing that you're going to be able to do once I'm done here that's going to change the fact that you saw my face.
Yeah, you pretty much should just roll over and let them stab you because that's...
I'm a witness, so I know.
Yeah.
You know, rule number 1 of home invasion is eliminate all witnesses.
Boom. Yeah.
Right there.
Or just do it when people aren't home, because you always get like this isn't my home. Whoops, my bad. Sorry, I thought this was my friend's house. And you're like, nah, you were trying to break in here.
Yeah, you sure were. That's why you came back and asked about the same person I just said wasn't here.
Yeah.
Hey, man, now I know all your motives. I know them all.
And then like she was just out in the street and she's like, she's out there watching, and that didn't like creep out the boyfriend at all.
No, let's go talk to them.
Yeah.
He goes, I'm going to go out there and talk to them.
Absolutely. She's wearing a mask. Let's have look.
I wouldn't go outside and talk to somebody standing in the street without a mask on.
Yeah, the most sensible people come out at night wearing masks in the country.
Those are people willing to listen to reason.
Those, not only reason, logic.
Yeah, both.
Those people are the most polite and well-to-do folks out just trying to help. Yeah. Absolutely.
They saw your car and figured you were in distress, and they let me put on my helping mask.
Absolutely. I don't want to get helping blood on my face.
Yeah.
You know what I would have done was take that shotgun right out there, and I'd be like, hey, how's it going? Done. Look at that. Look what I did to you. Where's your friends?
How's that for you?
Maybe you should get off my property. This is America.
It sure is. I'm not violating stand your ground laws right now at all.
Yeah.
You tried to come in.
You tried to come in, access was denied, and now you got no kneecap.
During the time when Glenn Howerton gets his fucking cat peeled back.
He peeled way back.
Yeah. They have this setup where they're hiding in the corner of a room with only one door in and out and seemingly no window. And they've chosen now to hide behind cardboard boxes, which is not the best option, but work with what you got.
Yeah.
I don't care how many best friends I shoot in this situation. I'm not going to see. I'm staying right where I am. This is, I have a shotgun trained at the only place somebody can come in and kill me. I'm here all night.
Yeah, they immediately broke rule number 1 of making a fort, and that's leaving the fort.
Yeah. It's a they forgot to write the no girls allowed on it. That's the problem. So
yes.
Girls were allowed in, and so at least 2 of these killers are women. They were going to come in
Boom.
anyway.
Yeah. You got to make it known. No girls. You can have 1, though.
Anyway, that's a fucking sick setup for defending yourself against murderers. I wouldn't leave that for anything.
It is. And like, if there's only 3 of them, if you're good, you only need 3 bullets.
Yeah.
You won't be there for that long.
And he's got pockets full. Liv Tyler made sure of that. Fucking jamming shotgun rounds into his pockets because he didn't think to do so.
And you know what you could always do if they're out in the hallway and they're like, we're in the hallway, you shoot through the wall.
Yep.
Yep.
You hear the footsteps that he's inevitably making?
Yeah.
That shotgun blast can go right through a wall.
Yeah. You think they're being tricky. They just got tricked.
I did actually have that thought as well.
You could just get tricked right in the head.
There were a couple opportunities where you could have shot through walls. I don't give a fuck. What are you worried about? Your electrical?
Yeah. By the way, I mounted a TV and I was like, we had a stud finder and it kept being like, boop, there's electrical stuff here. I'm like, how the fuck is there electrical stuff here? There's nothing there. Drilled right in there. And then I looked around the other side of the wall. I'm like, oh, there's an outlet on the other side of the wall. So I didn't die.
So you almost electrocuted yourself is what you're saying to me.
I didn't die, but I got that TV hung up.
Yeah. I've had at work people cut through wires and stuff in the midst of constructing. And thankfully, you don't die. It creates a very loud bang, though.
Oh, Jesus.
Which, I mean, if you have a shotgun and you're blowing it through, it's going to be a louder bang anyway, so who fucking cares?
Yeah,
at some point in this movie, I guess Father Baghead gets tired and he just has a seat at the fucking dinner table.
He's just like, what is this all about?
Man, this is a night, huh?
We're really losing sight of what this has been about.
Jeez Louise.
He fucking just like shakes his head and just sits down and like breathes real heavily.
Yeah. Liv Tyler's hiding in the pantry and can see this happen.
By the way, those slats in the pantry,
strongest fucking slats ever, number one, but
horizontal as hell.
Yeah, they are.
If you can see him, he can see you.
100%, especially there's light shining on her face.
Yeah, absolutely.
She's very visible.
She might as well be hiding behind Venetian blinds and have them set to all the way up.
I bet he knew all about that. He looked at the pantry twice. All I'm saying, you got all those preserves in there. Hit him with a canned good.
Yeah.
Have you ever been hit in the head with a fucking can of tomato sauce? That shit'll take you right out.
I haven't, but like I can imagine that it's a solid rock, right?
You could, in the time it takes to grab a tomato sauce and crank open that pantry door, you could get one good shot off.
Oh yeah,
just make it count.
And she's an elf, so she's got that magic.
She's got, they're supposed to be immortal. That explains why she lives at the end.
Oh yeah, she does live.
She lives long enough to scare the shit out of a poor Mormon child.
Oh,
by screaming in his face, traumatizing him for the rest of his waking life.
If I ever get stabbed and I know that I'm like, oh, this is all right. I am totally laying there until like somebody comes to help me, and then I'm like, ah,
yeah,
ah!
It might be your last chance to ruin somebody's whole existence forever.
I think we should probably these children. Full on just wander into a house where a murder has clearly taken place, and they're just like, these fucking bodies.
Let me just step over those.
Yeah, like just like looking at them like, oh boy, look at that. I ain't never seen no dead bodies before. I'm gonna go get me the book of Jesus and
get bro his poking stick. The first thing they see when walking in is like a knife covered in blood.
Yeah.
That's the fastest 180 you'd ever see me make.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. First of all, I'm not going in there because there could be another knife in somebody's hand waiting for my guts.
The door is wide open and there's a huge axe hole in it. Let's hop on our bikes and ride.
My other thought is like, hey, I don't want to be tied to this. I'm not gonna go in there and get my DNA anywhere.
Yeah, I don't want these podunk sheriffs thinking that I had like a mental breakdown because somebody in 5th grade wouldn't show me their tits for the first time.
Yeah, like I don't want to generalize, but small town American sheriffs aren't always looking for the most correct answer.
No, they're just looking for the easiest one so they can go back to the desk.
They want to get that bottle of XXX liquor that they got and
that moonshine.
And they want to just fall asleep while their like huge key ring of 3 keys just hangs delicately out of their pocket.
Those keys open every door to every house in the county.
God. Oh, they do.
That's the secret. One of them's a skeleton key. Liv Tyler, after James gets picked up and thrown into the house in order to become murdered, in a moment of silence, leaves her hiding spot and walks out of the doorway into the hallway where she knows murderers are without looking left or right. And she gets thrown into a painting subsequently.
Yep.
She fucking deserved that.
Yep.
Look left or right.
There are...
Poke your head out. Throw something.
Again.
Damn. She's got no spatial awareness the whole fucking movie.
Yeah.
She has no idea what's around her, seemingly by choice.
Yeah, there's no logic. There's no logic to that.
No.
I do that and anyways.
When you know you're home alone.
Yeah, I leave the bedroom left, right. Nobody. All right, we're good. I could continue about my way. If there's somebody, I have a machete by my bed.
Yep.
I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but I'm going to pull it out.
I'm going to try to use it.
I am going to brandish it and hope that the length scares people, which is what I, dick, penis.
Okay.
Look.
Machete in one hand, dick in the other. Which one you want?
I was thinking more, I would just, this is the same way I brandish something else, but like this is a high class podcast. We don't.
Right.
We're not talking about our genitalia.
We don't work blue here.
No. Unless we're doing like the Smurfs movie, but
I don't know. That's a horror movie, maybe only in how bad it is.
Look, David Cross is in it. I'm gonna.
Oh, is he?
He's the bad guy.
Interesting.
Yeah.
See, I didn't even know there was a Smurfs movie, let alone that David Cross was in it.
Yeah, I think he's like Gargamel or something like that.
Yeah, I think that's his name.
And I only know that from Family Guy.
Yeah.
I only know Smurfs from Family Guy. This is where the Smurfs live. Smurfs. I don't know. It was.
Is that the plural? It's a VES. It's like leaf.
Peter's like drunk and she's like, and Lois is like rolling him over. Like, what are these mushrooms in the bed? I'm choking on air real quick.
That's where Smurfs is.
Yeah. Smurfs.
I remember. So the moral of this story, I think, pay more attention to your surroundings just all the time. Liv Tyler must have said no to this proposal in the parking lot, hence why the drive back to the house was so cripplingly uncomfortable. Guess what? I'm not going home then.
Yeah.
You're still at this fucking dinner party. Glenn's at the fucking dinner party. Go home with him. Liv, you can find your own fucking way home.
Yeah.
Guess what? And given his attitude toward her throughout most of the movie, it wouldn't even be that big of a surprise for him to say that.
Yeah, for real. He was a real dickhead the whole time.
And also, fuck her for being like they get tied up at the end. They're about to be stabbed to death and they know it. I put the ring on, James. You want? Let's look at the ring.
Yeah, look at.
Oh, great! Now that I'm never gonna be able to enjoy this, though.
You could have done that earlier.
Yeah,
we would have been humping and we wouldn't have answered the door.
Yeah, it would have been just fine. Speaking of which, if I'm mid hump and somebody knocks on the door, you're not gonna get an answer.
No, not even
busy.
not even like an I'm busy. I'm just gonna be like, I'm just gonna do it quieter till I think you're gone.
Yeah, that's the busiest I ever get in my life.
Yeah. That's the one time your full attention is.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It could be the cops calling because a family member went to the hospital.
Cops are still going to be there in 20 minutes.
Yeah, they sure are.
Yeah.
Or, if you're me, 45 seconds.
Hey. No judgment here. No judgment. So out of what, 10? What are you giving this?
So I was entertained by it despite all the problems that I have with it.
Yeah.
It actually was a better movie than I remembered. I remember being very, much more frustrated with it. But I would say I'm going to give this one a 6.
Okay.
6 out of 10. I like the fact that it was shot entirely handheld. That's something that I knew about. That raised it a 1. So it gets a 6.
Oh, shit. Wow. I think this is the lowest one you've scored yet.
It is, yeah.
Okay. Usually
it's the you thing to go lower than me.
Oh, well, sometimes. I liked this one. I thought it was good. It's the first one of the series, so it's going to be the best one I think.
That's 100% true in my opinion.
I think I'll have to rewatch the second one at some point. I liked it. I got some good scares. I like that I enjoyed the shots where, even though why are these people having their like ghost abilities, but I liked all the shots where they were just like looming in the background.
That was cool. Yeah. The fact that, as the viewer, you're seeing something that even the characters don't. I like shit like that because it's like deliberately in service of you as while you're watching.
Absolutely. Yeah. They're like there, camera pans back, they're gone. I liked all that stuff. There was some good scares in it, even though they were more jump scares, which is kind of cheap, but at the same time, it's effective. It got the job done.
The jump scares, and I think part of the reason why they were more effective than they usually are is because they weren't put together in a very expectable way. Some of them, this shot would last a little bit longer than I thought it was gonna, or it would happen way faster than I thought.
Yeah.
Like when Glenn Howerton gets his fucking wig opened.
Oh, yes.
That shit got me. I was surprised by that one.
That dude running up he was running at a just an ungodly pace to get there. He was running at a pace that I get creeped out when I see people running that fast fucking for no reason.
Usain Bolt through the woods.
Yeah, what are A, you running from, A, you running to get to, or B, running to catch? If
any of those answers are me.
Yeah, and this one looks like all three of those answers are me. Yeah. No, that's pretty upsetting. You know what? I think I'm going to give this movie a solid 7.5.
7.5.
I think it had some good frights. It had some original stuff in it. Being one of the, I think it was one of the original sort of home invasion sort of movies, because I feel like that one came out and then you got The Purge and then you got the second one, and I feel like there's just been a slew of people wearing masks and kicking doors in.
More disappointing ones, definitely. This is one of the better in the whole home invasion genre, I suppose. As for the first home invasion movie, though, I would go Panic Room.
Panic Room? Okay, yeah.
I mean, it's not really a horror movie. It's just, what's his name? Guy whose name I can never remember, but he's got a lazy eye and he's big and black.
Forrest Whitaker. Forrest Whitaker.
Is it? Okay.
I'm Googling it right now.
I for sure believe you on that.
You believe me all you want. I'm Googling it just to make sure. I don't want to be racist.
The only thing I know for sure is that it's not Lawrence Fishburne.
Oh no, it's not. Forrest Whitaker. We'll throw the.
Yeah, it 100% is him.
Okay. Yeah.
Nailed it.
Boom. Panic Room 2002. Yeah. So. Good movie. I'd recommend it if you're looking for a movie to watch before bed, because you probably won't be sleeping much. Every little creak and crack, you'll probably be like, Bagman?
Fucking, yeah, your closet moves. Oh, great.
Dr. Bag?
I'm fucked.
I didn't know Jared Leto was in Panic Room.
Yeah, he's the other home invader.
Of course he is.
I'm very on the fence about Jared Leto as a person and as an actor.
I thought he was a musician.
He is. He's both.
Oh, ay.
He's also fucking Joker in Suicide Squad. And he's good in Dallas Buyers Club, but that's because he was forced to be good because Matt McConaughey was right there. What the fuck else? He's in some new Marvel or DC Universe movie about becoming some kind of werewolf in order to be immortal because he's sick.
Interesting.
It did look interesting. And then some other weird stuff. Good drink.
Oh yeah, I'm hydrated as hell.
That's what I want.
All right. Well, thanks for listening to the podcast. I guess we're hitting the 1 hour and 12-minute mark.
Not too bad. I haven't chosen a movie yet.
Okay, well, I'm just going to keep talking. I'm going to remind everybody to go to darkroastcult.com.
Let them know where we finally, for the love of God, managed to upload podcasts to.
You should be able to find us on iTunes, Spotify, and if you use Google Podcast, I think we're on there too now. Check us out. I guess give us a rating. Do we have to beg for that now? I guess now we'll be begging for ratings. Every podcast, share with your friends. We want to ruin movies for everybody. And we'll thank Andrew for making the theme to the podcast.
Andrew, you're out there killing it.
If you want a link in the show notes there. Check out his music on SoundCloud. Jay's got a list here. I'm launching. I'm going through it.
It's really short. I'm just on the IMDb looking through scary movies and trying to fucking pick one.
No worries, man. It's a big deal.
Cut out anyway. I don't care.
It's a big deal. Like, you got to pick the right movie.
Yeah.
And like the picking the right movie sets the tone for the whole podcast.
Yeah, because you know what's helping the most when I'm having option paralysis? Pressure.
Oh, well, this isn't pressure. This is me trying to explain why you're really just like taking your time and really thinking about it.
You know what, bro?
Putting full effort into it.
Yeah, because that's what I do with everything.
Absolutely. And just like, it's really important, I think, just really keep talking to fill in any sort of space.
This is killing me. All right, I got one.
Okay, what are we doing?
There were several options,
okay.
Which I was very torn on.
Okay.
We're going to do 28 Days Later.
28 Days Later, the zombie movie.
Yeah, I don't believe we've done a zombie movie yet.
No, and you know what? I haven't seen 28 Days Later since it came out.
Oh my God.
I watched it the one time.
I love that thing, so this is going to be fun.
Okay, all right. I'm in. We got a zombie movie. That's different.
Cillian Murphy, the scariest thing about the movie is how chiseled his jaw is.
I'm excited. I'm excited for a classically handsome man.
Yep, that's 100% what he is.
All right, everybody. Thanks for listening. I hope you enjoyed We'll be back next week every Wednesday. Wednesday's the day. I do
Wednesday's
declare.
a good day. We're not fighting with fucking Ira Glass this way and This American Life.
Yeah, absolutely. And like just the whole NPR scene, it's not for us, you know?
People whisper talk too much, I think.
What if we did the entire podcast like this?
And then like Family Guy, I pull open some crackers and eat them.
Welcome to the
Okay. All right. Good night. Do you have any final words for the podcast? Viewer listening. He's rubbing the microphone on his crotch, everybody. All right. First and foremost, I just want to open the gates up with an apology.
That is well deserved.
Hello, everybody. My name is Matt, and I made Jay pick. I made Jay an offer he couldn't refuse.
You know, I really wish that you had given me the opportunity to refuse this offer.
Events transpired.
Not good ones.
I've been thinking about the way certain said events had transpired, and I've been just doing a lot of thinking personally about said events and how they transpired, and I just wanted to issue the listeners an apology for forcing them to watch the 1991 hit Winter Beast.
Really sucks if you have been giving an honest effort to watching these movies before we talk about them, like we recommended at the beginning.
Yeah.
Because after this podcast, I would be ecstatic if I never heard of or spoke about this movie again.
This is one of those movies where you really shouldn't judge a book by its cover, because the cover's badass.
Nothing the fuck to do with the movie at all.
Exactly. The cover's badass.
It looked like Pumpkinhead. I was kind of excited.
It looked like a really cool monster.
Yeah.
And like the description to the movie was like, oh, these monsters of Native American legend, or oh, they're terrorizing this winter resort. There's dead bodies, mutilated bodies.
You know, people get upset when certain races are misrepresented in the media. Like, you know, the token black character, like people don't like that in horror movies.
Yeah.
I would be ashamed to be a Native American spirit.
Yeah.
If I were in this movie, or if I were ever shown this movie when I came back from the grave.
So this brings me to the next part of my apology. I'm sorry because I didn't realize this movie was the most racist movie towards Native Americans ever made, maybe.
Oh,
featuring not a single Native American. Very white folk.
You're in a small town where, you know, by all intents and purposes, there would be plenty of Native American people just in the area.
Yeah.
Because we're in the mountains. We're not too far away from, you know, forests.
But hey, there's a severe lack of them in this film.
Not one, maybe one, but it's hard. It's just like a mixed race woman.
There is one in the background.
Oh, great.
He's just standing around like in a shot.
Yeah,
I did note it. I did see the one, but
there was also a mannequin.
Okay,
in a store.
You know, I'm not even going to count that mannequin.
Yeah, no, somebody just put like a traditional headdress on it, so I don't even know if it was supposed to be. A pretty disrespectful movie.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say I am sorry, everybody. I saw it on Shudder and I was like, oh, creature feature. Yeah, this looks great. Turns out I picked a very racist movie The fact that it features only white people just really makes it all the more racist.
There's that, and then there's the way in which precious artifacts are stored, which is questionable at best.
All right, so welcome to Grindhaus Movie Club. We just go to darkroastcult.com, check it out. There's pins, there's coffee, and there's this podcast. So
yeah.
If at least one of those three things, if that interests you, like, we're still in the good here.
If you're coming into this late and you want to know, like, you haven't actually seen the movie, and you're wondering if, after listening to this podcast, if it sounds funny and is worth watching, I'll just come right and say, don't.
Yeah, really, you should not. Unless you're putting it on for people and you're like, you guys want to see some really dumb shit.
This podcast could be 30 seconds long, and it would be better than this movie if we just went, fuck this movie, see you next week.
I feel like this is going to be I feel like a lot of this podcast is going to be that. But thanks, Andrew, for making the music this week.
Yeah.
And last week and the week before that. All right, let's just.
I'm so dreading even talking about
this. Give me your spoiler. Give me your 2 sentences, 3 sentences or less.
I hate it.
Okay.
It's fucking. This is what happens when Seth Green gets given too much money, because this is Robot Chicken, the movie. This is fucking live action Robot Chicken, and fuck it.
I would see the Robot Chicken movie though. I
would rather watch Robot Chicken the movie than this for sure.
Given
they must have consulted him on the monster creation though, because the first monster that you see is like a stupid tentacle man, and I went, oh, this is Robot Chicken. Fuck, I'm so mad. And you know exactly. This is great. First of all, what's your synopsis?
Racism.
That's it, period.
Racism in the woods. Very claymated racism in the woods.
Yeah. I don't think there's a single black person in this movie either.
Disappointing racism. How about that? That's just 2 words. Disappointing racism.
Racial disappointment.
The fact that I'm disappointed because of the racism, not that there wasn't enough of it. I want to make that clear. There wasn't a lack of it. I'm disappointed because of the amount of it.
Yeah.
All right.
A lot of the time, and I've said this several times in the past, but like, you can tell what kind of movie you're getting into within the first 5 minutes. It took 25 seconds for me to know. It
took the Casio sounding intro music.
Yeah.
For me to go, oh, for fuck's sake.
This is an episode of Tales from the Crypt. So right away, because I saw the production quality on the intro credits, I looked on the IMDb trivia and I wanted to know as much as humanly possible about the production of this film. And the first and honestly only thing, nice spill on the white shirt there with the coffee.
My white shirt was a little thirsty.
Yeah.
So I gave it a little drink.
This is great. Now it's satiated.
This is why I don't wear white.
Yeah, no, it's a good point.
I always wear black, never spill.
I'm also wearing white, and you're going to notice so many fucking stains that it might as well be a brown shirt. So, just right around the top, like it's not white anymore.
I mean, now that you pointed out, I can see.
Yeah.
I can see them.
So I looked on the trivia page.
Oh, boy.
You're right, this movie did come out in 1991. However, it's important to note that it was shooting began in 1986, and it didn't finish until 89 because the people involved forgot they were making it.
Well, you get busy, you know? You got conflicting schedules, and then it's Christmas, and then you get that divorce that nobody wants to talk about, and then a couple years later, you're fudging together this claymation disaster.
Yeah, you had a decent actor lined up, and then he pulled out for a fucking Colgate commercial, which is better than this, probably.
It's given just the climate right now, I do want to apologize for this abortion. I'm sorry that I brought this abortion here.
You know, if abortion were legal, this movie would have been ripped out of the womb.
Oh boy.
Good job, United States. Way to go back in time to the Middle Ages.
Yeah, shout out to those individuals in being pieces of shit wearing robes. Yep.
You stuffy old man making choices for younger people. Now, right after this terrible intro song, this shit intro song.
Do you want to explain this intro to me? Because I didn't understand what I was looking at.
So, the main character in this movie, his name is Stillman.
Is it?
Yeah, okay. Which is funny because nothing about him, especially his haircut, remains still throughout the movie.
I just want to point this out here, just so we don't get any confusion further in this film. Nobody is a cop in this movie.
No, they're forest rangers.
There is not one single police officer.
Which is weird.
Yes.
Because people fucking die.
And
like a lot.
Like this ranger should be like, hey, I'm going to
call in the actual authorities.
Yeah, but he's taking it all on himself.
No, he's like a New York mall cop. He just decides that he's in charge.
Just way out of his jurisdiction.
Not only does he decide he's in charge, he goes, I really hate that I'm doing this in the movie. Like, this is not I don't like this job. I'm going to take the reins on this horrible massacre that's occurring in this entire town, though. So he's having a dream sequence where one of his other, like, his fucking underling rangers there is missing, and two of them, actually. And he has a dream sequence where he sees one, and his face is all burnt, and he's happy about it. But the point where I was like, I know what I'm watching was right after that you get your first fucking stop motion animation monster, which looks like in The Mummy when they first uncover the sarcophagus and the fucking mummy pops out and he's juicy as fuck. That's what this looks like with squid tentacles for arms, and they're just waving around like a breakdancer in the 80s.
I wrote down Bizarro Gumby.
Yep, that's fine.
Who's doing like baseball umpire signals? They'll like signal a curveball.
Oh, we're doing a screwball this time?
He's like having a full body seizure, and it's just like throw your hands in the air if you're having a seizure.
It looks like if Gumby just got out of a septic tank that he was living in.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you put a Gumby toy up your asshole and you pull it out, you got this monster.
And so I saw that, and then I also saw. And I believe this guy's name is Tello, this burn-faced guy, who just gets murdered. He gets murdered with no explanation whatsoever when a skeletal, like a Baron Samedi fucking shrunken head bursts out of his chest like Alien.
Okay, look, all white people look the fucking same to me. And in this movie...
It's so bad.
It's very bad. They changed their clothes.
Yeah, they can't keep a hairstyle the same for 2 scenes to save their life, anybody.
But yeah, it was very much like, hey, we just watched Alien, and now we have like...
this dollar store puppet head.
I was gonna say it looks like they bought it at Sea Jewels.
Yeah, it fucking does. And like you could tell it's hand manipulated and he's trying to get the mouth to move, but he's just squishing the face inward.
It looks like lamb chops. It looks like lamb chops, but a fucking skull and it like it crawls out of him and slithers away like a snake. But
it sure does.
It's a skull with tufts of hair and spines.
It's a head and spine. Yeah,
it's like a head, and I don't. There's no reason for it to be coming out of this man.
No, like an anaconda.
It's not his skull because he's still.
He was late for singing "This Is the Song That Never Ends" to a group of children.
Fuck.
So anyway, while you get to see Burnface dude in this dream sequence, if you look in the background, you can see Stillman, the character, in the reflection of a mirror standing there doing nothing but having a small seizure.
That happens a couple times.
Exactly. The continuity and like... I was like, okay, now I'm aware of what quality of movie I'm ready for when they didn't... It's like they didn't even watch it after they edited it together.
No.
Fuck it. There's a part where the woman who's goddamn... Bradford is her name, which is weird, because I don't think you ever get to hear her first female last name. They're just talking.
The fact that you're hearing any of these names...
I paid really hardcore attention because I needed to.
Dude, guy... person, that's all I wrote.
So they're like walking down the sidewalk in this town, her and Stillman.
Hold on. You forgot the most important part of this guy's dream sequence.
Oh.
For some reason, the dude with the face all burnt, he stands up and starts pulling his guts away.
Yeah, he does.
And he's got a look on his face like he's watching 2 girls make out.
Yep. Huge fan of just ripping his own flesh.
He's just like pulling his skin off like,
look what I got. And all I was getting at there was there's a scene where they're walking and they're having a conversation, and then it cuts to 2 close-up headshots, and the chick has a fucking beret in her hair out of nowhere. Suddenly, and like you didn't even... Did you stop for the weekend?
They forgot they were filming. What are you gonna do? That was probably filmed like 8 years later.
Oh my god, dude, you're right. And then so claymation octopus. We're about chicken the movie.
It's like a dollar store action figure that came to life. That's the best way to describe it.
They make no effort to explain what you're watching until like 10 minutes into the movie.
There's also like 18 different monsters.
Yes,
that have
reason.
Zero name, zero explanation.
Well, one of them is Groot.
Well, yeah,
100%.
This one is fucking Groot.
Yeah.
And then there's Groot. There's the fucking spine snake.
Yeah.
You got the large chicken lizard.
And you have just a man in devil makeup.
So it's a wild variety.
Tyrannosaurus Rex. For some reason, it's just a dinosaur.
Yep.
I don't understand why they chose these. First of all, what the fuck is Native American about a dinosaur?
See, I was really like, with the description of this movie and what I started to watch, like, I was like, oh, is this going to be totem poles coming to life?
That's what I thought.
But yeah, then no, there's no dinosaur. There's no, like, and there also, like, there was, like, a turkey that did, like, it was, like, cawing like a rooster, chicken crow thing.
It was huge for no reason. Also, it just reappears and disappears like it's not the size of a building during that whole scene. Fuck that scene too. Fuck that whole scene. That's my least favorite part of the movie.
We're not even 2 minutes in because we haven't talked about the fact that there's boobs.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So this dude who had the dream.
Yeah.
I don't know. Cut to like he's at work.
Yeah.
They're in like a forest ranger's cabin that. I gotta tell you, it looks like a tool shed.
It does,
and
it probably is. They just added a desk.
It's full of Native American artifacts and pornography.
Yeah, pornos everywhere.
Yes, and nobody mentions the fact that the pages are all stuck together.
Yeah,
he flips through the book and they rip and tear and they're wet.
First of all,
the pages are still wet.
Number one, it's Stillman, this head ranger and his assistant ranger with curly hair who's got a bad attitude and sunglasses the entire movie.
I think he had just transferred from the big city. That's the nobody mentions it, but that's the impression that I get.
He says some shit about like Brooklyn or something like that. Anyway, now and then there's a guy who reportedly found the other one, Bradford, in the woods, and he's just sitting there. He's not being questioned or anything. They're just sitting there together, rifling through porn as best friends. Who in the fuck does that? Who watches porn with your buddy?
And it's not even that. It's like this is. I mean, in the 80s. Obviously, 86, hopefully they started filming chronologically because...
I can guarantee you they didn't.
The language they use in this scene,
the
older it is, the better they look, I think. Because
you're 100% right.
Because what's he do? He pulls up the thing, he's like, hey, check this out.
Yeah.
What are you, gay?
Right away.
He's like, oh, you're looking away? I'm trying to show you this porn. You're not one of those funny guys, are you?
Yeah. Hey, I'm no homosexual, pal. Is what he fucking says.
And this is like, I used to know a lesbian who had tattoos like you. Your name's not Ogre, is it? These are lines from the movie. These are actual lines.
We are not making these up, man.
The dude who found this body is wearing plaid on plaid.
Yeah.
Red plaid with a yellow plaid vest over it.
Like a real-ass lumberjack.
Yeah.
That's as lumberjack as you can get. Also, if Monty Python is to be believed, pretty good indicator that you're gay as well.
Hey man, I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay.
Exactly.
I work all night and I work all day and I sleep all night, but that doesn't rhyme.
Well, it's okay or all right.
Okay.
Depending on the version.
Okay. Yeah. That all right would fuck it.
Oh, Bevins.
Yeah. So
first thing I notice, and this happens. They waste no time having this happen in their movie. Whole scenes of dialogue are overdubbed in post. As a matter of fact, during this porn rifling through scene, when Stillman shows up after he's done interviewing the guy, his mouth isn't moving while they're talking. That's how bad it is.
And it's really bad. I didn't fucking notice.
They didn't even bother to hide it at all. It's a profile shot and his mouth is so closed. Not that you can tell very well throughout the majority of this movie, because apparently the actor who plays Stillman is allergic to opening his mouth larger than 2 inches when he's talking.
It's the mustache.
Oh my God. Which also changes in length and bushiness throughout the film.
Yeah, but it's that nice color of blonde where it really blends in with his flesh, and sometimes it just looks like he is having like an allergic reaction with a fat upper lip.
That's accurate. So yeah, the fucking porn that he's looking at that he gets handed by his fucking coworker, the pages are so stuck together that holes become ripped in them as he's right. Why would you not stop handling the magazine? Period.
Why would you handle the magazine?
Oh, thank you so much for this porno mag that you probably used in this ranger station where there's nothing to do but jerk off and look at totem poles.
Yeah, just slap it out of his goddamn hand. But no, he flips through it like he's going to find some information that he's looking for.
A lot of pages he goes through. A lot of stuck together pages.
And yeah, it's like, he's like, one stuck together. Oh, okay, that's it, right?
Fine.
No, the next one is so stuck together that it rips.
Yeah.
And like, you can see that it's wet.
Yeah. You lose like a fifth of the page.
The page is shiny. It's shellacked, and nobody says a damn thing about it.
When it comes to pornography magazines that are glued together with the semen of another person, I'm a one and done kind of guy. I you know, and that's just me.
You don't finish the novel and pick up another one.
I don't even finish this session. That's it. We'll try again in a few hours.
Oh shit! At about 8 minutes and 30 seconds into this movie,
I have no idea what's going on at all.
Okay. Sunglasses cop kind of looks around and he goes, "You know what? All this what he uses backwoods artifacts are creepy."
Backwoods. So you mean, traditional Native American artifacts?
Yeah, he's like looking around. He's like, every time I look around, and they're looking back at me.
Mm-hmm.
And he calls them creepy backwoods artifacts.
They stopped just short of just saying Redskins the whole movie, I feel like.
Oh my god. And then the other guy's like, they just accumulate dust. I don't think they're much of a threat. And then all of a sudden I was like, so it's all right, that's the movie.
Yeah, credits. Gimme. You see more tits in the first 12 minutes of this film than in every Friday the 13th movie ever.
You do.
There's so many. And a pair of them are attached to a woman who gets murdered by a tree.
Okay. Oh my god. Yeah. So she pulls her shirt off and then just casually like stretches, which I get.
Yeah.
I don't know. When I pull my shirt off, I'm putting another one on immediately.
I frown away.
That's just the way I feel.
Yeah, we clean that up with another shirt.
Yeah, no, she looks out the window. She doesn't put her shirt back on after hearing a noise.
She hears a creepy noise outside at night in a cabin, and she just topless. What if there was somebody out there menacing? Now they have a reason to be. So you just gave them a reason to come in and touch those.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Against your will, most likely.
But no, she's there. She kind of goes, oh, and then I don't know what she does, but she like moves toward the window. She moves away from the window. She's up against the wall, just kind of like no reaction to this big old man's fist that's coming through it's a bloody person's fist.
We do this thing.
On the
in
other
this
side.
Fucking movie where it's POV shots from the monster's perspective.
Yep.
And they're always just a 6 foot tall person holding a video camera.
Yeah.
And then we cut to the claymation part where they're 3 stories tall.
And it's very much like it's claymation in front of a picture of the background.
Yep. And it's definitely like a toy house.
They're doing like the least amount of work to get these monsters into the film. Because I think they filmed this whole movie and then like in the last like 6 months they're like, fucking monsters, all right!
We forgot the monsters!
They like sat down and like cut it together and like, so we don't have any monsters.
Oh, but I already put together the poster with a giant monster on the front.
Oh, okay.
Right, what's your son doing for his high school final project?
I'm going to need you to run to Dollarama and pick up as much brown clay as possible.
And we're just going to use ketchup, and we're going to try our best to shoehorn these monsters into this movie that you never, ever see an actual actor in the same shot as these fucking monsters. They just make little people out of clay and smash them against buildings, for fuck's sake.
My favorite one is the giant, the dinosaur, because it takes a bite out of what is clearly a paper photo of a man going.
Yes.
And he's like got his hands up in the air and he's screaming, and then it comes down and that's that.
My favorite one is it's the same guy getting attacked, but it's a different monster at a different part in the movie. I think it's around the time that he goes and checks out the totem pole with the dead bodies on it that they just never remove, despite the fact that it's a crime scene.
Yeah, well, they're not cops. They can't touch that shit.
Call the cops. I'm just saying. He gets picked up and thrown by this monster. I think it's the head alien.
Yeah, I did notice this.
And then they cut back to him just running away.
He like stumbles backwards, but
he's in the exact same position he was before he got picked up, allegedly.
The monster picks him up, and then just cut to him safely on the ground and
just fine, leaving slowly.
It's so good. We get like a Friday the 13th bit where remember when Jason reached through the window and she like backs into his hand?
Yeah.
I feel like that exact thing happened with this lady and the tree monster.
This dumb cow had all the time in the world to get out of that cabin.
And put a shirt on.
And put a fucking shirt on. Instead, she just stands by the wall yelling. For like 13 seconds it happens.
She does not yell. She just looks.
That's even worse. She lets mouth agape. They overdub the fucking lines.
She doesn't even look terrified.
Oh my
She's
God.
just like there in the room and they're like awkwardly like, look awkward. Look as awkward as possible.
Yeah, this is peak acting. I was like, okay, where did we get these people? A bus stop?
These people, I really enjoy that they probably had no idea what the monsters actually were supposed to look like. They're just like, all right, here comes a monster. The monster's coming.
I'll tell you what I think is that the only one that they were aware of was the actual person with makeup on. They probably never ever saw. They might not even have known that there were more monsters than just that in the movie.
They probably couldn't get that actor who played the devil monster back.
Yeah.
So it's like, all right, we gotta.
By the way, it's just a man on stilts. They don't even try with that.
Are we sure he's on stilts? He's not just a man? Because the stilts...
If he's a man, he's about 7 feet tall, because there are some scenes where he does a little bit of towering.
Okay.
Now, it might just be perspective shots, but I don't want to give the filmmakers enough credit to assume that they know how to do that.
Yeah, I feel like a man on stilts is just more impressive than a man, and I don't give them that much credit.
They have a scene where they're fucking... I'm going to be so all over the place because I refused to watch this movie again to bone out.
So is this movie.
Yeah, it is.
I sat there and I did watch it, and it just cuts from scene to scene, and there's no stitching.
The only way that you know there's progression of time is like sometimes it's night.
Sometimes it is.
That's it.
A lot of the time they're in a building where you can clearly see the edge of the set is just plywood. And they don't even crop it in. It's just there, and you go, that's very thin wood.
We got fucking, oh my God.
I'll tell you what we cut to is them going to this creepy lodge.
Yeah.
Where you've got like the American version of Dieter. Dieter Laser here, who is apparently a comedian. And he's raffling off some fucking toaster. A
toaster that he says to the ranger they just found on the street.
Yeah. Oh, he thinks he's getting shaken down for having first of all, a raffle permit.
Yeah.
You think the park ranger's down here for a raffle permit?
What the fuck even is that?
It's probably nothing. It's probably one of those things the cops make up to get a little more cash.
Oh, I own a percentage of these ticket sales for this raffle. Oh yeah, here's 10 cents.
He's really put his thumb right in there.
This lodge looks like a methadone clinic.
That's
does. How bad it is.
It looks like they went to Dollarama. No, not even. They went to Value Village.
Yeah.
Not even Goodwill. They went to Value Village.
They went to a bad one, yeah.
And they were like, what can we get for $48? And they said, this garbage right here. What's it for? We're going to decorate the set to a terrible film.
Yeah.
And it's going to be the set to a shitty lodge where there's 3 old people suffering through an old man's terrible joke.
Mm-hmm.
And they go, okay, so we got the starburst clock. We've got the garbage. We've got the sign that says bend over and touch your knees. And then there's small font where you can't read it, but you know it's something about a butthole.
You know what it fucking says?
I don't. What does it say?
Let me just go through my notes here.
All right. While you go through your notes, I'm gonna give you the punchline to this guy's joke because he's telling a joke to all these 3 old people.
I need to hear this fucking dumb joke.
All right. Well, the punchline is, you think that's bad? Her sister is twice as fat. And there is a roar of applause and laughter that...
This is the fucking funniest joke. I think he stole this from Dane Cook.
Oh, my God.
I have no answer about that shit. Anyway, fucking... No, I can't find it. I'll find it. but I can't right now. Bend forward and touch your toes, and I'll show you where the something goes. Is the fucking rhyme?
I don't like it.
Bend over and touch your toes, and I'll show you where the wild goose goes, because this is the Wild Goose Lodge. So the first thing, and that's right at the front desk when you check in. So the first thing you see when you get to this lodge is a guy named Sheldon, who's kept his haircut from childhood.
He looks like a mortician,
and he's sort of indirectly threatening to stick a bird in your ass.
Yeah, and then
stay for an extra night.
Absolutely. Because if you don't, he's gonna fucking kill you, and they won't find you because he's the mortician.
He must be. Do they say that he is?
No, but look at him.
Yeah.
Look at him and tell me he doesn't just fucking chill with dead bodies.
He wears the kind of suit that you would expect his bow tie to spin and seltzer to come out of his fucking the flower in his chest.
And he doesn't even seem like a lodge guy.
No.
He seems like a bad lemon used car salesman.
Yes.
But he
sells fucking Volkswagen bugs.
Apparently his family has lived on this mountain for years. Yeah. And whatever these cops are here for, he doesn't want him poking around. He's the most suspicious guy in the entire film. And nobody's like, hold on, I'm actually going to go look.
He's got a really great attitude for somebody who is literally getting in the way of a missing persons investigation the whole movie.
Yeah, he talks down to these rangers like he's the mayor, and they're like the cop under his thumb.
Yep.
But he's just a guy who runs this dirty old lodge that he just reopened.
Also, fuck this guy, because you could tell during that talking head scene that he's reading his lines off of a card behind the camera. Yeah. You can just watch his eyes move back and forth like a shitty news anchor.
Yeah. There's a few times where people are like definitely looking at their lines or like into the camera by accident.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you got this guy. We could talk shit about this old man for so fucking long.
It's a fucking nightmare.
And honestly, he's got a lot of parts in this movie that we're going to get a lot of opportunity to do that.
Yeah, we sure are. This fucking second ranger dude with curly hair and the sunglasses that he wears at night indoors during the day, just always sunglasses.
Well, that's how you know that we're talking about the sunglass ranger.
Yeah, this fucking the guy who finds this woman, which we don't even talk about how they found the woman because she's so fucking inconsequential in this movie. I think she has like 10 lines. Bradford, the ranger who goes missing and shows up bloody, and she just goes, "It was bad," and then we cut to this like it just never.
Yeah,
you fuckers with this movie.
They tried their best to really get it as fast as they could.
I hate it. I can't stand it. This fucking second ranger just like clearly has an out in the open drinking problem. So much so that the guy makes him fucking empty a flask out halfway through. Like, I need a drink for this. And everything in my life, actually.
What does he say? He's like, hey, you want a little... When he like first offers it to him?
I don't remember.
Oh, but I don't know. He drinks it. He's like, oh, this is shitty whiskey. He's like,
yeah.
It's real good whiskey.
It's got the bite that I need. Some shit like that.
He's like, what do you think gives me my courage?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, as a career alcoholic, I only drink whiskey that hurts to drink.
Yeah. Well, that's how you know you're drinking it.
Yeah.
Right?
Otherwise, how would you?
If it doesn't make you go, oh.
Yeah. If my body doesn't tell me I shouldn't be consuming it, why bother?
If I don't have the immediate urge to chug like a gallon of cola, I'm not drinking whiskey.
Apparently, this is so off topic, but if you, I just found this out via TikTok, if you don't like drinking Coke because you don't like how much sugar is in it and you feel like you're unhealthy, if you put balsamic vinegar in with some fucking other ingredient, it tastes exactly like Coke.
No.
Soda water. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. I don't like vinegar.
That's like the worst fucking bubbly ever.
It sounds like a rude thing you would do to somebody.
Oh, this Coke is delicious. It's fucking vinegar. Get out.
Oh my God. Yeah, if you ever do that to me, I will throw up. I think I'm going to know the difference between Coke and vinegar.
I would hope. So during this they're trying to get this lodge owner's assistance with this person who's missing on his mountain.
Yeah.
And he's like, don't scare my guests.
Yeah, come on now.
They're probably fine even if they're dead.
My 3 old people need to go to bed in their respective rooms.
During this scene, a fist fight just happens with no consequence at all to anything.
Well, I mean, they're getting in a fight because the guy's just trying to make conversation and he's really bad at it. That's the whole thing. Is like, hey, buddy, I'm just trying to make conversation. Well, you suck at it. Yeah. And then they just start punching each other.
And then nothing happens.
Well, the old man goes, whoa, what's going on here? Who the fuck are you? And that's that. Yeah. And end of scene.
End of scene's done.
And it happens to be the guy who found the body earlier, who also happens to own and run the Native American souvenir stand.
Yeah, he runs the fucking Indian tchotchke. Let's point out, by the way, they call Native Americans Indians. This whole movie, they do that.
They sure do. And they sure do.
This guy has about the same level of respect for Native American artifacts that he's trying to peddle, that he probably put together himself with a hot glue gun in the basement, as his dildos.
Yeah, we should probably talk about that scene where he's like, guys, I need you to keep an open mind about this.
Before this happens, they go and he shows them a bunch of totem poles in the woods that have actual human bodies attached to them with no idea how long they've been there, and they just do nothing.
Well, again, they're not cops.
They just let that be.
Well, you call the ranger and he's like, well, is there a forest fire?
Yeah.
No?
I can't really do too much.
Can you start one? If you could start one, I can be there in 10 minutes, all right?
My job is basically carrying around a bucket of water.
I will get reamed if I go all the way out there and there's no fire.
There's no fire, and there's no just abandoned camping tent with garbage strewn about that I can be upset about.
Well, that you just described a whole park ranger's job, so
yeah.
If you're a park ranger and you're listening, we're sorry, but I hope you've got the same Dracula porn music to listen to while you roam around the woods as these guys did.
All of these fucking people, when they try to walk off camera to progress a scene, have the bumbliest time getting around the camera to leave. They like walk directly at it, and then there's always this second where you can tell in their heads they're like, "Oh, you going that way? Because I was gonna. Oh no, we should go this way. Let's just go separate ways." Please.
There really is, and oftentimes they look into the camera to go,
Fucking, they sure do. No care at all for anything in this movie. I love it.
And this is right here on Shudder. You could watch this if you got a Shudder subscription. This one's right there on there for you.
So during this totem pole scene, we hear. I've seen this before. I saw it in a dream twice in quick succession. Mm-hmm. They shot it twice. They put both versions in the movie. It's the exact same scene twice. And then this photographer who runs the fucking native trinket store, he just has a hole in the dick of his pants, and they just leave it.
I didn't notice that.
He's clearly ripped the dick area of his pants because you could see his inner fucking thigh, and they just go, he probably brought those pants from home.
Oh my God. Is this the same scene where the lady's like, something's going bad here. Something's going wrong.
Yeah.
And then they all stand in a line as if they are on their album cover.
So this is like when I took photography and video in 12th grade, they taught us about a lot of different amateur film techniques for the artistic in us that look good but serve no purpose. And having the fucking Bee Gees come out from behind each other 3 times in a row and just stand there as if people ever stand staggered and talk to each other like that is a perfect example of that shit.
Oh my God.
I expected them to start singing Staying a fucking Live.
I was, if just fade to black and like one spotlight comes down on the 3 of them.
Yeah.
And
then is this a real life or is this just a fantasy?
Yeah, no, you get the one guy going like, oh man, they're just like totem poles or whatever. It's like, I think they're an ugly piece of shit. Like, yeah, they're horrifying. There's dead bodies on them.
I wrote, can we have more Native Americans shoved down our throat, please? And then I felt bad about writing that because they do such a bad job with it.
Yeah, they do.
They tried so hard and failed. Miserably.
Oh my God.
Is this a fucking student film? I saw that shot and I was like, oh jeez. That was like something that you'd see on a syllabus for a final project.
I mean, if it's a school project, if this is a student project, it took 5 years to make. You didn't graduate that first year. You had to keep fucking making it.
He forgot about it because he kept having to repeat 11th grade.
Had fucking exams to go to.
Yeah. I hate it. I hate that. And then, there's that conversation with the fucking hair tie that just appears out of nowhere. Mm-hmm. And that's when I noticed that Bill Whitman is, or still, whatever the fuck, is allergic to opening his mouth. He hates it.
He hates it.
He must have just like terrible teeth.
Maybe that's what the mustache is for.
Yeah.
He probably has those like 90s teeth. That's a thing.
Yeah. And that's a problem in this movie too. Like from a technical standpoint, there's expositional dialogue in the worst way. Like two people having a conversation about something they would never ever talk to each other about because they both just saw it.
Yeah, but they got to fill the audience in.
They sure do.
I hate that so much. And that's all this movie is like, hey, that guy we saw 3 weeks ago. Remember how weird he was?
He was weird, wasn't he?
He has anything to do with this?
With what? The Native American body totems in the woods, in the wilderness, up here on the mountain where we all live and work?
Yes, I am a police officer, and I will be going down to the police station on 32 Franklin Boulevard to look into this, as I do every day.
Yeah, and we will speak to the people there.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, it's real bad. I mean, I think we just did a perfect rendition of like three to eight scenes in this movie.
So here's something, 3 to 8,000 minutes of the movie. So here's something interesting about competent filmmaking. When you make a movie well, guess what? The audience is already fucking clued right in because they have eyes and brains and they can interpret things based on the content.
Yeah, imagine telling a story without actually having to tell the story.
Oh, man. Imagine telling a story using a visual medium where you literally tell the story with words instead.
Nah, you know what? I think I would rather a script just scroll across the screen.
Yeah, they could have just done that and then had some pictures of some dolls.
Yeah, it could have cut to the thing with, you know how Star Wars does it, where they just fucking, hey guys, a lot of shit's been going down. Let me catch you up real quick with these words.
Yeah.
They might as well have done that, and I would have...
It would have been more effective.
It would have.
As far as learning what this fucking movie's about. Oh.
Yeah, still calling them Indians. I wrote that down right there. They didn't bother to maybe figure that out.
Really noticed that fucking Bill's mustache. I wrote, Bill's mustache undulates like an elephant's foot in Chernobyl. It's just constantly getting bigger and smaller. It's like a centipede that's pissed off.
Ugh. I think this is about the time, because they go back to Mr. Sheldon and I don't know.
This is it. And this is where he's got these native masks behind him.
Yes, he does.
This is some Halloween Town shit that they just painted. I swear to God. You went to the pop-up Halloween store, you got some masks, and then you made them look like what you thought in 5th grade Native American masks would look like.
They did, and they make no effort to try and hide the fact that these are plastic masks, that they're...
You can see the little mouth slits.
You can see the thing on the back that you would hang it off of a hook.
That's
on
what
the
they used to hang it on the wall.
Oh my God. But yeah, these masks, at some point, you hear a monster just... By the way, there's one monster sound repeated over and over and over and over again. So you hear this monster sound, and then these two white people just look at the Native American masks.
For a long time.
Yeah, as if to go, bet it's that.
There's a thing in this movie that I noticed super prevalent. Scenes in general last for such a long time that it's painful.
It really is.
Especially when nobody's saying anything.
The whole ending to this movie is a long fight scene where nobody says a word, but they have like an understanding, a mutual understanding, you know?
And that's right after another extremely long fight scene where the only time you see anyone interact with a threat is that fucking plastic version or paper version of the guy who gets bit.
Yeah.
The rest of the time, it's them running around an abandoned neighborhood, getting stuck in places.
Yeah, oh my God, what I don't understand are the locations.
They don't make any fucking sense at all. First of all, it's called Winter Beast. They shot this shit in like March.
Well, technically, it's supposed to be fall.
Oh, great, even worse.
Because like at one point they just cut to pumpkins and like a taffy cider stand. And
they do.
And they're like, it's the foliage festival.
Yeah. But where's the Winter Beast?
Yep, Fall Beast.
Fall Beast.
No, but so they're on location at this place, and it's just some rundown white houses.
Yep.
Abandoned, just white houses. Like, why are you there?
And they're just like going in and exploring as if they're going to find some answers in here.
Yeah, as if there's secrets hidden in like these. They just look like tool sheds.
Also, they barely, like, it almost seems like they couldn't unlock some of the doors to these houses because they just fuck around on the porch for 30 seconds and then move on to the next one.
It seems like they were like, we don't have permission to be here.
Yeah.
Let's be as quick as possible.
And then fucking this idiot ranger just steps in a hole.
Yeah, I missed the part where he stepped in the hole, but all of a sudden he's neck deep in a fucking hole.
And you can see him, like, he's acting like he's trying to get out, but you can see him pushing his body into the hole.
Yeah, you can. There's another really good scene where it just cuts to this guy rappelling down a cliff.
Yeah.
And then you got fucking Wiggly Arms
Evil E.T. up there with 4 arms.
Yeah, oh, that's right.
Yelling and breaking his neck while he's yelling.
Doing the same, like,
yeah. Every monster makes this noise.
Over and over again. And drooling just cum.
Yeah, I don't know why they wanted to make the saliva whiter than it should be.
But you see this thing like grab the rope. This dude's rappelling down a cliff for no reason, and then he has to act as though the rope is just giving him just a wriggly trouble.
Yeah. So but he's just like wobbling around. Yeah.
Yeah, it's him just shaking the rope and trying not to look like he's shaking the rope.
Here's the thing about rappelling: just because somebody's grabbing the rope up top doesn't mean you can't rappel down it.
Yeah,
that's what rappelling is.
Yeah,
you had the gloves on. You're just sliding down the fucking rope. Keep sliding down the fucking rope then. If there's a monster grabbing it.
Yeah, go away from. Don't go,
Oh, I'm stuck. No, you're not.
They cut to icicles falling and you hear him go, oh. And do that. The monster, the claymation monster pulls the claymation rope up and all of a sudden this man is just, it looks like a 5-year-old made him in a second.
Yeah.
And what's he do? He like grabs him and just like lobster claws his head off.
Yep, that's all that happens.
That's that.
You don't even get to see that monster again.
Who the fuck was that guy? That monster is on the cover of the goddamn... It's the main monster in the fucking picture.
And it doesn't even look like the cover.
No, it looks nothing like it.
Oh, and like they didn't even give these things eyes half the time. Like they didn't even try even remotely.
Yeah, it looks like 2 just thumbprints.
Also, tell me exactly why during this scene there's 30 seconds of water just being filmed. They just put in a shot of a babbling river for 30 fucking seconds of movie. They
were really trying to. They had probably an amount of time they had to hit.
Yeah,
and they're just stretching it out like when you put in like at and the and all those little words.
Yeah,
just to make your essay just a little longer.
Ellipses, just 3 dots in a row.
Just really padding because there's no content. Mm-hmm. They're like, well, at least look at the nice waterfall.
This is a 30-minute movie that they made over an hour.
Yeah.
At most 30 minutes.
I think they had to cut to that because really, you can only look at this guy shake a rope he's hanging from and make it look like maybe something's wrong. You can only do that for like 2 seconds before you go, oh, he's just using his arms to jiggle the rope.
Also, it's, what the fuck is it called? Fucking A&R, A&D, something like that? Audio recorded in post-production?
Yeah.
So their best way, their best version of like a panicked scream is that whoa, that's the best one that they recorded. You couldn't just keep them for another 10 minutes to do another take.
I think this whole film might have been a one take.
I wouldn't be surprised.
They just like nailed it because they were like, God, we don't have permission to be here.
They probably did a weekend and then just fuck that movie. I forgot all about that.
I'm going to get the gang back together for one last scene where everybody's aged 4 years.
Nobody even looks. There was a part in this movie where they're, after like a bunch of shit happens and they're just sitting in the ranger station. And I thought they just changed the actors of one of the characters because there is a guy in sunglasses standing in there. And I was like, so they just did that and expected nobody to notice. But then he fucking shows up later. So I was like, okay, good.
Yeah, I guess, you throw another pair of sunglasses in there. And I don't know who the fuck I'm looking at.
That was my expectation of this movie by that point.
Oh,
so we meet or we don't meet him, but we go and we talk to this expert on Native American artifacts disrespectfully. And he goes, well, this is something you'll want to see.
Yeah, please keep an open mind about what I'm about to show you.
And then he opens a box to pull out a tooth from what he believes to be one of these creatures.
Yes.
Yes.
It's a necklace with like a tooth on it.
A very large tooth. And then he goes, Now, I spoke to an archaeologist or some shit like that, and he told me that this is probably a walrus tooth, but I think it's a creature. Actually, you know what? Guess what? Problem solved. It's a fucking walrus tooth because the expert told you it was one. You don't know shit. During this whole scene, however, we make no mention of the fact that inside this box with your important artifacts is a fucking big white dick. A big white rubbery dick that he just bats aside to get at the tooth. And nobody says nothing.
He pulls the tooth out as if it's like the most upsetting thing in the box.
Here's this dick. Don't mention it, though.
Yeah, keep an open mind about this walrus tooth.
Explain to me why and where that came from and happened.
Oh, my God.
You don't have more than one fucking valuables box, number one. Number two, whose dick is that?
That's a good question.
Is it supposed to be real? Number three, where's your wife at? Because she probably is one in charge of that thing.
Fuck.
And then I snapped and I just said cut to the next scene faster because they're doing that fucking thing where they let it linger for a minute and a half.
Yeah, and they really, like, just fuck this movie.
Yeah.
Dick in a box.
Dick in a box. I wrote that shit right down.
At least go, hey, what's this?
What's that? Please.
You got a napkin? I don't want to touch this thing directly, but it is on top of the tooth.
Yeah. The important shit is underneath this horrible thing you've used recently, I'm sure.
Like, okay, so when he brings the box out, he's like, I got this from a guy who got this from a guy who, like, took it off of a dead body that was supposed to have been killed by this monster, and it's supposed to be a charm to protect you. Nobody ever tries to use this thing as a charm.
No, they sort of just forget it exists, huh?
Yeah, well, it was in a box with a fucking dick in it.
Yeah, I'm not wrapping that around my fucking neck.
So I figured that the dick was like a dried dick that they also took from the guy who was killed, but... At that point, why are you taking this man's dick? He's already dead. Leave his dick intact. What are you doing?
This guy's like a serial killer, and these are his fucking trophies. Dick, teeth.
Maybe he just, like, he brought the box, and he forgot to take the dick out, and he's like, maybe they won't notice. Maybe they won't notice. Nobody's making mention of the dick.
Let me tell you, a guy who I've just met, like, this week, he's trying to show me some shit because people are dying and missing. And he opens a box with a dick in it. I'm not saying shit. I'm not saying a fucking thing. My
favorite part is he's like, yeah, so he says it's a walrus tooth or whatever. It's like he took it off this monster. And the guy's like, I don't think he'd lie. Good sir, you've been lied to. There's a dick in this fucking box. You've been lied to.
Anybody who hands you a box with a dick in it is not a trustworthy person anymore.
Like, it's just like, I just looked at him and he's pretty trustworthy. He doesn't look like he'd lie. I'll give him a pass. Yeah, there was a dick in the box. I'm gonna overlook that.
I might be dismembering and keeping penises, but I'm gonna tell you the fucking truth about it.
Oh my God, cut to, I don't know what the fuck.
Two hikers.
Two 90s haircuts. Just finding a briefcase, like Paddington Bear's briefcase in the woods. That's all it is. And they touch it and then a monster.
Yeah. And then, like, they get attacked by this fucking monster. And for some reason, this dumb bitch reaches for the briefcase like it's a rock to hold on to or something.
Yeah.
She's like trying to take the briefcase with her. And it doesn't make any goddamn sense because you just found, grab a tree.
I don't know what's in that briefcase, but it's big enough for a teddy bear's, like, Sunday best.
Picnic?
So what are you doing? What do you think's in there? And why would you touch an old briefcase in the fucking woods?
It had all these, like, weird stickers on it and shit.
Yeah,
like,
those are all the places Paddington Bear's been. The dude travels. He gets around.
That fucking guy loved his marmalade.
He loved marmalade and blood. There's some other fucking thing. Some shit happens in this movie.
You get to see the one Native American character, which is just I'm posing like a fucking clothing store mannequin. It's a statue. Great. A lot of things, just nothing.
Yeah. At one point, the lady goes to find the grave of the grandfather of Mr. Sheldon.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, it's a fucking mummy. She walks up to this dollar store grave made of styrofoam.
Yeah.
And it's sealed with planks of wood.
Yeah.
And then a mummy comes out.
Like, why is there just a mummy? Also, she's horrified. And this is a mummy in like every sense of the word, in that its fastest running speed is about 3 miles per hour.
It looks like it's wrapped in duct tape.
And that too. But like, you're so terrified of this. Walk away briskly from it.
Yeah, climb a tree.
Pull its arm off. Who cares?
Yeah.
It's a decomposing corpse.
It's much like the thing from It Follows, where if you could get a good bit of ahead of it, like, it's probably going to forget after a while.
It sure is. A bunch of the other ones do.
I really like that. It's like, all right, guys, we need a zombie. What do those look like? You say mummy?
I heard mummy.
Okay, well, everything that comes out of the ground is a mummy.
Yeah.
So, mummy.
What they did was they said undead. And then the guy was like, oh, that means mummy.
Yeah, he instead of Google, because obviously they didn't have Google, he opened an encyclopedia and just saw fucking King Tut. And he's like, wrap this guy in toilet paper. We got this.
And Carta.
I'm about to do this guy's makeup for a whole $2. We're going to get that dollar store makeup. We're going to glue the mask to his face. We got this.
A roll of paper towel. I drew that alien because I was trying to figure out the fucking monster to human ratio, because it changes constantly. Like, these people are growing and shrinking all of the time. So I wanted to remember that a man fits in one of the 4 arms on this alien.
Yeah.
And it's taller than the fucking trees that surround it. So you're telling me that these things can just be around and nobody has seen them? It's a shocker that these giant creatures are around. This giant fucking T-Rex is here.
Hey, man.
Surprise.
A lot of bad shit goes down in the woods. That's why all the bad shit does happen in the woods. You can't see that shit through the trees.
So they're fucking going through town here, hanging up missing persons posters for this ranger whose name is Tello, which, what kind of fucking name is that?
Hello, Tello.
Exactly. And as this is happening, Sheldon gets pissed. Sheldon is the lodge owner.
Yeah.
He gets mad because he's worried the investigation into these dead people is going to hurt his business.
And not the fact that his business is taking place in what looks like a fucking old, like, campground cabin for kids.
Yup. So I noticed that one of the missing posters, because they're just tacking them up to telephone poles, the guy turns around and immediately it blows off the pole. Right away.
Whoops.
This is where I started to notice that one guy's haircut changes about 10 times in the movie. They never explain why Bradford needed to be saved by this fucking lumberjack. They never explained it. Nope. Hey, they never, ever talk about it.
Hey.
But they keep bringing it up like it's a fucking...
It would only complicate the movie. At this point, it would only make the movie worse.
That's not going to add any coherence whatsoever.
There's the dude who owns that Native American... souvenir stand.
Yeah, that's what it is.
He's like, hey, I went to the library and I found this book. And he's just like reading through the book, and the book's straight up like, yeah, totem poles are a portal to hell.
Yeah.
White people, white people, white people.
Fuck them, eh?
Yeah.
He goes back and talks. He wants Sheldon to shut down his lodge. And Sheldon develops, and he had it before, but it just gets worse, a real please arrest me attitude.
Yeah.
Doesn't budge at all on that.
The ranger also calls the lodge crummy and filthy in that scene.
It looks like a fucking tackle shop. Of course. It's got like 2 rooms in it.
It's honestly, it just doesn't look good. I have nothing positive to say about the way this place looks.
Yeah.
It looks like they got a good deal on like a department store's like display where they had like a faux wall built.
It looks like Hawaiian Night at the office.
It does. It's very, look, this whole movie is very rinky-dink. That's the best way to describe this film, is fucking rinky-dink.
This fist is full of ham. So fucking, yeah, the woman gets killed by the mummy because she doesn't try at all. And at some point, Sheldon just finds the corpse and then hangs it in the fucking lobby behind the desk. And then looks at her and fucking slaps that body dead in the face.
He does that twice, but he makes a good point of fingering that neck hole. Just making sure, like, yeah, get that finger in there.
Oh, he just dicks around with an open wound and then disrespects the corpse, which is a felony.
He doesn't even wash his hands first.
Oh my God. How's that?
At this point, I forget why they're even here. Why are they here? Why are the two rangers here?
One of them said, "I'll be back." Earlier.
And then he had a head.
And then Sheldon goes, "Or will you?" Which, yeah, he will. He said he would.
There's no other place for him to go in this town. We've got 3 locations total. The totem pole, the souvenir stand, the crummy shed.
During that scene when Bradford, the chick, is being strung up, you can see her move and breathe constantly.
Hey.
Her hands just like jiggling around down there.
Well, she probably did her best.
Did she?
Still not the worst part of the film.
And then, okay, so I figured like the lumberjack's name is Bill, and I didn't catch that until like halfway through the movie.
Sure.
Lumberjack is the same as the souvenir shop owner.
Okay.
He, for some reason, goes back by himself. I don't really know what the fuck. And he sees that corpse of Bradford.
Oh yeah, he's also got a head in his hands.
And he just has a head.
For no reason, this head is not explained.
So he reacts to seeing a dead body of somebody who he's spoken to recently with about as shock and intensity as finding out that his coffee's cold.
Maybe they didn't tell him. Maybe they're just like, walk into this body, or walk into this room, upsetting things are waiting.
Yeah.
Just give us a little shock. Not too much, though. Don't give it all away. We save some for the next scene, because after that we are treated to my favorite scene.
This is so fucked up for so many reasons.
All right. You start, and I'll just interject wherever I need to.
Well, Sheldon turns into Norman Bates.
Yeah, he does.
This is now Psycho, because, he puts on a record.
It's akin to like Tiptoe Through the Tulips.
Yeah.
It's like they couldn't get Tiptoe Through the Tulips. They got whatever the fuck this is.
Here's my problem with this shit.
Yeah.
These songs aren't scary.
No, they are not.
I've got a brand new pair of roller skates and you've got a brand new key. Listen, if I walked into a room that was covered in plastic and there was just a man in a mask and like in the middle of it with a knife looking at me, I would be like, you can go to the fucking dollar store and get Halloween theme song CDs.
You can. You really can.
I don't give a shit about your fucking obvious childhood trauma with this. Like, he was molested while this song was playing.
Well, he knows all of the lyrics. He mouths along the whole song.
What can the matter be? My boyfriend probably was murdered at the fair earlier.
Well, she needs the ribbons for her Bonnie Brown hair.
She's not worried about like his personal safety, despite the fact that he's late for dinner.
And she's like, I hope he gets home with them damn ribbons.
I want these fucking ribbons for my hair. We're going to church tomorrow.
So
if he doesn't get these ribbons, I'm divorcing.
This fucking mortician looking old man with his plaid. By the way, we kind of skipped over every time you see this man. He is wearing the most Canadian 90s outfit. Denim on denim, plaid on plaid.
I forgot that he had double denim the one time, fucker.
He's basically wearing Don Cherry's outfits.
Yeah.
And you know what? This guy's a little better than Don Cherry, in my opinion. I'd rather see this guy. And so he's
put on a clown mask and dance around dead bodies?
Yeah. Okay. All right. So here's the debate.
Right.
Are they dead bodies? Because they don't look like dead bodies.
No dead body in this movie looks like a dead body, though.
But yeah, so here, it's supposed to be Halloween. So are these decorations or are these corpses that he's dug up because they're clearly rotting? But also you can see where the neck meets the head and it's very much just a plastic head on a plastic body.
One of them is like they taped a coat hanger to the back of a head prop and then slapped a shirt on it.
Yeah, they really did. They
didn't try at all. So I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell if this is supposed to be people that he's murdered or just props for the Halloween.
But you get a whole like 3 to 4 minutes of him dancing around and stroking them to different menacing camera angles.
Yeah. First, I can't stand it. For the first, once he started mouthing the words with the enthusiasm of somebody watching their son score a hockey goal for the first time, I was like, okay, this might be something. This might be the best part of the movie.
And it was.
It promptly was for about 10 seconds, and then I hated it. You got fucking Bill in here just watching this happen for like 5 minutes and doing nothing.
Yeah,
in a 100% fully lit room within 7 feet of this guy practicing his weird ritual.
And he turns and he looks.
He does.
There's no way he didn't see this man.
Nope.
Not hiding behind anything, holding a wooden head.
And then he goes right back to doing it like nothing.
Oh, yeah. It's almost like he wants
that.
him to watch. He's like, ooh, voyeur. So we got to watch our voyeurisms. And he's just fucking stroking these bodies.
I just wrote fucking Sheldon. That's it. I wrote Sheldon in huge letters because I can't with
all
this.
I can see is what the fuck. That's the clearest thing I've written here. But he's got, total like Dieter laser vibes. I got that from him. Just like old man living alone and just doing weird shit.
He hasn't had a friend for a very long time.
It shows. It really fucking shows.
And like, and then Bill shows up and he just dies.
Well,
Sheldon's head just catches fire and he dies.
Yeah, they I think first they read like there's like this paper and it's like it's one of those scenes where they read it out loud so that you know what's happening.
Yeah.
And it's like there's a curse and
right, they're in the ancient book.
Yeah.
And they're like, this is fucking totem curse.
And this guy's there's gotta be sacrifices for this guy.
Chikura is its name, which I can't believe that's real.
Which fucking one is Chikura? Which one?
That's a great point.
Was it the Sasquatch thing that came up out of the ground with its head?
I think it was the Devil Man at the end.
The Devil Man at the end, sure.
But it doesn't explain fuck all about the rest of this movie.
No. And then I don't know if they talk to him or not, but all of a sudden, this guy's old man head just explodes into fire.
Yeah, and it melts off of his neck.
And they stand there and they watch it.
And then nothing.
Yeah, they make sure the job is complete.
Yeah, well, they at least do that.
And then they just leave the house, just doesn't burn down or anything.
And then cut to Stillman in the stupidest he runs into a monster in the woods while he's dicking around with the totems trying to set one on fire or something.
Yup.
And he gets picked up and then nothing and he just runs away. And they make no mention of the fact that he was attacked by a monster at that point.
Nope.
None whatsoever.
Not a damn lick of a word.
It's just everything goes back to normal like it is.
Dude minds his own business and keeps his fucking mouth shut. He's been to prison.
That was weird. I'd better go back to just doing what I do every day.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Yeah, they cut to the fucking bone snake leaving the man's chest.
Yep. You never see that thing again.
Nope, you don't see that again. And for some reason, it's the exact same scene from that guy's dream. They did not film that a second time.
Yeah, you just get to watch it explode out of his chest like for way too long once again.
And because you've already seen it, it seems very out of context. Like they forgot and put it back in the film. They forgot to cut that part out.
This movie can fucking fuck off.
Oh my God.
I'm so upset. And then we get, abandoned houses just running around in fucking this place where they're trespassing legally.
Yeah, they're clearly trespassing on like somebody's land.
And then they split up for some reason. I don't know how far away from each other they are in this fucking old subdivision, but there's a dinosaur. There's a dinosaur, and Bill Whitman makes no indication that he hears the screams or the footsteps of a giant dinosaur.
No, despite these people being right next to the dinosaur, because it's behind the tiny house.
Mm-hmm.
They don't really, they get a good chance to run away.
Plenty.
There's a chance. There's a big thing where the dinosaur is like making noises and not doing a thing.
Not at all.
And a man is cowering on a porch.
Yep.
Where the dinosaur can't get him.
Which is weird because it's a dinosaur.
Yeah, so he comes out from off the porch, and that's where he becomes a paper person.
Yeah.
And the dollar store dinosaur with its mouth open, the head just comes down over his head, and that's that.
You don't.
It's bad. It's a bad fucking movie.
I don't have any words for what I watched just then.
Yep.
And so while that's happening, the guy who's the head ranger here, doesn't notice that his coworker is missing or dead.
Nope.
And at no point does he try to source information about those two things.
Yeah, I think he leaves.
He fucking just leaves.
I think he climbs out of that hole and he leaves.
Doesn't say anything about the fact that he would have been able to see in full view the murder of his friend. That's just he has amnesia.
Yeah, and
falling into that hole gave him amnesia from the past 10 years of his life.
The dinosaur has amnesia too. It just fucks right off.
Yeah, it sure does.
Oh, there was 2 guys. To hell with it. I ate one head. I'm out.
Yeah, well, it's full.
And then, I don't know, there's like this is a bird. There's a big bird. A big bird in a cage.
Yep.
Big bird in a cage making crow noises. Looks like a turkey.
It's this giant turkey right in the main street where the souvenir shop is, where 300 people were standing in the previous shot who have now disappeared.
Well, they probably saw that coming and were like, this is going to be really complicated to film. Let's get out of here.
I think probably what happened was, okay, we're going to get the storyboard images for what scene you're going to be in. And 300 people who were paid 5 cents at the shelter to come and be in this movie were like, actually, I have better things to do than this. Like, look at my feet in the mirror. And just left.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bye, guys. I'm going to go find some heroin so I can forget what I just witnessed.
I wish we could all have some heroin so we could forget what we've... There's a point in this movie where somebody makes a phone call to someone. One of the rangers calls a guy, and maybe it might be the plaid guy. It might be it's a white dude. And during this phone call, they're talking about cutting down the totem pole.
Right.
And at some point you hear, and it's like somebody just fucking bumped the microphone on the ceiling and they left it right in.
Oh my fucking God. You know how surprised I was to not see a boom just like in the top of every single one of these shots?
You see the edge of every set every time they're in the lodge. You can see can see how thin the plywood is, and you can see the space behind the plywood.
You sure can.
And then right in the middle of the sentence you hear,
amazing. I didn't notice.
10 out of 10, just great film. Yeah. They really they got everything once so well they didn't have to retake anything.
It's just a guy sitting in like a not even a chair that says director. It's just like one of those camping chairs that he pretends is a director's chair, and he's like, all right, we got it, good. What's the next scene? I don't know.
I've got 50 seconds. 50 seconds.
Shoot some stuff. Can we get B-roll of the river again? That was easy.
I need more screaming at the claymation monster.
All right, you need a chance to look at the script that's 2 paragraphs long.
Yeah, don't run away. Please cower, and then we'll have the monster in post.
Yeah. Look scared, kinda. Look about as scared as you would be if, like, a bus was coming toward you slowly.
We're gonna need you to cower for as long as it would have taken you to run away, and that's that. So,
yeah.
Just if you could do that for me, thanks.
But I feel like my character would really run away from this.
We're gonna have you cower. That just doesn't work for us.
You know, I feel like I should be running. No, because it's a giant dinosaur, right? I'd like you show me the.
No, we actually need you to die because we don't have any more for you in this film. Your character has no parts past this, so if you could just inexplicably die and never be brought up again, that'd be perfect. Also, we didn't like the things you were saying at the beginning of the film, so we're gonna get this. This whole movie's just homophobic and racist.
We're just gonna dub your lines over afterward.
Yeah.
You know what? You don't have any dialogue in this scene. We're just gonna come up with it later. So just be there, and then I'll roll the handycam.
Yeah, be there in 3 years when we fucking finally redub this after you've had several throat surgeries and sound completely different.
Oh my God, dude.
There's like some of these scenes where there's background noise and they just cut to like a shot where there's no background noise, and it's very jarring. It is. It's like they moved to a different room without moving.
Oh my fucking God, dude. And like loud too. Like turn the fan off. Fucking Bill goes out into the woods and blows up one of the totem poles, and you see Devil Man. Gas doesn't explode.
No, it does not.
He pours gasoline on the totem pole and like on his legs, and then he lights a firecracker.
I wanted to attribute that to the evil.
Oh, the evil exploded.
The evil that the white people assume the Native Americans have put into these totem poles, because the white people, they read one book at the library and then they ran out the woods and cut down the first totem pole they see. Like,
no correlation between, like, there's no way to show or prove that it had anything to do with anything.
Yeah, no.
I'm just gonna blow up the totem pole.
This is different.
Kill all black people.
Whoa. All right, that's going to be cut out of context and used against you for sure. Yikes.
Bill gets like a fucking... he's driving away when this devil man shows up and just bails out of the car for no fucking reason and smashes it.
Call him what he is. It's fucking Hellboy. It's Ron.
Okay, Hellboy
it's Ron
shows
Perlman.
up. Yeah, and bad Hellboy shows up, and this dude has a car to drive away in. And he goes, "Fuck this car, I'll hoof it."
Yeah, he really turns sharply and stops abruptly while diving out of his vehicle for no reason.
None whatsoever.
And then, lo and behold, actually, that vehicle crashed.
Yeah.
It didn't come to a complete stop as he rolled out.
No.
As you previously did see.
No, it crashed and now is smoking.
And there was like a weird flash, too. As if they cut something in there and it didn't quite work. And it was left in there. Or like they had a little pyrotechnic that didn't quite work. Because there's just like a flash.
Yep. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Pop, and I was like, oh.
You'll notice also that the car stops being broken during this. Not in that they use it again, but it stops producing the smoke.
Well, it's got all the smoke out of it.
It's smoke-free now.
It's
much healthier.
It just quit cold turkey like that.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Right.
They just have a flare gun. Like, Bill shows up. Like, he just becomes in the scene at some point.
Yep.
They don't explain how he got there, where they're at, why.
He just knew.
We get a lot of shots of the exact same thing, which is this fake Hellboy just yelling and waving his arms like he's trying to signal a car. It's the same shot about 7 times we see it.
Oh, yeah.
Within about 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah, and
We have this guy for an hour. This fucking guy from the circus brought his stilts for an hour. We're just gonna shoot this. We'll pepper it in throughout the movie.
We need more arms flailing. They run through the pussy willows.
Yeah, longest fucking fight scene ever. They're just like throwing their son's black cats at him.
Yeah, they are.
And shooting a flare gun, which doesn't do what it's doing. Flares don't blow up like that. They just burn brightly.
Yeah. It wouldn't be a flare gun if it didn't have a flare.
They have the stupidest. There's nobody can aim. He just has an endless number of fucking flare rounds.
Well, he's a ranger. They don't give him guns, except for some reason a couple people just have guns.
Yeah, and don't use them to shoot Hellboy in the face.
No, they get slapped out of their hand. That's that. As soon as the gun hits the ground, it's broken.
There's no 5-second rule with guns.
No, that's a dirty gun. Don't pick that up.
So I wrote nothing for this fight because the only thing that I really noticed about it was there was one song playing on a constant loop for the whole thing. That
happens the whole movie. Did you not notice that?
I noticed it the most here.
Okay.
I became quite upset about it. But yeah, no, I recognize the song, obviously.
Yeah.
But this time, they just had it on a fucking cassette player and just had the repeat button on.
I wrote down 2 people in jean jackets taunt a street performer in a field.
That's the synopsis right there.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they're just running around him in circles like, kick at me.
And he's on stilts. He's like, guys, you bastards. But even the scene with the titties where the girl's like shirt off. And
it's in that one too, right?
And there's like, the Casio music. And then it clearly stops for about a second or 2. Mm-hmm. And then it just starts right back up again.
Here we are.
Just
hope you love that song, because here it is again.
Put those files, just move them down the timeline, make them touch. Make that loop nice.
I bet you it's just them filming the movie and then playing it.
I wouldn't be surprised.
And then that's what that is.
Honestly, wouldn't be surprised.
Oh my God. I hate it so bad. So I fucking So this at some point they managed to fucking send Hellboy back to hell where he belongs.
They pull out the head that looks like it was purchased from Siege.
Right. And they blow that shit up.
For some reason, shooting that with the flare gun makes this monster's teeth and eyeballs jut out of its head horrifically.
They never explain the correlation between these things whatsoever.
Nope.
He just has the head. Hey, I brought this.
Yep.
I actually forgot that thing existed.
Yeah,
so that's good.
He's just been carrying it this whole fucking time.
And so this is apparently... This is the end of the movie. We're walking out of the woods, and he says some fucking hilarious buddy cop quip.
Next time, you hunt for bears. And then, fucking slow zoom, fade to black.
How about where's the rest of the monsters? What about all the people who fucking died in this movie? Your town is full of corpses now.
Nah, lodge is closed for business.
And then, you get the lodge closed for... Because inside of it, there's a melted man's head. Yeah. Forever. Because they obviously don't clean up crime scenes in this fucking movie ever.
Again, the Rangers. this whole movie is them walking around showing people active crime scenes.
Yeah.
They literally show everybody in the fucking town the active crime scene besides the police.
Let me tell you right now, for a ranger, this man, Bill Whitman, sure did like shooting a flare gun into dry brush. He can't even do his job right.
He took all of his ranger training.
Did the opposite of that.
Fucking threw it right out the window.
Yeah. So that's the movie, guys.
That's literally the goddamn film.
Fuck, this movie sucked.
Lodge closed. End of film.
So what'd you give this movie out of 10, Matthew?
A 1. I gave it a fucking 1.
I originally gave it a 2.
Holy shit. For what reason? What did you like about it?
Because there were times where it was so incompetent that it was almost amusing. Almost.
I wasn't sure if I was supposed to take this movie seriously. About a third of the way through, I'm like, okay,
is this like a comedy?
Like it's on Shudder,
and it's just not landing. Is it my problem? I have no sense of humor left.
Like, did I do another Tremors? Did I pick a funny horror? No, I picked a bad one.
So I, in light of your 1, am changing it to 1.5. My rating.
You just got a fucking Price is Right rules, huh?
It's only because of the claymation was just so bad that I almost died. I felt my heart hurt because of it.
Okay, so here's the fun issue with all these movies we've been watching.
Yeah.
There hasn't been enough monster.
No.
This movie had too much.
It had too much bad monster.
I was like, okay, that's enough monster. Show me less monster and save your film.
Where's the in-between, you know?
There's literally none. It's too much monster, whole film.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I cried because I knew that, like, I've got it coming.
Yeah.
And I've been waiting for it. But here's the best part is like, yeah, I'm gonna get it, but you gotta watch the film too.
Yeah, I do.
So what have you done to yourself this week?
I will tell you right now that I have done some fantastic things to the both of us.
Oh, good.
And you're gonna hate them.
I love it. All right, lay them on me.
I originally wrote down 4. I'm narrowing it down to 2.
Oh God, no.
The themes I chose right now for this, in fairness to you, I will increase it to 3. We'll do 3.
Thank God. All right.
I chose movies in a forest setting.
Okay.
I have movies in a mountain setting.
Okay.
And I have Native American spirits that get awakened. I need you to know right now, there's like 4 movies about Native American spirits.
We should probably keep it that way.
It's really underutilized.
Yeah, but like, white people shouldn't make the movies.
Now I found a bunch of lists of like Native directors who do like deal with their own subject matter, and apparently they do a very good job.
I'm very okay with that. I was not okay. I was watching this film like, okay, so they're gonna like go to at least a tribe, right? They're gonna talk to at least one tribesperson about this.
An expert.
The expert they talk to is an old white man. By the way, I guess we didn't, maybe we didn't skip over it, but yeah, this whole thing was like this old white man was summoning these spirits.
Yeah.
That you never get to see him do it. You don't know how he does it.
You just have to like assume it was his fault.
Yeah, and it's like his ancestors have been fucking around with these spirits.
Yeah.
That's the film.
Also, he says they own the mountain. He's got the smallest house on the mountain.
He really does.
His house is the size of the ranger station.
If I owned the mountain, my house would be on the top.
Yeah, it would. And it would also be quite large.
It'd be really hard to get to on purpose.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So
forest setting.
Okay.
Mountain setting. Native American spirits awakened.
All right.
There wasn't. I didn't have a lot to work with here, obviously.
Yeah. So quality wise, what are we looking at? Like a lot of top tier films?
1.
Oh shit. 1, huh?
And it's the one I included because of your reaction. So. Tough, eh?
you were really trying to set me up there.
You're either in trouble or you're in a radically different but equal amount of trouble, really.
You know what? I just take the good one out. What's the tell me
one?
Just tell me the bad ones.
Forest settings, Native American spirits awakened.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Give me forest setting.
Okay, we're watching Wrong Turn, guys.
Wrong. Oh boy.
Hillbillies. Incest hillbillies.
Wrong Turn. Fucking, you should have got a GPS, man.
Eliza Dushku gets attacked by somebody whose eyes are melting into their head all movie.
I don't know if I've seen the original. I think I've maybe seen the second one.
Oh, you're in for a treat, man.
Oh, boy.
The other option was Thanksgiving.
You know what? Maybe we don't do two movies like that right next to each other. Maybe yeah, we'll dodge that bullet.
Let me tell you right now, I will not rest until you watch Thanksgiving.
And I made you watch Tremors real early. So
Sure did.
I really blew my nut.
I was like, go fuck yourself.
Super quick.
Thanksgiving. Nice tits, bitch.
Well, that's the movie. That's the podcast about the movie.
And we will be watching Wrong Turn. Matt really likes dirty hillbillies in the woods.
You know, it's not my problem. Isn't with dirty hillbillies in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
It's when the dirty hillbillies suck a tit without permission.
Yeah, here's the problem. I backed myself off of making that The Hills Have Eyes.
Thank you so much.
But I couldn't incorporate it. And also I was like, it's a bit early into this podcast series to do the one thing Matt said he would never, ever do.
Yeah. Well, you know, we do that one. I'm going to remember which one you said you didn't want to do. We're doing that one. All right. I don't even know, man.
Do yourself a favor, everyone. Thanks for listening to this. The only praise I will ever give myself is at the very least we're funnier than that fucking movie.
Also, at this point, this podcast is still shorter than that movie. And
it's got more content.
Yeah. I don't know. You got anything to end the podcast with?
If you own Shudder and you come across Winter Beast, do yourself a favor and fucking skip it.
Next time we hunt bears.
We're not trying to invite strangers in to help with this.
No. We're very, very much capable, and you know, we're adults, so if we can't figure it out, we'll smash it till we don't need it.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I've fixed many a PlayStation 2 that way.
That's the only way, right? Once they stop working, it's hammer time.
Until it reads the disc.
And if it doesn't,
oh boy,
then you get yourself an Xbox.
Yeah, like a good guy.
I'm
a bold liar. I have a PS4, so I can't pretend that I have an allegiance in these console wars.
Yeah, these console wars. I gotta tell you, I'm freelancing.
Freelancing for either side.
Yeah, whatever side wants to give me a free console first.
Yeah, whichever one has the newest Kirby.
You can get at me. Send me your info, your deets, and we'll hook that up.
Yeah, and then I'll say thanks, and that'll probably be the end of the transaction.
Yeah. That actually, I can confirm that will be the end of the transaction. A thank you confirms the end of any transaction.
That's true. Yeah.
Well, we got a little news this week.
I got some myself, but yeah.
Oh, you got some news?
Oh yeah.
Okay, well, I just made an Instagram for the podcast.
Oh fuck yeah, so you did.
Grindhaus MC on Instagram. That's us.
Rad.
That's my news.
Right there on Instagram.
Yeah, that's the news.
So inevitably, some things will go up there at some point in the future.
Yeah. Yep.
That's your schedule.
The schedule is please follow that, and we'll figure it out together.
Yeah, like a family.
So what's the news you're bringing to the table?
Oh, I got a cold.
Oh, okay.
So if I sound congested on this podcast, or you hear sneezing, that's why.
You've brought disease into my house.
I have, and it's interesting that you're just now upset about it, because I also have AIDS.
Where are they?
Where are they?
They're
in my bloodstream, helping out with the flow.
All right. Well, keep them there, please.
Well, they got to come out for fresh air sometime. Get close to me.
My God, I went to a cabin
in the woods.
There was some woods. You know what? I heard like a deer grunt in the woods, and I was like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
Oh,
now,
fuck.
if you had gotten anywhere near that deer, apologies for rhyming. You would have unlocked like some kind of zombie deer thing out of the ground that's gonna come and kill you in the cabin.
Yeah, probably. So I stayed. I just heard the grunt, and I was like, ooh, fuck that.
Gross.
At some point, I got like a splinter, and then I was in the shower, and like there was like a blood blister under my skin, and I was like, well, here it is. This is the end. This is how it starts.
Oh, I'm dying now.
This is how it begins.
Oh my god!
It's just like a little red dot, and so I squeezed it until blood leaked out, and then that seems to be the end of it.
Somebody in Splinter should have tried that.
Yeah.
Instead of barely getting the splinter out of his finger, if not at all.
Just squeeze till the blood comes out. That's any doctor will tell you.
Yeah.
And if there's anything wrong, you squeeze yourself until blood comes out.
Yeah. No matter what, squeezing until blood comes out is the answer.
Yeah.
Unless you're shitting.
Yeah, in that case,
probably stop before that point.
Yeah, right before the blood comes out,
and like wait an hour.
Yeah, because if you start to fall out down there, that's you should go right to the hospital.
Apparently, according to my roommate.
Did you bring something for my cat?
Well, here's the thing about this cat is that what's that inside of a bag? Let's see what's in there, no matter what's in there. So,
well, I hope she finds what she's looking for.
Anyway, according to my roommate, after you prolapse once, it's incredibly easy to do it again.
I imagine so. I you know those water snakes at the dollar store.
Yeah.
That.
Not because you can get dollar store rubber snakes.
Yeah.
So let's just clarify real quick. We're not talking about actual snakes.
No.
We're talking about this weird floppy rubber or latex, I don't even know, tube that folds inward on itself like a fucking Morbius strip. And it's full of water.
Yeah. Look, picture. I know you're picturing like a sex toy right now.
Yeah. Well,
yes,
it can be one. So
in a pinch, I think they stopped selling them for that very reason.
I would imagine. Well, fleshlights came out and they probably got priced out of the market.
Well, there's some things a fleshlight can do that a dollar store child's toy cannot. And that's the way it should always be.
Regardless, though, they both scare somebody if you, as an adult, whip it out on the bus.
Absolutely, yeah. It's about to go down either way.
Yeah. Something is. Good God.
I forgot what we were talking about, so I'm just going to let you know to go to the website, darkroastcult.com. Go there, check out the website, listen to the podcast, buy some pins. And I mean, if you check out the description to this podcast, because I didn't think to do it beforehand, there's going to be a little discount code, a special discount code.
Okay.
I can't tell you what it is right now.
Because you don't know yet.
Yeah, because I just thought of this right now as a nice thing to do.
Yeah.
So that'll be down there.
Well, keep an eye out for that discount code that doesn't exist yet.
It will though. God damn it, it will. Mm-hmm. So you could do that. You could get us on Instagram as well now. That's a thing. I mean, yeah. Thanks to Andrew for making that wonderfully creepy song you just heard.
Good on you, Andrew. Mm-hmm. Thank you for the goosebumps. Are You Afraid of the Dark mishmash? Because that's what I think of when I hear it.
Me too.
A little bit.
I like to picture that canoe and the like blue light just kind of like rocking up against the dock.
The grossest part of the fucking Are You Afraid of the Dark intro is that leprechaun in the attic.
Yeah, it is.
Fuck that thing and his face. And they just pan to it slowly. And let me tell you, 8-year-old me probably didn't like that at all.
Nor should he.
No.
Nah, he's very, very competent and together 8-year-old you.
Yeah, I had a good head on my shoulders for an 8-year-old.
Yeah, you're not dicking around with no gnomes in any attic.
Oh, and not even on the ground, to be honest. They're fucking creepy. I don't care.
Yeah, no. I'm just going to stay out of Ireland because I don't want to chance it.
Yep.